Thang Hien only slept once, and when she woke up, she found herself in a different world where strength is revered, and the original owner of the body she inhabited was the worst student in the class. Under pressure from classmates and falling into depression, he passed away just as he was about to take the university entrance exam, and when he transmigrated, he unexpectedly received the Hotch system. The monster pattern he received is a creature that has never appeared here before. Quang Teach de Ma Lap. Thanks to the system, he gradually becomes stronger, explores secret realms, and uncovers the truth behind this world. Everyone, stay tuned for this challenging journey. The story begins with old, worn-out boards hanging on the wall, seemingly about to fall down, when suddenly a young man with wide eyes appears, sensing that something is wrong. I've gone back before the college entrance exam. At Anthang No. 1 High School, Class 12A7, the familiar scene before me is almost terrifying. The old classroom and those friends are back now? He clutching his head in horror, staring at the blank sheet in front of him, his mind a mess over this bizarre situation. If I was to be reborn, it should at least be during the university. Suddenly, a memory of a sound flashes through his mind. Since ancient times, humans on Earth have faced a terrifying catastrophe when the secret realm invaded. The secret realm connects to another world, full of terrifying monsters. They sometimes exploit cracks in the invasion of the secret realm to enter the human world. One day, a powerful monster could destroy a country and threaten human civilization. To fight monsters, humanity invented the monster roar system. Once the roar awakens the monster, it unlocks the innate talent of the roar. Only warriors like these can save the entire human civilization. This also elevates their status and treatment above that of ordinary people. Earth has entered an era where strength reigns supreme, with power above all else. Anything can be lacking, but martial arts must be high. The sound of the introduction finishing echoes again. The transmigrated master translating the identity, preparing to implant the original owner's memories. Returning to the present, he still can't believe what is happening. Fire translation, high school student. The classmates sneer and mock as they see him lost in thought. Look at that, the useless Dich Hoa is dreaming again. Ha ha ha, so stupid and still planning to take the university entrance exam. A beautiful-faced demoness with a foul mouth, sneering at the fool, says get out and go home. You can only be a bottom-tier worker or wait to die at home for the rest of your life. Dich Hoa then secretly thinks, as expected, in stories every protagonist is bullied by some wicked woman. It seems that the original character's reputation in the class isn't very good, because after his parents died unexpectedly in the third year, he started to give up and lost his ambition. His once excellent grades have now become a burden on the class's achievements. So that's how it is. She sat on the side, angry whenever she saw him looking. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. You like fighting? I wonder if I was really looking. Just a little reflection. UNG wasn't diligent in studying, but now it's me who's unlucky. It turns out they were bullied by thousands of people until they had a heart attack and died. Then a voice echoed. The teacher entered the classroom in a serious tone. Are you all ready? The injection of the transformation serum is about to begin. Just trust yourselves, keep practicing, and improve your strength over these 3 years for today alone, he said, adjusting his glasses, especially for those who usually don't bother to try. Dich Hoa ignored his words, squinting and laughing mischievously. The original owner is the one who doesn't study hard, so why should I be embarrassed? Suddenly, a murderous aura radiated from his eyes. But since I have taken over the original owner's body, I need to help him clean up some messy trash first. Transferred to Anthang No. 1 High School in the Scream Injection Room. At this point, the students have gathered together, whispering excitedly. You think about which monster I will awaken and scream at. It could be Lishan Tier 3 or Jia Hai Long Tier 4. I bet it's a level 1 rotten snake beast. Ha ha ha. Under the pale blue light, the teacher opened his briefcase, revealing test tubes filled with blue liquid that seemed to hold an entire strange world. The teacher's voice echoes, this is the Ren Awakening Potion, containing all the genes collected from various creatures. After injection, it will absorb any of them and begin the awakening process. In general, the stronger the body, the more powerful the awakening of the demon beast. You must not rush. After receiving the injection, the awakening gene must calmly accept this power. When the teacher calls your name, come up here to receive the medicine. Tranbang Fai and Muoduan each injected a syringe into the students' necks, their moans of pain struggling against the overwhelming force. Some collapse from the pain, while others tremble as if they are about to turn into monsters. Dich Hoa shivers as he watches, muttering, so they all become strange after the injections. It still seems very painful. Looks like this thing isn't easy to obtain. Just go for it and take the risk. After finishing, he jabbed the needle straight into his neck, clenched his teeth, and endured. The medicine was injected into his body. A green glow appeared at his neck. After a while, he felt something was wrong. No pain, no groaning, no trembling. Why do I feel nothing like this? You feel so strange, it's hard to believe. Teacher slowly approached, adjusted his glasses, and said, Dichhoa, it seems you haven't changed at all. Dichhoa trembled anxiously, hesitating for a long time, and stammered, Teacher, did I take the wrong fake thing? I don't know where she came from, but she gracefully stepped forward, mocking, Ha ha, look at this. Dichhoa seems to be unable to awaken anymore. Ha ha. Being a fake without awakening is like being a bird without wings, so Dichhoa can only be waiting to die, right? Isn't this just what you wanted? Then there's no need to become a martial artist anymore. Hurry up and go home and wait to die already. Dichhoa really hates this girl. She finds her disgusting. Could it be that it's the one leading the bullying against me? Suddenly, his whole body tensed with pain, trembling and turning pale. Wait, I feel this. A divine interface appears, granting you the power of the infinite monster. The host, Dichhoa's overall physique, B. The popular martial arts Qi technique for Lanson Quan Shuang Qigong students. The monster has withdrawn. She stood to the side, confused to see him trembling. Hey, what are you doing? If you can't awaken, then just accept it and stop pretending. Dichhoa suddenly appears, her cold eyes radiating a terrifying aura. He clenched his teeth and said, Hurry up and go somewhere else or you won't make it in time. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed behind him, causing the entire class to shake violently, as a giant creature resembling a monster appeared, engulfed in flames and roaring as if to devour everything. The students around were blown away by the shockwave. Who was the one awakening, and what did they awaken? This aura is just too overwhelming for me to handle. The commotion is so intense that even the strongest students turn to look. A female fire element student looks back with wide eyes, staring intently. A male ice element student clenches his fists in anger. Is there someone stronger than me? The system interface once again announces the form. Legendary A-level Gola template with atomic breath bloodline ability evolved into a blazing red Gola form, only activated when the toxin compatibility is 100% and compatibility is 3%. Dichhoa holding his trembling arm in pain. An A-level template? Godzilla, the prototype of endless monsters. He looks down at his hand. Could this be the golden hand the system gave me? Are the students' frightened whispers just because Dichhoa caused it? In an instant, he blew away everyone around him. Vuong Dong Dong was also blown away, but he awakened as a second-level fire lizard monster. How powerful could his awakened monster be? At this moment, she was lying motionless on the ground, revealing her huge chest. Dichhoa had returned to his original state. He forced a smile and scratched his head, slowly approaching everyone, and coughed. I'm really sorry. My awakening caused quite a commotion. I did tell everyone to stay back, but you didn't listen. Suddenly, a sound came from the loudspeaker announcing that all 12th grade students had completed their gene testing and should move to the stadium for bloodline examination. Then the scene shifts to the breakthrough gene testing room, where they can check monster genes and martial arts levels. Inside, each student who enters causes excitement among the crowd outside, with Li Tanyuan from our class awakening to Insect Foot Win Level 3. It's amazing how, before awakening, he was just average. Now he's suddenly number 1, with a powerful bloodline that's hard to explain. So Chow truly lives up to being the top student of the decade, not only a level 9 martial artist, but also awakening the Ice Demon Dragon, a top-tier bloodline at level 3. This top scorer and thing must definitely belong to him this time. Everyone, come and see. Miss Liu is also a level 9 warrior. I wonder what she awakened. A rare bloodline of level 4, Yu Min Tuok is probably the top now. A level 4 bloodline beast can destroy more than half the city once it reveals its true form. The martial artists in front of them are no different from ants. To oppose them, one would need to be at least a grand martial master. Dichhoa, resting his chin on his hand, puzzled, wondered why their monster awakening was level 3, but his level 4 was only A. Suddenly, the school loudspeaker announced that Class 12 A7 Dichhoa is called in for inspection. Dichhoa kept muttering to himself, What is going on? Do you really need to make such a fuss? Every gaze was filled with admiration, awe, envy, and hope, mixed with whispers. With the aura just now, Dichhoa is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm just worried that he'll become a big shot in the future, so I better make friends now so I can cling to him later. Wow, the handsome guy whispered to himself. This world truly worships the strong. Then Dichhoa slowly stepped inside, while the group of boys outside still cheered and called for him. That aura earlier was definitely top tier. Only someone with a powerful bloodline could unleash such strength. He must be incredibly formidable. This time, Encheng No. 1 High School is going to explode. a young man quietly observing from the side with a deep gaze, so his name is Dihoa. As expected, it keeps people in suspense. After a while, the exam results appeared, but surprisingly, Dihoa 12-7 was a third-year martial arts student with no idea about the bloodline of the demon beast. The entire hall erupted in cheers when they saw the third-year martial artist. Boom! Ha ha. Even my second brother in middle school can beat him. Ha ha. So embarrassing, so disappointing. I can't tell if there's a bloodline, but don't say there isn't one, right? Or isn't that the case? A high school martial arts uniform can probably awaken something good, right? Looks like I definitely released a snake earlier. Haha, Dihoa is indeed forever just a useless waste. But amidst the sarcasm, Dihoa slowly steps forward with a calm, unwavering gaze. As expected, Godzilla cannot be detected by the scanner, but the infinite monster template reminder appears again. The system interface shows an infinite monster template upgrade guide, which can be extended by completing missions or increasing reputation, allowing more time to extract monster templates with no limit on the number of draw. He smiled to himself, thinking that although his template level was different from theirs, it was very interesting. Suddenly, Dihoa revealed a terrifying smile, with a horrified look in his eyes, raising his hand. Once he met the conditions, he could draw and use the monster template countless times. So, I am basically the king of monsters, right? The next morning, the sky over Encheng was as blue as if painted with watercolors. At Anthon No. 1 High School, the classroom resumed its usual serious atmosphere. What? I kindly asked to go home and study to prepare for the university entrance exam? I think I would really believe that you went home to study. Hoa stood straight, her eyes determined as if holding 1,000 flames. Sir, I really want to improve. I have missed too much. Now you need to train specially. If you keep learning at everyone else's pace, you won't have a chance to surpass them. The teacher crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his voice full of danger. Dihoa, you also know that to become a martial artist, the only way is to pass the university entrance exam. No matter what bloodline you awaken, your foundation is too weak and you won't pass the exam. Prepare to retake it next year and stop dreaming. But Dihoa did not back down. He tilted his head, his eyes shimmering with tears, as if his sincerity and hope were pleading like a puppy begging. Master, only when we rush can we truly advance. Now that I have awakened my strong bloodline, with special training, I will definitely succeed. The teacher looked at me and said, "This look is truly sincere." The teacher paused, frowned, and finally sighed. Your gaze is truly sincere, but next year you still have to obediently come back and study with me. Hualong Thuong walks along the wide road, hands in pockets, lost in thought. The house his parents left behind has been mortgaged for 600,000, plus over 1 million in accident compensation, totaling a decent sum. Now to get stronger, there are only 2 options. Upgrade his martial artist or increase compatibility with the demon core pattern. In his mind, familiar system messages appeared. Endless monster templates, each starting with a certain compatibility point, and currently the Demon King template has 3 compatibility points. He frowned, thinking carefully. Where did the remaining 2 points come from? It can only be a bloodline test and then eyes shining brightly like discovering a treasure. So gene medicine in this world can increase compatibility with the monster template. Instead of exhausting my body through hard training like a martial artist, I just need to use money, which perfectly fits my easy way of making money. Excited enough to almost laugh out loud on the street, Dihoa quickly headed to Anthon Martial Arts Center. When he entered the gate, he scanned his student ID card. The magnetic gate emitted a soft chime, inviting a VIP guest, but as soon as he stepped in, his eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. The scene before him was no different from a gathering of demon beasts disguised as humans. Everyone sitting there exuded a bloodline aura like mysterious fog, with waves spreading throughout the room. Damn, this place is full of awakened martial artists. But then, a strange feeling arose in his heart, an instinctive intuition as if something within his body was awakening. Emperor Demon Lord Malra. This regal monster not only possesses overwhelming strength, but also grants its host a special ability to sense the life force field. I can hear the blood boiling inside them like raging flames, the roar of beastly bloodlines vividly alive. Dihoa smiled eerily, muttering to himself as if rehearsing for the main villain role. All beast martial warriors are just prey for the frenzied demon emperor. Right now, I am still too weak. I must suppress the bloodline within me, wait until I have accumulated enough strength, and one day soon I will show you who the true king of monsters really is. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded behind this classmate. Dich Hoa turned around and faced a stunningly beautiful girl with a seductive figure, dressed provocatively, who winked at him as if shooting a heart straight into his face. You shouldn't sneak a peek at others, that's very naughty. Dich Hoa froze for a second, then blushed like a ripe tomato. Sorry, beautiful lady, I didn't mean to peek. It's okay. You probably just awakened your monster jealousy and couldn't control your powers. This kind of thing is very normal. Hey, what are you doing at the martial arts center? Dich Hoa took the opportunity to ask. Oh, I came to buy jealousy medicine, but this place is so big I feel like a fish in the sea. Beautiful lady, could you please help me? The girl tilted her head, her eyes like she was evaluating an interesting toy. Buying jealousy medicine, are you really at the stage where you need it now? Dich Hoa looked a bit stunned. Oh, is there anything I should pay attention to? It's not too dangerous either, the girl said as she brushed her hair back behind her ear, but the medicine is red dirt and easily develops resistance. Starting early will reduce effectiveness later. Skilled martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches a bottleneck and can't advance further before using it, making it truly worth the money. Dich Hoa swallowed hard and shyly asked, so how much does a vial of the jealousy potion cost? The girl held up 4 fingers and shook her head gently. With your current level, you can only use the low-grade type to strengthen your foundation, about 400,000 per vial. Hearing that, Dich Hua's face immediately turned deathly pale. Liniam muttered as if he just heard that the ticket to Mars was so expensive. Even if I spend all my savings, I can only buy 4 or 5 tubes at most. Just a little more patience. He looked up at the girl with the hope of a final gamble. Excuse me, do you know anyone who could help me get a discount? The girl chuckled softly, pulling out a shimmering business card from her shirt pocket and handing it to Dich Hua. Her name is Hoang Luong Lei. If you bring this, a martial artist will recommend someone to you and you might get a slight discount. Dich Hoa gratefully took it with both hands, bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much." The girl waved her hand, smiling gently, "See you again if fate allows, little one." The scene shifts to the martial artist Dich Hoa at the cashier, his heart pounding like a village drum. I clenched my teeth and paid the 1 million, then another 250,000 at the weapon shop. And so, Xiaoqian spent lavishly like an unwilling young master, burning his blood money. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Back at the old apartment, in a small room less than 20 square meters, Dich Hoa sat cross-legged practicing cultivation, sweat streaming down his forehead. But the energy around him grew thicker each moment, as if primal energy was pouring into his bones little by little. His body ached as if torn apart, but his eyes shone brightly in the darkness. System notification. The demonic beast sample has fused from 3% to 7%. The host's physique has increased from level 10 to 15, equivalent to the 7th rank of martial attire. Sweating profusely, he gasps for breath, but a satisfied smile still curves his lips. Is this the feeling of having your strength improved? It feels so good. Each gene injection increases physical attributes by 2 points, but the last one only adds 1. Clearly, the stronger you get, the harder it is to improve. But still, it's a great deal. He wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned slyly like someone who just hacked a game server. 10 minutes work equals 3 years of hard training for others, and this is just me being average. If he activates the bloodline power of the Emperor Ancestor, Dich Hoa would laugh like someone dreaming of ruling the world. I still have a chance to compete for the top spot in this exam, right? If activating the hack doesn't overpower the genius, then the name Demon Emperor Law is truly wasted. He suddenly stood up, punched the air, and shouted, "Let's go, into the secret realm now." The secret realm is divided into 6 levels from S to E. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters. S-level secret realms are almost uncontrollable. If humans enter the real world, they will stand on the brink of extinction. Transition to the E-grade secret realm and becomes number 3. Gear up and full of confidence, Dich Hoa slowly approached the entrance of the secret realm, muttering to himself as if recording a battle log in his mind. Fewer people than he expected. Maybe this dungeon has been explored for so long that all the good stuff has already been looted. Now only a few low-level monsters remain for the rookies to practice on. He stopped at a reception desk, slapped his hand on the table, and said, "Hello, I have a ticket for the 3rd secret realm." The clerk barely looked up, tossing over a paper and a card. "Death pledge right here." Signed and got the ticket. This was the first time signing a death contract without feeling any tension. After completing the procedures, he stepped in front of the space crack, the gateway to the secret realm, and stood there, watching the flickering dark light like an eye opening in the world. He whispers softly, a sense of solemnity mixed with excitement rising in his heart, the mysterious crack in the secret realm. "This is the beginning for me, the heir to the Beast King throne. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa rushed in, his body as if pulled into a zero-gravity vortex, feeling like he was passing through a layer of cosmic glass, flying straight into another dimension. Boom! Dich Hoa lands. Even though he was mentally prepared, the scene before him still left him in awe. In the sky, countless shimmering stars appeared before his eyes. The planets of Thuonglan, Amvi, and Tai Kim looked like a universe painting drawn by divine hands. He looked up, and Tram Cho was like a child visiting an amusement park for the first time. I've read textbooks describing this mysterious scene, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly incomparable. This space is truly magnificent. The starry sky above seems to sing an ancient song, while the ground beneath is a place of life and death trials, a stage worthy of the beast's successor. From behind, a shadow of red flickered, a furious red rabbit with long, dagger-like teeth, the most vicious demon beast, the dagger-tooth hare. It tilted its ear slightly before rushing forward like an arrow shot. "But fools, do you think I can't sense you?" Dich Hoa stepped back lightly, grabbing the rabbit's ears as if catching mischievous children. Under the guidance of the Demon Beast King, he activated the life field perception skill, clearly sensing every energy fluctuation around him. Crack! A dry sound echoed as the rabbit's head exploded into a streak of red blood, revealing a normal white spirit stone inside. Dich Hoa bent down to pick it up, examined it under the light, average quality, worth about 1,000 yen. Earning 1,000 in a few minutes is still a pretty good rate, he sneered. An ordinary person would only make 3,000 or 4,000 after working a whole week, but I just one-hit them, and it's almost like a week's worth of their office work. But his gaze didn't stop there. Even a first-tier demon beast isn't worth much. My goal is higher. Only second-tier or above demon beasts are worthy of me sharpening my claws on. At that moment, the ground trembled and a long crack appeared behind him. A gigantic creature emerged like a mythical serpent demon beast. A second-rank monster hundreds of times larger than Dich Hoa, with a mouth full of fangs, wide open as if to swallow the entire space. Ha ha ha. As expected, you get what you want. You're here, my premium prey. Drawing his sword, his gaze was as cold as ice, but inside his passion was boiling. The demonic energy within him roared, and his bloodline was already ready. The new game has just begun. At City Number 3, an E-rank secret realm, Dich Hoa defeated the demon beast with a single decisive slash, blood spraying like rain and soaking the barren ground. He coldly sheathes his sword, glancing down at the twitching corpse. According to the monster library, the shell on its back is as hard as steel, but the belly is different, soft as tofu. Strike exactly there. After a heavy blow, the demon insect curled into a ball like a wheel and rolled forward to counterattack at an incredible speed. Dich Hoa quickly prepared himself, raising both hands in front of his chest, channeling his energy according to the Lan San Quan martial art. A powerful surge of energy erupts from his palm, striking the giant body and knocking it away like a ball hit at the center. The demon spirit worm roars, its mouth wide open like a hatch, spitting out dozens of large teeth that spin rapidly like a chainsaw. Dich Hoa dodged while feeling terrified, still able to shoot out teeth, thinking of going all in. He sidestepped to escape, but when he looked down, his favorite branded shirt was already torn apart by a big gash. Damn it, do you know how much this shirt of mine costs? Things aren't looking good. Dich Hoa stepped back, maintaining a safe distance, his serious eyes assessing the situation. With his current martial artist condition, he couldn't fight head-on. Without supportive martial arts, even with deep blood energy, he could only use less than half of his power. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. Maybe it's because his original body was too weak. He needs to check again. His eyes suddenly widen, with deep blue light like the ocean. Dich Hoa shouted loudly, the ancestral demon bloodline activated. His physique skyrocketed from 15 to 21. His right arm transformed into a giant claw, and an illusion of the demon emperor beast appeared behind him, roaring as if to tear apart heaven and earth. In an instant, he darted like a lightning bolt, green blood of the monster splattering into the air, creating a dazzling rain soaked in sunlight. Dich Hoa turned his head coldly and said, with a total physique of 21, "I have completely overwhelmed the demon beast, but after reverting from the transformation state, my body feels as hot as a pressure cooker about to explode." He glanced at the worn-out sword, grimacing. He had just bought it a few days ago for 2.5 million, and now it was broken by a second-rank demon beast. What a fake. Then suddenly, his stomach grumbled loudly. Huh, are you hungry? Could it be due to overexertion? First-time hunting really is exhausting, and I forgot to bring any provisions. As Liu searches his bag, he suddenly catches a strange, unusual scent. What's that amazing smell? It's coming from the demon core of the monster insect. The light green color glows with a gentle radiance, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Without hesitation, Hoa opens his mouth and swallows the essence in one gulp. The system displays that the monster template for the Mad Chaos Emperor has increased its compatibility from 7% to 7.3%. The compatibility has gone up. Hoa clenched his teeth, excited. Oh my god, I spent hundreds of thousands on gene medicine just to increase by 1%, but just swallowing this one pill already increased it by 0.3%. If I take 3 or 4 more pills, it's like a whole bottle of medicine. He burst into tears on the spot, tears mixing with the monster's blood at his feet. Damn it, money, why was I so stupid to buy medicine? But then he wiped away his tears, his eyes shining like stars, turning sorrow into motivation. Tonight, I must hunt monsters to my heart's content. A wave of life energy from his body erupted, sweeping through the forest like a living radar. The next noon, Hoa left the secret realm still looking excited, with the system showing a compatibility of 9% and a composite physique of 15%. It seems the white demon core no longer increases compatibility. Keeping it is a waste. Better to sell it for money. At the exchange counter, he placed 20 white demon cores and 1 green demon core on the table. The clerk looked surprised, seeing that a high school student had hunted so many. Is it real or fake, I wonder? Hoa sneered, secretly calculating in his mind. According to government regulations, each warrior must surrender at least 1 in 10 of their harvest. With 1 green demon core, I only need to hand over 5 white ones. So the 2,000 Manhwa coins are easily in the bag. He turned and left, humming to himself, money can't buy everything, but with money, hunting is much more fun. In the D-level secret realm in Thon number B, it used to be a magnificent building, now just a dusty ruin with collapsed walls and broken concrete columns as evidence of fierce battles that once took place here. Captain Lamb, if we deliver the Blood Jade this time, we'll definitely complete the bounty mission, right? So there are only 5 of us now. Isn't the rule that at least 6 people are needed to enter the level D secret realm? It's okay, I've contacted the representative. They just introduced us to a new martial artist. That person is none other than Hoa. The group all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity. Someone spoke up. You're a 9-section martial artist. Hoa casually replied. That's right. The owner can't be changed, but in his mind he silently lamented that he wasn't qualified to enter the D-level secret realm and had to pay 100,000 to the black assistants to create a fake profile. Those guys really gouged the prices. Lam Ha narrowed his eyes at the fake name on the profile, feeling a bit uneasy. This name sounds a bit strange. It's hopeless. Hoa shrugged, meaning to seize control. That does sound like my style. Lam Ha just chuckled softly, not paying too much attention. Forget it, anyway. With a 9-stage martial arts thief, you're not qualified to enter this secret realm, but our team will give you a chance to train. Just don't drag anyone down. Hoa salutes like a soldier. Understood, sir. I will observe carefully. At least this team is responsible. Better than later spilling blood and blaming each other all over again. The whole team got on the vehicle and entered the secret realm. This time's target is the Blood Jade flower. The space gradually shifts, dust swirling everywhere, wind stinging the face, an endless desert stretches out without end in sight. The team leader spoke sternly. According to the locator, the Blood Jade flower is located on an oasis ahead, guarded by a second-rank demon beast of general level. Hoa turned back to look at the endless yellow sands behind him. Once a rainforest, now a desert. This mysterious place feels like a game of roulette. Before he could beg him to stay, a roar sounded out. A pack of beast-like creatures resembling wolves suddenly charged out from the side of the sand dune. Earth Demon Trial, a team member shouted. They are targeting us. Hoduk will handle them. The command from the team leader rang out. Hoduk sat in the back, expression cold as ice, raising his hand to draw his dagger, blades spinning rapidly, glowing with spiritual energy, stabbing straight into the monsters' heads. It suddenly exploded like New Year fireworks, and then he casually announced, Hoa watched and almost clapped. The dart exploded like a bomb. This guy is really quiet, but deadly. The vehicle continued for a while before the team got out and the scenery shifted from desert to jungle. Hoa asked, why not keep driving to the oasis? There's just a little more left, the team leader replied without hesitation. The monsters in the oasis are extremely min. Just hearing the sound of the vehicle, they rush out like crazy. We need to approach quietly first. You assign the tasks, Xiaoha throws a flash grenade to distract it and lure it out. Xiao Wuhu to set the trap, old Liu assisted with close combat, I took the front. Turning to Shihuo, he smiled faintly, while Yu sat quietly observing. Hoa pouted, I'm just sitting here relaxing. The grenade shot into the sky and exploded with a distinctive pheromone smell. The scent of a high-level demon beast makes monsters believe their territory has been invaded. Soon after, a second-stage earth dragon demon appears, its body like a tank, roaring and shaking the sky. The captain shouted, "Watch out, it's coming." But in a nearby area where the remains of mutated rats are scattered, a figure suddenly appears. The bald old man with wrinkled skin and a menacing aura approached, bent down to pick up a blood-stained knife, then sneered. His eyes flashed with madness, murderous intent surging as he sneered arrogantly, "Ha ha ha!" Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the massive second-rank demon beast appeared and charged like a tornado. Without hesitation, Captain Lamb leapt into the air, his sword flashing with silver light, delivering a decisive strike that severed the demon's head, blood splattering everywhere. "Captain Lamb," the girl in the team shouted, just as another voice rang out from behind. "Report, the Earth Dragon has been dealt with," Lam Ha responds succinctly. "Very well, now let's go find the blood jade fruit." But as he finished speaking, a hard-scaled, steel-like leg from behind lunged straight at Lam Ha. "Watch out!" A scream rang out. No one else, Dich Hua like a lightning bolt, shot forward with a speed almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In an instant, he was right above the team leader, gathering his strength to deliver a mountain-like punch down on the demon beast. Boom. An explosion shakes the heavens and earth, dust swirling in tornadoes, the ground trembling as if struck by an earthquake. The entire team is stunned. Even the captain turns pale and mutters, "He's only a first-rank martial artist, yet he hit the weak spot of a second-rank demon beast and created such a powerful shockwave?" Xiao Ha was also stunned. That move was really powerful. The other members immediately gathered around Di Hua, their eyes full of disbelief. "Your Qiulan Sun Quan is really powerful. You even managed to kill a second-tier demon beast." Dich Hua shrugged, spreading his hands casually. "It's no big deal." Lam Ha nodded gratefully. "Thank you for saving me. From now on, we are officially a team," Dich Hua muttered. "Looks like all my effort of spending 50,000 silver on a fake ID on the black market was worth it." A moment later, while the team was searching, Lam Ha suddenly shouted excitedly, "I found it. It's the blood jade fruit. We even took the core of the earth dragon. A major harvest." Xiaoxia again looked suspiciously. "Is this red thing really worth that much?" Dich Hua stared intently at the blood jade, his eyes shimmering, almost shedding tears, hearing that it's the sacred name of the saintess. Lam Ha replied, "Of course, the blood jade can greatly increase compatibility with the monster type. Although this time is quite dangerous, being able to kill the earth dragon and find the fruit is indeed a victory." Before the atmosphere could relax, a sudden stealthy stab, Hoduk plunged a dagger into the captain's stomach. No matter what he thought, it was all useless. "Captain Lamb," he sneers maliciously, and the team is terrified. "Lam Doi, what's going on?" Lam Ha clutching her stomach, raising her fist to fight back, but Hoduk had already stepped back in time. "What are you doing, Hoduk?" Lam Ha gritted his teeth. Right at that moment, the troublemaker stepped out, smiling maniacally like a madman. "Do you still not see clearly?" "Of course he's making a fortune," Lam Ha glared at Hok Bang. Dich Hoa, standing nearby, asked with a frown, "Do you guys know this troublemaker?" Xiao Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Hok Bang is a trapper who ambushes martial artists in the secret realm to steal their loot. I never expected him to target us this time." Lam Ha coughed up blood and shouted, "There's poison on the blade." "Hoduk, you betrayed us, but how did you know the location of the blood jade? Even your teammates only found out after entering the secret realm." Dich Hoa's eyes flashed. It was a dart. He had concealed his aura on the dart during the fight. Hoduk Vung Jiao laughed loudly and said, "You're clever too, Da, but you're still a student, right? Not worried about the college entrance exam and instead playing tricks with us?" Dich Hoa replied calmly, "Yes, the exam is coming up and I'm aiming to become the top scholar." Hok Bang turned purple with rage. "Arrogant." Dich Hoa sneered coldly, eyes full of deadly intent. "Arrogant. A traitor, like flipping a pancake and still preaching to me is what I call arrogance. So noisy. Let me send this trash on his way. This kid is really interesting." Hok Bang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as if burning with fury. He turned to Hoduk and said in a low voice, "I want that bastard's head." Receiving the order, Hoduk immediately moved, sending nearly a dozen spirit-imbued daggers flying out in a sharp attack that covered Dich Hua as if to tear through space, but clang, clang, clang. A blue protective light appeared around Dich Hua's body, and each dagger shattered upon contact as if hitting a diamond wall. As everyone was still in shock, Hoduk suddenly disappeared. "Watch out!" Hoduk is nowhere to be seen. A scream from a team member echoes. Perhaps he's hiding somewhere. Before I can find out, another shout cuts through above. "Watch out overhead." Ho-Duke is falling from the sky, launching a powerful kick straight at Dicho's back as if to end it in one blow, but he remains calm, calmly pressing 2 fingers to his forehead and softly saying, "Just in time to test my new skill." A stream of blue spiritual energy swirls around his fingertips and then shoots out like a lightning bolt, piercing through the air, targeting the core of the earth. Boom! The blue beam directly pierced Ho-Duke's chest. He widened his eyes in shock, but before he could shout, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground, powerless and unable to move. The entire team was stunned. Captain Lamb staggered and stammered, "Is he just a martial artist of the lowest rank?" One move defeated Ho-Duke. Dihoa casually flicked his finger, mimicking a gunshot with a dismissive whistle. Bang, bang! Hawkbang angrily questions in a loud voice, "Who is your ancestor, from which great clan?" Dichoa stands confidently in the middle of the battlefield. "My family. I am a member of the family." Emperor Mala then raised your eyebrows, "So what? Are you planning to beg for mercy?" Hawkbang's face turned purple as he shouted, "You little devil. Even if you have jealousy techniques, you can't make up for the gap in martial arts." The blood slash erupts with savage fury, and behind him a giant black bear appears, its red eyes glaring, teeth baring with deadly intent. Hawkbang's muscles swell wildly as he roars, "Mountain-hugging martial art." He charged like a beast, crashing his muscular body into Dichoa, but Dichoa still didn't step back, just sneered and said, "First, attack and take down the opponent." A beam of energy shot straight into the vulnerable spot. "Ah, my leg." Hawkbang clutching his leg, crying out in pain with a distorted face and tears in his eyes, still trying to rise and swinging his massive fists at Dichoa, but he leapt away to dodge, his figure like a ghostly spirit above. Hawkbang also jumped to pursue, determined to see it through. Dichoa sighed, as expected from a second-rank martial artist, with energy so dense that even atomic chi couldn't dissolve it at the ankle. As soon as they both fell, Hawkbang's giant hand swung down forcefully. Boom! Just hitting the air, Dichoa slipped behind, his voice steady but full of power. "Is it over?" "Then it's my turn." I channel my energy into my hand, the air swirling around as I unleash the Lanzun fist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fist strikes relentlessly like thunder hitting Hawkbang. His body shaked like a sandbag, with loud thuds echoing like drums. Finally, Hawkbang's body couldn't take it anymore, returning to his normal form, battered and trembling all over. The whole group stood there, open-mouthed, saying, "Is he really that powerful?" Hawkbang forced himself to stand up, still unwilling, and said through gritted teeth, "You have poison in your jealousy technique. You're truly despicable. Someone like you will be punished sooner or later." "Ah, I curse you." "Yuan cursed me?" "You keep piling up accusations. What are you to me? A ragged clown who doesn't even know when to shut up when losing." At the center of Anthan, the main stadium under the clear sky, special aircraft roared by, dropping fiery red flags bearing the symbols of renowned martial arts academies. Banners and slogans were everywhere, as if welcoming a grand festival for humanity. "Dear students, welcome. The entrance exam for Anthan Martial Arts University is about to officially begin this year. Aye. First of all, on behalf of the organizers, I wish you all a prosperous martial arts career." On the central stage, a commentator in a bright yellow vest with slicked back hair like fresh banana leaves, holding a microphone and live streaming with a smart device attached to his chest. As you know, this year's university entrance exam continues to use the real combat arena format. Contestants will fight head-to-head, and the winner advances while the loser goes back to review their lessons. The exam lasts for 3 days, with the first 2 days being the preliminary rounds. High school students will all step onto the arena on the 3rd day to select this year's worthy champion. At that moment, he raises his hand excitedly and shouts loudly, "You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves and for mankind, give it your all. I declare the Anthan University entrance exam officially open." The cheers roar to the sky. On the regional competition arenas, pairs of contestants have already begun fierce battles. On Arena 1, 2 male students are exchanging blows like 2 hungry tigers trapped in the same cage. On Ring 4, a man and a woman already seem to be clashing before the fight even starts. On Ring 6, things are tense. On the arena, only Hoang Dong Dong is present, and her opponent, Dihua, has not appeared yet. The commentator frowned, noting that according to the rules, if Dihua does not show up after the match starts, she will forfeit. On Ring 6, Hoang Dong Dong squinted at the audience, muttering bitterly, "That cowardly name. The Jealousy Festival has embarrassed me. It's a shame I will carry for life. This time I plan to humiliate him in front of everyone with the fire of the blazing flame, but he didn't dare to show up. I'm truly disappointed." The audience below also started to get noisy and lively. gossiping that someone too scared to step onto the stage during the exam must be hiding under the blankets trembling at home, and people like that should be reconsidered before being let out. Just as the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of time, Dihoan Chungyi was absent, but then suddenly, something is coming, and its aura is truly powerful. Is that a person? Are they the ones flying here? How powerful must their strength be to make him soar through the air? Who the hell is this? When the smoke clears, suddenly a kick from what was in front of her, her opponent's shoe sole, strikes unexpectedly. Smack! She shot straight up into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Under the blinding sunlight, the demon fire contestant shaded her eyes and frowned. Oh my, I almost had to wait until next year's exam. As she fell to the ground, lying sprawled with wide eyes and twitching legs, the announcement blared, "The contestant Dihoa won." He muttered to himself in disbelief. Oh, so I won. Really? The audience below is buzzing with talk. What the hell? A single kick to send the opponent flying. Gao, really? What do you call this move? Fell from the sky. At that moment, the system activated the host of the strange harmony, a synthetic body of 226 monstrous chaos devils, with a compatibility of 20%. After hearing that, he just chuckled and whispered, "Team Leader Lamb, thank you. Blood J really does work. I'll watch the show a little longer." A few matches later, the rankings are updated. Long Thao Anthan Tu Trung faces off against Dihoa Anthan Not Trung, Dihoa Thang. Long Dao Ancheng San Zhong fights against Dihoa Ancheng, Yizhong Dihoa Thang. The stands burst apart with excitement, everyone thrilled, each match fierce and decisive, truly superhumans, breaking all stereotypes. The announcement continues, with contestant Dihoa Anthan Not Trung winning 3 straight matches to advance to the 3rd round. Immediately after, a swarm of admissions officers from various universities rushes over like a hive of bees. Dihoa, please check out Dongsun University a bit. Join Tinnia, the benefits are top-notch. Dihoa, our private university, offers full scholarships and stipends. Dihoa, we really need a strong martial artist like you. Do you have a university you wish to attend, my dear classmate? Dihoa chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Which university do you wish to attend? He straightened his collar, his eyes serious and full of determination. Sorry, I want to take the entrance exam for Hwadu University. As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere around us seemed to freeze for a second, before quickly changing. The people who just surrounded him were smiling and greeting him, then suddenly turned their backs as if they had never known him. One of them coldly remarked, already so arrogant by the finals. They waited until they were knocked out to wake up and then begged us again. Another person chimed in, half mockingly, half warning. Classmate Dihoa, if you fail, remember to contact me. Dihoa shrugged with a wry smile, saying, Why wouldn't you trust me that much? But thinking about it, I can't really blame them. Hwadu University, the leading martial arts school and top in the world, is the burning dream of every martial artist across the southern country. In a second-tier city like An City, only a handful of people qualified to step into such a place. He looked up at the sky, a knowing smile on his face. Well, if being a martial artist means using strength to talk, wait until I win the championship and see if you can still say a word. Before he could fully enjoy that fiery and confident mood, 2 men in black suits approached with a serious presence, as if ready to invite him to negotiate a war. One pulled out a work ID card and said stiffly, Fellow martial artist, please cooperate. We need to verify your fighting skills. Dihoa extended his hand for the man with the piercing gaze to check. After scanning, he shouted loudly, It's like catching a 9-stage martial criminal. Half a month ago, he was still a martial artist at the 3rd level. Dihoa crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and looked indifferent. 3 months is too short to improve that quickly. You suspect I cheated, right? The headbanger frowned and asked again, Why do you often enter the E-level secret realm after leaving school, especially before exams? Dihoa sighed softly, a gentle sadness flickering across his face, then slowly replied, To calm myself. Before my father passed away, he left me with one sentence. To surpass humans, you must give up being human. Since then, I have been continuously entering secret realms to fight. In every battle, I pushed myself to break through and unlock my jealousy. The 2 men stared in shock as if they'd just heard about aliens. The boy said, Unlock the Gen. This can't be ignored. It must be reported immediately. The 2 hurriedly ran away, leaving Dihoa standing there with a strange feeling, as if he had accidentally become a special target of surveillance. During the break, he scrolled through his phone to pass the time and saw all kinds of motivational videos. One father said, Keep going, son. A beautiful mother gently said, Just do your best, daughter. An uncle chuckles happily while the old king waits for him to top the exam and throw a celebration. Dichhoa leans back in his chair, his eyes silent, sighing softly. No one is cheering for him. He remembered the live interview with the candidate's parents and relatives, and suddenly felt empty inside. No one was behind him. No one truly cared about an orphan like him. You don't know that somewhere far away, your former homeroom teacher is watching the screen intently and whispering, "Dichhoa, keep going. I am always watching over you." The loudspeaker sounds, pulling Dichhoa out of his thoughts. In the first qualifying round, Anthan Nat Trung's Dichhoa faces off against Anthan Tam Trung's La Hu Yen. As soon as La Hu Yen's name is announced, the audience erupts. La Hu Yen, the top student of the 3rd year at Tam Trung, with a martial arts background of 8 sections, awakened bloodline of a 2nd-grade magical beast, both parents martial artists. His opponent's life is over. On the arena, Dichhoa remains calm, stretching as if just waking up. You make the first move. La Hu Yen sneered contemptuously, spiritual power erupting. Don't you know who I am? But it's okay. Whether I know or not won't change the outcome. You're right. Dichhoa nodded. In the end, I won. La Hu Yen roared, martial arts of the thunderbolt. He transformed his arm into a beast and charged forward, just a few centimeters from hitting Dichhoa's face when bang! One hand caught the beast's arm, and the clash of spiritual energy created a deafening explosion, momentarily stalling the momentum. Dichhoa tilts his head, but it's still far from the blow from that bald guy the other day. La Hu Yen screams in pain, collapsing as if drained of all strength. Dichhoa raised his hand, gathering his spiritual power into a blazing light. Boom! A palm strike sends La Hu Yen flying to the ground, the surrounding floor cracking like a spider's web. The loudspeaker announces once again, and Cheng Yi Zhongdihua wins. Dichhoa flicked his hand and chuckled softly, looking at me. Do I look like a contestant? The announcer's voice just rang out, and the arena erupted again. Another swift victory, and this time the one falling was the top seed, La Hu Yen. The audience all gasped, eyes wide open. Wow, La Hu Yen's aura just now was truly terrifying. How come it was over in the blink of an eye? A student clutching his head screams as if he's lost all faith in the world. What's with the 2nd-ranked beast bloodline and the 8-section martial arts? One hit and he's already rolling on the ground, huh? Dichhoa stands on the arena, still brushing off the dust from his hands, while the cheers from the audience erupt like thunder, gentle as clouds, with the demeanor of a master. His strength completely surpasses the other contestants. He's truly in a different league. A female student screams in excitement. He's so handsome, I want to have his baby. Someone else shouted thunderously, and although they used their hands this time, it was only in one direction. Too powerful. Superhuman Dichhoa kicked and said, I love you. The rare flower will definitely reach the finals. If not, I'll willingly eat my shoes. In a corner of the stands, a silent student watched the arena and muttered to himself, It's really you. Dichhoa. His eyes shine with determination. No wonder he's someone I respect. But in the final, I will definitely defeat you. In half an hour, I want all the information about him. Understood. At the same time, in a different competition area, the 2nd-ranking qualifying round was also in full swing, and before the referee could blow the whistle, the stands were already shaking. Wow, this is the match between 2 genius beauties. This time I won't hide my name. I, Liu Yi Liu, will watch this match with my true honor. A person shouted, Liu Thun Truk, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. I really hate her robotic expression. The opponent is Tat Thu Lin, the queen of the 2nd middle, facing the cold flower of the 1st middle against the fiery queen of the 2nd middle. Beautiful women are fighting one-on-one. Hurry up or all the seats will be gone. Stop drooling, you perverts, shut up. The referee blows the whistle, and the match begins. Tat Thu Lin charges forward like a storm, delivering a powerful opening kick. All right, let's see if you can keep that cold expression when I throw you to the ground later. Yu Thun Truk silently prepares her secret martial art, Tat Hu Yen. The energy transforms into a swirling aura around Xiaoling's legs, pushing her back a few steps. Xiaoling snorts coldly, her eyes blazing, and says, Fight seriously for me. She immediately closed in and threw a punch directly at Thun Truk's chest, but with a snap, her hand was locked tightly in the swirling spiritual energy. Damn it, I fell for the trap. She struggled, but her hand was stuck to the airwave and couldn't be pulled out. Liu Thun Truk coldly remained silent before launching the final blow, using the mysterious Huang Huan Huan Yuan strike, a technique like a tidal wave crashing directly into Tiu Lin's head. The commentator shouts wildly, It's the Huyan Huang martial art, performed by a high school student. Such talent, no need to take the advanced exam anymore. Just enrolled directly at Hoado University. There's nothing more to say. But it doesn't stop there. Tulin grits her teeth, unleashes her bloodline, and activates the divine image of the Tiger King. In an instant, her entire body transformed, and a giant roaring tiger shadow appeared behind her, howling like it was moving mountains and filling the sea. The audience cheered and shouted, "Oh my God, it's the bloodline of the three-tiered kingly beast, the howling tiger shadow. That infamous brutal bloodline, she controls it too. This girl has an unlimited future ahead." Teolin smiled smugly, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Luthan Truk, you only dare to use martial skills. Stop hiding and unleash your Yumin Tuok bloodline." She responded with a dismissive glance and a nonchalant voice so cold it made people suffocate with anger. That's enough. As if Tulin's words were just wind in her ears, Tantruk paid no mind, which only infuriated her opponent further. "You think someone like you can compete with me among martial artists?" Tulin said through clenched teeth and then stopped speaking, claws bursting with spiritual energy as she immediately launched an attack. Both of them charged at each other like two bolts of lightning clashing. Tulin threw a punch straight at Tantruk's icy face, but was easily dodged as if flipping a hand. "Damn it!" Tulin gritted her teeth, spun around, and launched a double kick from both legs aimed directly at Tantruk's lower body. But she didn't expect Tantruk to recite the spell softly, her finger placed between her eyebrows, then shout the primal jade seal. Her hand drew a seal, aiming straight at Tulin's leg. Immediately, a vortex of spiritual energy exploded like a tornado, drawing in all of Tulin's power as the commentator shouted loudly, afraid no one would hear. Liu family's secret spell illusion flower image and the terrifying martial art Han Yuyin King Finger. On the arena, two sources of power erupt and collide with a deafening explosion, dust billowing like a small storm approaching. The audience is in an uproar. Who won? Who is still standing? 1 second later, a figure remained standing as solid as a rock. It was Lu Qingzhu, still standing on the arena. Someone nearby whispers almost to themselves, "Wait a minute, I think I saw someone slap Tulin. This is not good." Tulin's eyes widened, her face turning pale before she collapsed like a lifeless stone statue. The entire arena erupted in chaos, only using martial arts to defeat a 9-stage martial artist who had awakened his royal bloodline. Unbelievable. She is truly a once-in-a-century genius girl and an invincible goddess. "I told you, who dares to look down on the top scholar of Anthan?" Someone shouted from the upper floor. "She is the top scholar of Anthan. Do you guys know? Her bloodline is Yu Min Tuak 4th stage. Those in the 4th tier, normal martial artists punching her, would probably just make her sleepy." The big screen displays the quarterfinal draw, and the Bat Vuong tournament begins the draw. Di Hoa of Nhat Trung Anthan is drawing lots. A ball with the letter A appears in Di Hoa's hand. He raises it high and says, "A." Immediately after, a tall student approaches, smiling friendly. "Me too, looks like we're going to fight each other." Dan Quang, Truong Tu Thuk Than Fong, Dich Hoa, Nut Trung Anthan. Than Quang smiled and said, "Let's be the second match, let's watch the first one to warm up." The loudspeaker announces the first match, Lax Tuk Than Fong Tu Thuk versus So Chao Anthan Nat Trung. On the screen, a student wielding a sword exudes overwhelming momentum, dominating his opponent with lightning-fast speed. The opponent only managed to shout, "Mom!" before being knocked out so badly he didn't recognize himself. Then Quang nodded, saying, "Lak Tuk is strong." This year's dropout students have poured all their efforts into the Hoadu University entrance exam, but they are helpless against So Chao. Dich Hoa was surprised. So Chao. Is he also the top student of Anthan? "You didn't know, but he's in the same school as you. Look, he won." The principal of Thanfong Private School sat watching and pounding the table. "Damn it, we've lost before the fight even started. Lak Tuk, compared to me, he's nothing." He. I am the 3rd-level martial arts club president at Thanfong School. My two friends combined couldn't beat me. Then Quang's sharp gaze was extraordinary. But I feel that in this high exam, you're the real opponent. Since I was a child, I've had sharp senses, and you are like a dormant volcano. There is a giant beast inside you, waiting to awaken. Let's go. It's our turn now. The loudspeaker announces the 8 strongest contestants enter the second round. Than Quang Private School competes against Anthan's #1 school, Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa and Than Quang step onto the stage, facing each other. In front of the arena, bright lights shine down like the sun illuminating the battlefield as the enthusiastic host shouts into the microphone. The quarterfinal match of the Anthan University entrance exam is taking place with great excitement. One side is Dich Hoa, known as the superhuman with a single kick, and the other is Than Quang, a monster with ancestral bloodline. Before the audience could settle, the fierce power from the arena erupted, forming waves of energy that crashed against each other, making many cover their faces like watching a horror movie. On the stage, the bloodied Kwang Kwang smiled faintly but provocatively, blood and mucus dripping. "Is this the bloodline power of yours?" On the contrary, his body is radiating a dazzling golden light, making it look like he just drank a glowing water bottle. Strange. Dichhoa silently thought that this destructive force could directly target cells and cause destruction, but he had used a weapon to create a protective layer on his skin, like a suit resistant to molecular destruction. He smiled indifferently but profoundly. Martial arts truly are miraculous. The guy in front of me is truly a monster worth conquering. Then Kwang snorted coldly. "I will show you the essence of our ancestral martial arts." Before he finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "Unleash the move." The form and intention circle, with a hand drawing the image of a shimmering golden snake twisting like lightning. Immediately after is the locked-in move, with swirling lights and the image of a giant ox roaring as it sweeps away the spiritual energy around the arena. So Dichhoa muttered a curse. Too fast. Smack. A 1,000-pound punch hits him square in the stomach. The audience erupts in the host's shout. "You're too strong." Dichhoa, the superhuman, was hit with a kick for the first time. The entire audience held their breath as Dichhoa spat out a mouthful of blood as red as spring blossoms. He knelt down with his hand on the ground, but his whole body was pushed back several meters. The body glow did not stop, continuing to unleash a fierce shadow bear attack with growling presence, overwhelming like it wanted to tear the arena apart. Dichhoa gritted his teeth and braced himself against the strike, but inside he was like turbulent waves, not just a physical attack but also weaponry injected into the opponent's body, causing double damage. Nothing like the chickens he had faced before. Even more surprisingly, the body of Than Kwang was as flexible as rubber, attacking from all angles as if playing a game in speed hack mode. In the blink of an eye, Than Kwang had circled behind Dichhoa and locked him in place. "You're only half right," his voice echoed in his ear, teasing. "I can not only lock your weapon but also prevent you from using any skills now." With that, he threw Dichhoa into the air like tossing a light rice bag. Shenguang keeps flying up, unleashing his tiger illusion again, tearing through the air. In the sky, he spreads his wings like a giant eagle, shouting loudly, "Hey, you can't defeat me." Boom! The force from the sky-high kick crashing onto the floor causes a massive explosion that shakes the entire arena. Thick dust covers the arena. The divine light lands, standing amidst the haze, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha. My series of moves with the shape and intention fist is enough to leave my opponent with no way to retreat." The host also begins the closing remarks. It seems Dichhoa has been completely overwhelmed. Even an ordinary martial artist would likely lose half their life from this combo. Thenfang, who was standing tall, hadn't finished speaking when suddenly there was movement in the smoke. "Hey, what's that?" Then Kwang frowned, turning to look from within the smoke as a dark aura like a beast rose up and soared into the sky. Dichhoa's gaze appeared amidst the mist, cold as a blade. "He is truly very powerful, Shan Kwang, but the black mist still lingers on the arena floor, a dark energy erupting like a volcano. At this moment, Dichhoa has transformed. His bloodline awakened, the legacy of the Demon Emperor. His entire body was covered in a black armor, dark yet majestic, only revealing half of his face beneath a cold, emotionless mask like a judge emerging from the darkness. He slowly spoke, his voice echoing like from the depths. "You are the first to see this side of me. If a high school student can activate the beast spirit form, there's no need to take the exam anymore. They can directly be admitted to Hoadu University, and the entire audience erupts in applause. Everyone thought Anthan was just a suburban area, but besides the martial arts genius Liu Than Truk, now there's another bloodline genius. His body froze, as if turned to stone, speechless and trembling. Demon beast, true form. Dichhoa steps forward like a death shadow, his pressure making the body glow, tremble like a sapling in a storm. How can your bloodline awakening reach this level? At the same time, in the central control room, the judges watching also had to straighten their backs. A judge looked on in shock as the system alarm sounded, warning of a nuclear radiation level of 9 million. Could it be that a strange phenomenon of demonic energy is flooding the area? The host announced seriously that the judging panel had used weapons to block the entire broadcast station area to prevent nuclear energy leakage. It seems that Dichhoa's true beast form is not part of any known system. The audience below gradually started discussing what awakened his bloodline. So cool. "Oh my god, I've never heard of this creature before." Dichhoa thought it seems that on Lamtin they truly have no record of the Emperor Demon race. No wonder they are confused. His body is too exhausted to think. blood and snot pouring out like a broken hose. The protective weapons around him tremble as if about to collapse. He mutters, soaked in sweat, unable to hold on against him. It's too dangerous now. As he spoke, the body light awakened the bloodline of the gold crystal gem demon. The host's shout revealed a third-tier bloodline king, truly a gathering of geniuses for this exam. Thuan Quang concentrates all his strength into two moves, the Hin Wai Kuyen and Za Tap, launching continuous attacks like a raging storm. Dich Hoa shouts loudly, raising his hand to unleash the Lan Sun Kuyen martial technique. A punch like a blazing sun, its dazzling light piercing through the smoke and dust. When everything calms down, Thuan Quang looks down at his bleeding arm, eyes wide with panic. If I hadn't managed to neutralize that last attack, my hand would probably have been shattered like rice paper. I was so confident earlier, but now I really got a taste of my own medicine. Facing him, Dich Hoa stands tall with calm and steady eyes, as if victory is inevitable. He speaks softly, but with a voice full of authority. You did very well, Thuan Quang, but unfortunately that couldn't change the outcome. Then Quang stammered in shock, "Is the true form of the demon beast really that powerful?" The host shouted into the microphone as if to shatter the speakers. The second match of the 8th round, the 4th year, has witnessed an earth-shaking clash between two extremely rare bloodlines. A 3-tiered king-level fights an unidentified bloodline so powerful that even the system can't identify it. Thuan Quang stands motionless on the arena, eyes wide with contemplation. After Dich Hoa awakened his bloodline, his power was like an endless sea, and his weapon was completely suppressed. Thuan Quang knew that continuing to face him head-on would only leave Duangyan overwhelmed, so he had no choice but to retreat and advance. He silently thought that Dich Hoa was charging forward like a tornado. Big guy, don't lose focus. A gentle reminder accompanied by a punch that feels real despite seeming playful. As the two engage in a frantic exchange of moves, with Thuan Quang using the Hin Wai Kuyen combined with the Za Tap to coil around Dich Hoa's hand, seeking an opportunity to suppress him, but he can't move him at all. Just as expected, he can't drag him away. Thuan Quang bitterly smiled, "But my target is behind you." As he finished speaking, he leapt into the air and delivered a move, stomping down with a giant foot as if the sky were collapsing. The ground trembled and dust billowed up. Thuan Quang quickly retreated, creating distance, but Dich Hoa remained unmoved, unscathed. You slowly lift your foot from the ground, then cross your arms in front of your chest, looking at your opponent as if observing a newly enrolled elementary student in martial arts. Now it's my turn. I gather my blue spiritual energy, exuding a formidable aura as I prepare to strike. But Dichka, I surrender. Thuan Quang suddenly knelt down. Dich Hoa almost jumped in shock. "Big brother, I was fully prepared." "Your surrender like that really annoys me. You let go, sigh, and unleash all your spiritual power." "Oh well, forget it." The glow fades, and Dich Hoa returns to his human form, letting out a long breath as if he'd just overcome a heavy burden. Nyak, according to the rules, once one side concedes defeat, the other cannot continue attacking. The host immediately declares, "The match is over." Anthan, number 1 high school, Dich Hoa wins. The stands seem ready to explode, students, teachers, and parents all cheering. They shouted in unison, "Dishka is amazing, Dishka is amazing, Dishka is amazing." On social media, countless edited images are circulating. "Before the match, I will win. After the match, sorry for not making Dixia take it seriously." Dich Ho Labs fan club immediately added Group 4, QQ30. The previous 3 groups are already full. Netizens are buzzing with rumors. This year's top scorer is none other than Dichka, Ilu Than Truck So Chow. Don't be fooled. Those are just supporting characters to boost the drama. While the entire social media is celebrating, in a corner of the arena, Principal Tu Lap Than Fong, a fat man, is going crazy, furious over his defeat. "I bet all my assets on the referee." He pointed at the beloved student's face, so angry he almost dropped his glasses. "Do you dare admit defeat? Do you know how much money we invested in you? If you don't pay enough, don't even think about going to university. I accept defeat to avoid damaging my foundation. If you want to try blocking Dich Hoa's punch, I am willing to step back. I remember the kindness the school has shown me. Later I will pay you back, but remember this: never threaten a martial artist stronger than you." The principal trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. All right, you make a good point. The host then displays the latest rankings. After a series of intense matches, the 4 finalists have been revealed, with Anthan number 1 high school taking 3/4 of the spots, becoming the biggest winner of this year's competition. At the leadership seat of Anthan number 1 high school, the atmosphere was so electrifying it seemed frozen in excitement. A flamboyant teacher fanning himself with a bamboo fan, smiling as if he just hit the jackpot. It looks like Mr. Liu's years of hard work are finally paying off. Teacher Liu raises both hands as if offering a gift, with eyes shining with admiration. Dich Hoa is truly incredible. The peak of the summit. On the main stage, the host once again spoke with a powerful voice. Next is the semi-final draw where contestants step up to pick a glowing ball with a mysterious symbol. Dich Hoa stared intently at the sphere in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the same armor. Soon after, a familiar voice sounded beside him. I am also a knight, Liu Thon Truk, the goddess of Anthon, with a determined look tightly gripping a sphere identical to yours. Boom! The stands in social media seem about to explode. The first semi-final match between Dich Hoa and Liu Thon Truk, two geniuses from the same school, facing off on the biggest stage. Comments are flooding all platforms, and finally, it's this match. This is a fateful battle. Since the start of the exam, I just wanted to see them fight. Come on, Lady Liu. Dichka has never lost anyone, and even the internet is arguing. Honestly, I feel like Lady Liu has a slight edge. She's already unleashed two divine martial techniques, crushing Tai Thu Lang, a third-rank royal bloodline, while her fourth-rank Huyan Min Tuok bloodline still hasn't even been used. But don't forget, Tan Quan is also a third-level bloodline that forced Dichka to awaken his bloodline, so Dich Hoa's bloodline must be at least fourth level. But Liu the goddess has a profound martial foundation, and is both born strong and powerful. Can't she compare? It makes sense. It really makes sense. Below the arena, the atmosphere has heated up, like a pressure cooker about to explode. Both of them step onto the stage, the referee spreading his arms wide, exuding an overwhelming aura, and the match begins. Immediately, Dich Hoa erupted with fierce demonic energy, engulfing the space like a raging black storm. Liu Thon Truk remained unfazed, gently raising her hand to shield her face. From within the black smoke, Dich Hoa's form began to change, the pressure heavy as a mountain and the aura oppressive, but instead of fear, Lo Nu Than smiled a proud and expectant smile. Dich Hoa, I hope you're strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Dich Hoa unleashed a massive surge of spiritual energy, quickly covering the entire arena, leaving the audience below silent. What is happening? There's nothing left at all. Is this match just a game of hide-and-seek? The audience was in an uproar, each one stretching their necks like swans, trying to see through the thick fog. At the commentary table, the host pounds his hand on the table loudly, shouting as if afraid people will forget he exists. How will Liu Thon Truk, the genius Liu, handle the dark steed Dich Hoa in this year's exam? Could it be that Dich Hoa is about to awaken his bloodline again? Returning to the misty haze, Dich Hoa quietly gazed at the shadowy figure ahead, which was Liu Thon Truk. He secretly thought that her martial skills were so formidable that they were inviolable, and no matter how strong he was, it would be hard to hurt her. This opponent was not only powerful but also extremely intelligent, so if the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose, leaving only one path: go all out from the start. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa leapt into the air, gathering spiritual power into his fist as he roared, Lap Sun Quan. Facing him, Liu Thon Truk quickly raised her hand, forming a solid protective barrier. She thought to herself, attacking proactively? Fine. I will defend and then counterattack. But just as she was about to take the hit, Dich Hoa suddenly changed direction, not throwing the punch as expected. But from another side, his huge gorilla tail suddenly swung in to attack. Damn it, he tricked me. Liu Thon Truk's face turned purple with anger, quickly retreating to dodge. She cursed inwardly, saying she would use her fists, but her tail was the one attacking. Dich Hoa, do you even know what shame is? Dich Hoa didn't give the opponent a moment to breathe, and immediately roared loudly, gathering an incredible gorilla strength. He clenched his fist and unleashed a surge of fierce energy, then leapt forward, aiming straight at Liu Thon Truk's defenses. The fight was extremely intense, with every move broadcast live, making the online viewers scream in excitement. Oh, goddess. Be careful, this is truly a priceless fight. Even weapons are coming out. It's dangerous. Lady Liu has lost her rhythm. Dich Hoa is like a furious beast in pursuit, and even the renowned genius, Liu Thon Truk, can't react in time. In a moment of distraction, Dich Hoa closed in and delivered a punch to her stomach, forcing her to curl up in pain. Boom. Liu Thon Truk was thrown far away. The audience erupted in cheers. Dich Hoa had knocked the goddess away. Maybe Liu goddess would get a chance to fight back. But as Liu Thon Truk was still trying to get up, Dich Hoa's hand turned into sharp claws, eyes shining coldly. It's not that easy, you know. He spun around and swung a razor-sharp crescent move like a deadly sickle. Liu Thon Truk's expression slightly changed as she thought to herself, that move is covered with weapons. I have to dodge it. Without hesitation, she leapt into the air to avoid the deadly strike. Dich Hoa clenched his fist, his eyes full of predatory intent. Don't run, Liu Dongshui. As she was still hovering, Ditch-Hoa closed in and launched a flurry of punches, leaving Liu Thon-Truk's mind in complete chaos. Is this guy a monster? What kind of stamina is this? You keep punching without getting tired? She grits her teeth, her mind racing, knowing she has two secret martial techniques, one for defense, the illusory shield, and one for attack, the Chaos Jade Needle. If she could execute it, she might turn the tide, but Ditch-Hoa never gave her a chance, each punch and strike crushing every attempt at counterattack. Liu Thon-Truk bit her lip tightly, unable to hold on much longer. If things keep going like this, I will be knocked out of the arena. At this moment, Thon-Truk is still biting her lip, summoning all her strength to resist Ditch-Hoa's relentless attacks. She was almost pushed to the brink. Suddenly, on Ditch-Hoa's fist, as he threw a deadly punch, a feather sprouted. Ditch-Hoa looked down at his fist, his eyes full of doubt. Sure enough, life always has things that one cannot explain. On the opposite side, Thon-Truk had also changed. Her eyes transformed, no longer the pure light of a human, but a dark, sharp, wild gaze like that of a beast. She muttered to herself, I only have my last trump card left. As her words softly fell, feathers gradually appeared around her. One, then two, and countless others shimmer faintly within the mist. Boom! In a moment, Liu Thon-Truk completely transforms. She spreads her large wings and soars into the sky. It was a perfect form of a beast, with a slender yet powerful body. Behind her, a pair of dazzling purple wings and an overwhelming energy that took everyone's breath away. It turned out she had awakened her bloodline, and the entire arena seemed to explode as everyone looked up at Liu Thon-Truk, floating in the air. This is the first time the goddess Liu Qingzhu reveals her legendary bloodline, the Abyssal Crimson. In the sky, Liu Thon-Truk lowers her gaze, her voice clear but commanding. Classmate Ditch-Hoa, be careful. In this form, I'm not sure I can control the force, but Ditch-Hoa, facing this overwhelming aura, just laughs heartily with bright eyes. That's good. That's enough of what you said, because I've only used 50% of my strength so far. His voice is firm like a bronze bell, full of excitement. Now let me be serious for once. Before he could finish his sentence, Thon-Truk unleashed the power of Umin Tuok, like a bolt of purple lightning, enveloping Ditch-Hoa's body with her wings. Ditch-Hoa was caught off guard, his body pausing briefly. Thon-Truk seizes the opportunity to circle behind him, gathering energy, clasping her hands together to unleash a secret technique. But the berserk Ditch-Hoa doesn't dodge. He turns around, clenches his fists, surges with spiritual power, and roars as atomic explosion fists. Boom! Two massive energies collide head-on, causing an explosion that shakes the arena, cracking the ground and sending shockwaves in all directions. The audience below was screaming in chaos. I'm too overwhelmed. I can't bear to open my eyes anymore. Is this a high school student competition? On the arena, Thon-Truk was no better, having to use both hands to shield her face against the overwhelming aftershock. Only when everything gradually calmed down did she slowly open her eyes. The scene before Ditch-Hoa had also changed, with thick, nuclear-like energy swirling around him and a metallic armor covering his body. A brilliant blue light radiates from his eyes, and a massive energy source is ready to explode from his mouth. Under the tense atmosphere, the battle continues fiercely. On the arena floor, Ditch-Hoa stands firm like a mountain, his whole body radiating powerful energy like thunderstorms sweeping across a dark sky. Thon-Truk narrows her eyes, her expression instantly changing. This kind of energy fluctuation is not normal. What's happening? Her eyes flicked over and saw the spine on Ditch-Hoa's back flashing with light, as if accumulating a huge amount of energy, gradually transforming and moving toward his mouth. Damn it, his beast's true body is really gathering power. At that moment, a massive column of energy spiraled out from deep inside Ditch-Hoa's body, accompanied by a piercing scream, shooting straight at Thon-Truk. Thon-Truk had no choice but to quickly spread her two large wings, using them as a shield to withstand the devastating attack. The powerful airflow pressed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes, and her wings were covered with purple feathers falling from the sky. Amid the chaos, Thon-Truk gritted her teeth and growled softly, awakening Vulap's reflexes. She harnessed her bloodline power, transforming the falling feathers into mirrors that reflected her strength. Ditch-Hoa's terrifying breath was reflected back by these feathers. The loud announcement on the grandstand was sounding alarmingly. Ditch-Hoa's breath has been reflected. The audience below looks pale, almost ready to run around the arena and scream for help. In the sky, furious energy streams clash with the shield, creating countless bright sparks like fireworks in the daytime. Inside the VIP viewing area, Mayor Huang Qin, a well-dressed man, watches the arena with a smile. Look carefully. The strongest top scorer in Anthan's history will be born today. The commentator under the stands shouted into the microphone as if possessed. Thank you, Mayor Hoang. If it weren't for the shield, I would have burned to ashes. Returning to the arena, blood dripped drop by drop onto the damp ground. That is Thon Truck's blood. Her body is torn and miserable. Her beautiful purple wings are tattered, and her clothes are no longer intact. At this moment, Thon Truck is extremely exhausted. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth. His eyes are dim, but his will still shines through. Just one strike. He has broken through his own Yu Min Tuk defense. Can he still defeat him? In a moment, memories from childhood flood back. Those years, she bore the hope of reviving the Liu family, as a familiar warm voice echoed in her ear. Liu Thon Trux, you are the hope of the Liu family. You must not lose. Our ancestors are watching over you. Do not let us down. The image of my mother appeared in my mind, a gentle, thin woman stroking my hair with tearful eyes saying, Thon Truc, I have given everything to nurture you just so one day you can revive the Liu family. You must not be impulsive. Than Truc knelt in her memories, crying out, Mom. Her voice still echoed in her ears, not only to win this match, but to keep winning afterward. Than Truc bit her lip, trembling. But Mom, I'm so tired now. Her heavy gaze looked ahead. There, Dich Hua stood tall and imposing, his aura blazing like an unstoppable fire, his eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit, like a beast still hungry for blood. Thun Truc whispers to herself, her eyes burning with defiance. Dich Hua is truly very strong. Facing someone like Dich Hua, losing might just be a normal thing, right? As she charged forward, she chuckled to herself. I will deliberately show my weakness. Dich Hua will definitely notice and end me. With that thought in mind, Thon Truc swung her hand to lightly strike Dich Hua's chest, so weak even the wind wouldn't bother to dodge. But Dich Hua didn't move? Why didn't you dodge? Classmate Thon Truc, why has your fighting spirit completely vanished? My heart trembled slightly, but before I could regain my composure, Dich Hua burst into rage, blue light exploding across his body, atomic strength unleashed. Are you seriously fighting me? Immediately after that roar, Dich Hua charged like a storm, swinging his blazing fist straight at Thon Truc's face. I fight honestly to become a top scholar. Startled, she quickly used both hands to brace herself, her delicate body trembling constantly. Dich Hua didn't stop, continuously throwing a flurry of punches, each strike accompanied by a shout. Are you serious? Are you serious? Thon Truc was knocked off balance, her small body taking continuous hits, and she couldn't help but scream in anger. You bastard. No one has ever dared to hit me like this since I was a child. I was about to hand you the victory, so why are you still clinging and refusing to let go? Amid the blows, she shouted and fought back, her voice full of fury. Don't hit this damn woman's face, you bastard. Filled with rage mixed with pain and humiliation, Thon Truc growled softly, her unleashed power causing the arena floor to shake violently. Dich Hua finally stops, fake kind smile on his face as he bows his head to her and says, That's right. If you don't want to get hit in the face, be serious. At this moment, driven by continuous stimulation, Thon Truc's form has fully evolved. The purple wings, once torn and tattered, now shine brilliantly and are even larger than when she first revealed her bloodline, radiating an aura that rivals a full-strength true beast. Thon Truc cast a cold glance at Dich Hua. As you wish, Dich Hua, I will use my strongest form to crush you. Under the dazzling light, Liu Thon Truc stands tall in the sky, her enormous wings emitting a mysterious purple glow, her overwhelming aura making the entire sky seem to tremble. Dich Hua narrows his eyes, a sneer curling on his lips. So you've finally revealed your true beast form? Now that's more interesting. Without hesitation, Dich Hua also activates his beast transformation. If that's the case, I can't be careless either. He shouted loudly, the ground beneath his feet exploded, creating a small earthquake. This is our family's combined technique of piercing energy and demon beast emperor's power, called Hachkwang strategy. Dich Hua shot up into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for Thon Truc with overwhelming momentum, saying, well, let's have a real good fight. Facing that sky-high power, Liu Thon Truc narrowed her eyes slightly, her purple eyes shining with danger, unable to sit and wait for death. Immediately from her position, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered, forming a towering purple tornado that swallowed Dich Hua as he charged toward her. Boom! Dich Hua unleashes a violent punch, causing the tornado to explode into pieces with devastating force. Thon Truc takes a deep breath, opens her mouth wide, and unleashes a powerful wave of purple shock. Dich Hua is now channeling nuclear energy within his body, transforming into a missile rushing straight at her. Two energies collide, causing the entire area to shake violently as if the heavens and earth are about to tear apart. Dich Hoa is pushed back, crossing his arms in front of him to defend. His eyes turn bright blue, filled with murderous intent. "Do you think you're the only one who can shout?" Immediately, the large scales on Dich Hoa's back shone brilliantly. Thon Truc gritted her teeth and stared intently. "Is that the same old move?" "This time, I will not back down." Without hesitation, she removes her defenses and activates the Liu family's ultimate technique. Floating in midair, the purple energy around Thon Truc seemed to turn into a tidal wave. She shouted loudly, her voice echoing throughout the arena. "I will face you head-on." As soon as she gathered her energy, Dich Hoa unleashed the Xiunguyan Tuto Tuk, a massive energy pillar rushing down like a falling meteor. Thon Truc clenched her hand into a purple sphere and shouted, "Bloodline power!" The sphere in her hand burst into light and instantly transformed into countless Wu Min Blood 4 arrows. Boom. The two terrifying forces are about to collide as the commentator shouts into the microphone, with Dich Hoa's Chio Nguyen Tu Thotuk and Liu Thon Truc's U Min Huyet Tu rushing towards each other. "This is not good. These two fighters cannot control this power. To protect the audience, Mayor Enthian, Huang Kan, has no choice but to intervene." He muttered a spell, summoning 3 giant walls to build a fortress. But just a moment after the two powers collided, the 3 layers of divine earth walls shattered like glass. The stands are shaking wildly, everyone screaming, their faces drained of blood. The tremors are terrifying beyond words. Wasn't that wall built by the mayor? If he hadn't acted in time, we might all have been turned to dust. Huang Kan stood there dripping with sweat, muttering to himself. The 3 layers of the divine earth wall were prepared too hastily, not as reliable as usual. Who would have thought that this year's exam would have 2 monsters like this? Under the faint light filtering through the thick dust, Thon Truc staggered on the arena floor, her slender hand covered in blood, the bright red blood flowing like a stream, dripping onto the cold ground. She has returned to her normal human form. Her magnificent purple wings have disappeared. One arm is bruised and deformed, completely exhausted of demonic beast power. Yet she still holds her head high with a determined gaze. "I still can't give up. I can still fight." Dich Hoa slowly walks toward her, completely unscathed and safe. He frowned slightly, full of doubt. Clearly, his last move hit her, yet he felt no injury at all. "If the nuclear radiation remains in my body, won't I be useless later on?" Thon Truc bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face, her red eyes looking up and shouting. "I never really wanted to fight you to this extent. Why is that? Why did you drag me into this fight?" Dich Hoa didn't answer immediately, gently sitting down in front of her, quietly observing the injured girl. "Are you really not willing to fight? You don't want to admit you're competitive, do you? While you risk everything, I can clearly feel your desire to win." Thon Truc was hit, right in the heart, staring at him in confusion, her mind swirling with chaos. "I really wanted to beat him earlier, to end the fight quickly. I hate fighting. But during the fight, I felt a wonderful sensation. Not for anyone else, not for any purpose. Just for myself." At that moment, Dich Hoa's warm hand gently rested on my shoulder. Thon Truc was startled, her face turning as red as a tomato. Dich Hoa smiled, channeling energy into his palm. "In battle, you carry too many distractions. The warm energy flows into Thon Truc's arm, causing the wound to heal quickly. In just a moment, the ruined arm was restored to its original state. Even the radiation disappeared. Dich Hoa stood up, turned his back, leaving behind a cold yet profound remark. "That's why you failed." Thon Truc stared at her hand in shock, unable to believe that both the wound and the radiation had disappeared. "But you are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced." Dich Hoa suddenly turned around and smiled gently. "Next time if I get the chance, I really want to fight you. Honestly, Liu Thon Truc." That statement hit the young girl like a tidal wave. Her face flushed red, eyes shining as she looked at Dich Hoa, silently screaming in her heart. "You study, Dich Hoa, you are truly too brilliant now." At this moment, the dust on the arena begins to settle, and Dich Hoa Hien stands proudly in the middle, sunlight shining down like a victorious god. The loudspeaker announced loudly with a fiery voice, "The first semifinal match is over. Dich Hoa from Anthan First Middle School wins." Dich Hoa looked up to the sky, raised his hand high, and a victorious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Below the stands, the cheers echoed loudly as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Under the scorching sky of Tian City School, the loudspeaker blared clearly. After Dich Hoa defeated Liu Thon Truc, as expected, So Chao also emerged victorious. The greatest climax of the Ancheng entrance exam, the battle for the top scholar, is about to begin. On one side is Dich Hoa from Black Horse Ancheng No. 1 High School, and on the other is the genuine genius from Ancheng No. 1 High School, So Chao. The number of live viewers and followers keeps soaring. adding 69,000, then 1,000,000, then 525,486, then 6,258 more, totaling over 496 million people staring at the screen, holding their breath in anticipation. The An City University entrance exam final is now officially underway. On the arena, Sochao draws a silver-blue sword, energy surging, nods respectfully, and asks for guidance. In response, Dichhua smiles dangerously, his voice lazy, but his eyes sharp as a blade. Right over here, no need to hold back. Sochao immediately strikes first, swinging his sword, with streams of sword intent like a meteor shower pouring towards Dichhua, covering the entire sky. Faced with that terrifying sword aura, Dichhua remained calm and still, as if waiting for his dessert to be served. When the attacks were almost upon him, he concentrated atomic energy into his fist. The violent energy erupted like a volcano, his hand blazing with fire. He shouted loudly, breaking through with a powerful punch, shattering the sword aura. Sochao was shaken intensely, unable to stand firm, quickly shielding himself. But Dichhua didn't pursue and simply brute force attacked the clones directly, and with his defensive power, he basically couldn't withstand the destructive force of Di Hao. Is there really anyone among his peers who can fight up close against Dichhua? Truly a monster. Realizing he can't close the distance, Sochao said in a deep voice, "If I can't fight up close, then I'll fight you from afar." He erupted his bloodline and shouted, "Bloodline awakening." So, Chao's body transformed dramatically, his hands becoming sharp claws, a third eye appeared on his forehead, flickering with a blue light. His core bloodline is that of the dragon god. Sochao swung his arm and shouted loudly, bloodline power forming a glacier. Witnessing this, the livestream viewers went wild. Oh my god, Sochao could build an entire ice mountain, just like a real dragon demon. So, Chao looks so cool. Hurry up and defeat the great demon lord Dichhua. The icy cold energy floods the arena, freezing the entire battleground, and Dichhua is also sealed within a thick layer of ice that looks like a snow mountain. Suojo was panting heavily, feeling unwell. Damn it. With such a powerful ice explosion, I can't handle it anymore. At that moment, the comments suddenly changed. Hey everyone, it seems like the ice mountain is melting. What? Why is it melting so fast? Inside the ice layer, a terrifying energy erupts, and Dichhua shatters the ice like breaking a candy. Sochao opened her eyes wide, stunned. How could it be like that? But before she could catch her breath, the terrifying energy surged back to counterattack. Sochao quickly swung his arm up, creating a second ice wall for defense. Boom! A deafening explosion roared, and dust rolled like a tsunami. As everything settled, a black leg stomped heavily on the arena floor. Dichhua stands there, his body having shifted into an awakened state, covered in a sleek black armor. He smirks coldly, his voice deep. The power of the primal tablet in the dragon of the demon realm, no longer effective against me. It seems I was born to counter you. Sochao sighed, inwardly lamenting, the gap in strength is truly too great. Sochao gritted his teeth and raised his sword, Dichhua continuing my final move. This is the limit of my current martial arts, originally meant for Lu Thon Truk. At this moment, Sochao gathers all his strength, grips the great sword tightly, and uses all the energy in his body to successfully unleash his most powerful move, the sword intent of the spirit. Below the stands, Huang Kan can't help but exclaim, "Sword intent, this is true sword intent, how old is he?" Sword intent. Back on the arena, after gathering enough energy, Sochao leapt like a lightning bolt, wielding a powerful wave of sword aura crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed like the sky collapsing. After a moment, drops of blood began to fall onto the ground from the arena. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as Dichhua held out his bleeding hand and said with a faint smile, "If you switch to a better sword, you might have a chance." Sochao's face changed as he looked down, the great sword he had just poured all his confidence into shattering into pieces. "My sword was broken so easily, how is that possible?" I glanced at Dichhua standing there so calmly and asked coldly, "What are the chances?" Dichhua smirked, chuckling softly. Compared to the success rate of a mountain-climbing hellhound, it's probably higher than a creation." Sochao almost fainted from anger after hearing that. He took a deep breath, raised his hand high into the sky, and declared, "I surrender." The loudspeaker echoed throughout the schoolyard, announcing the winner of the Anchang University entrance exam final, Dichhua. Everywhere on the livestream, viewers exploded like volcanoes. I told you, you can't mistake him for anyone else. So cool. Even though Sochao is very strong, he's still too inexperienced compared to Dichhua. Dichhua, the dark horse of this year's exam, has shattered all prejudices, rising from last year's bottom student to the top. defeating this year's genius leader and claiming the title of top scholar. The shouting echoes throughout the stands. Dich Hoa, Dich Hoa, Dich Hoa. The commentator announced with emotion that after a fierce competition, the 24th Anthon University entrance exam has finally crowned its top scholar, Dich Hoa, the most outstanding student of Anthon. On the stands, amid the roaring cheers, Dich Hoa could only scratch his head awkwardly and mutter, "Mission accomplished." Immediately after, a commentator rushed over, shoving the microphone close to his mouth and asking about fellow student, Dich Hoa. "I heard that your strength comes from gradual accumulation. Now that you've become the top scholar, do you have any words to share?" "First of all, I want to thank my teacher. It was my teacher who never abandoned me when I was at my lowest, always encouraging me and helping me find the strength to keep fighting." In a corner of the school, the homeroom teacher tearfully hugged the TV. "Teacher, you really don't deserve my praise. Dich Hoa, you're just a teacher afraid of losing your job. The teacher didn't even see your potential." The principal approached and secretly gestured with a wave. "I'm here too." Dich Hoa looked confused. The principal waved his hand again, making the 200 sign very clearly. Dich Hoa, with his meaning, is promoting the school to give an additional 2 million in scholarships. Seeing that hand gesture, his eyes immediately lit up, clearly showing the word money in his whole body. "Also, I want to thank my school and the principal for their wise leadership. If it weren't for such a great environment, how could I have achieved what I have today?" In the end, he raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, "I want to thank myself. Without my hard work, effort, and exceptional intelligence, Dich Hoa could never have achieved today's glory." At that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of top scholar and earning a random ability draw." Dich Hoa widened his eyes, feeling excited inside. So the top scholar title also comes with hidden system achievements. In the stadium corridor, right after winning the top scholar title, Dich Hoa didn't leisurely enjoy his glory, but ran desperately as if a pack of dogs was chasing him. Sure enough, there really was a pack of dogs, reporters shouting and chasing after him. "Dich Hoa, how do you feel about becoming the top scholar? Do you feel any pressure? How did you improve so rapidly in just half a year? Are you planning to attend the Imperial Capital University? Are you trying to get into the Comprehensive Tactics Department?" Dich Hoa said, running while grimacing. "Stop chasing me. I need to pee." A man as thin as a starving leech finally catches up, breathless as he pushes the microphone close to your mouth. "Dich Hoa, honestly, who do you find more attractive between Liu Tantruk and Tai Tulin, or do you have feelings for the bodyguard or So Chow?" Dich Huang's face darkened, veins bulging with frustration, and he sped up twice as fast, shooting off like an arrow. "I don't have time to waste with you journalists." The reporters still wouldn't let go. "Classmate Dich Hoa, wait a moment, I have one last question." The scene shifts to the empty basketball court. Dich Hoa dodges the reporters, finally letting out a relieved breath, a satisfied smile on his face. Ha! He finally escaped from those predators. He was filled with excitement and never expected that besides the system's template monster, the top scholar reward could also randomly draw skills. Turns out the original template isn't unique, and rewards can also be accumulated through the system. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the stands. "Your classmate, Dich Hoa. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar." Dich Hoa was startled and turned around cautiously. Again, are there still reporters? But this time, it's not a reporter. In front of him stands a stranger, holding a shiny black leather briefcase with an unpredictable smile on his face. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I come from Hoa Do. Now tell me about your gene lock issue." Hoa's mind immediately became chaotic. "What gene lock? I haven't unlocked anything. All of my power comes from absorbing monster samples through the system." He must have figured something out. "Who is he, really?" The man remained calm and continued softly. "The jealousy keyword. You heard it from your father, right?" Dich Hoa blinked and nodded without hesitation, silently thinking that according to the original owner's memory, it was indeed like that. The other person didn't miss the chance and took out a thick stack of documents from his bag, placing it into Dich Hoa's hands. "Classmate Diet Hoa, aren't you curious? Why would your father, an ordinary taxi driver, know a term that doesn't fit his profession?" At this moment, a thunderclap seemed to explode in Dich Hoa's mind. Could it be? My father is not just a driver. Could he be a legendary hidden master? The man handing me the documents slowly said, "Your situation is very special, so Hoa Do has authorized partial declassification of top-secret documents just for you." Dich Hoa took it, and his eyes gradually became serious. As he turned to the first page, the 3 words Prometheus Project caught his eye. Prometheus, a leading research institute in genetics, was once a powerful giant holding advanced technologies. But after a crisis, the entire organization was wanted by major countries, and its research was sealed off. Most of the core staff went into hiding within the cities, and gene-locking technology was the top-secret project of Prometheus that year. Reading this, Dich Hoa felt his heart surge like a tsunami. My unscrupulous father is actually a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their top-secret research achievement? At this point, Dich Hoa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man looked at Dich Hoa calmly and said, "Don't worry, the country won't cause you any trouble. I'm here just to help you understand the situation since you're involved and have the right to know." Without hesitation, Dich Hoa replied calmly as if nothing was happening. "Boss, I'm even calmer than you, believe it or not." The man hesitated slightly at the indifference, then continued. "Moreover, you're a key training subject for the country, and we will always ensure your absolute safety." Hearing this, Dich Hoa immediately became self-absorbed. Oh, what a hassle. The more famous you are, the more attention you attract, the more you're watched, and the more you're bothered. This society is truly a place where power and scandal dance together. The man sighed softly and said quietly, "I'll take my leave now." As soon as that figure left the stage, Dich Hoa respectfully bowed and saw him off with a serious expression. But behind his clasped hands was a face beaming like he'd won the lottery, with a mischievous gaze that couldn't hide his greed. He's finally gone. He not only got into Hoadu University, but also secured a 200,000 scholarship from the principal, plus over 100,000 in bonus rewards. But the most important thing is that this time I can unlock a new ability. Just thinking about it, Dich Hoa already felt his whole body itch with excitement and immediately opened the system menu, unable to wait any longer. A swirling circle appeared in front of him, as brilliant as a space gate opening. Dich Hoang looked up, his eyes shining like car headlights fixed on the system screen. Immediately, a purple card floated in the air, emitting a mysterious glow as if containing another world. A super-colossal humanoid appears before Dich Hoa, with the form of a giant skeleton, a level Dang Luke ability type, with information displaying its ability model, super-colossal humanoid level, bloodline of giantization, maximum size of 60 meters, high temperature aura, evolutionary form, personified element, and 1% compatibility. Dich Hoa looked at the description board and chuckled, "Super giant transformation, huh? Not bad." A small note appears, indicating that ability templates can be combined. Dich Hoa immediately comes up with a crazy idea. What kind of demon would result if the super giantization model combined with the demonic rage? At that moment, a simulated image appeared before his eyes, a colossal, fierce titan. With the muscular body of a superhuman, but wild, roaring features like a gorilla, and even a long tail for sweeping the floor, ha 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 ha, I will become the king of monsters. The scene shifts to a dark room, dim lights flickering over a cold wooden table. A large man sits silently, placing his phone down carefully. "Big Brother Hoke Long, are you saying that you have personal matters to deal with soon and will no longer accept any more missions?" The man replied firmly, "I will complete all the plans and then withdraw." "I understand." There is a small round hole on the table, as neat as a fingerprint. The man forcefully presses his large index finger into it. He emphasized with a cracking sound, his face now filled with intense anger, his eyes burning with fury. "An urgent call came through saying we couldn't find your brother's body in the secret realm, but at the location where his signal was detected, some radioactive foreign objects were found. Next to him is a large screen playing the replay of the An City Academy final, the match where Dich Hoa won." The man stares intently at the image on the screen, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. "Little brother, I told you not to get involved in society. Once you step in, there's no turning back. Mom entrusted me to take care of you before she left, but you chose this path." His eyes narrowed as Dich Hoa's name appeared on the screen alongside the words Trunyen Anthan Dich Hoa, and the man gripped the screen tightly as if wanting to crush it. "Dich Hoa, you truly are a once-in-a-century genius. Huado University will definitely fight over you to the death to get you." He slightly curled his lips, but unfortunately they won't wait until the day you start school. Returning to the dormitory, just as Dich Hoa reached the door, the delivery staff brought him a large parcel. "Mr. Dich Hoa hurriedly signed and received it, looking puzzled. "Strange, I was about to enter the new secret realm for testing. Who would send me something now?" Opening the package, inside was a handwritten letter with the envelope addressed to Dich Hoa. According to the latest investigation from the Central Hoei City Research Institute at 3 p.m. today, a new secret realm portal will appear in the Kongthu Mountain area, outskirts of An City, with a predicted level of C. I want to explore it. Do you want to form a team with me? So, Chow, No way, big brother. In this era, people still write handwritten letters? Is this person a transmigrant from which dynasty? The scene shifts to the setting sun, turning the sky over Hongshu Mountain red as if it's on fire. The crowd is as lively as a festival, everyone prepared with weapons, maps, psychic detectors, and instant noodles. Dichhoa's face slightly paled as he appeared. What is this? There are at least over 1,000 people. A new secret always attracts people eager to hear the story. A familiar voice rings out. Oh, Dichhoa. Dichhoa turned to see So Chow approaching, and also nodded politely. Oh, So Chow, that guy is smiling as brightly as a summer sun. You seem to be stronger again, huh? Dichhoa forced a faint smile, feeling tense as a string about to snap. This guy's spirit awareness is terrifying. Just a glance, and he already sensed something was off about me. Actually, Dichhoa secretly used the money he earned from the university entrance exam to buy some gene therapy pills, increasing the compatibility of the superhuman hybrid sample to 35%. Low-level monsters also have their advantages, with immediate effects, affordable prices, and high quality for a budget option. He changed the subject and asked, "Which university do you plan to attend?" So Chow replied succinctly like a gunshot, "Huadu University." Hearing that, Dichhoa smiled softly and said, "So we will be classmates from now on." But at that moment, Dichhoa's sharp eyes noticed that So Chow's expression was unusual, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, a sound like tearing through space echoes out. Everyone looks up, and in the sky a dark, gaping wound widens like the mouth of a giant beast. Shouts echoed everywhere. The secret realm was about to open. Just as the tear stabilized, a monster emerged. It is enormous and terrifying, with a head as big as a bus and teeth as sharp as razors, each tooth seemingly capable of chewing a tank. Before the crowd appears a giant three-headed bird with blood-red feathers and wings that block out the sun, casting a huge shadow over the pink pine mountain. Its wings beating sound like thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A martial artist below shouted loudly, pointing up to the sky. "The secret realm is open, brothers. Kill that demon beast and rush into the secret realm." Boom! Hundreds of warriors surged forward like a tide, their weapons gleaming with fierce energy. The three-headed bird hasn't even flapped its wings before being overwhelmed by a fierce assault. Its three heads spin in different directions, eyes filled with panic, its beak crying out for help. Your move was too strong. Why are there so many fighters here? Grr, grr, grr. Retreat quickly now. Grr, growl, grr. We can't retreat or we'll get trapped, guys. Turns out even early birds can get ambushed. In just a few minutes, the opening monster was defeated, and screams echoed throughout the forest. Inside the Pink Plum Mountain secret realm, the scenery completely changed, no longer lush green mountains but a desolate, gloomy forest with purple leaves covering the space in a strange mist. The crowd outside quickly rushed in, as if afraid of missing out. Dichhoa was also among them, quietly following the crowd with a wary look. As soon as she stepped in, a strong, foul smell hit her nose. Dichhoa frowned and muttered, "The blood smell is too faint. What kind of bloodthirsty monster is this?" In the distance, a roar echoed, shaking the treetops. "It's a beast-hide," someone shouted. Turns out the monsters had gathered earlier, waiting for the fresh feast. According to national law, all warriors are prioritized to eliminate monsters within the secret realm, seen as both duty and a chance to level up. So the great battle erupted. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams mixed with the clash of weapons. And in an instant, a warrior beheaded a giant beast, black blood spraying out like a fountain. Many people began to coordinate smoothly, working together to defeat the larger monsters. The battle seemed choreographed, as grand as a blockbuster film. In a corner of the battlefield, Suzhou shouted loudly, unleashing his bloodline power and swinging his sword with a roar. A gust of cold air swept in like a snowstorm, freezing the entire area. The monsters in front of him turned to stone, then shattered like broken ice. But just then, a beast quietly slipped from behind, its sharp-toothed mouth wide open, ready to bite. So Chow. The scream echoes from afar as a devastating atomic punch strikes. Slash. A blinding beam of light cuts through the air, piercing the monster's body and leaving a large hole like a rice cooker, causing the beast to scream in agony before collapsing. No one else but Dichhoa was the one who acted. He shrugged and said, "Be too focused and you forget your support. Watch your back a bit." Suozhou turned back, looking somewhat embarrassed, but still nodded. "Thank you. I owe you my life this time." "Ah," Dichhoa sneered. "It's fine. Just copy my homework when you get to university." After a while, all the monsters in the secret realm had been completely destroyed, leaving only piles of charred bones scattered across the ground like a post-apocalyptic battlefield. Did none of the monsters in this secret realm know how to fight? Did Hoa, have you killed so many monsters already? The beasts you've slain don't look like normal ones. Their bodies are strangely disintegrated, as if cleansed from the inside out. They have no obvious wounds, but every cell seems to be rotting from within. Did he use something on them? A terrifying form of energy, nuclear radiation, colorless, odorless, unstoppable, and occurring in absolute silence. It penetrates into living beings, destroying from the inside out. Wherever the plague passes, life disappears. He is like a deadly virus, and this energy is not human. Meanwhile, the people around are whispering and gossiping. How did the sky and earth change so quickly? Could it be a high-level martial artist supporting them? No way, one person exclaimed. Among this crowd is the top scorer of this year's university entrance exam in unveiling. What? The top scholar? But isn't it just a martial artist? A martial artist who can kill so many demons? A punk standing nearby snorted. Don't you guys watch the live broadcast of this year's exam? What's so interesting about high school students fighting? You idiot. A high school student fighting off 10 guys alone is pretty impressive. The excited students start gathering around Hoa, calling each other like they're bringing pigs back to the pen. After a while, cheers ring out again from afar. The signal has been sent. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We have won. The monsters are beginning to retreat. So Chow finally let out a sigh of relief, having survived the first wave of the beast tide. With over 1,000 martial artists gathered initially, now only about 800 remain, many wounded. Before he could finish speaking, Hoa dragged along a large pile of stone bags containing demon beast corpses, dragging them over to So Chow and complaining, "How am I supposed to carry all these spoils of war?" So Chow almost choked and shot him a glance. "Where did you find so many demon cores?" Then he quickly took out a sparkling ring and said, "This is my space ring. Put everything inside first." Hoa looked at the ring for a while, then chuckled, half seriously, half joking. "It's worth hundreds of millions. I didn't expect you, So Chow, to be so secretly wealthy." At that moment, someone outside ran in to announce that their martial arts master had arrived. The crowd immediately clapped and cheered, thankful that he had defeated the Lord-level monster. Otherwise, they would have all been dead on the spot. A tall, muscular man with tattoos covering his body walks in, each step exuding the power of a mountain. He stepped in front of Hoa, smiling and extending his hand. "Hello. You're the top scorer of the Anthan University entrance exam, right? I am Vosam, captain of the Vongan Lang division in Anthan. I just heard our members recount your heroic deeds. I don't know if you're interested in joining our martial arts team. Joining won't affect your college studies, and you'll even receive significant subsidies. I am ready to sign an S-rank membership contract with you." Hoa was a bit stunned. You never expected a major martial arts guild like Vongan Lang to personally invite you to join, let alone with a prestigious S-level contract. A person nearby gasped. "Oh my God, Big Brother Vosam personally invited Hoa. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without support from a martial arts sect, independent fighters find it very difficult to maintain their path, not to mention the costs of medicine, demon cores, and training, all of which are as expensive as gold. Moreover, Vongan Lang in Ha Quoc is considered one of the prestigious martial arts alliances, and an S-rank contract is something even students from Hoado University might not attain." Just as the atmosphere was still lively from Vosam's invitation, a girl riding a majestic black tiger appeared as if from a legend. "Vosam, I'm telling you, why are you so quick to hold back? Turns out you were just rushing to cut in line. Student translator, join our successful martial arts team. Although our scale is smaller than Vongan's, I can assure you that as long as you agree, each victory will earn you 15% of the training resources for the entire martial arts group." What? 15% of the training resources? Isn't this just like a shareholder, a high school student causing two major martial arts factions to fight so fiercely that they end up making crazy concessions? Surrounded by eager gazes, Hoa just scratched his ear and nonchalantly apologized, saying he's not planning to join any martial arts faction for now. A statement like a cold splash of water on both martial arts groups, but he still politely shakes hands with Vosam. Vosam is not angry at all. Instead, he pats him on the shoulder warmly. "It's okay, Hoa. Consider this a friendship for now. If you need help in the future, just contact me anytime. The Cheongdot Martial Arts Group, we are always ready to support you." The atmosphere starts to lighten until Vosam frowns. "Wait, which hand did you shake hands with me just now? Was it the right hand you just used to clean your ear?" Hoa nonchalantly, "Just ignore it." While Vosam was still wiping his hands frantically, So Chow stepped closer, having pushed back the beast tide. "Now we can freely explore this mysterious place, which feels like an ancient forest with no exit." He pointed upward, saying, Let's climb a tree first to get a better view before deciding what to do next. Dich Hoa nodded. All right. The two of them shot up like two arrows darting through the crimson canopy. So Chow whispered to Dich Hoa, "Too fast." In an instant, they had climbed to the towering trees, red leaves flying like blood snow. What the hell is that? A giant creature loomed before them, tall enough to swallow the sky itself, its rough, mountain-like scales and every breath causing the surrounding forest to tremble. So Chow swallowed hard. This thing is over 1,000 meters tall, it's hard to believe. In contrast to her fear, Dich Hoa's eyes sparkled like a child who just saw a treat, which wasn't hard to imagine. We are still young, and in a few years we might be able to conquer beasts as large as these, or even uncover the true nature of the secret realm. Seeing Dich Hoa in front of him, So Chow couldn't help but admire secretly. No wonder he's Dich Hoa. While facing powerful unknown entities, I might be scared, but Dich Hoa is excited. Not only in martial arts, but even in willpower. I am far behind him. Dich Hoa, he is the true martial artist. While So Chow was reminiscing, Dich Hoa was secretly tapping his foot, excited. Your demonic cores will eventually belong to your father. Suddenly, Dich Hoa's expression turned serious as he activated his sonic wave to scan the surroundings. Strange. My life force field can detect the distribution of energy throughout the secret realm, but in the southeast direction, it's completely empty, with no living creatures, as if it's a vacuum. I muttered to myself, things that are unusual always have a reason. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Immediately after, Dich Hoa pointed forward like a general, indicating the lake. So Chow looked in the direction of the gesture and immediately saw a vast lake appearing far away in the forest. There really is a lake there, let's go see it. The forest is strangely silent now. No birds singing, no wind blowing, only the soft sound of footsteps echoing among the fiery red leaves. Dich Hoa and So Chow are heading towards the lake when suddenly Dich Hoa's eyes light up. Ahead, a familiar figure stands by the trail leading down to the lake's edge. It's Vu Lei, the girl who once helped him buy medicine out of jealousy and was the first to say, "This kid has a future." Isn't this our top scholar Dich Hoa? I never expected the little kid from before to be this impressive now. Wow, Vu Lei, you even know the top scholar in Than? The girl below also looked up, clearly excited. That's right, hurry up and introduce us. During the Beast Tide, the top scholar was truly magnificent. Dich Huang felt a bit shy, but still approached politely and asked, "Sister Vu Lei, have you been here long?" Vu Lei nodded gently and replied kindly, "We haven't been here long either. Two of our teammates who are good at swimming have already gone into the lake to explore, and if anything happens, they'll report immediately." At that moment, a head suddenly emerged from the water, a soaked-haired young man clinging to the grass by the shore, shouting excitedly as if he had just hit the jackpot. "We're rich! We're rich!" Vu Lu frowned and asked again, "Tell me clearly, what exactly is this fortune?" "There are relics under the lake, no doubt about it. They are real relics. This time we're really rich." Vu Lei couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Really? Great, I finally found a major opportunity." Over here, Dich Hoa frowns and asks, "So Chow, what is a relic?" Why is everyone so excited like they've just found a divine sword? So Chow exhaled, lowering her voice as if teaching a lesson. In the mysterious world, there are sometimes ancient mysterious structures believed to be remnants of previous civilizations. Experts call them relics. It is said that the foundations of modern martial arts theory and many genetic technologies today all originate from discoveries made in such relics. Dich Huang's eyes lit up, meaning this place isn't just for fighting, but also for treasure hunting. At that moment, the young man named Vu Duong from Vu Lei's group widened his eyes in caution, his hand touching the banana sword. "Are there others? Who are you two to eavesdrop on our conversation?" "Wait a moment, Vu Duong, this is Dich Hoa and Su Chow, the top scorer and second place of this year's N-City University entrance exam. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists, so there's no loss in letting them join." Dich Hoa squinted, looking cool. "That's right, elder brother. Don't get excited. Not only are we not eavesdropping, but we can also help you explore the ruins." Vu Duong narrowed his eyes and then asked, "How will the rewards be divided?" Dich Hoa shrugged and waved his hand as if signing an investment contract. "We are external support, sharing according to effort. Whatever we contribute is what we get." "Good times." Vu Duong looked at them for a moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, I'll let you two join for now, but don't try anything sneaky." Inside, he's still whispering to himself to reassure the top scorer and the second-place scholar. Better not to offend them in the future. A moment later, the team descended into the river, the cold water cutting through like blades. Their vision blurred, only faintly seeing the flickering fluorescent lights on each other's shoulders. with Vu Duong leading, his swimming posture powerful like a martial arts-trained shark. Finally, they swam into an underground cave deep within the rock. Vu Duong signaled everyone to stop, and then spoke urgently. Passing through this cave leads to the ruins, but where is Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to guard here? A young guy from the team wiped water off his face, acting as if he was doing a fortune-telling reading. Maybe he discovered a treasure and sneaked away before us. Vu Duong immediately took out the communication device and shouted in despair like a father lost in a supermarket. Hey, Li Wei, answer me. Can you hear me? Li Wei's voice echoed back, only the sound of trickling water and an unsettling silence. Vu Liu stepped forward and looked at the cave entrance carefully. Have you checked this cave thoroughly? Did you find any traces of monsters? Vu Duong replied, looking a bit guilty. Levi and I already baited to test, but we didn't see a single hair of a monster, as if this cave was completely cleaned out. A girl in the team whispered, her voice slightly trembling. It's too dangerous. Levi disappeared like that. Should we keep going or not? But Vu Duong was completely fired up, as if what lay ahead wasn't a monster lair but a stock trading floor. Exploration. I must explore. Huapu Kuai Bei is right in front of us. If we don't dare to pick it up, we'll only be worthy of being low-level martial artists for life. If you're afraid of death, get out. If you want wealth, follow the path of the weak. My 3 teammates beside me didn't say a word, but their eyes clearly showed that death isn't scary. Losing your share is the real pain. Vu Duong looked around and saw no one was retreating, so he nodded. Since no one is retreating, let's go. Vu Lei's team continues to move deeper into the cave. The air grew colder and colder, water dripping like a ticking clock counting down to something. Suddenly, Vu Duong shined his flashlight on the damp ground and spotted a series of footprints. Dich Hoa immediately narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. He turned to look at So Chow, and the two exchanged a look as if communicating telepathically. Her mouth movements don't match. So Chow nodded slightly and whispered back. Her mouth movements are correct, but the timing doesn't match. She glances at Vu Li walking ahead, quickly piecing the information together in her mind, her mouth movements, what she said. They only arrived at the lake about 15 minutes ago, but they have already entered the cave, passing through the tunnel to find the secret path to the relic. You smirk inwardly. The mouth movements really look like activating in hidden map mode in a game. Do you want me to remind your acquaintance to get out of here? But Dai Hoa just smirked sinisterly, looking no different from a horror movie villain that everyone wants to know what he's hiding in his pocket. His mouth moved. Don't worry, I have a trump card. After passing through the dark tunnel, the team was led by Vu Duong to an unfamiliar area. The cave ceiling was covered with thick seaweed, hanging like strands of hair swaying in the gloomy breeze. Among the greenish algae, countless white bones and dull gray demon cores were exposed, looking like forgotten Halloween decorations left too long in the fridge. Vu Duong frowned, his voice serious. These are soul cores. They've lost their light, drained of energy long ago. He glanced around, his eyes darkening, not surprised that no monsters appeared when they went underwater. It turns out something has devoured them all. Behind Vu Lei, he whispered. Vu Duong, where is the relic? We've arrived, but before we could get an answer, a girl in the team tremblingly raised her hand and pointed to a spot among the seaweed. Her mouth was agape, but she couldn't make a sound. It was the corpse of Li Wei clearly revealed. He was tightly entangled by the seaweed, his body dried out like a fish for the stove, his face distorted and the ghostly aura on him completely exhausted. The air around him froze. Vu Lei's face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Lai Bi is dead. Vu Duong knelt down, holding his head in his hands. Where is the relic? Why can't I see it? What are we here for? Where did Ditich go? As he was still shouting in despair, a strange phenomenon occurred. Bumps and lumps began to form on Vu Duong's head, as if something was crawling beneath his scalp. His whole body trembled violently, mumbling incoherently. Levi died from the vines. I think I should run faster too. That was the last thing he shouted before his head exploded with a wet bang. Blood and flesh spraying out like a horror-themed fireworks display. A series of long, writhing tentacles like octopus tentacles emerged from his neck. Vu Li shouted, Vu Duong! Could he be? Before he could finish speaking, a blinding beam of energy shot through the remaining part of Vu Duong's head, or rather, the parasite controlling his body. That was Dich Hoa acting, with eyes as cold as ice in a freezer. Who would have thought the demon beast could be so intelligent? After killing 2 warriors, it even parasitized one of their brains and used him as bait to lure more prey. He looked around, his voice lowering as if reciting a eulogy. It looks like we've entered its hunting ground. Right above you, a giant shadow slowly emerges from the thick fog. A strange demon beast appears, its long tentacles whipping down like furious spaghetti, twisting to block all exits as a huge boulder is dragged and slammed shut over the cave entrance. Everyone was panicking. The monster blocked the way. It doesn't intend to let us leave. So Chow took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide, recalling the horror story she had read. I've seen this kind of creature controlling the vines before. It's a second-rank demon beast, a king-level monster. Hearing this, Vu Lo broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color. Second-rank king-level monsters cannot be judged by normal standards. We are only first-rank martial artists. How can we fight this? But Dich Hoa just smiled faintly, his eyes shining with murderous intent. I don't care what level it is. Today I will crush it like Du Hu being run over by a cart. At that moment, a loud explosion like thunder rang out from the back entrance, sending rocks flying and filling the air with smoke and dust as if fireworks were going off at a funeral. From the smoke, a tall and muscular man steps out, his torn cloak billowing as if borrowing the hero's role from a superhero film, roaring, "I am here to take your life, Dich Hoa." No one else. It's the bloodline warrior of the 8 segments. As Dich Hoa finished speaking, he suddenly turned around with a cold gaze. "Oh, someone still remembers me?" The burly man standing amidst the lingering smoke chuckled maniacally like a madman. "I heard that in the secret area of Kongthu Sun, someone dared to use nuclear radiation abilities to fight the beast tide. I immediately knew it had to be you. I tracked the remaining radiation traces and ventured into this underground cavern, holding my breath and pretending to be dead until my heart stopped to avoid detection. Yet you still recognized me. I am truly worthy of being called the one who once pushed the Hoke family to the brink." Dich Hoa frowned sincerely, eyes slightly narrowed. "Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?" Burst in cursing and then want to fight. "Do we know each other?" The honest answer almost made the big guy spit blood out of anger. "Don't pretend you don't know. I'm here to take revenge. Die." He charged like a furious storm, fists and kicks wildly flying. "Wait a minute. Could this be the lair of the demon spider? Have they lured me into a monster's den? Annoying. Dich Hoa, is this also your plan? Demon Ma Dang absorbs weapons and releases neurotoxins. If this keeps up, I'm sure I'll die here." "Damn it, you dare to mess with me." Dich Hoa still stands there with his arms crossed, so calm it's almost infuriating. "Uncle, you're imagining things. We've only just met." On the other side, the beast vines tightly wrapped around the bulky man. He roared, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. "Damn it, I came to find that damn Dich Hoa, not your dry grass." The fierce collision between him and the monster causes the entire cave to shake, with rocks falling from the ceiling. Vu Li shouted in panic, "It's not good. The cave is about to collapse from the battle." Just then, Dich Hoa's voice rang out strongly from behind. Everyone stepped back. Everyone turned around and saw Dich Hoa gradually activating his gorilla form, his body bulging with powerful muscles, mouth open to the sky gathering nuclear energy. A bright, compressed sphere was shot forcefully up the cave ceiling, creating a blazing light pathway as if opening the gates of hell. So Bin Dich Hoa pointed out the way. Chi Vu Lei led everyone to run ahead. But at that moment, the giant man finished dealing with the vines, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Dich Hoa, saying, "Don't even think about running." He gathered his strength into a shining fist like a shooting star and charged straight at Dich Hoa. At the critical moment, a cold blade of sword energy sliced through. So Chow stepped in, standing between the two, swinging his sword in a wide arc. "If there's any guilt here, don't even think about hurting Dich Hoa, not even a hair." The big guy laughs, as if watching children play with axes. "My son is an 8-section martial artist, and you think a fake-grade sword aura can even hurt me?" At that moment, Dich Hoa's voice rang out like a death knell. "Hey, nosy uncle, where are you looking?" Boom! An extremely powerful nuclear fist from the energy core strikes directly at his face. The punch, carrying the weight of a mini-nuclear reactor, knocked him down to the ground, creating a clear human-shaped crater, as if someone had buried an elephant in concrete. Dich Hoa turned to look at So Chow, his voice deep but firm. "You go ahead, this guy is a martial artist. It's a bit tough for you to deal with him right now. Hand him over to me." No need for words, everyone immediately followed Dich Hoa's instructions and swim quickly back to the shore. At the same time, the demon behind was going berserk. Tentacles wildly thrashing and tearing up seaweed, mud, and debris, turning the water into a murky, blood-stained chaos. It had fully manifested, and aimed to destroy everything. Above the water, Vu Le climbed onto the shore and anxiously asked, "Where is Dich Hoa?" Suo Zhou didn't answer, only quietly turned to look back at the flooded cave. Below, nuclear energy from Dich Hoa is erupting, with shockwaves shaking the earth, making the river roar. In the fog, Dich Hoa has activated a new form, a colossal primordial titan. A giant arm with a faint metallic sheen rises from the water, grabbing the unsuspecting martial artist. He barely has time to say, "Wait," before being crushed like a ripe grape. His body was pale purple, completely paralyzed, collapsing like a tangle of torn roots. The shockwaves from that strike spread out, causing the entire riverbank to shake violently. The trees sway, birds scatter in all directions, and everyone staggers as if struck by an earthquake. Through the thick mist of water and dust, So Chow briefly glimpsed the towering figure of a giant titan standing firm in the heart of the cave. But a moment later, the form disappeared, leaving only lightning tearing through the sky and swirling dust. Soon after, Dichhua swam back to the shore, returning in his normal appearance, with wet hair and a tired but rugged look. So Chow ran over, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Dichhua sighed, pointing to himself. "Give me your clothes." After a few minutes changing clothes, the two sat down. So Chow frowned and asked, "Oh, what exactly was that explosion earlier?" Dichhua replied with a half-serious, half-teasing expression, "It's the mysterious martial artist. He brought a plasma bomb, intending to sacrifice himself along with the demon." "What? That plasma bomb is a banned weapon in the army? How did he get his hands on it?" Also, I felt that explosion was even more powerful than a plasma electric bomb. Moreover, through the thick smoke, I think I saw a giant creature. Dichhua quickly turned away, sweating profusely. "No, it's nothing. Probably just the explosion. You must have misjudged." Inside I was shouting. Luckily I managed to get past them. "If I reveal the monster's power, it'll be a big problem." I had to go a bit too far. That martial artist was crushed to the point there's no body left to investigate anymore. At least we got the demon core, so it wasn't a waste. Wu Li then stood up and waved goodbye from afar. "We'll take our leave now. Sorry for not only wasting your effort this time, but also forcing you to save us. Whenever you recover, we will repay you." Dichhua also waved back, smiling politely. "Don't be polite, Sister Wu Li. Consider this as my repayment for your help before. If you still want to repay me, wouldn't I owe you another favor?" Both sides exchanged polite, knowing smiles. After everyone left, Dichhua and So Chow stood side by side, both looking radiant, but their eyes were very dangerous. Now it's time to enjoy hunting monsters. 3 days later, at the exit gate of Hongsho Mountain's secret realm, a sharp sound echoed. Dichhua and So Chow finally break through the secret realm, leaping out together through an opening torn in the wind, like two bullets. As they land, before they even dust themselves off, they both stare up in shock. Above them is a newly formed small town with houses packed closely together, and large transport planes flying back and forth like bees. Wait, it's only been 3 days. So Chow was stunned. Just yesterday it was a wasteland, now it's turned into an extraction zone. Dichhuang looked up at the bustling crowd like a swarm of ants, frowning. Ha Kwok's construction ability is truly formidable. The two quickly headed to the prize exchange area, and as soon as they arrived, Dichhua slammed a heavy bag of spirit stones onto the counter, making the table shake loudly. The staff behind the counter was startled, almost dropping the restraining board. "Sir, please be gentle. If the goods are damaged during inspection, it won't be beneficial for you. Sorry for the trouble. I have too many items and need to check quickly before lunch. Rest assured, we are experts." Hearing that, Dichhua let out a sigh of relief, began removing the space ring on her finger, raising it high as if unlocking a seal. "Let's begin." Each huge bag of spirit stones was taken out, lining up like a miniature city wall. 4 or 5 bags already taken out. Each time a bag of spirit stones was removed, the table sank a little more, and the staff member's face grew paler and paler. Her eyes no longer looked at the spirit stones, but at Dichhua, as if she were watching a legendary black market trader dealing in forbidden goods. Only when the last bag was set down did Dichhua finally wipe his hands and let out a relieved breath. "Are you done taking everything, sir?" Dichhua smiled slyly, like someone who had just plucked a treasure trove out of a market stall. "It's done, but you need to make sure to settle the accounts quickly because we still have quite a few spiritual medicines here." Inside the transaction room, it's bustling with activity as a group of people gather around the appraisal table. Everyone's eyes lit up like headlights when they saw the spirit stones and the pile of fiery medicinal herbs just brought in. Oh my god, this is a 10-leaf spirit herb, at least 300 years old, extremely rare. Even professional alchemists struggle to find it. What do you mean? Are you combining the 6 flowers? That's the main ingredient for refining the sea pill. This kid, is he going to a secret realm or gathering divine relics? Even just this pile of spiritual herbs, even if their quality isn't high, is worth over 30 million. And some rare spiritual medicines can be even more expensive. A young man shakes his head full of envy. He got rich overnight. At that moment, someone else sighed as if they couldn't believe it. "You're mistaken, old man. What luck are you talking about? That pile of rare herbs couldn't have been obtained just by luck. Messing with someone like him, you'll probably have to choke him to get your savings back. From a distant corner, Hoa crossed his arms and watched, his eyes calm as if used to admiration. The white core, the green core, they no longer hold any value for him. It's time to exchange everything for money. He chuckled softly, muttering as if reciting poetry. The 5 green cores from the 3rd-rank demon beast during the Beasttide and the gold core of the demon ghost tree, a 2nd-rank royal species, are truly valuable. A moment later, the bank phone rings softly. The account gains 27,570 yuan. The magic cores are settled. Now it's time to find buyers for the batch of elixir. Yihua was calculating when he stepped out of the transaction room. Suddenly, a sleek black supercar screeched to a halt in front of him, stopping proudly. A dashing old man stepped out of the car, smiling warmly, but his eyes were sharp like a cunning merchant. "Hello, are you Hoa? I am Lidu Tianchu from Bin Hoa Pharmacy. I heard you have good stuff. I'm willing to pay 1% above market price." Hoa glanced over, and a warning light immediately went off in his mind as expected. Personal information has been leaked, probably by those old foxes at the identification center. But then, he shrugged it off. It's no big deal since I was planning to sell anyway, and now someone is bringing the money directly to me so I don't have to run around. After the negotiation, Li Dutian nodded in satisfaction, got into the car, but didn't forget to look back. "Next time you have goods, remember to find me first." Hoa watched the car leave and his phone lit up again. The account added 7. U50.64 Wen. He furrowed his brow, a calculating look in his eyes. With this amount of money, upgrading himself by another 10% might be worth it. Personal strength is the true principle. Ordinary gen medicines or white and green cores no longer have any effect on me. Then he sighed heavily. His own clone was even more annoying than someone else's wife. Even high-grade blood jade or advanced gene medicine are beyond my reach. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, he snapped his fingers. That's right, there's another path through martial arts. Old memories flash back like a rewind. The college entrance exam, Hoa alone holding back Luthan Truk and the warriors entirely, thanks to the powerful control panel and the abilities from the monster's DNA. But when it comes to martial arts, I still fall far behind the senior brothers at the martial arts school. If I could master powerful skills, my strength would be truly complete. "Homemaker," Hoa shouted fiercely. "Old Dang, I'm here to ask for some gold." And then he shot forward like a missile, leaving a cloud of dust behind. At Anthan High School's principal's office, the sound of tea being poured softly echoes in the quiet room as a hot cup is filled, and the principal appears deeply moved, as if reuniting with a long-lost family member. "Hoa, I didn't expect you to still remember this old school," he said emotionally as he patted your shoulder, as if he were squeezing a national treasure. Hoa laughed happily and said, "Don't be so formal, principal. I only remember because of our bond. How could I not be touched? You are the top scorer in the university entrance exam, a shining example for the teachers, for Antan School, and for the entire education system of our country," the principal said enthusiastically, as if giving a speech before the National Assembly. Hoa opened the small box, took out a large bottle of ginseng wine. "Teacher, this is just some medicinal wine from the Bin Hoa shop. Not bribe, just a token of respect for the elders." The principal's eyes lit up like high beams as he heard that. Oh my, such a well-behaved student with great achievements and admirable character. Who wouldn't cherish someone who respects their elders and humbles themselves? Hoa smiled and leaned to the side, then said, "Teacher, actually I have a favor to ask today. I want to learn some powerful martial skills, but since I haven't entered university yet, I can't access the training resources, so I have to rely on the martial clans for help. Do you know any contacts who can help?" The principal stroked his chin, looking somewhat suspicious. "You got into Hoa City already, so why not wait until school starts? What's the rush?" Hoa's eyes sparkled brightly as she said with emotion, "Teacher, I want to improve faster. I'm afraid of falling behind." The principal nodded like a Zen master gaining enlightenment. "All right, I will help you with the introduction. You are a special talent. For a student like you, you can't just be taught according to a standard mold. To educate is to be flexible. Don't let regulations kill potential." Hoa whispers, as if giving a pledge. The principal is right. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Luckily, there are still those in education who understand that. The principal burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're quite the talker. Being perceptive is truly admirable." The next day, while Hoa was taking a shower, the phone rang. "It's done. You can leave now." The principal's voice rang clearly over the loudspeaker. "Thank you, sir. Oh, may I ask which warrior clan agreed?" There was a pause. "Huh? The Liu family and Anthan really agreed to pass down the secret technique to me. Outside the outskirts of Anthan, the roar of engines tearing through the wind. On a large motorcycle, a young man is riding with a girl whose blonde hair shines like the evening sun. Kit, you're going too fast. I'm a little scared, but you're really amazing. Kit raised his head, smiling confidently. It's nothing. You haven't seen all of my potential yet. Just then, a voice from somewhere rang out like a divine warning. Bo Teo, don't lose focus while driving on the highway. If you're not careful, your loved ones might have to write your eulogy. The couple turned back and Dichhua was riding a bicycle. What the hell is wrong with him? Are you trying to scare someone to death? Kit was furious, saying, An old bicycle like this dares to race with me? After he finished speaking, he revved the engine. The motorcycle sped off like a missile, leaving a trail of thick smoke. No one can match me no matter who they are. Brother Kit is truly awesome. The girl behind her praised enthusiastically. Dichhua slightly smirked. You think you're better than me? Fine, let's go all out. Suddenly, a nuclear energy explosion causes your bike to speed up like a missile. You're too slow now, my friend. Dichhua shouted back as they sped ahead, like wind passing through young leaves. Kit and his girlfriend were stunned, their faces distorted by the wind. Wow, your beak is going that fast now. That speed is almost like a plane. Dichhua stops his bike in front of a large mansion. In front of him is a Western-style building with a black iron gate decorated with luxurious patterns. The garden is trimmed like in a TV drama. Wow, truly a prestigious martial arts family. He gently releases a wave of energy, sensing the hidden forces around him, and a few powerful auras make his head numb. Damn, these people are all genuine and valuable. Liu Truk stepped out through the gate, gently waving her hand and asking, You're here? Dichhua smiled softly, raising an eyebrow and asking, Are you unhappy to see me? Thang Truk blushed and stammered, No, it's not like that. My mother told me to come greet you, now let's go meet her. Dichhua follows, and the two of them walk through the spacious garden, where a few servants are trimming the trees, heading towards the grand hall. Thang Truk looks up and calls out loudly, Mom, Dichhua is here. The sound of high heels tapping softly on the stone floor as a platinum-haired woman with red lips and an elegant figure descends the stairs, her presence making others instinctively lift their eyes. Welcome home, my child. That woman is the head of the Liu family, Tan Lam. Dichhua saw her and was filled with rage, nostrils flaring with hot smoke. In his mind, only one phrase echoed, Your Excellency, I have realized it now. After the exam ended at the Liu family, Liu Truk returned home defeated and faced her mother who had high hopes for her. They remained silent for a long time without saying a word to each other. Mom, Thang Truk's face looked like she was about to cry, but contrary to her fears, her mother gently crossed her arms and said, Thang Truk, don't worry. I watched the live match between you and Dichhua. You have performed very well. Dichhua's abilities are top-notch even in the Hoa Du exam, so don't blame yourself. I didn't expect my mother to acknowledge me and not put pressure on myself. Liu Truk couldn't say anything. She stood there trembling before her mother, seemingly blaming herself for being too weak, and at this moment her mother straightened up and seriously discussed her plans for the Liu family's future with Thang Truk. Your younger brother's abilities are limited, and he cannot take over the Liu family. Only you can bear the responsibility for the Liu family now. But you are a girl, and you were born this way. Then she revealed the harsh truth of the Liu family, that your father passed away early, and now our Liu family has no grandmaster to support us. The power of the family is declining so much that we have to stay in this small end city. If a major family demands a marriage alliance with you, we basically have no right to refuse. This also means that the Liu family will be swallowed up by others, and 100 years of legacy will be handed over to someone else. So my mother wants you to be together. What do you think? Hearing this, if Thang Truk was truly surprised, she hadn't expected this at all, her cheeks flushing and her heart pounding. Then Liu Truk's mother seriously continued to share her vision regarding her daughter's rival, Dichhua. Dichhua is quite impressive, with exceptional talent, a simple family background, and limitless potential. Based on my observation, he is not a malicious person. You don't need to answer right now, just try living with him first. Back in the present, Dichhua is at Liu Truk's house, acting as a guest before the beautiful, queen-like mother. She greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him, welcoming Dichhua into the Liu family. Dichhua shyly bowed his head respectfully. Hello, I brought a small gift. Still, this guy even thoughtfully brought a gift to Liu Truk's house, probably trying to flatter her. Without beating around the bush, Liu Truk's mother looked down and asked directly. I heard Principal Natrung say, You want to learn some advanced martial arts, right? Dichhua was surprisingly obedient. Yes, then she told her daughter to let Thang Truk take him there. This also took Dichhua by surprise. He subtly looked up and thought to himself, Why did you agree so quickly? Then Liu Thuntruk's mother casually approached Dich Hoa and deliberately created some space for the two of them. Thon Truk will take you to the Liu family's martial arts library, which contains forbidden techniques that cannot be taken out, so you only have one day to learn there. Her eyes now became serious and completely focused as she looked at him and said, "The three mysterious imperial martial arts are hidden inside the martial arts vault. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability." With the approval of Lady Liu, Dich Hoa also respectfully and sincerely thanked her. He clasped his hands and bowed his head before Liu Thuntruk's mother. "Yes, Dich Hoa thanks the Liu family." She turned her face to look at Dich Hoa, her expression filled with mystery as she pondered in her mind. "Are you thanking the Liu family instead of Tan Lam herself? It seems he has given the Liu family a promise." "Very good, Dich Hoa. In the future, the Liu family will make sure you keep your promise." Then she smiled, very pleased as she looked at Dich Hoa in front of her. A very clever child. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Meanwhile, Dich Hoa just muttered to himself, not understanding why this woman kept having some kind of connection with him. Why did her gaze feel so strange? Thon Truk sensed her mother's curiosity but dared not speak. After a while, she led Dich Hoa to Tang Kat Vo, a path leading into a dark tunnel. Thon Truk slowly walks ahead, leading the way, while Dich Hoa follows closely behind, shadowing her small, delicate figure. Suddenly he stopped and curiously asked Thon Truk, "Your classmate. Why do I always feel like your eyes keep avoiding me?" Now that he's hit her sore spot, Thon Truk was startled and didn't dare to turn her head back. "I don't have it," but Mr. Dich Hoa suddenly jumped close to Liu Thuntruk, smiling and saying, "Really? So that's how it is." As she blushed deeply on both cheeks, too embarrassed to speak, then deliberately kept her distance from him. Thang Truk shouted in surprise, "What the hell are you doing getting so close?" Dich Hoa staggered and fell over, laughing loudly. Soon after, Thon Truk led Dich Hoa to a large stone-faced door, a thick stone door, and both looked up. Now Thon Truk turned to speak to Dich Hoa, saying, "This is the Thachmon made from Hoa Luk Thash, a special type of stone mined from the secret realm that can neutralize the attack of a Huyen Vosu without breaking." Dich Hoa just wanted to try too. "Can I throw a punch?" But Thon Truk still confidently said, "Go ahead." Her face darkened as she hesitated in her mind. This guy's idea is so strange. Shouldn't he be praising the miracle of this type of stone? As soon as Thon Truk agrees, Dich Hoa begins gathering atomic energy into his palm, emitting a familiar blue light, and he clenches his fist and strikes with great force. Having witnessed the terror of Dich Hoa's attack on the arena, when Thon Truk saw him perform the move, her eyes widened in fear, and the blue light of that martial art brought back terrifying memories, causing her to turn away and close her eyes. Now that the energy is fully gathered, Dich Hoa immediately punches the sturdy gate in front of him with full force. The energy from his punch radiates intensely, shaking the entire tunnel, as if it will be an earth-shattering blow that will crush the entire underground space in one strike. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the door, the energy suddenly vanished, and the atmosphere naturally became unexpectedly silent and awkward. Taking the opportunity to laugh at Dich Hoa, Liu Thuntruk covered her mouth and giggled, while Dich Hoa still couldn't understand. "Aren't you going to react? That's strange. The moment you touch the stone wall, it's like punching into the ocean, sinking into mud, with over 90% of the force absorbed." Liu Thuntruk behind him chuckled. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to learn martial arts," whispering to herself, He, Dich Hoa. Even you can be defeated sometimes." So the door was opened by the owner himself, and the two entered a secret chamber filled with numerous martial arts documents and materials. Thon Truk began to introduce. "The martial arts here include body techniques, defense, powerful strikes, swordsmanship, and some other skills." Then softly ask him, "Which one do you want to learn? Just use this personal card to unlock the access. Huyen Hoang martial technique is located where?" She led him to a place with a modern card scanner and said, "If you want to access the deepest part of the small stone chamber, you must scan your card first." Then she seriously explained to Dich Hoa, "But you won't be able to comprehend the Huyen Hoang martial skill in just one day. At most, you'll only learn a little to practice. I feel that my mother granting you access to the Huyen Hoang martial skill may not necessarily be good for you. I can help you pick out a few books related to Huyen Hoang Vokai that suit your martial skills. Here we go again. Are you thinking about me?" She blushed with irritation and thought to herself that she didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He pointed his hand up, trying to hold back, and Dich Hoa continued, You don't need to worry about me. I know my own heart. If I want to learn, I naturally want to learn the strongest. The Huyen Hoang martial technique is right in front of me, but I don't have the courage to learn it, so I might as well go home." Then I curiously asked, Is this door made of black essence stone? Than Truk slowly enters the password and replies, should we keep the secret code strictly for the mysterious imperial martial technique? Vault. This type of black energy stone is extremely rare. So an important gate has been opened, allowing Dishhua to freely enter between the two shadows of the two people imprinted on the floor. Than Truk continues to remind that the black energy stone used to build this wall has been collected since my great-grandfather's time. Inside, there are many extremely high-grade crystal safes, and outside they are reinforced with gold and very securely fortified, with each safe bearing the inscription Flesh-Body Demon. To understand this, Than Truk took the initiative to speak first. Learning the mysterious imperial martial arts is not about watching, but about sensing the meaning conveyed by the author in the martial techniques. If you cannot sense it, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with its meaning, you cannot cultivate the mysterious yellow martial technique. In short, the mysterious yellow martial technique is alive. It is not the martial artist who chooses it, but it chooses the martial artist. Hearing that, Dishhua became even more excited, opening his wide mouth and laughing loudly, saying, just right. The cursed body of the demon prison. I am the chosen heir of this martial arts sect. A shadow of the cursed demon prison body appeared, more terrifying than the body itself. He stood with his legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes shining with anticipation. But suddenly that confident expression disappeared, replaced by a worried face that trembled. Oh yeah, the Huyan Huang martial art is not a book, but a statue, and the towering figure in front of him is a distorted demon monster statue sitting on a corpse and trampling on the heads of those it has slaughtered. As soon as he saw Dishhua, he stepped back in surprise. He was completely stunned and couldn't have predicted this. As soon as he opened the safe, Dishhua's consciousness was plunged into an illusion. He was bewildered to see behind him a statue of Avalokiteshvara with a face of a demon and one arm missing. Then Dishhua turned his head to look back at the statue with a cautious expression. Is this the martial energy insight they were talking about? Could I have entered the world of martial arts? Isn't the mysterious yellow martial technique a sculpture or a different kind of statue? Than Truk, hearing him say that, immediately explained that it's not just other sculptures, but could also be paintings or tools. Anything can become a vessel for martial arts. That's the wonder of a grandmaster. Dishhuang was startled and snapped out of her illusion, then looked at him and spoke more seriously, saying only a master could refine martial arts and attach them to objects to pass them on to future generations as a form of inheritance. Then Than Truk turned away coldly and left with one last words, now it's up to you. Dishhua hesitated and looked back to ask, relying on myself? Sister, you haven't even told me how to learn this yet. But Than Truk only turned back mysteriously to look at him and replied, sensing the fate that those with a connection will naturally feel it. This statement only made Dishhua more confused. He looks clueless like a cow with a hat. Huh? Then he switches to the tired mode. Dishhua for a minute and a half collapses onto the ground, lying flat, and casually says, if it's meant to be, it will be, right? So I might as well try sleeping for a bit. Watching from the surveillance room, Than Truk also arrived, and with Dishhua's attitude, she couldn't stand it. Dishhua, only you could do something like this. So, this martial arts world is like a spiritual world? I don't have any weapons now, not even a nuclear reaction attack, just like returning to the vulnerable state of an ordinary person. At this moment, the system appears, detecting that the host's consciousness is in a special space to prevent the host from going insane. The system will attempt to stabilize the host's mind, and after reading it, it feels a bit excited, but luckily the system is still here. Suddenly, right where the broken arm of the statue was, a man who looked exactly like the statue appeared standing there and loudly laughed. Ha 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 ha. My martial arts can only be inherited by true men, otherwise I will let it be buried underground. Dishhua turned around in surprise, sitting awkwardly above and then smirking with bright red eyes, challenging, show me you're a real man. When Dishhua saw this, he was stunned, mouth agape, as the man looked exactly like the carved statue, and then a lightning bolt suddenly streaked between them. This person continued speaking at length. When thunder and rain meet, 100 demons roam the night. At that time, you must take over guarding this ruined place for me, and do not let the angry statue be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will pass on to you the skills to guard this place. If you fail, ha ha, the 100 ghosts will gnaw at your mind until you go insane and never walk the path of martial arts again. If you are weak and fragile, run away quickly. A drop of water from the ceiling drips down and lands right on Dishhua's nose. He tilted his head back and chuckled softly, wondering if it was raining. Then, inside the secret chamber, many droplets of water fell simultaneously, and only then did he realize that the trial had begun. The sound of the rain inside grew louder and clearer. Ditchhua tightly gripped his sword, clenched it, and channeled energy into it. Right in front of him, there are many mysterious black shadows with glowing eyes rushing towards Ditchhua, but he still stands tall and faces them without a hint of fear. Ditchhua's face remains cold as he stands firm, trying to control his emotions while the dark, viscous figure begins rushing to attack him, a glowing sword in his hand. Ditchhua holds it out, ready to face the enemy. With a smooth slash, he sweeps away an approaching shadow. That time he split into two, acting decisively and powerfully, then delivering another strike on this side. The glowing slash with incredible force, Ditchhua remains completely emotionless. The rain continues to fall, and Ditchhua is completely in control of the situation. He stands firmly with his legs wide apart, face tilted up with his signature smile, acknowledging. As expected, practicing without weapons against 100 demons must involve hidden tools. There is still a lot of demonic energy, and Ditchhua's two sword strikes are barely scratched, as they split into many large arms and rush to attack him. Ditchhua also soared into the air, surrounded by stormy rain and thunderclaps. Like a dancer, he became the main character wielding his sword at the center, choosing whichever path he desired. He skillfully wields it with ease, as if it heightens Ditchhua's excitement. The man sitting on the roof smirks as he watches. The swarm of hundreds of demons in this martial arts trial feeds on my aura. A small martial artist daring to break out of this broken place is just asking for death. Looks like you're another useless one this time. Martial artists truly are getting worse with each generation. Over here he continues to fight nonstop with his sword in hand. The black, gooey demons kept surrounding Ditchhua, and the more he drew his sword forcefully, the more they attacked him. The man said, "Usually, I am the one who personally goes to pick up their corpses." A demon opportunistically lunged from behind Ditchhua, grabbing his mouth and attacking with both hands, but it couldn't outmatch the top scorer, Anthan. Ditchhua easily sidestepped, causing the shadow demon to miss its target and become furious. Just a moment ago, they thought Ditchhua was weak. Now he's completely surprised and staring wide-eyed. The 100 demons can't get close to him. And Ditchhua also seemed to sense his body. Wet in the rain, he raised his hand and muttered, "It seems that in the spiritual world, the system will automatically protect itself, making me immune to attacks. Then there's nothing better." Ditchhua laughed out loud. "This is just like a tiger growing wings." He opened his big mouth proudly and said, "Isn't this the invincible golden body?" Huh. Ha ha ha. In his view, he saw Ditchhua destroying the demons, becoming increasingly more frantic. He is just as crazy as his personality. This man seems to have rushed to judge Ditchhua. He tilted his head to one side and frowned with curiosity about him. He muttered, "How is this kid not affected by the sound wave? How did he do that?" I can hear and understand what he's thinking as he observes my actions. Ditchhua smirks and says, "Nothing. Just studying hard." The demons in shadowy form sense that he's not someone easy to deal with, so they quickly retreat cautiously. This made the Phoenix's true body acknowledge and praise your hard work in studying. "If you have mastered the 100 demons, I won't go back on my word, and will pass on the inheritance to you. However, it depends on whether you have that strength or not." Ditchhua stands in the rain, perhaps having overcome a trial, quietly looking ahead. The statue has just shattered, revealing a well with fragments of the Buddha statue scattered around it, and inside the well there is a strange, glowing energy. Ditchhua steps forward, looking into the well and muttering, his voice like that of the statue. This well contains the essence of evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life. The internal demon body cultivation technique is also in the well if you can refine it. Before he could finish speaking, Ditchhua had already jumped into the mouth of the well. With his personality, he shows no fear or hesitation at all. He keeps praising and complimenting, trying to act appropriately for the situation. Good, good. To have a junior with such a personality, I've only seen it for the first time. Recalling my glorious days of the past, I was also a hero who entered the S-level secret realm. Then also died because of the internal demon body. As I grow old, my vitality begins to weaken, and the suppressed evil spirits within my body start to fight back, causing me to lose my way and even kill those around me. To avoid making the same mistake again, I have no choice but to end it myself. Before I die, I mixed a body of vengeful spirits and evil energy into the statue. Although 100 years have passed and the evil aura in the Voam space has greatly diminished, it is still not something an ordinary martial artist can endure. If you can control this evil spirit, you will surely surpass yourself on the path of internal body cultivation. On the camera feed, Thantruk and her mother are also there, watching every move of Ditchhua in detail. Suddenly, there was a strange change, and Thantruk looked up in surprise, appearing very worried for him. The screen showed Ditchhua lying on the ground, with a layer of aura surrounding his entire body. Dich Hoa is convulsing. Thun Truck is confused. Mom, what is happening? Liu Thun Truc and her mother stand still, watching Dich Hoa on the large monitor. Seeing his current state, Thun Truc looks very worried. She stared at the screen without blinking for a second, feeling anxious for him. When he was just sleeping, Dich Hoa was clearly smiling smugly, as if dreaming of something happy. But now he's convulsing, bleeding all over his body. Liu Thun Truc's mother beside him remains very calm. She lit a cigarette and said, "The third mysterious Huang martial art was accidentally obtained by your grandfather late in his life. He once tried to practice it, but with his peak master level, he was pushed out by the martial energy in the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial art. It seems Liu Thun Truc has only now learned about this." She turned around in surprise. Liu Thun Truc's mother narrowed her eyes and continued, "If it's an extraordinary power, then the way to attain it certainly isn't something most can endure." At this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly changed, opening wider and becoming serious, for before wearing the crown, one must first bear its weight. Dich Hoa has chosen to accept the power of this martial technique, so the scene shifts to the secret chamber. After waking up from a nap, Dich Hoa sat up, stretched, and let out a big yawn that looked very satisfying. This scene was also seen by Liu Thun Truc and her mother. Seeing his adorable manner, Liu Thun Truc chuckled and said to her mother, "Mom, I think Dich Hoa's cultivation isn't as impressive as people say." She saw how dazed Dich Hoa was and couldn't say anything more. Inside the secret chamber, everything was already settled. Dich Hoa stood up and bowed again before the statue. A wave of aura emanated from the statue, spreading throughout. "Thank you, Senior, for passing on your cultivation." The figure inside the statue looks at him with satisfaction and whispers, "You are the greatest genius I have ever seen. Perhaps you will uncover the true nature of the secret realm, something our predecessors could not achieve. This task is assigned to you." Behind that respectful facade, Dich Hoa smiled silently behind his hand and thought, "The Senior has misunderstood. I'm just bluffing." Then he moved his joints and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Dich Hoa said, "The blood and flesh of prisoners. My body like a cultivator. Although my attribute panel hasn't increased at all, with this mysterious imperial martial art, my combat strength has doubled." From outside the door, Thun Truc and her mother rushed in, with her mother holding her skirt in both hands as she hurried inside. "Dich Hoa, have you really succeeded?" Thun Truc asked anxiously. As soon as the two beauties rushed in, Dich Hoa smiled affectionately and smugly, stepping out in front of them and saying, "Yes, I've succeeded." Mother Liu Thun Truc ran so fast, and made the two pomelos shake violently. She was breathing heavily as she told him, "How is that possible?" Even with Thun Truc's talent to initially grasp a mysterious martial technique, it still took a week of non-stop martial energy cultivation in the space. "Dich Hoa, how long did it take you? Can I have an hour? You only slept once and already learned it?" Thun Truc quietly observed Dich Hoa with a calm and relaxed demeanor, secretly admiring and thinking, "Others call me a genius, but the true genius is right here." When Liu Thun Truc's mother kept pressing questions, Dich Hoa responded with a smug attitude. He tilted his face and smirked, glancing sideways and said, "I guess you don't believe me. Fine, let me show you." Then Dich Hoa tensed his body, spread his arms wide, and bent forward with layers of aura surrounding him, emanating powerful energy. "This is the killing intent I have absorbed from the martial world. If I had to explain, it's like a spell in a game, which can be infused into my weapon to make it more destructive." Then he threw a punch demonstrating the gathered power for Thun Truc's mother and herself to see. Dich Hoa clenched his fist tightly. It shone brightly and roared with fury, truly a surge of overwhelming strength. Thun Truc seemed captivated by Dich Hoa, her eyes wide open as she involuntarily was drawn in, whispering to herself that the sensation was so intense and faintly hearing the howling of demons. Maybe this is the killing intent that Dich Hoa mentioned. This scene makes Liu Thun Truc's mother mesmerized on the spot. She gazed at him affectionately and sweetly called out, "Dich Hoa, you really pressed both arms against your smooth white cheeks." Liu Thun Truc's mother seemed to be rejuvenated, captivated by Dich Hoa's power. Seeing Lady Liu's attitude, Dich Hoa felt elated and muttered to himself, "Madam, your daughter is still here. Can you please keep some restraint? I don't want to be called a fool." At this moment, Thun Truc finally curiously stepped closer to him and asked, "Dich Hoa, you've already mastered a set of mystical martial techniques. Do you want to try learning the other two sets as well? You still have one day to learn." Seeing her daughter approach Dich Hoa as if under a spell, Mother Liu Than Truk whispered to herself, "My good girl, are you really that foolish or just pretending?" She says she doesn't want to stay with Dich Hoa, but then turns around and hands over the family business to him. Even if she invests in Dich Hoa or prepares to accept him as a son-in-law, she can't just take the Liu Dan family's entire fortune away. But in response, Dich Hoa replied honestly, "I don't need it. Than Truk, a mystical martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn more." Then he moved closer to me. "Liu Than Truk. What, oh, I'm a bit tired and I have some family matters to take care of." Hearing this, she raised her hand to stroke her chin in agreement. Liu Than Truk's mother nodded, looked at Dich Hoa with concern, and gave her daughter an order. "All right, Than Truk, take Dich Hoa home. I heard the butler say you came here by public bike. Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage and go. That would be more convenient." As soon as he heard that, he remembered the two troublemakers he met when he biked here. "How's the bike?" "Now I remember. When I arrived here, I saw a very cool motorcycle that looked stylish and beautiful. So he looked ahead and excitedly asked, what, is there a motorcycle here?" Then Truk's mother also enthusiastically replied, "Yes, Dich Hoa, do you like motorcycles? It really matches my carefree son's taste. All right, I'll give you the best one he keeps hidden." At this moment, a young man, Liu Than Truk's son, according to his mother, was walking around the Liu Than Truk estate, muttering to himself as he went, "I heard Steward Hong say that my mother just chose a son-in-law. I want to see who it is. She is a genius beauty from In-City, rare to see once in 100 years. Not everyone is worthy. The world really is small. That punk who was racing with Dich Hoa just now is actually the son of this family. He's even more annoyed. That annoying kid on the bike just now made my new girlfriend scared and run away. Don't let me see him again." As soon as I mention Dich Hoa, he appears right away. He revved the motorcycle past the wealthy young man. He hesitated for a moment, then distorted his face and turned to watch Dich Hoa's back, muttering to himself, "Wasn't that the guy who was riding the public bike earlier, and he's riding my motorcycle?" Playing late into the night, they returned to Dich Hoa's apartment. The expensive car he just received as a gift is parked right in front. There is a demon core in the bowl on the table, and next to Dich Hoa is a plate of dipping sauce for the Sabi to eat together. He said that last time when he swallowed the demon core whole, the taste was terrible. Then Hai Hoa Wai picked up the chopsticks and grinned happily as he took a bite, this time adding a bit of soul seasoning to enhance the flavor. Dich Hoa picks up the demon core and puts it into his mouth along with the dipping sauce. As he eats the green one like sushi, the system immediately displays a notification. Dich Hoa's physique has a composite of 23.8 gorilla models with 21% compatibility and a supergiant humanoid model with 85% compatibility with no available points. My body is now in a state of energy surge, looking up at Dich Hoa and saying the attribute panel has increased and can gain more points. Last time in the Hong Thu Sun secret realm, I used the superhumanoid form, which was about 50 meters tall. Although it was already huge compared to ordinary monsters, it was still too small compared to the divine beings as large as mountains in the Hong Thu Sun secret realm. He raised his finger to select the system, frowned, and muttered that it needed to be higher, then added all the points to the supergiant form, took a yellow demon core from the demon spider's second branch, and immediately his whole body reacted, emitting a powerful aura as if Dich Hoa couldn't control himself. The vice president let that power surge out of his body. The system immediately announced that the gorilla berserk form absorbed a special gene sequence from a plant-like creature, causing a special mutation. Does the subject want to prevent the mutation of the model or not? Yes or no? Reading this, Dich Hoa's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He was completely caught off guard. A sudden mutation? Right now, I'm completely naked, revealing my incredibly muscular and more developed body than before. After activating the system, Dich Hoa bowed his head to reflect. A mutation means the form will change into a different attribute. If it turns into a beneficial attribute, that's good. But if it's a disadvantageous one, it's like a reverse evolution. After some thought, Dich Hoa pressed his hand against the screen. He shouted, "Whatever, let's take a gamble." The bicycle transformed into a motorcycle, and the systems suddenly appeared. Congratulations, S-level isotope model unlocked. Immediately, a towering, fierce gorilla with dazzling light appears before Dich Hoa's eyes. Dich Hoa looked up in surprise, eyes wide open and mouth agape, unable to stay calm. The system continued to display a notification that when the gorilla form reaches 100%, there will be a 2% chance to evolve into the gorilla celestial vortex emperor. Just hearing about the cosmic martial emperor gorilla already sounds powerful. At this point, Dich Hoa chuckles happily, clenches his fist and whispers, "But it seems the current form needs to level up quickly." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from outside the door, catching him off guard as he was calculating his next move to become stronger. Dichhoa turned his face to look out cautiously, then glared in the direction of the explosion and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Terrorist attack?" Outside, there are many riot police and police vehicles rushing urgently, blocking all exits of the area in the quiet night. Don't let them escape. Search everywhere. Not a corner can be missed. Inside Dichhoa's apartment, the noise outside catches his attention. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. He turned around cautiously, puzzled about who would be looking for him at this hour. Dichhoang looked up towards the door with a troubled and curious expression, then guessed to himself, "My client is usually solitary, so probably no friends are visiting at this hour. I didn't order fast food either, so who could be at the door at this hour?" The noise is coming from the front door, but suddenly a woman's figure appears right outside the window behind Dichhoa, dressed in a shiny nanosuit that clings perfectly to her body, highlighting her impressive curves, moving smoothly like a robotic war goddess. Dichhoa turned around, glared, and said, "Do you know who I am, miss?" "Oh, it seems this little brother is not just an ordinary man." She continued teasing Dichhoa with a playful tone, saying, "I only meant to hide this with you and tweak your memories a bit, but since you found out, I guess I have to let your little brother taste some hardship. Don't run away, okay?" Dichhoang, unperturbed, sneered at her, and then turned around thinking to himself, "Whatever, I still have enough savings. I might as well buy another house." The woman behind him looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly Song spun around and Dai Hua, inspired by Bruce Lee's image, pointed his finger and with that legendary aura said, "Got it? You're on the scoreboard now." The scene shifts outside the street below Dichhoa's apartment, where a man is fighting against the police team and a police officer rushes forward to confront him. Both of them charged at each other fiercely, showcasing their full strength. This confrontational man faced an entire police squad alone, but remained fearless. A police officer spoke up first after noticing his weakness. "He's exposed now," so this officer immediately gave the order. "Grab him quickly, this man is starting to retreat. He looks quite exhausted, smiling faintly but bleeding heavily." He, with one injured eye, still arrogantly responds straight to the police, as if discussing a plan with someone else. Dyungyamai must get the golden gene at all costs. A Chuangia will stay here to draw fire for the others. He continues to tense his body and unleash a blinding burst of energy, opening his mouth wide and shouting in the middle of the street. "Ha ha, if you're brave enough, come at me. I'd gladly trade my life for yours." And then he shouted the forbidden technique of blood burning. On Dichhoa's apartment at that moment, the girl was parked there, and simultaneously a bright, gorilla-like energy burst out and shot straight ahead. Just as he was enjoying himself for a few seconds, Chungia was suddenly startled, as a powerful energy suddenly shot straight at him. Chungia was terrified and dodged to the side, stammering in fear. "Are there more enemies?" It caused the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter. "Hey, little sister, where's your pure white armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken now? I'm risking my life for you to retreat, and yet you stumble back like a piece of coal. What's going on?" Suddenly, as she finished speaking, Dyungyamai's eyes widened, revealing her concern. The girl whispers the information into her earpiece microphone to Chungia. "Chungia, I've hidden it well. Let's retreat now." After this move, suddenly an explosion erupts right behind the two police officers, startling them and causing both to hurriedly shield themselves to protect their bodies. Notice a nearby drain cover that is slightly moving, so both of them crawled down here to escape. The scene shifts to an abandoned apartment complex, a place with no residents and eerily deserted. Dio Nhemai and Chu Engia just arrived here, exhausted and stopping to catch their breath. Now Nhemai begins to speak more casually with her teammates. "Finally, we managed to shake off those police." Chunangia looked up in amazement at the two loudspeakers protected by her powerful combat armor and said, "As expected, the nano armor from earlier recovered so quickly. I never thought Dichhoa would be able to find this place." That familiar step slowly approaches the two of them, with a dangerous tone, saying, "Miss, you still haven't explained to me why you barged into my house like that." Dichhoa, like a dangerous ghost, has come all the way here to hunt them down, his piercing gaze and signature smile continuing. "You must have realized a very serious problem, planning to casually pick a lucky neighbor, but ended up choosing us instead." This attitude, combined with the darkness, makes his word even more intimidating. "As a reward for invading our home, I'll happily play with you all." Hearing this, realizing Dichhoa's intentions weren't good, Chungia quickly opened his mouth wide, glaring at him and shouting, "How did you find us?" Dichhoa slowly stretched his mouth into a long smile that reached his ears. He could sense the nuclear radiation on Dio Ngyemai's body, so finding both of them was easy. He didn't reply to Chungia, only lowering his voice and saying, "If you're going to fight, don't waste words." Then Hung Ho gathered his strength into his right arm and decisively charged at Chungia. Dich Hoa indeed struck with extreme brutality and shouted, "I will use you to test the power of the demon body." Chungia, overwhelmed by the pressure, stepped back, preparing himself fully to face Dich Hoa, hands clasped together in front of his face to shield himself, secretly trembling with fear inside. Indeed, there was no mercy at all. Dich Hoa immediately delivered a heaven-shaking blow straight to Chungia's body. It was so powerful that even if he raised his hand to block, the punch would still pass through him like a fierce dragon stealing his life, causing the entire area to shake heavily and be severely affected. With just a test punch from Dich Hoa, Chungia couldn't resist at all. He was in pain and unable to move, his mouth opening involuntarily as a stream of blood gushed out. He still doesn't stop here, squeezing tightly with his left hand and gathering more energy into it, with a face devoid of expression, preparing to strike Chungia again. Boom! Chungia, who was already about to be knocked out from the previous hit, now receives another blow from Dich Hoa. This attack directly slammed that fragile body into the nearby wall, releasing a powerful energy field and leaving him battered, while Dich Hoa remained bent over, clenched fist tight. Seeing this, Dio Ngyemai was stunned as she watched her teammate about to log out, her fully restored armor making her look confident, but her face looked up in confusion and fear, trembling and stammering. "Oh my god, this skill is really terrifying. Hey, who is your master that's such an expert?" Chungia is now unable to move, sitting still with his legs apart and head bowed nearby, glancing over confidently at this girl. Dich Hoa waves warmly and grins happily, saying, "Ha ha ha, I am the successor of Gorilla." Ngyemai froze for a few seconds after hearing this, feeling completely unfamiliar and too scared to speak out loud, only whispering to herself, "Gorilla? I've never heard of it before." But unexpectedly, this small boy Anthan hides Long Ho. Suddenly, Chungia's determined voice shouted, "Don't get cocky yet. This will startle Dich Hoa and make him turn around." Then came a roar from the giant monster. So Chungia is just like any other martial artist. He is not someone easily defeated, and in an instant he tensed up to awaken his professional strength. As a mutated giant rhinoceros, behind him is the full body of a berserk rhinoceros monster. This guy, furious and enraged after being beaten badly, screams out loud, "I am a 6th-rank false shell warrior, not some martial artist you can bully easily." In response to this, Chungia had to reveal his strongest move. He stomped his huge foot of the rhino down on the ground, causing the earth to shake. At this moment, he slowly advanced to attack Dich Hoa. His entire body completely transformed, with many rhinoceros horns growing from his head down his back, his body radiating energy as he charged at him. But Dich Hoa still stood still, waiting without any reaction. Seeing this guy reveal his strongest form, Dich Huang actually felt more excited and satisfied. He stretched his eager smile and cracked his knuckles with a crackling sound. "Ha ha, now it's worth it." Then he looked at his opponent with a gleam in his eyes. From behind Dich Hoa, Dio Ngyemai also rushed forward to attack him. She quickly shifted her body to make it harder for him to detect, launching a surprise attack at this moment. She chuckled to herself. "Hey kid, you didn't expect my nano armor to turn invisible, did you? The real assassin here is me." He remained silent, but in fact, Dich Hoa knew everything and showed no signs of extreme worry or fear. Instead, he simply tilted his head slightly and extended one of his hands. With a flick, Dich Hoa fires a nuclear energy beam and casually says, "Watch out." Just one shot like this quickly burns and damages her nano armor, causing Ngyemai to be thrown backwards, her body smashing into the wall behind her. It hits so hard that rocks fly everywhere and she's nowhere to be seen, showing a terrifying level of power. Now Ngyemai is truly injured, and this makes Chungia furious as he watches everything unfold. Damn useless Ngyemai. She only knows how to attack sneakily and still fails. I still have to step in. Saying that, he clenched his fist and charged at Dich Hoa. Taejiak's imposing face growls in annoyance and frustration, gathering all his energy to decisively finish Dich Hoa, but our protagonist is no easy opponent. He simply lifts his eyebrows slightly and offers a subtle, challenging smile. "Stop here." Dich Hoa also throws a punch to counter Chungia's fierce attack. Both of them continued to clash fiercely, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Dich Hoa was also surprised by this opponent's strength. At first I thought he was easy to deal with, but when I felt his defense I was stunned and exclaimed, "His defense has increased this much?" Seeing the change in Dich Hoa's expression, he became even more interested. He grinned and said with a sinister smile, "Little devil, my true Tama body, not even a tank shell can penetrate. What do you have that can break through armor?" At this moment, the tip of Chungia's largest rhinoceros horn rushes close to Dich Hoa's face, who struggles to resist and leans back to avoid the attack. Then a loud explosion follows. Chungia, gaining the upper hand, launched a fierce attack on Dich Hoa, relentlessly punching him while opening his mouth wide and howling, "Go and die." In the abandoned area where Chungia and Nehemai are present, a corner of the building has been heavily damaged. After launching a relentless series of attacks on Dich Hoa, everything seemed to quiet down. Chungia also stopped his actions and stood there amidst the smoke where Dich Hoa was. "Little devil, no matter how fierce you are in front of my iron-poison beast, you're just trash." Chungia hesitated, looking around eagerly to see Dich Hoa's vulnerable image, full of confusion. "Where is everyone?" He opened one eye wider to look for Dich Hoa more carefully. He was still very surprised and didn't understand what had just happened. Clearly, his punch was very powerful just now. Suddenly, a giant titan figure appeared right in front of Chungia, towering before him. Its entire body was like a mountain, covered with heavy and tough armor. Hua from leaning on his knees to standing up, and just that made the entire place seem to tremble. Chungia shouted in fear, "What is this? I can't believe it." At this moment, my mouth was unconsciously agape and couldn't close. How could this be possible? Is this a demon beast? Where did he come from? Could it be that the kid transformed? Suddenly, Titan Dich Hoa's enormous hand opened wide and lunged to grab Chungia at incredible speed. The screaming sound grew louder and louder. Chungia dazedly looked back up. Boom! Dich Hoa's giant hand, as big as the Buddha's, crashes down onto the ground, and as soon as it makes contact, it creates a powerful shockwave accompanied by force radiating all around. However, Chungia was quick to leap into the air and dodge, then swiftly moved to another direction to avoid the attack. However, Dich Hoa also changed the direction of his hand to strike again at Chungia. His body seemed a bit disoriented, trembling as another blow shook the entire area, only the intense light from contact with the ground, and Dich Hoa's rugged arm, piercing straight down, can be seen. At this moment, his other hand gathers glowing nuclear energy, swings it up to gain momentum, with Dich Hoa's huge head hidden in the dark shadow, looking very terrifying. Now, he is returning exactly what Chungia had just dealt to Dich Hoa. He clenched his fists over Chungia's location and kept punching non-stop. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if that huge body kept hitting without a single pause. A moment later, Dich Hoa's system interface appeared, showing the subject Dich Hoa, status super-extended humanization, composite physique from 23.8 to 294. His face suddenly appeared before my eyes. It distorts as a fusion of many monsters, with only two bright, powerful, and terrifying nuclear energy eyes visible. On this side, Ngemai's nano-armor body has finally been completed. She struggled to stand up and hold the person after taking a blow from Dich Hoa. Now she has witnessed Dich Hoa transform into a giant titan. That body truly is untouchable. Now I see I've mistaken the wrong person. She instinctively muttered to herself in extreme worry. Why was I so stupid to provoke this monster? Then she quickly regained her composure and began calculating a way for both of them to escape, glancing around to observe the situation while muttering to herself. If this keeps up, Chungia will be killed and can't escape, so he has no choice but to risk everything and find a safe spot to ambush Dich Hoa. Ngemai quickly flew to the roof of a building and pulled out a glowing rope, aiming it at the rooftop to set a trap for him. Without hesitation, she then swooped down from the tall building like a bird, but her body was protected only by a nano-shield, and she moved as fast as a cheetah. While flying, she kept her mouth closed around the strange wire and focused directly on Dich Hoa's, and the wire kept getting longer. When Dich Hoa transforms into his giant form, his movements are very slow. Compared to that small body, she easily wraps her neck tightly around Titan's neck. This is a nanofiber extracted from nanowar armor, capable of cutting through high-grade alloys. Even if you transform into a giant using gen technology, your human body's weakness remains unchanged. Yet that tiny thread managed to cut off Dich Hoa's head so smoothly and gently, leaving his massive body behind. At the same time, Ngemai skillfully and coolly lands right in front of Titan with a cold expression, and then Titan's huge head drops right in front of her. She turns around, pulls her molecular whip back forcefully, and the Titan's outer body also withers and loses its energy like before. Just when she thought everything was over, Ngemai let out a long breath and wondered to herself, has she succeeded? It feels like she just lifted a 1,000-pound weight off her shoulders. I just thought I was about to go home, but then that Titan's mouth opened wide, revealing a familiar nuclear energy inside. now as big as that enormous mouth. It shone brightly, directly illuminating Mai's rugged mountain-like body, causing her to startle and step back. Knowing she might never see the sun again, Mai was terrified, sweating cold sweat and trembling so much she couldn't even speak. Monster, a monster. From afar you can see a building pierced by a nuclear beam shot from Dichoa's giant mouth, creating a large hole. It shot through Mai and pierced her like that. Do you think she can still be alive? The last image in Mai's memory is an endless sea of brilliant blue. After what happened, all that remains is a thick cloud of black dust and smoke, obscuring everything except the lingering sparks. From Titan Dichoa's wide mouth, after ensuring these two troubles were dealt with, he returned to his original body. It was still smoking just a moment ago. Then he approached Chunungia's torn and battered body like a rag used to wipe his feet. He's still alive and can even cough. Cough, cough. It's your turn now. You monster, even though you're weak, you still try to say a few words. His head is covered in blood as red as fresh tomato juice. Yet Dichoa remained like a terrifying nightmare. In the shadows, only his glowing, frightening eyes could be seen. The murderer must be prepared to be killed justly. Chunungia bowed his head before Dichoa, now only able to wait for him to strike. Haha, if I have to die, I'll take you down with me. Mai, the one you just killed, had hidden something called the Golden Envy in your room, and now it belongs to you. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. His face gradually turned into a sinister and dangerous expression, like a demon. Your smug grin will be your last, as relentless pursuers will hunt you down. Run now. Haha, I will be waiting for you in hell. This only made Dichoa more annoyed. At this point, he still dares to talk back in front of him, so he kicked him hard, smashing his head and making the noisy monkey run away. Chunungia had nothing more to say. Blood splattered all over him as he fell to the ground. Dichoa also seems to realize that the police are on to him, glancing into the distance and muttering with a smirk, "The police are here. We need to dispose of the body quickly. There's an unusual gap in this abandoned building, and it's obvious who caused it." Dichoa felt a bit annoyed, but calmly said, "This time went too far." Scene shifts back to Dichoa's apartment. He enters the room and sits on his comfortable bed, then immediately takes out his phone to check the information first. Aunt Tan. How is the investigation by the police going? The person on the phone quickly replied to him that everything was fine. But Dichoa has been quite unstable lately. You should just stay calm and wait until the day you start school in Hoadu. Dichoa urgently replied, "Don't worry, I'm a good kid," and she unconsciously believes him. That's good. It seems I can ease up on some of the trouble. Dichoa stood up and sighed as he threw his phone onto the bed. Luckily, thanks to Aunt Tan's help earlier, otherwise our nuclear blast signature would have been exposed and we'd be doomed. Indeed, Ningxemai hid the gene tube well in Dichoa's room, and he looked at it with a strange expression. Is this the golden gene those two guys mentioned? If you look closely, there's a special logo symbol above it. It has a large winged creature shape. He mentioned it from the Prometheus file of Hoadu. I see this symbol of the Thunderbird Biotechnology Corporation. Thinking about the two people just now, Dichoa just realized why they hid this in his room. It turns out those two stole this and were chased while fleeing. Remembering Chunungia's sinister look earlier, Dichoa quickly deduced that he intended to blame me. Immediately after noticing the hole I made with nuclear energy on the wall, Dichoa felt uneasy, especially since he still had this special item in his hand. After some thought, he decided he should move house, so tonight he'll stay at a hotel. The scene shifts to the core-level secret realm of Swan Lake. This is an island with a curved coastline, towering mountains and clouds, and majestic natural forest. Many warriors come here to hunt monsters. A woman stands on a defeated monster and asks how the harvest is going. The man beside her is trying to extract a spirit stone from the monster's guts. Over here, the man below replied, "It's okay, I got a bit of a sword." Suddenly, a strange noise made this scantily dressed woman turn around in panic. "Something's wrong, Captain. Look over there." The man holding the spirit stone is also completely surprised. Suddenly, a demon beast appeared in front of them from above, turning the sky blood red, with a giant creature emerging from the dark clouds heading toward them. The entire oasis fell into an eerily dark gloom. These people had to stand silently, staring ahead. If you look closely, many monsters are approaching simultaneously. They have various deformed forms, a terrifying mix of fierce animals with unclear and grotesque eyes, noses, and mouths, all rushing toward the group. Moreover, countless strange monsters are emerging from beneath the ground, above the sky, and deep underground, rising up like harbingers of destruction. But the leader of these monsters is a reptilian creature. It is enormous in size with sharp teeth and many glowing eyes on its head. In the distance, a large throne can be seen on its back with a small shadow sitting confidently on it. The sky turns blood red. Dark clouds gather. Lightning flashes across the sky like a woven net, swirling into a tornado. Closer inspection reveals it is a creature resembling a monkey, sitting on a throne like a king of monsters. Its body is no different from a titan. The large chair beneath it is filled with human skulls, likely the remains of fallen martial artists it has claimed as trophies. This monster is the sleeping beast Huyet Dong Hak Vien. As soon as it saw the chaotic monster army rushing to attack, the warriors here frantically fled for their lives. The idiot in front just ran while looking back and said, "Hurry up, call the army immediately. A level demon lord leading a beast tide is approaching, and Than can't handle it. The nation of Duvo Tong and the great martial sect must come to support." The captain here turns pale with fear, instinctively dropping the newly acquired spirit stone and shouting, "Damn it! High-level monsters rarely leave their territory to invade lower regions. Why is this happening?" The gorilla sitting on its throne looks very disappointed. It leans on its arm without bothering to look down below. Suddenly, its attitude changes. Its eyes widen abruptly, its pupils contract and glow with a terrifying intensity. At this moment, the monster that the gorilla is riding opens its 100-meter-long mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and from its long tongue, a powerful shockwave erupts, causing chaos across a large oasis. Then, sharp shards of rock broke off from the shattered mountains above and fell down, attacking the fleeing warriors as they ran, stripping off their clothes to save their lives. A man witnessing this scene hurriedly runs while holding a radio to report to headquarters that the alarm has sounded the presence of the overlord of demonic beasts at the Heavenly Crane Lake secret realm, and the beast tide is spreading widely. Just after reporting, the man with the large shield on his back seemed to realize that his life was about to end soon. His eyes widened in fear, and he shouted for help, but before he could finish, the huge stone above his head crushed him into a lump of flesh, leaving only his arm and the fallen radio behind. The communicator on the other end of the radio transmitted a signal, having received the report of the invasion by the Overlord. "Is anyone still there? Please respond. Please respond. Hello. Hello. Consider it a response to the curiosity of those communicating from afar." This massive gorilla begins to stand upright, crossing its arms and standing with legs apart to display its dominance. This one begins to showcase its dominance with an imposing presence and a mighty appearance that is the strongest here. Then this expression is clearly revealed. It grinned widely to the ears, its bulging red eyes gleaming with joy as it roared and ordered the soldiers below to advance at full speed. The monster beasts are fleeing towards the gate of the secret realm, each trying to escape to N City, while hordes of demons and monsters rush out in large numbers like the Mongol army, protected by King Monkey's giant mount, with the King Monkey standing above, commanding everyone with a wave of his hand. Outside N City, many people suddenly notice the sky turning dark, and everyone looks up in worry. Immediately, a message from the headquarters was sent to inform the people about the approaching large-scale beast tide at the Level B Heavenly Swan Lake secret realm, and everyone became even more panicked upon hearing this news. Everyone was preparing for the coming apocalypse as the loudspeaker announcement continued throughout the city. It is estimated that in 20 minutes, the defense line will be breached. The entire army has been mobilized to the front lines to fight the beast tide. In a short amount of time, the military forces were quickly assembled. A large number of special forces were called back and marched along the roads, ready to counter the invasion of the monsters. The loudspeaker announcement continues, "I am the great martial artist of N City, calling all martial artists in the city to come and support immediately." The scene shifts to Anthan Station, with voices shouting and scenes reminding and urging everyone to keep order and avoid pushing. Inside the crowded train station, people are lining up to escape from Anthan. A man tries to hold the baby up high so he can breathe, making the place even more chaotic and suffocating. The announcement continues to inform everyone that Trio is approaching. Only children and students are currently prioritized to board the train. Children are the future. If Enthane falls, these young ones must be evacuated at all costs. The scene shifts to the market office, where a woman and a man are still here working together, and the man, looking down at the table with a helpless expression, asks, "Your Honor, this time not only in Chung but many other places across the country have issued warnings of beast tide invasions. They are still preoccupied with their own safety." Then the woman picked up a stack of documents and continued, saying to the mayor, "The cities not yet attacked by the beast tide also announced plans to build defensive structures to prepare for the possibility of another beast tide disaster." Hearing this, the mayor's face showed clear signs of helplessness. "So what about Hoado? Have we already asked for help? As long as there is a martial artist of the sect master level or higher to support us, that will do." Hearing this, the mayor's mood also becomes complicated, and he slumps down into a chair in despair, his face gradually becoming emotionless as he speaks. But the neighboring Kwansun city of Hoado has a level S secret realm appearing. All warriors of the imperial dynasty must go to Kwansan to stop its spread. Narrowing his eyes in annoyance, he looked up and continued. There's no more time to waste. The battle to protect In City has officially begun. Now we can only rely on ourselves. The scene shifts to the So family, where inside the courtyard our protagonist Dich Hoa is still diligently training alongside So Chow. Neither of them seems to know what is happening in In City. At this moment, Dich Hoa is still happily and passionately attacking So Chow. Both are engrossed in training. Looking at Mr. Dich Hoa's face, he seems very interested. It's just training, but Dich Hoa's strength makes So Chow find it hard to withstand. He steps back and tries to keep his balance. Not bad. If you can withstand one punch of mine, you're already showing some skill. Indeed, a single punch from Dich Hoa is enough to scare So Chow. He wiped his sweat and asked, Huyan Huang martial technique, when did you start learning it? Dich Hoa casually stretched and yawned before replying, I've only been training for a month, so I guess I'm just about okay, but on the other hand, I feel like I haven't seen you in a month. Why are you so much weaker? So Chow chuckled awkwardly and replied, It's not that I've become weaker, but that you're becoming insanely strong. From afar, eerie sounds can be heard, causing both of them to startle and look up. The expressions of the two young men immediately show suspicion and certainty that something bad has happened. Did something happen in An City? It's a warning of the beast tide invasion. At the same time, a notification sounds on So Chow's phone, and he shows it to both of them. The backup military equipment for the university in Anthan is prioritized for evacuation. Please head immediately to Anthan Airport, board flights B512 and B753, or go to the high-speed train station to take train A23 for urgent retreat. After hearing that, So Chow calmly said, It's a secret order to retreat. De Hoa then asked suspiciously, Are you really planning to escape? Do you also want to stay? Huh, with your personality you should have run far away. But this Dich Hoa guy from my side, he turns around with his signature mischievous smile, and the more he hears about these strange beasts, the more he enjoys it, cracking his knuckles and mockingly replying to So Chow's endless chatter. Why didn't I realize before that you're so talkative like a woman? I have decided not to go, just one word then. The battle is still ahead. So Chow is also preparing himself seriously to fight alongside Dich Hoa, and the scene shifts to the Liu family's large villa. Mother, I want to join the fight against the beast tide. Contrary to her daughter's feelings, she remained completely unmoved and calmly asked, Do you have a good chance of returning alive? The old warriors in the city number around 30,000, including retired veterans with weakened strength and willing martial artists ready to fight, totaling less than 50,000. This small force facing the massive beast tide is like a boat against a tsunami, ready to be shattered by the endless sea of monsters. Mother Thontruk also seems to know about the giant ape in the secret realm preparing to attack In City, and she mentions that monster to her daughter. A top-tier demon beast like that is definitely not something In City can face right now. Even a grandmaster would only barely be able to hold it off. Thontruk, your life doesn't just belong to yourself, but to the entire family. Hearing her words, Liu Thontruk fell completely silent. She had nothing more to say and tried to endure it, even though her heart was still uneasy. Then Liu Thontruk turned and left, no longer bothering to confront her mother. Her face and mood still show determination. She says, A martial family that can't fight against monsters has no more reason to exist. Liu Thontruk's mother sat quietly there, remaining silent and saying nothing more to her daughter. Clearly, Thontruk was upset, so she went outside and slammed the door shut, showing her anger for her mother to see. After her daughter left, Liu Thontruk's mother lit a cigarette and casually said, Aunt Hong, let's leave N City. Right after Liu Thontruk's mother, an older woman who is the housekeeper appears. She nods politely and asks in response to the order, And what about that son named Dich Hoa? When mentioning Dich Hoa, Liu Thontruk's mother looked up with a complicated expression. Tan Lam still thinks about him, then she orders the housekeeper to send a message to see how he chooses. The scene shifts to the mysterious Tian Nga Lake. Many warriors have gathered here to fight the monsters. Everyone is fearless and ready to stay and fight to protect where they were born. Everyone has their own style, and they are all very proud, ready to fight. Someone asked, Old Tran, you're already 60, what are you doing here? Hurry up and take your granddaughter to escape. This old man shouted back, You damn fool, if old man Truong with a broken leg can come here, why shouldn't I with my healthy limbs? Ha ha ha, I never thought that after 30 years we would stand together against the beast tide. Yeah, it's been 30 years. Your leg was lost in that battle. Hey Truong, after defeating the beast horde, are you still planning to go to Kim Do to live with your son? Old man Tran is just as sharp and fans himself. A rustic guy like him coming to hide in the bustling city, isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Old Truong said, "Forget it, I'm staying in Anthon to play chess with a loser like you. I was born in this city and I'll be buried here when I die." Then, these warriors and their decoys behind them all took to the air to fight the monsters. In front of them was a horde of strange beasts under the command of the Monkey King and its mount standing guard. At the Swan Lake secret portal, many tanks and soldiers are gathered here, ready to fire at any monster that sticks its head out of the portal. The authorities have issued orders. We are the last line of defense for N City, guarding strictly to prevent any monsters from entering, with all soldiers on weekly patrol. Mayor of Anthon stepped forward confidently and said clearly, 60% of Anthon's army, along with high-level warriors, have entered the secret realm to scout the beast tide and test the strength of the Overlord-level Demon Lord, then survive to bring back the news. As he finished speaking, the mayor saw something that made him gasp in shock. In front of him was a battered, bloodied martial artist crawling out, desperately pleading for help. As soon as the medical staff arrived, before they could give first aid, the battered body of the martial artist collapsed to the ground, seemingly beyond saving. The mayor hurriedly ran over and told the nearby medical staff, "There's no time, hurry and save him." But that fragile body still managed to speak. The mayor then, with his last remaining strength, tremblingly held up a USB and tried to say more. "Mayor!" The mayor immediately asked anxiously, "Where are the others?" His face filled with worry and confusion. This warrior looked up and said a single sentence that stunned the mayor. "Everyone is dead." This brief statement seemed to send his heart into an abyss. The mayor trembled, the survivor warrior barely clinging to life, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the mayor, an oncoming tide of beasts destroying everything, leaving no trace behind. In that look, he saw the giant Monkey King, and this martial artist was still overwhelmed with fear when mentioning it. "Be cautious of the black blood orb. It deceived us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand people could have survived." As soon as he looked ahead, the mysterious gate suddenly appeared, and a large stone resembling an insect cocoon burst out at terrifying speed right in front of the mayor. That stone is like a giant bullet, flying out and piercing through a nearby building, easily shattering multiple layers of hard concrete as everyone screams in danger. Then, these stones shattered into many pieces and fell onto the landmine traps already set on the ground, as if it had been planned in advance. The mayor looked up and realized the monster's intention. Could their target be the defensive mines beneath the building? Following the mayor's thought, many mines were triggered, and before the monsters could emerge, explosions erupted in succession. Everything seemed to be engulfed in a rain of fire and bombs, and the mayor shouted in frustration, realizing their goal was to trigger lightning bolts and destroy the fortress under construction. As soon as the order was given, the armored tanks fired their cannons continuously, a long line of tanks pushing forward with relentless shots. The mayor continued issuing commands. "Damn it! The attack is coming from the secret realm. The tank squadron. Fire into the secret passage. Do not hesitate." The entire tank battalion is directly facing the deadly ore from the monsters at the secret passage gate, with the mayor standing bravely to observe the battle. After observing for a while, the mayor gradually realizes the intentions of the monsters inside. It's not the monsters coming out, but they are using long-range attacks to drain our strength. How do these monsters know how to use tactics like humans do? He kept a cold and hateful expression, glaring at the monsters in front of him, cursing with a look of annoyance and frustration. Damn beasts. Now, right at the secret gate, they keep pushing out sharp stones that rain down like a storm. The mayor immediately realized their second wave of attack and alerted everyone. The second assault saw a sudden surge in the number of stone maces. Right after these large rocks are thrown out, many tanks and soldiers are attacked by them, causing severe damage. Humans haven't even had a chance to strike back when the initial invasion by the monsters destroys everything, turning this place into a chaotic battlefield in no time. Behind a soldier, he is trying to aim his small gun at the monster when suddenly a strange dark figure appears behind him. Only now does he realize that the monsters are actually born from those giant stones, as a winged monster with a deformed body slowly crawls closer to the soldier. He tightly grips his gun, trembling, wary of an ambush. Just as he finishes speaking, the monster swoops in and bites off the soldier's head. Death came suddenly as the monster started with a tasty treat. After biting off a head, it led the other monsters to charge forward, attacking the humans all at once. Many soldiers try to shoot bullets into the beast's large mouth, but it only tickles them. More winged and multi-eyed monsters emerge from those stone cocoons, increasing in number. Over here, the mayor and the large-skinned commander order the magic beast catapults to be used as launchers. They fly straight from the secret passage to the rear to cause destruction, blocking those catapults from falling. From inside the secret realm, the giant beast-riding creature is crawling closer to the gate, and the number of monsters following it is increasing. King Monkey stands calmly on top of the enormous beast. Now this smug face displays a charming and mischievous smile as it looks ahead and says, "Enough. Humans are exhausted. Soldiers, raise this land for me." The King Monkey has given the order, so countless monsters rush out together, blindly following the king's command and charging wildly through the gate, causing chaos and intense tremors everywhere. All of them rush out of the secret realm's gate together. The armored tanks immediately fire at the leading monsters. But the white monkey monster in front remains unharmed, while behind them the numbers are countless. How can humans possibly resist such a massive horde of monsters? No matter how many shells are fired at them, it's just like burning mosquitoes. Soon, the leading monkey broke through the tanks and exploded into pieces. At this moment, on the roof of a building, Dich Hoa's foot is standing there. He chooses the highest spot to watch Anthan about to fall into chaos, muttering to himself, not knowing what Anthan will become after today. Then Dich Hoa looked down at Anthan and muttered sadly to himself, "Even though I only traveled through time for a few months, I've already developed some feelings for this city. I can't let the beast destroy my good life, so I have to." Hearing this, Dich Hoa transformed into a new interface with his Godzilla battle armor. He leapt down from the tall building like a gust of wind, his tail swaying gracefully in the air, and Dich Hoa once again wore his signature confident smile as the scene shifted to another location where several warriors were actively destroying small monsters. Over here, a man turned to look at his teammate knocking away a demon beast and praised him. "Laka, you're amazing. You've already killed 5 demon beasts." He just enthusiastically used his power and responded with a loud laugh, still staying beside Tai Thiu Lin instead of running away. She just decapitated a monster and stood on its body to mock Lahuyan, bragging after killing a few low-level demons. "Lahuyan, is that all you've got? Your title as the #1 of Tomtrungan City is way overrated." Lahuyan, upon hearing Tai Thiu Lin's words, turned away in annoyance. Tai Thiu Lin, who at this moment took a step forward, seemed to have just finished fighting a group of monsters. "So Chow, when they saw you holding the Spirit Stone, they all marveled and asked, 'So Chow, is that a rare blue demon core? Did you kill a 3rd-rank demon beast alone?' Xiaozhou simply walked over casually and replied a few words. 'I didn't expect to meet you here. Why didn't you choose to evacuate before I look up at the sky?' And with a calm gaze ready to fight, I continue. 'Our ancestors are all martial artists fighting here. How can little ones like us run away alone, right?' So Chow had just finished speaking when suddenly Lahuyen in front of him turned pale, sweating profusely and pointing ahead, shouting, 'Watch out!' Only then did he realize, turning around to look behind, a huge tank was being knocked away by a monster heading straight for him. In just a few moments, So Chow will be crushed by the throne tank, as the monsters have fully emerged from their stone cocoons and flooded outside. Anthan. Turn back to So Chow's group. At this moment, the martial artist following Lahuyen saw the tank and immediately ran away in fear, while Lahuyen continued shouting, 'Who the hell threw that tank?' So Chow didn't even bother to look back. He drew his sword. As soon as the large tank approached, Suzhou smoothly slashed with his sword, splitting the tank just as it was about to attack him. His skills have now improved significantly compared to before. From afar, you can see that the large tank is dozens of times bigger than So Chow, and with a single smooth sword strike, he can easily destroy it. Debris falls to the ground, and dust and stones scatter everywhere. Next to Tai Thiu Lin, seeing that scene, Lahuyen's face turned pale as he stammered in response. It seems that it is a first-level beast lord escaping from the secret realm. So how could it have charged into the rear of the front line? As soon as the tank was dealt with, the giant white-furred monkey suddenly appeared behind, rushing forward and opening its mouth to roar deafeningly. In front, Suozhou is the calmest person. He doesn't seem very afraid and speaks loudly to keep everyone calm. Calm down, it's not the leader. Its size and aura are completely different. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant white monkey's huge hand swung out, hitting all 3 at once. The 3 of them looked up at its enormous fist, which was indeed very large and incredibly fast. Faced with this danger, So Chow also showed signs of discomfort. I startled and clenched my teeth, cursing under my breath. Damn it! Immediately, a powerful energy beam shot straight at the hairy body of this big monkey. It's the familiar light. Probably Dich Hoa has arrived, and that energy stream shot straight through its head. It was struck painfully in the mouth and fell to the ground. Its massive body falls to the ground, causing the earth to shake. At this moment, the white monkey hasn't yet regained its composure, and its large hand rises again to attack, aiming straight at what just shot at it. But right now, Deech Hoa is standing directly on its head, one hand gathering a large amount of energy, ready to counter the giant sharp claw rushing to attack him. Now is the time to clean your teeth. Hearing his bold words, the monster's eyes widened. It didn't understand what Deech Hoa meant at all and kept growling continuously. A hand grabs one of the sharp fangs of the big monkey. Deech Hoa clenches his hand tightly, using it as a foothold. He faced the big, foul-smelling mouth of the monkey without a hint of fear, standing proudly with his hand and feet spread to force it open and saying, "So dirty, how many people have you eaten? Only someone like Deech Hoa could have this kind of attitude." Then, from Deech Hoa's long, smiling mouth, he begins to gather a new nuclear energy. It shines like a new star rising. Deech Hoa's figure flickered dangerously as he crazily released energy and said, "I need to clean you thoroughly." Then he used both legs to hold the monkey's large mouth. Deech Hoa leaned forward and expelled that fierce energy from his mouth, forcing it deep into the monkey's intestines. The overwhelming power combined with the brutal and terrifying attack left So Chow and his two friends stunned and trembling. My friend here just said, "Take advantage of the internal beast war and retreat quickly." It seems he doesn't realize it's Deech Hoa, but So Chow immediately said, "Don't panic, that's Deech Hoa." So La Huyen couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, Deech Hoa. The cute beast licking its mouth is Deech Hoa? Until now, right in front of So Chow, the white monkey has nothing left but its white fur and skin on the outside. That's right. With him here, maybe Thang can get through this crisis. At the same time, Deech Huabadao turned around with a sinister smile, feeling very pleased, and nodded, saying, "So Chow, this area is yours. I will go support elsewhere." Having used his powers extensively, Deech Hoa is probably very excited. After speaking, he uses his nuclear energy to propel his body upward into the sky. He now uses his powers with mastery and strength. At this moment, he is no different from a monster. Flying into the sky, Deech Hoa stands high above, looking down at the chaotic scene of Anthan, where fires, explosions, and the screams of people and monsters fill the air. The entire sky over in city is dark, even though it's daytime. He closes his eyes and concentrates completely. From Deech Hoa's eye, he unleashes a magnetic field to track down powerful demon beasts. He considers where the densest concentration of demon beasts is. Found it. Transition to another location, in Anthan. From inside the cocoons, a mammoth demon beast emerges, with many giant, sharp tusks pointing outward. It is huge and powerful, charging at the people below with each step. The soldiers keep firing at its massive one-eyed body, but it hardly seems to matter. After firing all their bullets into this terrifying monster, it showed no signs of injury. A discouraged soldier decisively threw his gun away and shouted orders to change weapons. Bullets are useless against this. Quickly attach the bayonet. At the same time, the soldiers follow the captain's orders and draw the swords equipped on their bodies. Even though they find it hard to confront a monster capable of wiping them out in seconds, they still bravely return to fight. This mammoth is becoming more and more berserk. It charges forward and kicks repeatedly, its massive tusks swinging fiercely to attack through the air. The soldiers all charged forward to face the elephant head-on. After a moment, many bodies were stuck on the large thorns from the mammoth's long tusks. This small beast can easily wipe out dozens of soldiers, a heavy loss for Unchung, proudly raising its two tusks covered in corpses high into the air. Then it stomped its enormous foot down onto the ground, spilling a pool of red blood below, likely from many soldiers crushed beneath it. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers warned each other, "Captain, retreat, we can't hold this position. We're just ordinary soldiers and can't fight these monsters." But the captain in front still struggled to hold his sword against a small beast, turning his head back to urge the others to keep fighting. "Come on!" Then he swung his sword with one hand and cut off the head of the small beast he was fighting. This captain also has some authority, but when facing the mammoth demon beast, he's just a paw. But at this moment, he chooses not to run, knowing he might sacrifice himself. The team leader faces fear with courage. We are soldiers, and even if we die, we must hold on until the martial artists arrive for reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, dark shadows appeared all around, and these auras clearly showed a strong, murderous intent. What the hell is this? Could these things mean the martial artists have arrived? At this moment, I look back at the giant body of the mammoth, covered all over by dark spirits. It's as if flexible ropes are wrapping around the entire large elephant. At the same time, freeing the bodies of the soldiers trapped on this creature, they all fell to the ground. After only the remaining head of the elephant was left, a powerful Godzilla beam shot through its sharp brain. It painfully opened its eyes wide, not understanding where the attack was coming from. That terrifying energy pierced through its brain, causing a bloody rain to spray out, and immediately the massive body of the elephant collapsed to the ground. It successfully created a powerful tremor. A single strike can kill a huge beast, truly terrifying. On this side, the small monsters are terrified to see their mammoth captain lying on the ground. They all let out shrill cries and look visibly frightened in front of their opponent. Dich Hoa charges freely into the group of monsters. He roars, the nuclear battle body activating. He is frantically unleashing the energy overflowing from his body. Dich Hoa, with his mutated arm full of sharp claws, charges forward and smiles joyfully. He is like a ticking bomb about to explode, his whole body emanating an unimaginable aura of evil, causing a devastating explosion to occur here. The tiny monsters are completely thrown back and heavily injured. He unleashes a force no different from a nuclear bomb. The scene shifts to another battlefield where there is no place without bombs and smoke. There are also many monsters here, all fleeing from their shells, their hurried steps shaking the ground. A young man here looks at their actions in confusion. Are the monsters retreating? It seems they don't intend to move elsewhere. Over here, a girl on the phone reports from another location and immediately informs her team leader, Dich Hoa Trang Nguyen An Thang. Dich Hoa has joined the battle, and it seems like the monsters are surrounding the top scholar. He turns around in surprise, and having heard everything clearly, gazes into the fleeing monsters, and says with concern, "We can't let Dich Hoa be killed, like Lu Vosu by these beasts. We must go help him. He's still just a child, the hope of Anthan. Let's go, snipe the monsters, and protect the top scholar." The scene shifts to Dich Hoa in combat, a large white-haired monkey being pierced in one side of its head by a nuclear energy beam, howling in pain as it endures this excruciating sensation. Dich Hoa is fighting the biggest beast here, surrounded by shattered small monsters with rotting and eaten bodies scattered across the ground. At this moment, in the central area, Dich Hoa releases a swirling nuclear energy that causes the approaching monsters to perish. However, all the monsters were not afraid, and gathered here with the determination to eliminate Dich Hoa as if it were programmed. At this moment, many warriors also arrived to destroy the small monsters. They came to support Dich Hoa as much as they could. Captain Hung Ho shouted, "Watch out!" The high-ranking demon lord is targeting Dich Hoa. Quickly protect Dich Hoa. Everywhere in Anthang there are sounds of explosions and gunfire. Today, Anthang feels like hell on earth, with fighting and shouting everywhere among the martial artists. They all trust in Dich Hoa. Damn it, you want to kill our An City top scholar? You'll have to go through my corpse first. Killing us is the savior now. Humanity will win and send these beasts to hell. Come on, our top scorer is almost here. Don't let him see our base destroyed. Wipe out all these monsters without leaving a single one. Are you old men even worse than high school students? Don't let the kids laugh in your face. The scene shifts to a base near the secret gate, where a beast resembling a rhinoceros with many features of a buffalo is furious and charging at full speed like a truck. At this moment, this raging mad cow charges fiercely at the city wall, and just looking at this huge wall shows it was created by Mayor Unchung. To defend the fortress, fake shells, and civilians, the mayor built the largest wall ever. He hovered above to try to stabilize his strength and hold on until the end. High above, Mayor Anthan Huang Khan concentrates all his strength, knowing exactly what must be done. The divine wall of the earth vein only controls part of the beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, the overlord must be eliminated. Right now, below that huge wall, there is a nimble beast that can jump along the cracks and leap all the way up to attack the mayor. The giant beast, covered in fur, lunges forward with its mouth wide open, claws ready to bite the mayor who is trying to hold his ground. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the mayor remains completely unfazed, clasping his hands together as a beam of light emanates from his mouth, spreading to his hands with a radiant energy. As the beast approaches to attack the mayor, he gently pushes away his hand and can instantly blast the arrogant beast's head off. Right now, he senses a tremendous power nearby. The mayor glanced cautiously at the creature appearing nearby, no longer one he could easily handle. The giant monster is the beast's laughter of the Monkey King. It sticks out its sharp tongue and presses it close to Mayor Hoang Khan's tiny body. Now he's just like a grain of sand before its giant teeth. The mayor looked up at the massive and bizarre form of the monster, his face filled with a fear greater than any he had ever known. Facing this beast, he calmly recognized its level with awe. Tramsun, the lord of the royal bloodline. Knowing this beast, the mayor's eyes radiated with utmost caution and defense as he whispered, "The mount of the blood copper black circle. The mount of the overlord has already taken the field. That black monkey can't stay still anymore." Calmly, the mayor gradually stepped down onto the fortress he had built. He, in a calculated stance, suddenly unleashed a powerful wave skill, a surge of energy emanating from the center of his palm. Immediately, large chunks of earth cracked apart and moved in undulating waves, with tall buildings on the fragments, all to prevent this creature from escaping through the secret door. Everything happening before the beast's rider, it nods its snout as it watches the chaotic scene around it. At this moment, its eyes tighten and glare down. Several eyes on its rough body flicker with light as it also understands that its opponent is of the Earth system like itself. Under the astonished mount's will, the center of the mountain stone tsunami began to shrink and converge, forming a giant stone sphere that absorbed the collapsing surrounding mountains, continuously reducing the size and volume of the mountain stone tsunami. But what the astonishing beast Tramsun doesn't see is that the mayor's figure has hidden within the rubble, quietly approaching in front of it. He says, "Do you think I use the earth element to attack like you for no reason?" In shock, Tramsun just realized the threat and tried to summon a stone armor to defend himself, but it was already too late. It was meant to get close to you. Huang Kan uses the mystical technique Huyan Huang Suyen Sonjing, and the mayor throws a punch, unleashing a majestic, spiral-shaped energy blast that pierces through the thick, mineralized eyelid of the Tramsun crocodile, shattering its eyeball. The roar and fury of the giant crocodile echo throughout the city. Its eye was pierced by the mayor's most powerful move. It howled in pain, trembling violently, its mouth opening wide to roar loudly and intimidate its opponent. This sound alone is more destructive than 100 fake shells combined. The glass on the building shatters into pieces, and the power of its roar is truly terrifying. At the same time, devastating explosions erupted throughout Tawanan City, shaking the surrounding ground and plunging everything into chaos as the earth responded to the fury of the Tramsun storm. Fortunately, I got news about Kinnak Tramsun in time and evacuated the warriors, or who knows how many casualties there would have been. Enough. Mayor Unthan charges forward at full speed, unleashing a surge of powerful energy to attack. If your entire body entered Unthan, I might hold back 3 parts, but you only stick your head out. Then it's definitely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The entire body of the mayor transformed into many arms extending all around, each performing a skill, with his body surrounded by a powerful energy like flames. Then, from the small body of Mayor Huang Kan, he unleashed that electric energy into the giant crocodile's body. Even though small, its wide-area destructive power was immense. The powerful lightning bolts surround the long snout of the crocodile, forcing it to endure the pain, its many eyes wide open, trying to brace itself against the attack. Mayoranthan continues to brace himself to shield against the damage from the sharp spikes the monster retaliates with against Huang Kan. Finally, the long, massive head of the beast has almost fully emerged from the giant portal. On its snout, there are many huge, sharp spines growing, making it look like a giant, ferocious sea urchin. At this very moment, facing the formidable monster was no easy task. Mayor Anthan looked ahead with a hint of fear, truly a Earth-type king, capable of growing a truncheon right on his body. Sneaking right behind the mayor is the haunting face of the Monkey King, trying to suppress its aura while hiding behind a stone truncheon and keeping one eye open to observe Huang Kan, as the mayor remains extremely alert, looking around cautiously. But after he started to feel that something unclean was right behind him, sensing an energy that was hard to resist, Huang Kan turned around with a pale face and extreme anxiety, thinking to himself that there was an ambush. As soon as he thought of it, the hairy and massive hand of the king monkey grabbed Huang Kan's head. Even an experienced martial artist like him couldn't dodge this attack. Revealing itself, the king of monkeys flaunts its power and feels immensely satisfied to be outside in city. To it, Huang Kan is just a tiny fly or mosquito, looked down upon. "Little human, what are you doing to my mount?" Trying to slip into the gap of the king ape's hand, Huang Kan's eyes could see its true face. Inside, Huang Kan was extremely panicked. It was the black blood fire flame, hiding within the rock trunk. The fierce and dangerous glare stared at Huang Kan before snarling contemptuously, "Now I will crush your head so you can see how insignificant humans are before me." Then the Monkey King leapt high, his arm still squeezing the mayor, forcefully pushing him down to the ground. As the mayor's body crashes down, a powerful explosion erupts, sending up a cloud of dust. Can Huang Kan's small body withstand such a force? After taking a powerful punch from the king monkey, everything gradually settled down, with nearby buildings and rocks forming jagged terrain. The king monkey in front of him had just calmed his hand, still steaming hot. Yeah, it looks like a giant mouth, and it roars in Huang Kan's face. Although I dodged the explosion in the blink of an eye, I have confirmed that there are no stronger martial artists left in this city, so I can slaughter freely. Receiving a giant punch from the monkey, the mayor was able to activate the protective layer of earth and rocks in time, so he was unharmed. But Huang Kan's right arm was shattered, and exhausted, he tried to fly up while eyeing the Monkey King cautiously. He glances at the beast face, his eyes showing clear hatred and displeasure. Huang Kan immediately raises his hand, sharp crystals emerging from his body. They gather and fly along the energy stream he summoned. Everything seems to be moving. When he looked back, Huang Kan had summoned those giant stone swords into a large dragon, which was roaring loudly, ready to charge at the Monkey King. However, faced with such overwhelming and dangerous power, it only smiled, baring its two sharp teeth, and completely dismissed it. Humans are only resisting uselessly, just delaying their death, because in its mind, right now, it only looks down on weak humans and believes everything must be crushed by monsters like them. It arrogantly said, "There are no natural enemies on this battlefield, now it's just a game that makes humanity terrified and desperate. I look forward to seeing the strongest one reveal a look of horror." The giant dragon's mouth swooped down to bite the king of monkeys with incredible power. Just standing nearby shows how overwhelming its pressure is, but the king of monkeys doesn't bother to dodge. It arrogantly endures the attack, looking up without a hint of emotion, showing defiance and bravado, yet its hairy, muscular body remains completely unscathed. After standing firm and delivering a powerful strike, the Monkey King now remains calm, and comments like a true king of beasts, saying that his speed is decent, but his strength is too weak. Huang Kan, having just unleashed his full power, still finds it insufficient to shake the Monkey King, so he begins to activate a hidden wave of energy, causing the ground and the city to turn upside down, everything before the Monkey King is reversed. But even then, it still isn't enough to truly challenge him. The King Kong tenses up, closes his eyes tightly, and shouts, "Power is there, but the speed is too slow. Truly, you can't mess with this terrifying King Kong." It moves with divine speed, leaping over surging rocky mountains like tidal waves to evade the fierce attacks of the market. Everything he exerted himself to create was simply unable to even touch the tip of the Monkey King's claw. In just a moment, the mighty and foul-smelling Monkey King charged directly toward Huang Kan, opening its mouth full of saliva and shouting as it knelt down, "I don't like inferior creatures looking me in the eye." But when facing it, Huang Kan was not afraid at all. He glared angrily. Huang Kan's eyes widen as he senses the strange movement of the king monkey ahead. Just as he predicts its next move, it strikes him with a punch, sending him flying straight to the ground. So powerful that you can see Huang Kan's flying force as a bright streak crashing down like a huge explosion. Let's see if Huang Kan can still hold on. The monkey's big red and swollen eyes stare down. Huang Kan was slammed onto the ground, trapped in a large hole with dirt and rocks cracking around him. But he slowly managed to stand up. He looked up, glaring at the king monkey with a face full of annoyance and hatred. Huang Kan's attitude only irritates and enrages the king monkey more. It roars loudly with its disgusting, slimy mouth and asks, "Why aren't you afraid?" Huang Kan said nothing. He slammed his hand down on the ground, then channeled a powerful surge of energy. Below, he unleashes a massive pressure that begins to spread widely. Blood sacrifice spell, sealing the earth's veins. Song Huang Kan responds, "Demon beast, you think you're clever. But you've miscalculated after all, you're just an arrogant beast." The energy source is amplified from his injured hand, trying to lift it high to unleash maximum power. The golden threads fly in and tighten around the Monkey King's body. It was tightly wrapped in the air and completely controlled by Huang Kan's energy. The Monkey King now realized this while struggling with Huang Kan's swirling spiritual power. It struggles to free its body from the increasingly tightening grip of the powerful energy source. It roars, "Are you deliberately leading me into your trap?" More and more powerful, the entire body of the king monkey seemed to sink into a huge storm, with all that fierce energy swirling into a massive tornado. It kept spinning within the chaotic formation. The king of monkeys is the center of the swirling vortex, screaming in pain and completely restrained. Unable to move out of this bizarre formation, the king of monkeys is startled when he looks up and sees Huang Kan right in front of him. It is furious and thinks Huang Kan is playing tricks. Its red eyes gleam as it laughs loudly, still full of arrogance. "This is your trump card, planning to seal me under this ground? How naive of you, tiny human." Then the monkey's mouth grew even larger. It was completely confident and mocked Huang Kan's strength as a disgusting human. "This one is more excited than ever, even though its body is under his control. You can't imprison me forever. Just a little loose sand and I will tear everyone here apart." In response to the beast's triumphant glee, Huang Kan chuckled dismissively and replied, "This isn't a trump card, it's a slice of cake." After saying that, Huang Kan opened one side of his shirt. He reveals a chiseled chest full of scars, but what draws the most attention is a large wound on his right chest, scarred and bigger than his hand. And suddenly Huang Kan shouts, "The song of humanity, the song of courage." What is Huang Kan doing by stabbing himself in the chest where his warm heart is? Blood splatters from his chest as Huang Kan tries to suppress his pain. The king monkey, witnessing his strange action, trembles and asks you, "What are you planning to do?" He hurt his own body. Huang Kan was in so much pain that blood filled his mouth, but he still endured and responded to the monkey in front of him. From the very start of the war, I buried Anthan's only nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The trigger is embedded in my heart. As long as my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode. This is too terrifying. Hearing this, the monkey could no longer hold back. It gradually lost its composure and started struggling violently. Damn it, are you threatening me? Who would risk their life for a game? Do you think I'm afraid? Mayor Huang Khan truly is a man who lives for Anthan. He is now in great pain, and his strength is waning. In his final moments, he said, "I never intended to survive. Because I am the mayor of Anthan. My name is Huang Khan." In the last seconds of his life, in Huang Than's sight, he saw Huai Nim again, witnessing himself having succeeded as mayor. That was the pride of his life. The cheers and encouragement from the citizens at that moment made him feel the most fulfilled and happy. My name is Huang Khan. I dedicate everything for Anthan and its people, even my life without regret. Returning to the present, Huang Khan seems to have let go of all his obsessions, and my current obsession is to defeat this king monkey to protect Anthan. He closed his eyes and asked himself, "Have I done it now?" After those words, the explosion signal begins to erupt, the first flickering light under the crater fiercely attacking the Monkey King, meaning Huang Khan is also about to be erased. His heart has already stopped beating. He now also lets go to merge into eternity. This is the only way he can protect Anthan. At the very moment of the battle between the Monkey King and Mayor Huang Khan, a massive explosion occurred. It shines brightly, affecting a large safe zone, with everywhere filled with smoke and flames from the bomb. The nuclear bomb truly caused a huge shockwave. It erupted like a giant mushroom, flames spreading everywhere, engulfing everything. The entire battleground between the two sides seems to be burned and filled with smoke, or with nothing left. After Mayor Anthan accepted his sacrifice, a soldier pulled out his phone and reviewed the message the mayor had ordered to inform everyone to evacuate earlier. Urgent message. All soldiers and martial artists immediately evacuate from the Tianga Lake entrance area. A nuclear bomb is about to explode. Repeat urgent evacuation. After reading, he looked back at the explosion and couldn't hold back his tears. Everyone knew about this. The soldiers stand solemnly, together facing the nuclear explosion ahead, everyone shedding tears for the heroic passing of Mayor Huang Khan. On this side, So Chao's group, along with Tai Tu Lin, La Huyen, and other martial artists, all stand solemnly in a moment of silence as the bomb explodes. The giant mushroom cloud rises like a tombstone. The martial artists who received the news and evacuated promptly stand solemnly to pay their respects. This is a solemn funeral. After the horrific explosion from the mayor's nuclear bomb was over, all that remained was a huge crater filled with bright red sparks, with everything around it shattered and devastated. Inside that massive hole, the Ape King now only has a lone skeleton lying abandoned. The large flames have corroded everything, even its charred skeleton, and now nearby a glowing spiked fire spirit orb appears, continuously oscillating and emanating a strange life energy as it moves closer to the monkey's body. The sphere approaches the monkey, releasing more and more energy, which it channels into the skeleton. The energy flows continuously, and the sphere becomes a moving flame. Unexpectedly, it's not over yet. The skeletal arm of the monkey now begins to recover, with fibers like cords growing around it, and almost everything seems to be coming back to life. It gradually covers the dry, cracked arm with layers of red flesh. On the face of the king monkey, blood vessels and skin are also beginning to grow back. After a while, the king monkey's eyes are also restored. It opens wide and seems to be reborn. Thanks to the energy transferred into the sphere earlier, as everything gradually dissipates, the sphere returns to the monkey's chest, allowing it to come back to life. But this time, the monkey's body is just a fragile layer of flesh for shape. Its body is still regenerating. King Monkey quickly stands up, still with a high-pitched, smug tone, almost losing to that inferior human, then seethes with hatred and roars. "I will tear apart everyone in this city. I will use the most brutal methods to torment each person." The king monkey now has only a bare, hairless outer layer, looking like a grotesque and disgusting monster. The giant monkey hunched over and stood up, clutching its stomach and turning away. Now, its battered body drags itself back to its planet, muttering non-stop, "I will return to the realm of sin. And once I restore my vitality, I will come back to destroy this place." But suddenly a voice shouted nearby, "Where are you going?" The king of monkeys turned around in complete shock. It tried to quietly retreat, but someone had already spotted it. When it turned its gaze back, the monkey was stunned to realize it was Dich Hoa, who was in Godzilla form, waiting for the king monkey to be reborn to eliminate him completely. The Monkey King's eyes widen in panic as he realizes this human is one of the greatest obstacles in this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. Dich Hoa stands right in front of the creature, tearing through everything and affecting all of Unthane's. He showed anger on his face but tried to hold back, his pupils brightening as he stared at it and said, "Finally I found you, but it's a pity I am a step too late." Without further ado, Dich Hoa, right in front of him, clenched his nuclear fist and charged at the monkey with unstoppable speed. Seizing the opportunity while it hasn't fully regenerated its parts, he strikes with the devastating atomic fury, supercharged into its hateful face. Amid the powerful impact of Dich Hoa's attack, only the source of his suppressed strength, fueling the tragedies in Unthane, can be seen. The punch released a wave of powerful shockwaves. Dich Hoa intended this move to be the final blow. But then something unexpected happened, and Dich Hoa was also taken aback. After taking a punch from Dich Hoa, King Monkey was completely unharmed and even had enough strength to fight back. Stupid genius, not hiding in the rear during a crucial battle, yet thinking he's clever enough to face me head-on. When did those two huge hands get so close to Dich Hoa? This monkey's greedy face rushing forward is the best chance to crush him, but this isn't something that would easily scare Dich Hoa. He gently pulls down the two lines above his eyes, using blood to activate his form, but his teasing gesture still provokes the king monkey. "If you run, my giant nuclear mini-bomb might not even hit you, so now I'll give you one more." Seeing Dich Hoa's intention in front of it, the Monkey King pounded its chest and showed fear. What it sees is truly terrifying. What the hell is this? Is this really a human? In the blink of an eye, Dich Hoa transformed into a supergiant with sharp armored warships wrapping around his entire body. His colossal form was a mutated titan emerging from the dust and smoke, accompanied by powerful tremors affecting the entire area. Immediately after, Dich Hoa didn't hesitate and activated the nuclear bomb he mentioned earlier. A bright nuclear sphere appeared on the Titan's chest. It is continuously channeling powerful energy throughout that huge body. A loud explosion suddenly erupts from where Dich Hoa is standing. This event shocks Nthan for the second time. The shockwave erupts violently and powerfully, followed by smoke and dust spreading throughout the entire city. Over here, the martial artists are also feeling the powerful damage from afar. Everyone looks in amazement and confusion towards the explosion site. They still think this is caused by the market. Look, why is there another bomb going off? What is happening? Could this be Mayor Huang Khan's backup plan? As expected of Mayor Huang Khan, after another explosion from the Dich Hoa, the body of the Demon King monkey is ruined and exhausted, unable to stand, now just a piece of blackened wood among the swirling dust. The fear in the king ape's eyes continues. What it sees now is even more terrifying than before, its mouth full of teeth opening as it can only utter a few words. Monster. Monster. In front of the king ape is a massive body that has completed the transformation from the poison, with sharp teeth and a tough gozi scale covering its exterior. Inside, there is a giant head with two glowing eyes of a colossal titan. Now, the monkey can only be called an ancestor. It's like a stone beneath the fire's foot. Falling into despair, the king of monkeys roars in unbearable pain. "Why do you resemble a demon beast more than I do? Even a lord-level demon beast doesn't have your aura. It seems it can't accept that." But Dich Hoa's gaze only glanced down with a different expression, calmly replying simply, "I am not like the mocking monkey you are." Immediately after this, Dich Hoa's massive foot lifted again, aimed at the king monkey. It was startled when it saw the huge thing rushing toward it. Its body trembled so uncontrollably that it couldn't control itself. Boom! That huge thing crushes the monkey, causing a powerful rupture in the space, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. The king monkey, after being kicked, is sent tumbling like a ball. Dich Hoa mockingly called out again, "Don't run, little monkey." While on his palm, he was still gathering a surge of energy ready to deliver another punch, the black, cold fist master. Yet the monkey still dares to turn around and face Dich Hoa, clenching its loose body into a fist to throw a punch, shouting loudly, "Damn it, don't underestimate the Overlord." Then, two powerful punches collided, releasing immense energy that shone brightly and radiated overwhelming force. It seems that if it weren't for Huang Khan's earlier bomb weakening the king monkey, Dich Hoa wouldn't have been able to defeat it so quickly. Just as he managed to hold on for a while, Dich Hoa's punch knocked it down, smashing it into the ground and creating another crater. Looking at Dich Hoa's now bloodstained and severely injured arm, he relaxed his body and said to himself, "Ultimately, still a dominant beast, even wounded. Its strike remains powerful, but right now, it's just a monkey compared to me." But in just a moment, Dich Hoa's arm, which was injured earlier, was restored to normal. I tightened my grip and lifted up, speaking in the form of an enormous Godzilla giant. "My hybrid physique has surpassed 30 points, yet I still cannot overpower you in strength. You even injured my arm, but it's still not enough. The monkey is now beaten to a pulp and lying on the ground, still showing signs of life, raising its head and saying, "My wounds heal so quickly." Then it revealed a look of desperate fear. "I can't win against this genius." The king monkey seems to have gone mad, shouting repeatedly, jumping and running away with its butt sticking out, revealing itself as a cowardly loser. It can't fight back. Can't fight back. Can't fight back. It runs quite far, even planning to destroy a city, but now escaping like this is unacceptable. The monkey is hurriedly running back to its secret realm, while Dich Hoa, with nuclear energy gathered from his mouth, stands tall behind it. Inside Godzilla's body, Dich Hoa feels disgusted and contemptuous of this filthy creature. How could a beast like you deserve the Mayor Huang Khan's life? Then Dich Hoa releases nuclear energy from his large mouth, aiming straight at the small body of the running Monkey King. The energy from his mouth unleashes destructive nuclear power that engulfs everything, determined to leave no escape for this filthy creature. The monkey's body now shattered in the light of the nuclear energy emitted, completely torn apart and broken into pieces. In its final moments, it screamed in madness and despair. Human genius, so annoying. Taking advantage of Dich Hoa's devastating punch, Huyet Han Hak Vien immediately retreated underground. But Dich Hoa narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping through the smoke, as he realized that Hak Vien had used the shockwave itself to escape underground. Then, Dich Hoa released the eternal life attribute, sensing the entire terrain beneath the ground. As soon as he sensed the location of the black-eyed dark pearl, he immediately stepped down with his foot. "Run! There's no room for you to breathe underground either." Boom! Dich Hoa's toes continuously strike the ground like a meteor crashing through a planet's crust, suppressing everything into a heavy force that presses down on an entire space. The ground layer immediately cracked open, with hundreds of fissures spreading like a spider web from the impact point. But this monkey was no ordinary opponent. If only relying on physical strength, it wouldn't be enough to overpower it. Even the black-veined blood-eye darted through the ground like a fish swimming, quickly escaping pursuit, plotting a retreat path to the secret canyon. But at that moment, it suddenly felt a terrifying wave of heat coming from directly above, making every hair on its body stand up and its whole body tremble. The Black Abyss blood-eye understands its position has been exposed. Damn it, why does this human have such a keen sense? I have concealed my aura and merged with the Earth's spiritual veins. Are you a human or a god in disguise? How can you find me so accurately? Disgusting. Boom! A wave of primal anger tears through the ground, like someone dropping a bomb into a hidden bunker. The black-eye blood pearl is forced to surface, shooting up from the ground like a fish thrown out of water, met with a giant fist bearing immense pressure like a storm, wielding the black light slash. The Black Abyss eye was beaten like a mourning dog, its whole body slammed straight into the ground, sinking heavily into the rocky soil like a nail hammered into a mountain wall. Dich Hoa kept insulting, his tone full of contempt. "You stinking monkey, do you have the guts to cause trouble but no guts to take a hit? Do you think you can turn the tide just by dancing around? I thought you were a rare beast, but it turns out you're just a howling monkey, good at screaming. But when it comes to enduring, you're just a ragged puppet." Huyet Nan Hak Vien growled with bitter resentment. "Don't think you can push your luck against that cowardly insect, because if I destroy the way to the secret realm, it won't just bring disaster to you, but to all the miserable creatures that gave birth to you, filled with endless hatred. The will to destroy drives it to push the demon core to its limit, draining its last energy, leaving its body dry and withered, until suddenly its right arm recovers to its peak strength. Every black vein bulges beneath the scorched skin. Dark purple demonic energy coils around the arm like venomous snakes. It roars and screams, bones creaking as muscles swell inch by inch, claws lengthening. That arm is the final weapon, the last ember of fire from a desperate soul pushed to the brink. Just one strike. With this blow, I will send you to hell. In a single breath, the right arm of the black jewel blood-eye twisted violently before continuing to swell to its limit. The muscles swell and expand, black-purple spines protrude like dragon scales standing upright, while thick purple smoke and demonic fumes rise in waves, bringing a heavy aura of death that cracks the ground beneath. World-destroying fist. Seeing the monkey's reckless attitude, Dich Hoa's spirit surged, the pressure around his fist igniting the air with blue and purple flames, lightning streaks flashing as if the gods were enraged. The super-powerful atomic fury fists, one large and one small, collide head-on, causing shockwaves that obliterate the surrounding air and create a fleeting vacuum. The black and red lightning shot out from the impact point, shattered by Hak Vien's punch, and the residual force pierced through Dich Hoa's fist, spreading to his shoulder and chest. The muscle bundles intertwined like snakes coiling around Dich Hoa's arm, exploded, chunks of flesh torn apart, his right arm shattered into pieces, blood and bone fragments falling onto the scorched earth, creating a rain of blood amidst the radioactive wasteland. This scene makes Black Eye Hoyt-nan think Dich Hoa has been completely defeated and seriously injured, but he suddenly smiles with full of sarcasm. You're at the end of your rope. The atomic energy erupts. Boom! Hoyt-nan Hakvian just unleashed a full-force attack, but his Ma core was drained and couldn't dodge, taking a blast of primordial energy straight to the face. The thick blue light, like solid matter, pressed against his body, burning away his already withered flesh and leaving his once proud armor to vanish into dust. But just as Dich Hoa was about to finish, a strange song echoed across the battlefield, gentle yet sending a chill down his spine. It was la, la, la. A sharp pain shot through his brain, as if thousands of needles were piercing his consciousness at once, and a wave of negative emotions surged like a storm, threatening to drown Lai Ji Gong. Dich Hoa's cold blue eyes suddenly grew alert, sensing another force approaching. He immediately channels the deadly aura within him to form a mental shield against the mental attack from the stranger. When Dich Hoa regains his composure, the scorched earth after the nuclear explosion now sprouts countless arms. Dozens of slender white arms, perfectly proportioned like sculptures swaying in the wind like blooming flowers, exuding a beauty both alluring and terrifying. The black blood-eye orb, half consumed by atomic fire, is now supported by countless hands, passing it from one to another, gently guiding its torn body toward the mysterious crack. Dich Hoa's expression darkened. Just after dealing with a tyrant, he unexpectedly sensed an unknown threat lurking in the shadows. He immediately reached out to grab the black sphere, but suddenly froze completely. Are you trying to get involved? No way you're escaping, Dich Hoa roared, his colossal body shining with blinding blue light as the temperature skyrocketed. The nuclear reactor inside him pushed to its limit. 100 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Celsius, then up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. The outer shell begins to melt like Godzilla, revealing boiling flesh and blood like green lava. The ground beneath starts to burn, and the hands clutching Dich Hoa immediately ignite, screaming like newborns crying, then turn to dust. At this moment, black-violet blood-eye has been brought within 50 meters of the secret crack. For the first time, the creature that once looked down on humans as insignificant worms is now tasting the scent of imminent death. Hurry up, faster. That damn human is catching up. Rumbling loudly, Dich Hoa moved forward heavily, each step setting the ground ablaze. The strange hands emerging from the ground also burst into flames. He roared, reaching out with his giant arm to grab Hakvian. Black eye blood. Eye gapes with trembling fangs, its blood-red pupils contracting violently. No, this can't be happening. I am the ruler. I cannot be defeated and killed by humans. Stop this damn bastard right now. Immediately, the song begins to play again. La la la. But this time her singing was mixed with a soft, silk-like laughter, the laughter of a woman. From within the giant crack hundreds of meters high, a wave of delicate white hands surged like a tide. In the center of that hand wave was a woman's head, floating amidst the sea of hands, countless, beautiful hands, like masks covering her sinister eyes, but her blood-red smile and the dark red tongue licking her lips sent shivers down the spine. Dich Hoa felt like her head was about to explode from that eerie singing. Clearly she had completely neutralized the giant form's hearing, yet that sound still pierced through everything, echoing inside her like a parasite. It's so terrifying. She's on the other side of the mysterious crack, separated by an entire world, yet she can still influence me. If her real body appeared in this world, I would probably be forced to kneel down in the very first second. What kind of strange demon is this? A demon beast or something even more terrifying than a ruler? Since that strange face appeared, it hasn't been as violent as the Monkey King. Everything has gradually become a bit more stable. The hands come together to form a woman's face, even with long black hair that looks just like a wandering ghost. Two hands wrapped around and covering the demon's eye, suddenly its eyes wide open, revealing fiery pupils full of murderous rage. At the same time, the terrifying face of the woman opened her mouth to scream. Inside a shining, spiritual orb, radiating intense energy, accompanied by a deafening sound and shockwave rushing toward Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa's head throbbed with pain as he heard those sounds. He clutched his head and screamed, trying to hold himself back. Clearly I blocked the supergiant personality's hearing. Yet that strange sound still directly entered my mind. With his huge, Godzilla-like body, he tries to scream in pain and exhaustion from this deafening, mind-numbing noise. His whole body was exhausted. Dich Hoa struggled to endure the unbearable pain, trying to hold back his bitter tone. How many people have you killed already? Are you planning to leave Anthan so easily again? Dich Hoa is now like a madman. He tenses his body and screams wildly. Never before has Dich Hoa been so desperate. Don't delude yourself. So, all the nuclear energy. Dich Hoa is determined to gather the powerful nuclear energy into his body, pressing his hands down firmly. The entire giant titan skeleton is filled with nuclear energy, surging through every corner and tearing apart the lightning streams. Lightning shoots out as Dich Hoa, after filling the super titan with nuclear energy, calculates his escape route from the body. He tries to move as fast as he can. Everything is done and the calculations are all set. Dich Hoa excitedly displays her familiar mischievous look and gives it a love tap with her middle finger. This is a specialty from our hometown. Nuclear bomb, hope you like it, you bastard. The entire giant titan's body is now filled with energy, radiating nuclear power and about to explode in an incredibly terrifying way. And it is rushing towards the secret door, all eyes on the hideous face of the woman helping the Monkey King. She opens her mouth, waiting for the mobile nuclear bomb, completely unable to move away or escape. The nuclear light flickers, and another devastating explosion occurs. After Mayor Huang Khan's nuclear bomb, Dich Hoa's nuclear bomb quickly explodes, and Anthan sprouts another huge mushroom cloud. The old shells fighting outside can see this shocking scene. Everyone thought Mayor Huang Khan had set a trap and was discussing among themselves. Everyone, look at the crack in the secret realm. It seems to have exploded. Things are not good. The monsters are suddenly in chaos. Could Mayor Huang Khan have succeeded? Everyone focus your minds and do not let Mayor Huang Khan's sacrifice be in vain. Our An city has been saved. Maybe because the Huyet Dong Hak Vian body was finally destroyed by the giant bomb, the monsters flooding into An city from the secret passage are starting to decrease, as if the other world has stopped invading An city. The warriors of Anthan began a one-day and one-night siege to hunt down the monsters hiding in the city, and only when no monsters remained did the exhausted warriors stop. The final battle to defend An city was won, but at a heavy cost with nearly 80% of warriors and soldiers lost. The nuclear explosion site at the Heavenly Swan Lake secret realm left a deep valley from the shockwaves of two powerful bombs. After releasing his body to detonate, Dich Hoa has now lost all his strength and lies unconscious on the ground. A moment later, Dich Hoa's weak eyes slowly opened. Everything was gone, and he was the only one left here. Dich Hoa slowly sat up and wondered to himself how long he had been asleep, even though he had drained all the nuclear energy from his body to detonate the supergiant clone. But this place was already filled with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy, so it was like recharging on the spot. After recovering for a short while, Dich Hoa looked into the distance and reflected that this battle was too difficult. Mayor Huang Khan sacrificed himself to detonate the blood copper black pearl, severely damaging it, allowing us to leverage the terrain and the continuous nuclear explosions to finally destroy it completely before that woman's head could save the black pearl. Although my infinite monster form is very powerful, I still can't defeat the apex-level beasts. This victory was also thanks to favorable timing, geography, and luck. As long as I have enough time, I will eventually stand at the top of the world's combat power. But this secret realm uprising leaves no time for further growth. I don't know when I can unlock the next form. I don't know when the next form will be extracted, and even if I do, it might not be the golden type. Merging with the divine core demon form is the fastest way for me to become a top expert, so I can only accelerate collecting plant-type demon cores with high compatibility to that form and also learn the mysterious imperial martial technique. Because the infinite monster pattern can cheat in the martial space, our cultivator's super system must also grasp it. Although the development of the mysterious royal martial arts is slightly slower than the pattern's capabilities, it has immense potential. Anyway, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Perhaps my crossing here has its own mission. 1 month after the An City disaster, in memory of Huang Khan's sacrifice for the city, the residents here cast a bronze statue of him and placed it in the city square. Dich Hoa is here, sitting on a bench in the park and enjoying the breeze. He is watching the latest news report about the situation in Anthan, recounting the damage caused by the Beast Tide attack. This time, 18 cities across Hakwash were attacked. 12 cities fell completely, including Quan Son Thi, where an S-rank secret realm appeared, covered entirely by an impenetrable gray bone membrane. The National Martial Arts Organization of Great Halong Tuok has sent 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 top-tier grandmasters led by Grandmaster Dukan Min to investigate. This invasion by the Beast Tide is unusual. Even S-rank secret realms have appeared. The strongest expert of the Ha Kingdom, Deputy Martial Artist Hong Sin, entered the secret realm on the outskirts of Kwansan City and did not see any martial artists breaking through. Eventually, he went in alone. After 8 hours, Hong Sin was severely injured and led 2 surviving grandmasters out. Since then, the Litkwanson area of Hakwak has become the world's 11th forbidden zone. 1.8 million people confirmed dead. At this point, Dichhoa couldn't help but feel heartbroken, as if he sensed the urgent situation of the entire planet and said, even the strongest warriors at the Tranquok level are facing such a critical threat to humanity's survival? No, I can't wait any longer. Transition to the Liu family's large mansion and immediately hear Dichhoa's whimpering over the phone. Aunt Tan, what can I ask of you? Tang Lam comfortably lies on the red sofa, relaxing her tired body, and casually asks, Dichhoa, do you want to learn the remaining 2 sets of Huyan Huang martial skills of the Liu family? Hearing these words, Dichhoa thought to himself, in Aunt Tan's eyes, do I really have that kind of image? Then he casually dismissed it and said, oh, it's nothing else. I want to ask for help in buying some high-quality plant attribute demon cores, preferably blue or even purple lord level. Tan Lam nodded gently and replied that plant attribute demon beasts are already rare, and lord-level cores are even more precious. You're really greedy, wanting so much. What are you willing to pay? Without hesitation, Dichhoa revealed his trump card and promised that Hoadu University would hold a secret realm exam every year for new students. You can team up with Liu Thantruk to help her win first place, but Tan Lam knows this best. You really underestimate the talents of other provinces. I can be straightforward. If Thantruk's strength in previous years was only mid to high level, she wouldn't have risen to the top. Although you always dominate Thantruk in the competition, you're still a bit behind the top-tier geniuses. But now, I am completely confident and boldly assert before Tan Lam. But Aunt Tan can only place her hope for the revival of the Liu family on you, right? You can write a promissory note. If you don't win first place, you'll go serve the Liu family as a horse or a servant and support them until the end. Tan Lam then playfully kicked her heel back. Haha, being a beast of burden, huh? Maybe Tan Lam is excited about Dichhoa's promise. She straightened up, no longer appearing tired like before, and finally agreed to temporarily help the boy once more at Anthon Central Hospital, riding her war horse to this place. He quickly takes the spotlight. Many beautiful girls gather around cheering and asking for Dichhoa's autograph. You look like a superstar. Oh, look, it's Dichhoa. No wonder he's a top scholar. We're all injured, but he's completely fine. I heard he defeated many monsters in the secret realm invasion. I'm a fan of Dichhoa, so please give me his QQ number. Dichhoa, can you sign for me? But you've already refused everyone else. No thanks. Secretly feeling happy inside. I never expected to become so famous. I might as well retire now. In room 6, Duong 11 and 12, So Chao, La Huyen, and Dichhoa bring fruit to visit their close friend, and as soon as they see So Chao, they burst into laughter, almost dropping their jaws, pointing at everything when they see So Chao covered in bandages like a wax figure. Hey, and isn't this the #1 handsome guy in Enthang, So Chao? I never thought you'd have a day like this. Ha. Just seeing Dichhoa's face makes So Chao so angry he can't do anything. He changed the subject even though he knew you were visiting someone in the hospital. What are those things in your hands? And Dichhoa even added a sharp comment about Fan giving them to you on the way. Next to So Chao's bed, La Huyen waved warmly when he saw him. Oh, Dichhoa, he seems very friendly. If Dichhoa knew who this person was, that would be something else. He looked around and then pointed at his face, introducing himself. I'm La Huyen, your first opponent in the qualifiers. At this moment, Dichhoa finally opened his eyes wide, as if he remembered everything again. Are you forgetting yourself? Don't look at me like that, my leg isn't fully healed yet. Don't act like I'm disabled. I can have it surgically reconnected, or I can get a new combat prosthetic from the latest Thunder Falcon model. Dichhoa quietly looked at La Huyen, thinking that losing a leg to protect Enthan was admirable, just as his phone in his pocket kept ringing non-stop. He took out his phone, about to turn it off, muttering, lately my phone keeps blowing up from spam calls, so annoying. Then he put it back in his pocket, only for it to start ringing again, non-stop. Dichhoa groaned again, and reluctantly picked up the phone to listen. Unexpectedly, on the other end of the line was the principal who had tried many ways to contact Dichhoa, but he kept turning off his phone all day. Why did Dichhoa block a major figure from Hoa Do? Unlock it now, understood. Old Master Dang is not the principal. An important figure that the principal mentioned was also able to contact Dichhoa. Hello Dichhoa, I am Vuong Dao, the director of admissions at Hoa Do University. Hoa Do will admit students a month earlier, and a special train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requests? At the same time, So Chao was also informed about the enrollment, just like Dichhoa. Hello So Chao, I am Teacher Lu from the Hoa Do admissions office. Dichhoa on this side responds accordingly, following the organization's arrangement, and so Chao on the bed also agrees. Easily. Got it. I will be there on time. Thank you, Teacher Lu. La Huyen looked at this scene and felt guilty as she thought. In a room for 3 people, everyone except me is a master. It seems I shouldn't be on the bed, but should crawl underneath. After hearing the phone, Dichoa's face showed a sense of urgency. He whispered that there were things to do before entering school. A few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake explosion caused by nuclear clouds lifting hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere, the sky around the lake was shrouded in an eternal night, like a night without end. At this moment, thick clouds blocked the faint light in the sky. Dichoa soon arrived here as well. He is in Godzilla form, sitting meditating below to absorb nuclear energy into his body. The nuclear energies are swirling wildly as a thick foggy cloud. It quickly covers his body as if it has enough energy. Dichoa opened his eyes wide, glowing strangely. The system displayed the monster model of the infinite master subject, Dichoa. After completing the synthesis, Dichoa stood tall with a heroic aura, and then whispered to himself. After the battle with the blood copper dark circle, the compatibility rate increased by 1.5%, and the impressive figure combined with excess fission energy turned this place into a sacred training ground, where 3 days of cultivation boosted the compatibility rate by an additional 6%, making remarkable progress. Saying that, Dichoa stomped his foot hard, but unfortunately I have to leave now. He moves faster than the speed of light, soaring from underground to the sky. Only the streak of light can be seen. The scene shifts to Enthan Station, where the station announcement states that train G66 from Enthan to Hoa Do Te will depart in 5 minutes. So Chow has been waiting for Dichoa since the afternoon. He has finished packing his belongings. Sensing Dichoa's aura nearby, So Chow turned around and looked around quietly, saying to himself, "He's here. That little spark in the sky? It's dazzling." Dichoa deftly and nimbly jumps down right next to So Chow, causing everyone nearby to be startled and shocked. He landed safely and looked back at So Chow, saying, "Just in time." As soon as he arrived, the locals recognized him and started shouting again, "Is that Dichoa? Damn it, the pressure earlier almost made me faint. I thought a high-level beast was appearing. The aura was terrifying. Even advanced warriors don't have such presence. Truly the pride of Enthan." As soon as So Chow saw Dichoa, he recognized him immediately and nodded. "You're stronger again," and Dichoa now looks back longingly at the first place he traveled through. Enthan, I am about to leave this place behind. This is the first stop when I traveled through time and also my origin. Goodbye, Enthan. So, the train has finally started. With its sluggish speed, why doesn't Dichoa just use his abilities to move faster? With an eager and expectant spirit, Dichoa said, "Let's go to Hoa Do." The train quickly departed, carrying the 2 new students to their enrollment at Hoa Do. Once on the train, Dichoa refused to sit still, standing on the seat and looking at everyone. So Chow, with his eyes half closed, reminded him, "Can't you just behave, Dichoa?" Dichoa asked curiously. "Are all the passengers top scholars?" So Chow added, "The train also uses advanced materials and technology that can withstand thousands of tons of impact." Still, at least 5 Huyen Vu martial artists were assigned to escort, even including a top master sitting in to guard, because these passengers were the elite geniuses of the entire South Country. Dichoa subtly sensed the aura and silently assessed in his mind, "There are indeed a few experts, but no more than 5 people can withstand my 3 moves." Suddenly, as it was running smoothly, the train's announcement system sounded the alarm. "Red alert, red alert. The Hoa Do train is under attack by an unidentified enemy, and the train's loudspeaker is becoming increasingly urgent. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The Hoa Do train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. Professors and instructors are investigating the situation and are instructing all remaining students to leave the carriage immediately and to absolutely not engage with the enemy." The students whispered among themselves, and the entire carriage was in chaos. Are you kidding? Who dares to attack Hoa Do? Maybe this is not just a test of our new students' abilities. The Ha Kingdom is at its weakest now, with the Tron Kwok martial artist injured and in seclusion, and one of the 3 great national protectors, Dukan Min, missing. Many Grand Masters and Huyen Vu warriors have fallen in the Beast Tide invasions in Kwanzan City and other towns. It is normal for forces previously oppressed by Ha Country to be seeking revenge. Someone hearing this asked, "Should we leave the carriage now?" So Chow and Dichoa were still relaxed on their seats, ignoring the people outside behind them. So Chow turned and asked, "What do you think?" Dichoa, who had just dozed off for a moment, replied while leaning back to rest, "It's really troublesome. Training for several days has been exhausting. I was just about to sleep a little to recover." Song suddenly stopped firmly. Dichoa looked excited and now very eager. The more they forbid him, the more he wants to do it. After clenching his fist, he said, "Let's go see what's going on." The train continued moving towards the Flower City as So Chow and Dichoa stepped out through a door on the train, seeing a young friend covered in blood. Dich Hoa hurriedly asked, "Classmate, wake up, what's ahead?" The boy looked panicked, gazing at Dich Hoa with desperation, and said, "The enemies have taken over the first 3 cars. They control a special domain that can pull people into a separate space, preventing Duchan from fighting outside. Inside, there are terrifying enemies hunting everyone down. Most of the Huyanvu martial arts guardians have sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that space and told me to warn everyone to run immediately. This is not a drill. Some students are still inside the train station." They went back towards Dich Hoa's area, hesitating for a long time in front of the new friend they just met. This friend is freshman Chu Kim Huyan. Right outside Dich Hoa and So Chow, these people started making noise. "Where is the evidence? You say it's dangerous up ahead, but you need to provide proof." A tall freshman with hair as wild as a lion. Hearing this, Dong Yi asked again, "Where are the teacher's tokens for you or the other injured people? Why did only you manage to escape?" "I have a close friend in the previous carriage who is strong enough to compete for the student council president. This lion-headed young man is Yan Zhengzhong, a new student, who then boldly shouted, 'I don't believe you can escape,' but he can't." The 2 people behind this wild-haired guy also chimed in. "That's right, this lion-headed guy is right." Then Viam Chin Hung crossed his arms in annoyance and said, "Get out of the way, I need to continue," and simply stepped past the door the student just warned about, with Dich Hoa and So Chow happily making way for them. "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's extremely dangerous ahead. Why won't you listen?" "Don't go to your death." Even though they told you, they didn't listen. Chu Kim Huyan noticed Dich Hoa nearby. "Are you Dich Hoa?" At this moment, Dich Hoa is using magnetic energy to test whether what this friend said is true. He ponders, sensing something unusual from this classmate through his life field, and asks again, "How do you know it's me?" Chu Kim Huyan carefully mentioned Liu Than Truk and explained, "A girl named Liu Than Truk showed me a picture of you and told me to make sure you don't go to the front wagons." When Dich Hoa heard Liu Than Truk's name, he was startled and immediately asked, "Did she say that to you?" Chu Kim Huyan carefully recounted that she was seriously wounded while protecting me from a sword strike. Then with tears in her eyes and a resentful mood, she said, "If those people want to die, I can't stop them. But I must fulfill that girl's wish and keep you alive." Dich Hoa, furious, punched Chu Kim Huyan in the head and cursed loudly. "Damn it, your wish hasn't come true yet." So Chow leaned in and asked calmly, "Are you still planning to go?" Of course I promised her parents. But as soon as I saw Dich Hoa step through the door, Chu Kim Huyan spread her arms to stop him at all costs. "No, I won't let you pass," Dich Hoa said casually, unable to hold back. "This damn bastard managed to get into Hoa Do? Who's he trying to block?" Dich Hoa whispered that choosing Dich Hoa and So Chow was a mistake, just a simple display of their power for Chu Kim Huyan to see. As So Chow understood the signal and drew his sword, sparks of ice flashing brightly and fearfully. So Chow stepped back and handed Chu Kim Huyan a sword, but this friend of yours didn't accept it easily and waved it away. "I'm trying to save you, so how can you be so unreasonable?" As soon as he spoke, he made his move. How could someone as refined and elegant as a fellow student be familiar with these rough guys? Seeing this meddlesome guy, Dich Hoa didn't say much, nor did he act aggressively. He simply stepped closer and delivered a punch with nuclear energy into his stomach. "You're so talkative," in a deep voice. Chu Kim Huyan, clutching his stomach, trembling, said, "The power is too overwhelming. It's on a completely different level." Dich Hoa suddenly told Kim Huyan, "Sorry, hold on to this vitality pill. We have urgent business." Then he quickly ran to the front train platform and shouted, "So Chow, let's go!" Xiaozhou followed behind and both rushed forward. Chu Kim Huyan shouted in helplessness, "Don't go. It's too dangerous." They finally reached carriage 3. So Chow and Dich Hoa stopped because in front of them was a mysterious door. Dich Hoa quickly realized this must be an independent space door. He grabbed a large suitcase at random, lifted it up to throw inside, and said, "Just a little experiment." Dich Hoa decisively threw the suitcase into compartment 3. After observing for a moment, he looked around thoughtfully, with no reaction, not even hearing any sound. "Even my life force can't sense the energy inside. Since many new life forms have passed through here, they must have all gone in." Then he didn't hesitate anymore and jumped right in, so Chow also followed Dich Hoa and went in. "Interesting, just rush in." As soon as he entered, Dich Hoa cast a disdainful glance ahead, paying close attention. "Over here is completely different from what I imagined. A train carriage. It's a space like the universe. That vast space has a loosely arranged path leading to the light ahead," Dich Hoa realized. "I'm so dizzy. Who the hell is messing around here? I see this thing but can't find So Chow anywhere around." Diet Hoa found it strange. Clearly they entered together, but So Chow disappeared. "But since we're already inside, let's just go for it." He was quickly drawn to the distant light ahead. That must be where the glow is. The more he chased that strange light, Dich Hoa reached a ruined city area where it looked like a fierce battle had just taken place. The buildings are overlapping each other. What the hell is this place? He reached out his hand to feel the life force magnetic field but found no reaction. Is it blocked by this place? He then used his nuclear energy to launch himself like a missile, soaring high while thinking to himself that the old method still works best. Soon, Dich Hoa had flown up to the rooftop of a nearby building, planning to quickly finish it off from there. He cupped a brilliant nuclear energy sphere in his palm, Dich Hoa furious and shouting, "Don't pretend to be mysterious anymore." He pushed his hand forward, the sphere growing more intense and fierce. It's like a nuclear bomb blasting from Dich Hoa's arm, billowing smoke and fire. He shouted loudly, "Blow up completely." The nuclear bomb Dich Hoa created exploded in the sky, forming a huge cloud above the building that gradually expanded, with the shockwave rattling the entire area. At this moment, other martial artists had already arrived before Dich Hoa, and this group quickly realized the magnitude of the explosion, all stunned and amazed by its overwhelming power. What kind of big explosion is this and what trouble is it causing, parents? Which expert is showing off like this? They are hiding behind nearby buildings. Meanwhile, So Chow, who was nearby, immediately recognized the source of the powerful explosion and rushed forward with his sword at full speed. From a nearby building corner, you could clearly see the explosion and the silhouette of a woman leaning slightly against a wall. She looks quite heavy and unable to move. It turns out to be Liu Qingzhu, who is now seriously injured, and upon noticing the explosion ahead, she was the one who recognized Dich Hoa, not anyone else. Liu Qingzhu weakly and hoarsely said, "Dich Hoa told me not to let him come." Standing where Dich Hoa was, after making a move in this secret realm, he looked down from above and noticed the dirty noises of the nearby beasts. He muttered, "It seems I not only attract teammates but also enemies." Behind Dich Hoa there was a shadowy figure, walking upright like a human but with a large, strange, veined ear on its head. Dich Hoa was sure someone was planning to attack him from behind, so he kept his usual mischievous expression. Looking closely at this guy's appearance, he's wearing a pig's head, as if this organization doesn't want anyone to know who they really are, and he's also holding a long butcher's knife. I don't know how many lives have been sacrificed, but that rusty knife looks terrifying, and his bloodshot eyes stare with murderous intent at Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa turned his back, then gathered nuclear energy into his palm. He jumps high and swings a blow to send that pig-headed guy's head flying out of here. Dich Hoa's eyes blaze with fury as he directly insults him, still wearing that pig's head. Looks utterly pathetic. Damn it, pretending to be a god or a demon? Let me tear off your mask. Yet this pig-headed bastard still doesn't know what fear is. Facing him is the martial arts genius of Anthan. Yet he quickly raised his knife to defend and made no move to dodge. At this moment, one hand firmly holding the rusty black chain was pulled back. Right now, Dich Hoa suddenly punches directly at the pig's head, but surprisingly, this guy is also very quick. He forcefully thrust his large knife and stabbed straight through Dich Hoa's body. The powerful energy from Dich Hoa's punch made his head disappear into a nuclear light. Thanks to the powerful nuclear impact, the pig's head has turned into a delicious roasted pig, steaming intensely in front of Dich Hoa. Yet this guy's face still looks terrified as he glares at Dich Hoa with a mocking expression. At this point, Dich Hoa also begins to feel something unusual. He opens his eyes wide and reveals a hint of vulnerability on his face. "You dare to directly block my nuclear power? Fine, I'll take it from you." The pig-headed guy clenched his large knife tightly, pushing harder to deal a stronger blow to Dich Hoa, even gleefully making the wound worse. Suddenly, the pig-headed guy jumped in surprise when he looked ahead, but now his face was burned black with smoke rising off it, smelling like roasted pork. It turned out he was shocked that Dich Hoa was unharmed after being pierced through by a sword. "You stand in front of that fake demon and boast proudly, not expecting my healing ability to be so fast. Locking you up with muscle is easy." Dich Hoa's mouth smiled broadly and crooked to one side, clearly teasing as he continued speaking. "Your strength isn't much, but your weapon is special, seemingly piercing through all defenses. What exactly are you?" He remained very calm, spreading the top and bottom parts of the large pig's head apart. He could no longer do anything to Dich Hoa and simply endured as Dich Hoa forced his mouth open. Dich Hoa says, "Let me check carefully. Take this, old man." As he finished speaking, Dich Hoa's mouth suddenly transformed into a giant gyoza with sharp teeth, and he unleashed a long nuclear energy beam from his throat toward the opponent's neck. The nuclear energy stream directly from the esophagus to the stomach burns everything to ash. That's the end for anyone who dares to mess with Dich Hoa. At this point, the entire head of the ambusher has rotted away in the flames. He collapses to the ground before Ditchhoa can even see his face clearly. Ditchhoa looked at the pig's head in his hand, then said, "I am a real person. I say what I mean, and the fake demon in front of me is now collapsed with his body almost burned out." Only then did he realize something when he saw the pig's head clearly. Oh, there's something inside the mask. From the charred blackened mouth with many sharp teeth, Ditchhoa saw a blue necklace. Is that a pendant? So, this must be Hodo's experiment? The strange falling moon, he plans to go down and pick up the butcher knife to play a few more rounds. But just as Ditchhoa was about to pay attention to it, it disappeared on its own. He glanced at it briefly and then shrugged. The masked person's weapon transforms into a masterful weapon, making it extraordinarily sharp. Once the weapon dissipates, it reverts to an ordinary object. But then Ditchhoa still has many questions about this blue transmission cord. What is the purpose of this necklace? Should I find more masked men and steal their necklaces instead? Still focused intently on what I just took out. An arrow suddenly shot from behind Ditchhoa, aiming to ambush him, moving at an incredible speed. Ditchhoa is still muttering to himself without realizing it, just like a chicken eating its fill. It's not that he didn't notice, but Ditchhoa simply didn't bother with the petty weapon behind him. As long as he used his internal magic, he could prevent any harm. Looking a bit further, he realized who was shooting at him from behind. He said, "Is it the next round already?" The guy behind, looking like a chicken, holding two bows in his hands. He thought he would hit the target, but unexpectedly the target bent his arrow in half. This guy angrily jumped up and down. Ditchhoa cheerfully turns around with his signature smile, staring straight at the next troublemaker. I hate sneak attacks the most. Looks like this time I'll get to stretch my legs. At this moment, I was about to rush up and give this guy another shot when suddenly, from the ground where I was standing, another arrow was pushed forward and shot straight into him. I was also taken aback by how fast he moved. When he suddenly leapt up from the ground, I was rushing forward and couldn't react in time. Seeing the opportunity, the chicken-headed man on the other side fired a rapid barrage of arrows, repeatedly shooting them into Ditchhoa's body while jumping up in excitement. He was frantically making strange noises like a beast. The series of arrows just now pierced directly into Ditchhoa's body, while below, another person's arm held tightly onto the spear to keep him in place, so he couldn't dodge the arrows from the chicken-headed guy. They pierce from the back through the stomach and run all over his body. Can he withstand it? But Ditchhoa is not someone to give up easily. This pain is nothing to him. Ditchhoa has been close to death before. He looked up at the enemy in front of him, then chuckled eerily and said, "Is that all you have to kill me?" Ngay is too weak. Immediately, Ditchhoa's whole body tenses up fiercely. He summoned Titan strength from his bloodline to form a giant skeleton, surrounded by nuclear energy like flames raging and bursting out. All the spears that pierced his body were burned away. This powerful ability cannot be hurt by just a few branches. The ambusher looked up at Ditchhoa and froze like a statue when he saw his opponent was a giant superhuman. He threw a punch at the chicken-faced guy in front of him. A powerful kick is unleashed, shaking the entire secret realm. It knocks the opponent back, piercing through a large building with only dust clouds resembling a massive mountain, and above, Ditchhoa's lightning-fast punch shining brightly. This incident caused a large building to collapse, and many martial artists in the distance watched the battle, only daring to observe and discuss among themselves. What's going on over there? The entire building has collapsed. Now, after taking down the chicken-faced guy, Ditchhoa is holding the largest spear that the masked man who ambushed him just now used. I slowly approached him, voice laced with a sinister tone, saying, "I need to find out who almost skewered me." But as I got closer, I realized the person in front of me was no ordinary opponent. He is wearing a rabbit head and crouches in front of him, silent. Ditchhoa then guesses it's a dragon rabbit, as expected, from the 12 zodiac animals. At this moment, the strange rabbit's two hind legs puffed up like two inflated balloons, with sparks of energy flickering on the surface, as he gathered momentum to scratch the ground and then charged forward with incredible speed, wielding his largest spear and attacking Ditchhoa, his eyes glowing red and fixed solely on him. Instantly, he delivered a kick to this rabbit's head. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite agile and flexible. Instead of hitting the target with his kick, the mischievous rabbit jumps aside and points the sharp spear directly at his head. Ditchhoa only then realized and stopped underestimating his opponent. He straightened up and muttered to himself, "Damn it, do you know martial arts?" At this moment, that sharp arrow is so close to Ditchhoa's face, he tries to lean back to dodge as much as possible. During this extremely tense moment, Ditchhoa is trying to concentrate his energy and stare directly at the strange rabbit in front of him. Ditchhoa shouts, and the ice wall immediately in front of him materializes into a large, solid shield. delaying the force of the rabbit's charge. Yet that terrifying thick wall still cracked and shattered. Hoa stared straight at the horrifying creature jumping at him. The atmosphere seems to freeze. All around is icy cold, emanating a chilling, icy power. The masked rabbit is surrounded by a large, spiked ice wall. He looked around very cautiously because he didn't know who was responsible. At that moment, on top of the masked rabbit's head, Suojo rushed forward, grabbing the energy-filled sword in his hand and said, "Almost got him, Hoa. Let me handle this rabbit." The rabbit man looked up in surprise at his speed as he swung his sword down, unleashing a devastating icy burst. Yet the rabbit was quick and agile, leaping away to avoid the attack. His eyes are glowing red with irritation, as if he almost had his prey, but someone jumped in to ruin it, making him furious. Then follows the intense battle between So Chow and this rabbit-headed guy. He kept stabbing repeatedly towards So Chow, while he kept swinging his sword aimlessly. After dozens of exchanges, the large spear he held was also frozen by So Chow, unable to deal any more damage. The rabbit is trying to break free, but can't. At the same time, Suojo pushes his other hand forward for a powerful palm strike. The force released sent the rabbit-headed guy flying easily. At this moment, the rabbit-headed man was hit by something hot and burning on his back, as So Chow delivered a powerful strike to send him flying toward Hoa. As his body touched Hoa's outer titanium layer, the guy suddenly realized and froze in shock, like, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Just as he turned around, the rabbit-headed guy saw the dazzling light of the nuclear explosion erupting in front of him. He knew for sure that this energy could no longer be resisted. It trembled and hesitated, unsure of what to do next. At this moment, it is Hoa's fist. In his super-hybrid human body, he clenches the masked figure's face and tightens his grip. A stream of energy seeps out from between his fingers, and Hoa excitedly says, "I finally caught you, my adorable bunny." From above, you can see a beam of nuclear energy shooting up from below, illuminating the area with a bright glow and shaking the entire ruined zone, with Hoa constantly powering this dark place. The footage is from a few minutes earlier, showing two new students talking on a high floor of a building. Why is it so quiet over there? Who was making all that noise? They must be dead by now. Surely those masked guys were surrounded and beaten by dozens of people, but remained unharmed. Their weapons pierced through all defenses. They are definitely not opponents at our level. Inside this place, a beautiful woman with long hair and 3 tight curves looked somewhat arrogant as she saw Hoa blow up a nuclear bomb upon entering, but she wasn't very pleased and went to evaluate. The one who just entered and shot fireworks into the sky so arrogantly must be just a provincial student who took the exam to enter Hoado. The frog sitting at the bottom of the well still mentions the lion-headed name from the day before Hoa met him. Honestly, the top scholars of other big cities are worlds apart from those provincial kids. I heard that Diem Chin Hung in Mo City, Aoduang Trak, Lam Vu Tu in Thon City, and Tan Tran on Luli Island have already started hunting masks. I don't know how they managed it. The people around just nodded when they heard. He asked curiously, "So powerful? Then the position of the new chief should belong to those people already." But she said no, the previous heads of the city were all from Hoado, and compared to the demon cultivators of Hoado, students from other regions couldn't compare. The source of cultivation has been different since childhood. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoa triggered another explosion just now. This nuclear-like light drew the attention of the two gossipers, who looked up and kept their eyes on it. Both of them are trembling. Their distorted faces seem to share the same thought, yet they whisper to each other. What was that light just now, and that incredible power? Electromagnetic gun? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as an electromagnetic gun here. This also drew the attention of the lion-headed group. He glanced at the nuclear energy pillar of Hoa while still killing the masked men on his side. Showing a face not very pleased with this situation, he turned to the young man beside the sedan and asked, "Drake, what do you think?" The pink-haired boy named Track glanced briefly and started analyzing. This attack style doesn't seem like the mask's way. It's likely the move of some new student. This person is also a new student, full name Ouyang Zhan. The giant sword of the lion-headed guy stabbed forcefully into a man wearing a horse helmet. New students from Hoadu are the only ones who could possibly possess such overwhelming strength. We have to go see. After all, we've collected 4 talismans, rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Now he's holding 4 dangling cords, and Lamu Si and Thamdu also has at least 1 talisman. Ouyang Zha lightly nodded and said, Tan Tran on Lai Lai Island at least has the snake talisman. A new student named Liu Qingzhuo obtained the pearl talisman from the head of the Chao people. If the masks are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac animals, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, and dragon pendants remain. Then, with a gaze full of longing and determination, he muttered to himself, Duong Trak's face clearly showed his wariness of this creature. He said plainly, "You know that monster. Touching it means certain death. It's a boss you can only run from." I must commend Ouyangji's understanding. He walks over to the lion's head, continues talking. The remaining pendant, that blue glow, must have several pieces. Xintran and Lam Vu Tu are definitely also attracted. Damn it, this game has already reached the finals. At this moment, his face shows a more cunning and dangerous expression than ever. This dark attitude, after a moment of reasoning, suggests that the only way to win is to take it from others. Cut back to Dichhua and Sochao, with Dichhua holding a necklace in his hand. This is the first time. Sochao has seen this. He stepped closer and asked, "This is what Dichhua just explained. Before you arrived, I took down a guy wearing a pig mask and got another pig-shaped pendant. Then Dichhua confidently guessed that this was all part of a plan. If I'm not mistaken, this experiment requires us to collect all the amulets from the beginning of the animals." Sochao glanced down and cautiously asked, "Do we need to actively search for the masks?" Dichhua recalled the figure of the chicken-like person jumping up and down and repeated it. "Yes, earlier on the roof, there was a guy who shot at me secretly, probably wearing a mask, and took advantage of the chaos to escape. Both of them are chatting away without noticing someone watching them secretly." Dichhua looked around the battlefield and then spoke, "But his arrow has shot us. I can use it to track him." Sochao felt more excited and shouted, "Let's go!" The two gods had been walking for a while in the mysterious realm, and the more they went, the more the place became dilapidated and ruined. Dichhua keenly looked at the ground and quickly noticed strange traces. He immediately deduced that there had been a fight here, and someone had been here before. He reached out to touch the burn mark on the ground and felt that it was still warm, indicating the enemy had not gone far. At this moment, Sochao's expression became more cautious. He was startled, his heart pounding, and immediately he quickly and decisively drew out his icy sword. So Chao unleashes a powerful sweeping sword attack to one side, sensing a foul aura nearby. The ice wall he creates extends from where his sword strikes the target in front of him, who is quickly hit by the icy barrier. So it turns out she's a pretty new female student who's quite impressive, and after getting hit by Sochao's sword move, her face clearly shows her disappointment. She painfully clutches her recovering arm, trembling as she says, "What? My invisibility hologram was actually detected." Sochao's powerful attack is heading straight for this invisible female student. His icy, sharp spikes are taller than a person's head. Sochao's shadow moves menacingly as he speaks in a deep voice. "Hold your ground, evil plans." Suddenly, a man also appeared out of invisibility and shouted, "Get out of the way." So this invisible girl is the new student Lam Vu Tu. As soon as he saw the other person appear, he was startled and quickly looked over the new character, who suddenly burst into a large flame, tightening his voice. Ren's combat technique, the DM Ma, after reciting the spell, clenched his hand, releasing a wave of fiery shock that immediately suppressed the ice wall created by Sochao. The flames spread wider and wider, and he grew more and more delighted. This young man appeared after a rather fiery greeting. After executing a move, he relaxed his body and exhaled smoke, holding a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, tilted his head back, and said, "You've been found out, Lam Vu Tu. Your holographic invisibility is terrible. This person is also a newcomer named Tan Tran." Lam Vu Tu nearby was furious. "Get lost, don't interfere." At this point, with the appearance of two more people, Dichhua approached both of them and said, "You're ambushing us." Lam Vu Tu quickly pretended to deny. "It's a misunderstanding, buddy. We just took down a guy with a chicken mask. The hiding was just to lure out another mask. As for Tan Tran, he didn't say anything. He just kept focusing on what he wanted, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag." "So what does that mean then?" Suddenly, Dichhua clenched the neck of a girl tightly in midair. The surprising thing is that this person looks exactly like Lam Vu Tu. She is being controlled by Dichhua's power, and he can easily lift her up like a doll. She was completely suppressed and unable to resist. Over here, the main body of Lam Vu Tu showed a look of annoyance and sulking. She glanced ahead and said even her clone was exposed. These two guys are quite capable. A puff of smoke escapes from beside Tranton as he chuckles. "Ha ha ha. At first, I didn't expect you to succeed in the assassination." Hearing this, he immediately threw his cigarette to the ground and said, "That's too boring." After saying this, Tranton suddenly puffed out his cheeks, his face on both sides swollen like balloons. He took a deep breath, filling his mouth with air, and as time went on, his skin stretched tighter and tighter, twitching and growing even larger. Tranton pressed his hands tightly against his cheeks and blew out a thick black smoke from his small mouth, which spread and increased rapidly. That smoke quickly spread toward Di Hoa and Sochao. The two of them stood still for a moment but quickly jumped back to avoid contact. Let me handle this. Don't mess up. Run away now. The wind rises and a continuous surge of energy blasts out behind it. Her hair also whips wildly in the wind like a madwoman. This caused the toxic smoke from the fan to drift directly toward her, heading straight for So Chao and Di Chua's men. Both of our men couldn't dodge in time, and soon their figures disappeared into the thick black smoke, leaving only two black dots standing there, helpless. Tran Tan continued to gather a large ball of fire in his palm, blowing powerful flames into it. It shone like a fiery planet. He is very proud because his strength is at its peak. Not yet, let me add a little more fire. From that smoke, Tran Tan pushed even more fire into the thick cloud of smoke, weaving into the powerful energy within it, creating a blazing heat so intense that even outside the screen, the overwhelming warmth is palpable. After delivering this final blow, Tran Tan thought he was the winner. At this moment, his palm softened and a satisfied smile appeared. So, what if you're strong? You still can't beat us. Ha ha! With Lam Vu Tu right beside her, fanning her fan constantly and looking so haughty and giggling like she just finished a delicious cake. Not long after, suddenly Dishchiwa's voice echoed back, "What are you laughing at?" And then a faint hand and nuclear energy source of Dichhua appeared more clearly in front of him. He slams his hand down, the explosive energy seeping through his fingers, shining like a giant light bulb, then intensifies as Dichhua's powerful clap unleashes a strong wave of energy, instantly dispelling all the dust and smoke caused by Tran Tan, creating a protective shield that keeps Dichhua and So Chao unharmed. The arrogant Tran Tan in front of me couldn't believe what he was seeing, his mouth wide open like a barrel, shouting hollowly, just clapping his hands and asking, "Did you dispel my clouds and fire? How powerful is your force?" But before he could finish his sentence, Dichhua's hand, moving as fast as a whirlwind, was already reaching right in front of his face. He only then realized what was happening, and he looked on in horror. Dichhua simply said one more phrase, "Lan Sun Quan." Without many words, he jumped up and threw a punch at the disrespectful guy in front of him. He's been annoyed all this time and doesn't want to waste words on these little guys. Dichhua spun around so quickly that Tran Tan was nowhere to be seen, only splashes of blood and glowing punches in the air. From afar, you could see Tran Tan being thrown dozens of meters away by Dichhua. He somersaulted in the air like a puppet being tossed far. "Why did you act so arrogantly earlier? Now you'll taste a bitter ending." Seeing Dichhua attack his own teammate, Lam Vu Tu started to feel fear and didn't dare to move, glancing back at his terrifying figure, thinking to herself that right now we don't have any martial arts techniques to break through as warriors, only at the level of martial artists, with bodies sealed by a layer of ice. Even Hoa Dai's new life has higher limits but still cannot break through, but this young man's physique is definitely not at the level of a new life. It's over. I was so focused on that fist fighter that I forgot he also has ice abilities. I only just thought of it when I looked down and saw the thick solid ice of So Chao spreading beneath my feet. She can't move at all and her mind is in chaos. Neither Tantran nor I can defeat it together. It's truly a monster. At this point, even with her legs held back, she couldn't run. Dichhua is slowly approaching, waiting to deal with her. She was like a chicken about to be slaughtered. Dichhua approached with terrifying magic energy, the surrounding darkness suffocating. Knowing she couldn't fight back, she swung her arm forcefully and started calculating in her mind, realizing she had no chance to win. Immediately, Lam Vu Tu's attack took effect, breaking the ice that was holding her down. Lam Vu Tu quickly jumped up to escape from this trap. After breaking free, her mind was only filled with thoughts of running and not letting them catch her again. She quickly lunged forward to hide and become invisible in the air, but before she could do anything, Dichhua's hand grabbed her ankle. Lam Vu Tu, furious, looked down and shouted curses at the bastard. At this moment, her beautiful face showed clear signs of fear. Dichhua didn't hold back at all. He grabbed the girl's leg and slammed her straight down onto the ground, creating a large round hole with a tremendous force. Dichhua said, "Come down here right now." Concentrating his energy into his fist, he then raised it to deliver a deadly blow to the unwise opponent. Dichhua's gaze remained completely still as many of her clones began to disperse everywhere to distract him, and she quickly managed to slip her foot out of Dichhua's hand. Her clone group dispersed in all directions following the aura. Dichhua calmly watched. He simply became more excited when he saw his opponent was slightly stronger. Dichhua smirked close to his ear and loudly declared, "Ha ha!" trying to run. From behind him, Dichhua unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy. Immediately behind him, a horde of dark, sinister evil spirits appeared, terrifyingly black and oppressive, making him seem like a fierce demon no one dared to confront. The dark power emanating from Dichhua causes each of Lam Vutu's clones to be seized tightly. Even with 10 legs, she cannot escape Dichhua. Lam Vutu, who was just then acting proud and mischievous, is now bound by Dichhua's power, crying out continuously like a little puppy as her clones are all surrounded and slaughtered by these dark, evil energies. Lam Vutu's main body is heavily suppressed. She is in a state of panic and keeps screaming. Ah, my body won't move. What kind of monsters are these? I can't fight back. Dichhua here again flashes his signature smile. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly at the girl running away in the distance. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Just accept your fate. His eyes are a bit excited because another mouse is about to be served. Before I knew it, I was already hearing Lam Vutu's desperate cries of surrender. I give up, I give up. I will hand over all the necklaces to you. It's already done so quickly. Tell me everything you know. Lam Vutu pretended to be obedient, kneeling neatly near Dihua and saying, to win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendant faces. Now we're at the final stage. If you don't go and steal others, they will come and steal yours. Aoduang Trak and DM Chin, hung from Tadu, are the top new students. They probably have already stolen quite a few pendants. So, do you want me to lead you to find them? At this moment, I am secretly contemplating that I can't win anyway. So I might as well stir up trouble so the wolves can swallow the tigers and you all slaughter each other. Dichhua saw through this woman's sinister intentions and responded with a dark, dismissive remark. No need for you to care. But that smile suddenly makes Lam Vutu's hair stand on end. She was so startled she froze like a statue, unable to move. You open your mouth and say, your fan is beautiful. Is Lam Vutu surprised? The scene shifts to another secret location as Aoduang Trek and DM Chin Hung rush forward fiercely. There isn't much time left, so they are trying to find the people with the necklaces. Aoduang Trash just guessed. By now, Tran Tan and Lam Vutu should have already arrived, right? DM Chin Hung rushed forward while shouting, whoever wins doesn't matter. I will take back the necklace from them. All they can do is hold my stuff temporarily. While quietly planning to steal from others, DM Chin Hung was startled when he saw what was in front of him. Look at that corpse. Now the two of them are slowly approaching the split body in the dark, muddy puddle. DM Chin Hung and Aoduang Traklala slowly approached to get a clear view of the victim's face. Both were extremely shocked when they saw this. At this moment, seeing the face of the man lying helplessly in the middle of the road, Lam Chi Hung finally exclaimed with a trembling voice that could not hide his fear. It was Tran Tan, who died without even closing his eyes. A few minutes earlier, Tran Tan was knocked away by Dichhua. After being in a different place, Tran Tan got up and wandered along the deserted road. He was exhausted and muttered to himself, that guy is really a monster. Lam Vutu must be collapsed by now. I think I've been marked by him. He'll definitely come for me. I need to team up with the two Tadu Aoduang Trak. At this moment, when he turned around and saw clearly, there was a shadowy figure with long hair and a sword in the darkness, slowly approaching the weakened Tran Tan. This person, with a fierce and deadly aura, looks very terrifying. At this moment, Tran Tan is sweating profusely, knowing that bad things are about to happen to him. At this moment, Tran Tan clearly sees the figure before him. Its eyes have two pupils and it is staring directly at him, as if the prey is about to be destroyed. When Tran Tan sees what is in front of him, he trembles like a mouse caught in the rain. At this moment, Tran Tan could no longer maintain his composure. His voice trembling, he stammered, "It's a dragon." Above, the street lamp that had been broken for a long time suddenly showed strange changes. Sparks flying with crackling sounds. It was as if someone was electrifying it, yet the lamp lit up and functioned normally in the dark night. Thanks to this streetlight, you can clearly see Tran Tan's shadow cast on the road as he was struck by the dragon-headed attacker right in front of him. Red syrup droplets fell like rain, and Tran Tan's screams sounded utterly contemptuous. The terrifying attacker of Tran Tan was the dragon-headed man. He struck mercilessly, completely destroying Tran Tan as if he were just a mosquito. This guy is still holding two necklaces in his hands as he walks past Tran Tan, who is struggling with his body split in two. Returning to the present, Lam Chi Hung is sitting in front of Tran Tan's corpse, examining it for a while before wondering why Tan Tran died here. This cut is too sharp. Ouyang Jia is different. He can tell at a glance who did it. He said Long Dragon delivered a fatal blow, showing total dominance. It can only be done by the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac signs. Lam Chi Hung continued to wonder and asked, but isn't the dragon mask only active in the underground parking lot? Aoduang Trak calmly recounted. I was leading more than 20 people to hunt for the person in the underground parking lot. In the end, when we faced that dragon, only the two of us survived and escaped. Seeing your classmate's bloodied hand split in two on the road, DM Chin Hung couldn't help but be horrified. I can't believe he actually killed someone. Isn't this just a test? That hot blood can't be faked. At this moment, Uyang-ja seemed unable to keep his composure on his face. His face turned pale, and he trembled like a leaf, uttering only a gulp. DM Chin-hung started to feel a bit scared of this scene, and standing up straight, turned to look at Ao Duong-trak, also confused, and asked, "What should we do now?" "The necklace on Tan Tran has also been taken." The man, Ao Duong-trak, bowed his head sadly without even looking at DM Chin-hung's face. He just explained clearly that Thin Long leaving the parking lot was probably because we met some condition, like all the masks being destroyed. He is the final boss now, free to act. Like the Zodiac mask chasing the new life, Long Dragon will actively hunt down the one holding the pendant. At this moment, a powerful energy erupts from Ao Duong-trak's entire body, emanating from his determined gaze. Ao Duong-trak is now resolute. He knows he can't oppose Thin Long and must quickly seize the pendant from others to prevent it from falling into his hands. Then, Ao Duong-trak unleashes his power, leaps into the air, and spreads his large wings forcefully. Behind him, he has a pair of glowing, smoothly moving, long wings. Ao Duong-trak, now full of energy, spread his wings and swooped down as he shouted to DM Chin-hung, "Bloodline awakening Golden Zilong Bang." What we need to do now is actively send signals to attract other necklace owners here and settle this in a life-or-death battle. At this moment, Ao Duong-trak spreads his wings and soars high, releasing a powerful wave of energy from a great altitude. Ao Duong-trak's intention is to find other warriors and seize the necklace to become the victor. In another part of the dead city, Liu Than-truk is barely hanging on, leaning against the wall and sadly muttering to herself. I never expected that taking the train to Hoadai would lead me into this strange, dead city. Many newcomers are killed by the masked dragon. Liu Than-truk sadly bowed her head, only knowing to sit here alone. She and a survivor met with the teacher who said he could help one person escape, but she couldn't leave in this dangerous situation. Liu Than-truk, feeling bored in this difficult secret realm, the only thing she can do to pass the time is look at photos of herself and Dich Hoa on her phone, muttering to herself to tell that idiot Dich Hoa not to get caught up in this. Tired, Than-truk rested her head on her hand, now worried about Dich Hoa. I wonder if the person who escaped has met Dich Hoa yet. Unfortunately, I can't find him now. With that reckless strength, as long as I don't face the dragon face, I should be fine. At this moment, sensing a strange noise, Liu Than-truk looked back cautiously, a sense of unease spreading through her. She opened her eyes wide and stared into the distance, silently wondering, have I been discovered? Liu Than-truk, worried about herself, thought that she couldn't run now since the enemy had sealed her energy and would definitely come to snatch the pendant. Although she didn't care much, she had a feeling Dich Hoa would need it, so she couldn't confront them now, and could only lure them there. It turned out to be Ao Duong-trak, who used his profession to quickly sweep away many weaker targets. He spread his large wings and flew high above a place far from Liu Than-truk, then spoke in an excited voice down below, it's Liu Than-truk. I heard that during the college entrance exam, someone from the Liu Suitan family awakened the Yu Mintuk bloodline. At this moment, Uyang-ja noticed that the girl also had a similar talisman and discovered that since they share the divine bird bloodline, I specifically checked her information, and she was holding a jade pendant. What a pleasant surprise. From the high vantage point of the city walls using his bird's eye view, Uyang-ja observed Liu Qingzhu's movements. Is she heading somewhere to lure me to the Long Dragon parking lot? Ha ha, she's so innocent and adorable. Thin Long has already left, there's nothing at the parking lot. Ao Duong-trak soars high with his large wings, leaning forward and channeling his energy into them. Ao Duong-trak confidently shouts, "Wait for me here, DM Chin-hung. I'm going to catch her right now at the place where Liu Than-truk used to live." Every floor he attacked with explosive moves from the top floor to the lowest, pressing down pressure on every level to completely destroy Liu Than-truk. At this moment, he shattered the building, and Ao Duong-trak with his large wings flew closer, glowing brightly with radiating energy. Now, Ao Duong-trak had transformed into his awakened form, flapping his wings loudly as he shouted, "Liu Than-truk, you can't escape." At this moment, still confident in his search for Liu Than-truk to hunt her down, he was unexpectedly startled when he heard strange sounds echoing in his ears. He widened his eyes in fear and whispered to himself. As soon as he turned back, he saw a dark crimson shadow in the pitch-black night. Its head was deformed and covered with many tentacle-like protrusions. Oh my God, is that the dragon god coming? How is that possible? He should have gone out to hunt down the thief who stole the necklace, right? Why did he come here? This guy is starting to lose his composure because he knows for sure that if he encounters this guy, he's done for. Unable to control himself, his body trembled with each wave. The guy muttered to himself, If the target of the dragon head was the people holding the necklaces, he would keep reasoning. Since he has 4 necklaces on him, he would likely head to the place with the most necklaces. He was indeed too arrogant and overconfident, which only put himself in danger. Now, Ao Duong Trash finally understands why. In the eyes of the dragon-headed man, his pupils flickered with a terrifying light, as if everything was closing in on Ao Duong Trash in a deadly trap. There was no way out. Ao Duong Trash is facing the strongest among the 12 zodiac signs. He grimaces and tries to think, but his mind is completely blank. The team leader of the Dragon Squad moved closer to Ao Duong Trash, accompanied by shadows from somewhere that surrounded him. The flickering light made it easier to see the dragon head clearly. Ao Duong Trash froze in place, overwhelmed by the power and his heavy mind, unable to react to the dragon-headed man, who still appeared completely normal. After barely unleashing a move, Ouyang-ja was terrified by the head dragon, then looked dazed and said aloud, "Is this a domain?" I didn't expect the divine dragon to be able to perform such a technique. He stood still, watching the man in front of him, his expression gradually changing to a more intense look, teeth clenched as he struggled to speak. Just looking into the eyes of the one performing the technique would pull you into this special realm. Only by defeating the caster could you escape, but I never expected it to come to this point. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the dragon team leader suddenly moved faster than the eye could see, rushing forward in an instant from just 100 meters away. The black dragon head and glowing red eyes shot up like a terrifying nightmare. Ouyang-ja realized it was happening. He dared not resist, immediately folding his wings and tucking his head for defense. The dragon's head is swirling around Ao Duong Trash, continuously slashing at him, and now he can only bow his head and recite Buddha's name. At this moment, the dragon-head man becomes even more furious. He opens his huge mouth and roars fiercely, wielding a glowing sword as he lunges straight at Ouyang-ja. The dragon's eyes widened and glowed like a demon incarnate, truly terrifying. The scene shifts to another place where Ao Duong Trash's comrade, DM Chin Hung, is located. He is being attacked by someone and is trying to brace himself to defend, also struggling quite a bit. It's none other than our Dich Hoa. He just used a light move and there's still smoke rising from his palm. Dich Hoa looked annoyed at DM Chin Hung and shook his head, saying, "Damn it, are you turning up the system voice volume here to provoke me?" Behind Dich Hoa, So Chow was still holding his hot sword. He nodded a few times, then turned to say, "Dich Hoa, I'll take this one. I want to test my strength." Dich Hoa was surprised to hear that, but DM Chin Hung now was not someone easily defeated. He unleashed his skill, grabbing his huge sword and leaping into the air, opening his mouth wide. Behind him, a large tiger was roaring, and everyone focused on So Chow and Dich Hoa. "Is this guy shouting? Do you think you've caught me? You're being too arrogant. This little brat is nothing special." So Chow gently raises his still smoking sword in front of him, his bright eyes looking at him as he softly says 2 words. "Ice vein." Immediately, his sword strikes down, just barely missing DM Chin Hung. Unexpectedly, DM Chin Hung's strike shattered the ice barrier that So Chow had created. This guy is quite something. He put all his strength into it. Then this DM Chin Hung guy, after seeing he easily handled one of So Chow's attacks, chuckled. He bared his teeth and sneered at So Chow as he said, "Where are you running to?" DM Chin Hung, more aggressive, charges like a mad bull, now wielding his sword and striking fiercely at So Chow's smaller sword. So Chow steps back, using his ice sword to defend. He moves with a light and decisive step. So Chow turns around, suddenly startled when he sees what's in front of him. DM Chin Hung strikes with another powerful blow from his giant sword. So Chow quickly blocks the attack with both hands to defend against DM Chin Hung's slash to his back. The friction between these 2 weapons sparks and glows with fire as So Chow continuously holds his ground. By now, DM Chin Hung is already annoyed. He loudly unleashes his sword intent and soul-stabbing technique. So Chow, seeing that this guy's move must also be somewhat respectful, muttered with a twisted mouth, "Merging with the sword. If you dare to mess with So Chow, then So Chow will play back." At this moment, So Chow also awakened his own profession, and suddenly revealed the form of a great dragon-shaped blade. It roared, its mouth releasing streams of freezing cold air. The ice dragon opened its sharp-toothed mouth, its body covered in jagged, icy scales that emitted a terrifyingly chilling aura. Now, DM Chin Hung's passion grows fiercer. The image of the tiger behind him roars terrifyingly as it sees Bang Long appear before him. The tiger's eyes glow fiercely as it stares down the opponent, and DM Chin Hung also slams his large sword forcefully into So Chow in front of him. A dragon and a tiger are fighting. So Chow is the ice dragon, and DM Chin Hung is a fierce tiger. neither willing to back down, clashing fiercely. So Chow repeatedly thrusts ice attacks at the big tiger, while DM Chin Hung also slashes powerfully with his sword into Bang Long, emitting an overwhelming aura that can be felt even from outside the screen, causing a burning pain on every inch of the skin. While those two are fighting, Dichhoa just watches. He finds a stone by the roadside, sits down, leans back, and almost falls asleep. Those two keep fighting and squeezing Track right next to his ear. Dichhoa doesn't even bother to intervene. He's about to fall asleep. While fighting, DM Chin Hung suddenly detects a signal from his teammate, the aura of Track. Is he calling for help? Suddenly fighting with So Chow, DM Chin Hung jumps back to dodge. In an instant, he was caught off guard. At this moment, DM Chin Hung was no longer as focused as before, while So Chow continued to attack fiercely and charge forward. DM Chin Hung, annoyed, turned around with a displeased glare and shouted loudly, "Huh. If it weren't for an urgent matter this time, I would have shattered at least 8 of your bones. But since Dichhoa has stepped in, it's not going to be that easy." Dichhoa intervened. He took a powerful run-up and gathered a huge amount of energy to strike directly at DM Chin Hung. His eyes flashed with discomfort, and he said, "So you're just going to walk away after all that? Have I let you go yet?" DM Chin Hung turned around, confused by this uncomfortable pressure. "What is that?" Clenching his fist, Dichhoa's punch aimed straight and powerful at DM Chin Hung. He quickly used his large sword to block the powerful punch, causing a bright explosion with dust and smoke flying everywhere, and then he used his sword to defend himself. But Dichhoa's strike was so strong, it sent DM Chin Hung flying dozens of meters away, tumbling and bouncing through the air as if he was playing and bouncing around in space. After the effect wore off, the hero collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. This guy is both exhausted and trying to get up. Then he gasps. "What was that? Did I just get knocked away by a demon beast?" "I knocked you away. Anyway, your scream was just too ear-piercing." "I only struck a little harder." DM Chin Hung asked back with difficulty, "Was that a sneak attack?" Dichhoa just laughed arrogantly and said, "I don't think this counts as a sneak attack. Clearly, it's your slow mind that couldn't react in time to my punch." But after 3 minutes, his arrogant mouth had to shut, with blood streaming from his nose and mouth. DM Chin Hung could no longer move. Dichhoa said reassuringly, "Don't be too proud. Being able to hold on for 3 minutes against me is already good. That guy Tranton was even knocked away with just 1 hit." Dichhoa took the giant sword, shook it a little, then looked it over. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. I want to try using it a bit. You don't mind, do you?" DM Chin Hung is now trembling. Lying right at Dichhoa's feet, he doesn't want to and dares not say a word. Dichhoa then channels his Godzilla energy into the massive sword. He only mentions it now, but still needs to boost it a little more. Immediately, DM Chin Hung's massive sword was infused with Godzilla's style by Dichhoa, with multiple layers of Godzilla scales growing all over the large blade. It's been upgraded to be more powerful and cooler. Dichhoa looked at the weapon he just created and was very satisfied. He smiled contentedly as So Chow took a pendant and approached Dichhoa. "Dichhoa?" In his space, "I couldn't find the pendant, but I found this instead." Hearing that, Dichhoang leaned in to look. In So Chow's hand is a pendant different from the others, constantly flickering as if sending a signal, and the scene shifts to the domain of the divine dragon. Where Aodwang Trak was tortured, there is a pile of broken debris, and the scene is desolate and abandoned. The domain of the Dragon Head team surrounds the enemy to prevent others from discovering them. At this moment, Aodwang Trak has lost 1 arm. The remaining hand is also severed and trembling. His 2 wings are damaged, with a few feathers fluttering in the wind. Ouyang Zhen stands with both feet planted, blood pouring over him. He is barely clinging to life, with a lot of red blood flowing down his head. He gasped out a few words, never expecting he would end up like this. Looking at the dragon-headed monster in front of him, he hovered with the blood-stained weapon in his hand, belonging to Aodwang Trash. He looked straight with a terrifying gaze. Aodwang Trashdung trembled and said, "I used the divine nail energy I brought back from the mysterious relic. If it hits his heart, it can seal his weapon and energy." There was indeed a nail driven into the dragon-head's chest. Yu Yangzhuo sighed regretfully. "It's a pity I sacrificed an arm, but still couldn't drive the nail into the dragon god's heart, missing by 3 fingers. Now, he is powerless to resist." Aodwang Trak bows his head and accepts his fate as the giant dragon's open mouth approaches to bite him. Aodwang Trak sighed sadly. "I have lost the only chance to defeat this divine dragon monster." Just after Aodwang Trak fell, the dragon's domain also disappeared, and it left to find a new target. Aodwang Trak's body is pressed tightly against the wall, a sword stabbed into his chest. He dies with his eyes still open, mouth agape from the pain, blood pouring out like a stream. So Aodwang Trash will never see Hong Tai again. In another place, Liu Truk's slender footsteps hurriedly ran up the stairs, her mind constantly urging herself forward. Come on, I'm almost at the rooftop. After dodging Ao Truk, Liu Truk tried to run up the stairs to the top floor. She was panting heavily and couldn't help but feel terrified of the dragon. The divine dragon is terrifyingly powerful. Xunyu cannot compare to it. Liu Truk's face turned pale with fear as she thought carefully. Ao Truk won't last long. The next target of the dragon is definitely me. No one else. I just want to survive. Only Dich Hoa can take me away. Thinking, Liu Truk ran while looking up. She began to observe. This is the tallest tower. Dich Hoa's signal has guided me. I will send a signal to him as well. Than Truk gathers her energy, opens her small, beautiful mouth wide, and shouts loudly, awakening her bloodline. U Min Tuok. Immediately, Liu Truk centered herself, spreading her bird wings wide, then unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept out in all directions, hoping to alert Dich Hoa so he could find her. My body is exhausted. Liu Truk struggles to use her strength to signal. Now she is too tired and collapses onto the floor. Truk tries to support herself with her hands and whispers, I hurt so much. I hope Dich Hoa receives it. Suddenly, around Liu Truk, there were terrifying sounds of footsteps getting closer and closer, as if someone was about to approach her. Opening her eyes wide, she felt that something unclean was coming near. She tried to support herself with her hands and struggled to stand up. Liu Truk muttered to herself, this sound cannot be real. Then Truk tried to lean out to see what was approaching her. From above, Liu Truk stuck her head out to look down. She saw the dragon's head step by step up the vertical wall. He disregarded the laws of physics with his sword and overwhelming aura rushing toward the poor girl. Liu Truk's face now is utterly pale, her forehead turning purple and trembling all over. She stammers in despair. How did he find me so quickly? Something's wrong. I need to send a signal now and tell Dich Hoa to avoid the snake. That murderous gaze again. The dragon-headed man's eyes are wide open with glowing pupils, pointing out the next target at the top of the building. The dragon-headed guy continues to use his old trick, creating a barrier that surrounds Liu Truk so no one can enter. He boldly walks straight into the domain he has created, without any hesitation or obstacle. Facing this fierce monster, Liu Truk desperately tries to retreat. The dragon team leader's eyes flash brightly as he seems to lift his gaze to reveal a triumphant smile upon seeing a fresh, tender prey. He raised his tall sword and swung it forcefully, preparing to strike her down. In Liu Truk's view, she saw the shining sword of the dragon team leader. It is enormous and pressing right in front of the girl. She is terrified and tears are streaming down her face, muttering in despair. Damn it, I'm running out of time. Suddenly, a crack of water erupted in that space, growing stronger and stronger. It's Dich Hoa, he's here. Dich Hoa kicks through the domain created by the dragon team leader. Big Brother, holding the large sword borrowed from Yuan Chengheng, directly kicks it right in the face of the dragon head. It looks up and is also surprised. Dich Hoa loudly said, I promised my parents I would protect you. My word is gold, and I won't break it. In the most dangerous moment, Liu Truk saw Dich Hoa and tears welled up in her eyes, her face flushing red. Liu Tingzhu had a new hope. She opened her mouth in shock and called out loudly, Dich Hoa? The Dragonhead team leader now realizes Dich Hoa. He glances with a displeased growl and moves to another side. This guy's expression towards Dich Hoa is very different. He seems more cautious. Dich Hoa then charged forward to fight fiercely, leaping in and opening his mouth wide to curse first. And what about you? You dog-headed dragon, what are you? So, without hesitation, Dich Hoa immediately unleashed his Godzilla-inspired sword move on the dragon-headed team member, unleashing overwhelming and brutal power upon him. Yet he only blocked Dich Hoa's strike with his thin sword, without a hint of fear. Dich Hoa's sword slash split the building where the three of them were into two. Dich Hoa suddenly swung his sword, shattering from the realm down to the first floor. Now he hurriedly turned to Liu Truk. Truk So Chow and my new little brother are in the alley to the east. Go there first. Liu Truk nodded obediently, but she still felt very confused and reluctant. And you? Dich Hoa stood on his mighty black Godzilla-like smoke, then turned to speak clearly to reassure her. I will try my strength against this dragon face guy. Then, Dich Hoa used his power to rush forward, jumping straight down from the high floor to the spot where the dragon-headed man had just been struck with his sword, engulfed in dust and smoke, making his figure impossible to see. The entire skyscraper where Liu Truk is standing is split in two, with smoke billowing from the middle. If the dragon-headed guy can withstand this attack, he's no ordinary opponent. Ditch-Hoa now steps onto the ground, planting his great sword into the earth as he looks around. That strange footsteps again. The dragon's head is still here. He walks while drawing out his shining sword. Ditch-Hoa firmly plants his sword nearby and stretches out his limbs to warm up. Ditch-Hoa smiled with satisfaction, looked at the dragon and said, "So it's this domain again." Just after receiving Thon Truck's distress signal, I already sensed something was wrong with this place. Do you only dare to hide within your combat domain? Coincidentally, Ditch-Hoa noticed the nail stuck in his chest. It was only embedded at one end, yet he couldn't remove it. He thought, that nail. Then Ditch-Hoa began to deduce what he had heard. Could it be the plan to deal with the dragon snake that Yuan Chung-hung mentioned? After Ditch-Hoa's attack, the outer layer of the dragon's head was gone, revealing only the upper body with multiple moving muscles. The dragon head guy charged at Ditch-Hoa, emanating a dark aura and oppressive pressure that made it hard to breathe. He seemed furious, rushing straight toward him. The faster the opponent, the more excited Ditch-Hoa becomes. He reached back and pulled the great sword fiercely. Ditch-Hoa glared at the man in front of him and sparkled with a Godzilla-like flash, saying, "Too fast." Ditch-Hoa's large sword was lifted off the ground, surrounded by the overwhelming dark domain of the Dragonhead team, as he launched a powerful strike with his sword at his opponent. Ditch-Hoa also wields his great sword to fight back against the dragon-headed team member. Both of their energies clash fiercely, and he refuses to back down, pressing even harder to suppress Ditch-Hoa. At this moment, looking up at the Dragonhead is the fear of all students in the secret realm. Ditch-Hoa loudly said, "What is it that Trin I is marking? I'm really looking forward to this." The nearby building trembled violently, as if it was about to bear an incredible force. Immediately, the Sukana building was split into 3 pieces in midair, with 2 streams of blue and pink light streaking from bottom to top and top to bottom. Everything happened in an instant. According to natural law, the building shattered into many pieces and debris, while 2 streams of light from Ditch-Hoa and the dragon-headed man soared above. Both rush headfirst towards each other, with a pile of debris below them. As they fight fiercely, and every move Ditch-Hoa Trien makes, the dragon-headed warrior counters with the same intensity. Neither of them backs down as they strike fiercely, their energies radiating intensely, and nearby you can clearly hear the thunderous clashes of their weapons. At this moment, the dragon-headed team leader is furious, opening his mouth wide and sticking out his long tongue as if he has reached the peak of madness. This guy has gone all out and charged regardless. The glowing energy sword of the dragon-headed man swung towards Ditch-Hoa, who quickly used his dagger to block. Indeed, this guy's power is no joke. Ditch-Hoa gritted his teeth, trying to hold on against this terrifying force. Unexpectedly, the dragon team leader struck so forcefully that he directly attacked Ditch-Hoa from above at the opposite side, then delivered a powerful blow to the ground below, causing a massive explosion with blinding light at the center and a cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere. From within the dust cloud, it gradually releases streams of blue nuclear dust from Ditch-Hoa, seeping out and spreading outward. The dragonhead noticed the energy surging from below and was immediately taken aback, opening his eyes wide in shock as he realized danger was approaching. Opening with a display of overwhelming power, Godzilla Ditch-Hoa opened his mouth and expelled a column of nuclear energy, blasting the dragonhead through nearby buildings, which were quickly destroyed, simply like him casually smashing a stone. After everything gradually settled down and the dust began to clear, amidst the foggy haze, there was the figure of Ditch-Hoa transformed into the shape of Godzilla. He walked in casually, wiping his mouth after releasing a burst of nuclear energy, and said, "You're strong. I finally found a worthy opponent in this world." Ditch-Hoa glared at the opponent before him, feeling both excited and thrilled to have met a formidable foe, quietly thinking, "You won't be easily defeated either, right?" From the rubble of the destroyed building, the dragon-headed man's arm struggled to cling to a broken wall. Despite being crushed, he was unharmed and stood tall amidst the debris. Moreover, this also made his aura even more powerful. He seemed to have gone berserk and wanted to kill Ditch-Hoa on the spot. His 4 pupils glared at Ditch-Hoa with murderous intent and hostility. In contrast to his opponent's seriousness and resentment, Mr. Ditch-Hoa on our side smirked in a teasing manner. He said, "That's right, unbeatable. If the Dragon God Boss can be defeated so easily, what's the point of the fun?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon-headed guy crazily leapt forward and continued attacking Ditch-Hoa. In that moment, only his eyes, full of dangerous energy, could be seen shining brightly. He brandished his sword and charged forward wildly, his dragon head partially destroyed to reveal the face beneath. At this moment, Ditch-Hoa stared in shock, unable to fully comprehend what he was seeing. I could only breathe for a moment before the speed of that dragon team leader was truly terrifying. He charged forward with his sword, and you could see the shimmering light swirling towards Ditch-Hoa. He was quickly pushed back a long distance while still holding his sword to block the relentless sword strikes. Dich Hoa was still exerting all his strength to hold off this formidable opponent. He grits his teeth and looks ahead to think. It's too fast. After the mask broke, not only the speed but also the strength increased. Now all Dich Hoa can see is the look of terror in the Dragon Team leader's eyes, his eyes wide open and 4 glowing pupils glaring as if ready to devour him. Dich Hoa's resistance was possible, but his large sword, which he inherited from Diem Chin Hung, was broken in half. The dragon leader's strike came crashing down, destroying the weapon in his hand, and in that moment, Dich Hoa instinctively looked over, surprised to realize his own weapon was broken. Is your sword broken? After destroying his weapon, the Dragon Team leader firmly grips his sword and keeps a certain distance from Dich Hoa to prepare for the next attack. Dich Hoa quickly turned around, startled by his frantic move, and swiftly swung his sword. Since he had lost his weapon, he had nothing else. Dich Hoa has no fear at all. He deliberately bites the Dragon Team leader's sword with his mouth, using his reinforced Godzilla strength teeth to go all out. The Dragon Team leader was also caught off guard by this move, staring at him in surprise for a moment, then happily biting the sword in his mouth and glancing mischievously at his opponent with a teasing and provocative attitude. Dich Hoa taunted, finally catching his target, then clenched his dark, rugged Godzilla-like fist. It made loud cracking sounds, and at that moment the Dragon Team leader probably realized what Dich Hoa's next move was. He immediately opened his eyes wide as if he sensed it and couldn't react in time, so that loving fist was already slammed into the chin of the Dragon Team leader. He completely absorbed the powerful nuclear strike of Dich Hoa, with green energy radiating from his face while still holding the sword in his hand, swinging it wildly at Dich Hoa. At that moment, Dich Hoa had the victory within his grasp, his face tense with effort as he clenched his teeth and pushed himself with all his might. Finally, the face of the dragon-headed team member was revealed. He was thrown back into the air, his eyes vacant as if he had lost consciousness, and his dragon mask was shattered. Dich Hoa then quickly grabbed hold of the Dragon Team's leader's arm with his own. He said, "It's not over yet, dear guest." Dissatisfied, Dich Hoa clenched his fists even tighter, straightened his body, and leapt up while shouting loudly, "Technician number 23, at your service." So, Lian Huan Kick kept pounding the face of the Dragon Team leader with Dich Hoa's nuclear-powered punch, forcing him to endure that overwhelming force. Now he seems like a lump of dough that Dich Hoa can knead and pound as he wishes. Facing his opponent, Dich Hoa is very excited and proud, smiling with his fangs showing, thinking to himself that the temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and lower yin are all vital points of a person. Additionally, you have been pierced by a nail, your meridians are blocked, and your weaponry cannot operate smoothly. The deadly strikes, infused with killing intent, penetrate these vital acupoints and meridians, destroying them from within. The dragon-headed man is now just a broken and battered corpse, his true face fully exposed, with messy hair and a pitifully strained expression, looking like he's barely holding on. His hand even trembles uncontrollably as he decides to throw away the sword he's holding. But this sword was thrown intentionally. The Dragon Team leader is not yet defeated. He throws the sword forcefully, aiming at Dich Hoa. With one hand holding the head of the dragon-headed team member, he was startled by this discovery, and had to admit that Dich Hoa's alertness deserves a perfect score of 10. He quickly summoned the fan embedded in Lam Vu Tu's palm. Dich Hoa's face darkened with a look of horror. With decisive action, he fanned out his fan to block the strike of the green sword from the dragon-headed team. Thanks to this weapon, Dich Hoa escaped a fatal blow. He spoke as if he foresaw it. I know you haven't given up yet. The only chance you have to kill me is when I first arrive, taking advantage of the element of surprise." Then Dich Hoa forcefully tilts the fan and sharply throws the dragon-head team's sword, making it echo loudly. Dich Hoa's figure still stands tall and firm. "This is the final blow. Maybe there's still a 3% chance." Then Dich Hoa tensed his body, waved his hand fiercely, and shouted as he flew away. In a very short time, a powerful gust of wind from the fan gathered into a giant tornado column. This energy blast radiates immense power, swirling like a superstorm approaching, turning the sky gray. The tornado created by Dich Hoa grows stronger, towering hundreds of meters, its dark aura pulling in surrounding magnetic fields, making it even larger and more formidable. The Dragon-head team's leader was involuntarily pulled into the center by the tornado, floating inside as the surrounding air currents tore at his body piece by piece. Black blood spattered out, swirling around like a meat grinder, a pitiful sight for the Dragon-head team's leader. Now he has to passively endure each brutal cut, unable to fight back. With Dich Hoa's voice, the murderous aura is much stronger than when it was in Lam Vu Tu's hands. Still not finished, faceless fool. The dragon-headed team leader could do nothing but wait for his death to fall into Dichoa's hands. Nuclear Bao Fa Qian as he charged forward. Dichuang clenched his fist tightly, furious like a wild beast, and threw a punch at the head dragon. He roared his first punch. Boom! A sudden attack hits the dragon-head team member, causing it to explode like a huge bomb, sending dirt and dust everywhere. Everywhere was filled with smoke from nuclear energy, shining brightly alongside the raging whirlwind. The dragon-head guy, after a fall from a high distance, was flying through the air with a body like a torn rag. Yet I still hold the sword in my hand. I thought I was done for. Dichoa still refuses to give up. As the dragon team leader falls freely through the air, Dichoa continues to charge forward at a terrifying speed. Dust and smoke billowed from his body as Dichoa continued to shout out his second punch. When he arrived, he launched a move at the dragon-headed man's body, using the Black Shadow Fist. Although his body had weakened considerably, Dichoa still managed to block the attack. This guy used all his strength to push the sword away and block the strike, spinning around with his long hair flying. Truly, our Dichoa's attack is fierce. He hit once, and even the head dragon team member, despite blocking, was thrown from one building to another. He kept rushing from place to place along a zigzag path, showing how powerful Dichoa's strike was. Finally, after being hit twice by Dichoa, the dragon-headed man's body was pressed against the wall, shattered and bleeding everywhere. Yet his entire body from head to toe was still stuck to the wall, and he still held the shining sword in his hand. In pain, he unconsciously let out a gulp. Dichoa flew over to him, hovering with his power, facing him. The dragonhead team member was now gasping painfully, with the largest destroyed hole in his body on the wall. What dragon? Think you're strong, huh? Turns out you're just a damn worm. After tearing off the dragon's head, this guy has no nose or mouth, only glowing eyes full of hatred, and he refuses to surrender, gripping his shining sword and growling, "Kill, kill." In just a moment, the sword that the dragon team leader has been struggling to hold until now is pressed right against his neck. He widened his four pupils in shock as Dichoa quickly rushed over and pressed the sword against the dragonhead man's neck. Dichoa looks incredibly cool in his battle armor and is extremely powerful. I can easily handle this dragonhead guy with just one hand. A second later, its head falls freely, with its long hair flowing downward in accordance with gravity. So, Dichoa has obtained the dragon's transmission cord. He held the cord in front of him and said with satisfaction, "The dragon pendant has also been obtained. It's time to end this game." After dealing with the dragonhead team, Dichoa returned to his friends. Diemchen Hung, now defeated by Dichoa, bowed his head and dared not speak a word. Diemchen Hung bowed his head and knelt before Dichoa, walking past him leisurely with his hands in his pockets without saying a word. Dichoa moved over to Liu Than Truk, who had been promptly rescued by So Chao. Liu Than Truk's eyes lit up when she saw Dichoa. She was startled and blushed as she said, "You shouldn't face the dragon mask alone." But So Chao just glanced at her and coldly said, "Except for Dichoa, we're only causing trouble." Liu Than Truk nodded silently, too afraid to face anyone here, her face full of sadness, thinking quietly to herself, "So Chao is right. I am injured and can't use my martial skills. Helping Dichoa only distracts him. If I were stronger, I wouldn't be a burden." Seeing the beautiful face lost in thought and looking so annoyed, Dichoa immediately made a teasing gesture and ran over to tease her. "What are you thinking?" Liu Than Truk was startled when she saw Dichoa's overly calm demeanor. Huh? Then she immediately turned away, blushing. Then Dichoa asked about the fight with the buffalo, holding out his hand in front of Liu Than Truk and saying, "Where is the buffalo pendant? Are they forcing me to steal?" Liu Than Truk turned away and reached into her pocket. "Ah, yes, here it is." So in the end, Dichoa managed to collect all 12 talismans corresponding to the 12 zodiac animals. Looking at that, he thought for a moment and then said loudly, "Trying to arrange the 12 zodiac signs from rat to pig in order, but it still doesn't work." So Chao, standing on this side with arms crossed, replied, "Nothing's happening. Did you arrange it incorrectly?" Dichoa also starts to get a headache. He strokes his chin, constantly staring at the 2 collected cords without being able to figure anything out. Suddenly, Diemchen Hung moved closer to the amulets and spoke. "This special divine dragon isn't designed to be hunted like other masks, but is a hunter that specifically seeks out the person holding the mask, so normally there's no need to collect the dragon's mask to pass through." Then Diemchen Hung took the dragon's transmission cord. Suddenly everything here seemed to shake with a strange tremor. Did everyone manage to succeed? What mechanism is being activated? Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds appeared in the sky near Dianhua and the martial artists. In the center, it shines brightly with a golden lightning bolt descending, illuminating the tall buildings nearby, a supernatural phenomenon no one in the group has seen before. Dichhua was the first to notice, and he shouted in surprise, "Look at that!" What is in the sky? A giant eye appeared from the bright light in the sky. The eye keeps growing larger and larger, surrounded by more and more fog, getting closer and closer. It seems the energy emanating from it is affecting Dichhua, and as he realizes something is wrong with him, his eyes widen in confusion. That eye kept pulling Dichhua closer with its growing power, instinctively forcing his body toward that strange and terrifying thing. Suddenly, Dichhua fell into an endless void, helpless and without any support to call for help. Dichhua screamed loudly in terror. Dichhua screams desperately into the void, unsure if anyone can hear him. Then his eyes snap open wide, his face dazed as he stares ahead. At the same time, all the students in the train cars woke up simultaneously, each of them panicked and confused about what was happening. Is this the flower train? Am I back now? Ah, I'm still alive. I remember being killed by the dog-faced man. Just now we were in that strange city. How did we end up back here? Yes, I remember many people being killed by that dragon. Is it really just a dream? How can so many people dream the same thing? At the place where Dichhua and So Chao are, both remain silent as the train announcement rings out. Tintong, please, all students remain calm. You have just been pulled into an illusion created by the Eye of Spirit artifact. This is the new student entrance exam for Hoa City University. Everyone relax. Dichhua also guessed it was just a skills test for Hoa City University, so he kept a calm and expressionless face. The loudspeaker continued with a special announcement. In this test, the Dichhua team, So Chao and Liu Than Truck from Anthan, collected enough zodiac tokens to secure the top spot, and Dichhua performed exceptionally well, earning a special reward after enrollment. This news was broadcast to all the students, and everyone heard it. Students from other provinces were curious and whispering about it. Who is Dichhua? I died too early. I wonder if Aoduang Trak lost in the end. Where is Anthan? Why do students from big cities lose to people from this province? How can they collect enough necklaces? I can't even beat a mask. It must be some secluded martial arts scion. I need to get to know Dichhua first. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shone directly onto his face, and he looked at it with wide eyes, whispering with anticipation, "It's finally here." It turns out that meeting the special condition grants a single draw. The system interface appears before Dichhua, clearly congratulating the owner on passing the ultimate trial, dominating all new students and earning a one-time sample pull. After reading it, Dichhua broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was pounding. He quickly called his close friend for support. "So Chao, give me a wet towel. I need to wipe my hands carefully. This time I must not fail." A card appears right in front of Dichhua. This is the ultimate moment to pray to the ancestors. Whether your character is good or bad depends on this part. Dark energy radiated strongly. The card flipped over, revealing a vampire with a tall, muscular body, horns on his head surrounded by overwhelming demonic aura, and he burst into a long laugh upon appearing. Bloodline ability to turn the corpse into a blood control undead, with 1% evolutionary form. Compatibility. Rakwu Javado. So the train to Hoado still continues on its way. Maybe this time there will be no more challenges. Dichhua just received a worthy vampire. He sat alone, laughing like a madman, muttering something to himself. Dichhua thought to himself. The vampire secretly sneered inside, got the SL card, and a gold one at that. Although the bloodline isn't valuable, this upgraded form of the model can stop time. This is truly heaven-defying. A man approaches and asks, "Are you Dichhua?" Aoyangja looks like he has some strength too. Hearing that Dichhua was praised, he approached him with a haughty attitude and asked, "Did you win? It's a dragon now." Even DM Chen Hung nearby is a bit anxious about Dichhua's arrogant attitude, only daring to think it silently. Atrak, stay calm. If there's a conflict with Dichhua, there's no hospital on this ship, and Dichhua, hearing this tone, will be annoyed. He glanced up without even looking at Ouyang-ja and said in a lowered voice, correcting himself, "Not winning, but killing him." Hearing this, Ouyang-ja's face started to turn pale. He sweat nervously and whispered, "Killing and fighting? Right now, there are so many martial artists right in front of him." Ouyang-ja demonstrates that he is the strongest here by openly recruiting Shihuo on the train car. "Shihuo, I plan to establish a new society separate from the student union at Hoa University, and I want you to join and become its leader. For years, students in Hoa City have always dominated the top new students and the student council president position." This move quickly drew the attention of the martial arts factions. Immediately after, this Aoduang Trash quickly changed his attitude to be more gentle and humble. smiling happily as he extended his hand and said, Dichhua, your strength shows me there's a high chance to break this tradition. Join my club. This caused a commotion throughout the train car, with cameras running and shouting at each other. That arrogant Aodwang Trak is the one who actively invites Dichhua and even steps down from the position of president. This is the beginning of a new legend at Hoa Dai, a historic moment. Without hesitation, Dichhua outright refused this historic invitation, saying, Sorry, I'm not interested in competing or forming alliances. I prefer to be alone. Everyone immediately started to talk excitedly. Dichhua refused. Oh my God, a shocking refusal. Who exactly is this Dichhua? Even Aodwang Trak dares to refuse. Too bad. But Aodwang Trak remains calm, handing Dichhua a card and saying, It's okay. This is my business card. Always looking forward to working with you. It's almost night, and the train arrives at Hoado University Station. Standing next to Dichhua, Sochao looks out the window and says, We've arrived. Hearing that, Dichhua was startled and looked over, surprised at how quickly it arrived. Is it here already? As soon as he saw the city before him, Diephoa widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide like a claw, then exclaimed in amazement, Oh. Right in front of Dichhua is a dazzling flower city, more bustling than Anthan, where he is from. Dichhua couldn't help but exclaim instinctively, Wow, Hoa Do. This is Hoa Do. Truly a great metropolis. The train door opens and the martial artists quickly leave the train. Outside, a staff member is assigned to guide the new students to their classrooms. New students of Hoadu, please follow this way to school. Keep your order and check your seat number according to the seat on the Hoadai train. So Dichhua, along with the new friends and So Chao Jiao, walked along with the crowd. Suddenly, the entire group had to stop, everyone looking terrified at what lay before them. In front of the top new martial artist was a giant super airplane. It looks just like the futuristic planes in sci-fi movies with announcements calling passengers to board in order. The new students also line up neatly to get on the plane. Dichhua, from behind, noticed Lu Thantruk's beautiful back walking ahead and approached, tapping her lightly on the shoulder before calling out to her. Thantruk, walking ahead, suddenly shivered with fright. The slight touch from Dichhua made Lu Thantruk scream like a demon, threatening to attack. She remembers her mother's advice before entering school. Truk, remember? Even though you're engaged, you're not married yet. Don't be too affectionate in public. Don't let him take advantage. Protect yourself. Got it? What are you doing? We are in a public place. Yet Dichhua responded very calmly. What public place? Are you out of your mind? I asked why we had to take a plane. Hearing Dichhua's clueless questions, she was furious, but then felt regret, took a long, deep breath, and whispered, Why did my mother get engaged to a country bumpkin like you? Then Thantruk pointed to the sky and explained briefly. Because Hoa Dai is in the sky. Dichhua looked up and asked again, In the sky? Thantruk confidently said the city in the clouds. What Lu Thantruk mentioned is a city floating above the clouds, a technological marvel beyond imagination. Maybe it's because humans had to evolve due to the adversity caused by otherworldly monsters. The aircraft waits for the warriors to enter the safe zone of the university, carrying the pride and hope of a new generation to protect Lamtin. Dichhua sat on the plane, looking out the window at this. Hoa Dai. Is this electric grid to prevent monsters from invading the moon? We've arrived, even the life detection range has shrunk. It's truly Hoa Dai. A moment later, the plane lands and Dichhua and Sochao step out. The staff member reminded the rustic gentleman like Dichhua to keep their cards. The student ID clearly shows the name Dichhua, male, and first-year class. The announcement is for the school train station to go to the dormitory. The station here has a reverse architectural style, but is incredibly fast. Skyscrapers reaching the sky, extensive coal systems underground, everything is different beneath the surface. It's like a version of Chongqing. Like a fool, Dichho didn't think at all, standing among the crowd pointing and then bursting out laughing. We've reached the tallest city in the world, guys. If you don't mind, others will mind for you. Everyone around is whispering, what is he talking about? Where did this fool come from? It seems like there's something wrong with his nerves. Soon, Dichhua and So Chao took the elevator up to the top of that tall building. He turned around excitedly and asked, My room is on the 42nd floor, room A, but So Chao, where are you? So Chao replied, I'm on the 45th floor, room B7. Hearing that, Dichhuang said, If she's taller than me, I'll go down first. Stepping into the room arranged by the school, Dichhua was experiencing this level of luxury for the first time. He hadn't even entered the room yet when he excitedly shouted, This single dorm room treatment for university students is truly top-notch. Then he ran straight to the prepared PC and VIP ergonomic chair. Dich Hoa was overjoyed, running and shouting in excitement with the latest computer and fully equipped. It's so awesome. More than anything, when he ran into the bathroom, it did not disappoint him. Dich Hoa had to blink in disbelief at what he saw. There's also a massage bathtub. No one can resist the massage tub. Then quickly get onto the soft bed with the highest quality foam mattress in Hoadu. He relaxed and happily shouted out, feeling like he was in a 5-star hotel. Just as he was about to sleep, Dich Hoa suddenly remembered something, squinting and muttering to himself, but he knew he had to take care of the main matter first. Immediately after, he sat up quickly and took out his phone. He was calculating to upgrade the Dragon Rakudo model spray. On the train earlier, I understood how to use the barcode scan feature on my phone to log into the Hoadai Thong app. It includes Thuongthan Academy, which only uses Hoadai electronic currency points. I will exchange the remaining 30 million Ha Kwok Te for points. Later, his phone suddenly notified him that Tin, Hoa University, recognized 322.43 study points. As soon as he finished reading, Dich Hoa let out a breath and looked pale. 10,000 won for 1 point. It's expensive, but the goods in the trade city are truly high quality, with many items not available elsewhere, and here you can buy openly with Hoadai University student privileges. Dich Hoa then kept interacting with his phone, continuously buying blood-type magic cores, probably enough to upgrade his clone. Previously, the Super Range clone cost less than 10 million and already had over 90% compatibility. Later, the system notified that student Dich Hoa thanked for the purchase. Good luck with your training. Remember to rate it next year. Just click to confirm and the pre-packed black goods will be automatically sent. Dich Hoa was really excited. Delivery is so fast with drones. All right, I'll swallow it all. Immediately, there was a transformation, and Dich Hua's hand became more jagged. His nails grew long and sharp like a monster. I barely managed to say, ugh, ate too much, feeling a bit tired. System notification. Rakudo Vampire Model. 100% compatibility, suggesting that Rakudo Shugururo has unlocked the Infinite Monster template, with Dich Hoa as the subject, a synthetic physique up to level 29. He rushes into the bathroom, looks at himself in the mirror, his face pale with veins running across both eyes, feeling the changes in his body and exclaiming, but the effects are very obvious. He unlocked his mouth, revealing sharp teeth with fang tips noticeably more pointed. Look closely inside. Dich Hoa noticed blood grooves on the lips, and biting into the enemy's flesh was like drinking bubble tea. Looking at his 5-fingered hand, Dich Hoa seemed to no longer recognize it and said, "My nails are sharp now." But then, for some reason, he unconsciously stared intently at his sharp-clawed hand and muttered, "At this moment, I have a bold idea." Suddenly, Dich Hoa thrust his hand deep into his throat, blood erupting from his body like a volcano erupting behind him. Dich Hoa braced himself on the bathroom toilet, trembling all over and struggling to breathe. On his back, a lot of black blood is flowing out. The red syrup from Dich Hua's throat and mouth gushes out like a waterfall. He is truly daring to test his new ability. Something strange happens at the wound on Dich Hua's neck, as it heals and the blood gradually retracts back inside. He looks much more refreshed now. The wound has finally completely closed, leaving only a tiny mark. Seeing the recovery progress, Dich Hoa pursed his lips in satisfaction and said, "A bit faster than before." He looked at his hand, then nodded with a smirk and said, "The healing ability of a vampire can be seen, but the body changes are secondary. The most important thing is my new strength." Then Dich Hoa entered his private training room in the apartment, looked around and said, "This is truly a martial world. Even the university dorms have training rooms." Then he dismissed all external stimuli and focused his mind and intelligence. He quickly reached a state of peak focus, his entire body surging with a burst of power. By this point, Dich Hoa actively opened his eyes wide, looked ahead with his glowing gaze, and let out a deep breath. At this moment, the vampire I just accepted yesterday appears right in front of Dich Hoa. It shows up with an arrogant and cool attitude, along with its legendary black wings. Dich Hoa raised his face to look at that figure, his eyes full of seriousness as he gave a command. "Come on, give me a punch." The vampire immediately unleashes its fury, arching its body and nodding as a surge of energy sweeps through the entire room like a tornado. Then, its 2 large wings fold back to cover its body, with an aura of evil energy swirling around like a cocoon. Moments later, a figure appears right behind the vampire, a formidable and aggressive presence adorned with roses on the head and covered in sharp thorns all over. Its eyes glow bright red as it stands with arms crossed, then clenches its fist and charges forward, the newly summoned creature from the vampire tightening its iron-hard, spiked fist and rushing ahead. Dich Hoa quickly raised both hands to shield himself in front of his face, trying to push his eyes aside to see the opponent clearly. A punch from the rose-headed guy hits Dich Hoa in the chest, as he tries to endure and train his resistance to his own powers. The punch was so powerful it pierced through Dich-Hoa, leaving him staggered for a moment. But looking at his hands, all the bones were shattered. That entity must also be incredibly strong. Our Dich-Hoa, after taking that steel punch, slid across the floor and then crashed into the thick rubber wall. But is that all? Dich-Hoa Lamla stands up, his arms shattered but healing quickly. He looks up, smirks to one side, and says, "Well done, very strong. Next, try the time freezing skill." As soon as he finished speaking, the Rakudo vampire shape immediately followed suit. Starting from his body, a gray space radiates around him, and everything within the control zone immediately freezes. Time begins to count down, and the field gradually expands by 1 second, then 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. It trembles violently and shows signs of cracking on its surface, like an egg about to hatch. Dich-Hoa doesn't want that to happen, so he suppresses his field to prevent it from breaking apart. Dich-Hoa cast a serious and uncomfortable look, then whispered, "No, time must keep stopping." The pressure of the field pressed down on Dich-Hoa with immense force, and he struggled to endure, pushing his limits further. At 5.1 seconds, each pain Dich-Hoa endures is like 1,000 broken ribs at once. By 5.3 seconds, the pain has spread throughout his entire body. Blood everywhere can flow out. Blood burst out of its eyes like a waterfall, its eyes wide open as if about to explode. The space behind it gradually became clear. It looks like an unstable semiconductor state, and the rose head is quite resilient. Yet in an instant, the entire space seems to tremble intensely. And at 5.9 seconds, all the barriers collapse. The space shatters like broken glass, and time officially returns to normal. At this moment, Dich-Hoa leans down with one hand, quietly wiping the blood from his mouth, and smirks, "Indeed, 5 seconds is your limit, but not mine." The next morning, Dich-Hoa met So Chow, and the two were strolling through the street. After gaining the power of Rakudo the vampire, he felt uncomfortable in the sunlight and instinctively shielded his eyes, saying, "Today, the sun is quite dazzling, isn't it?" So Chow didn't notice anything. "Do you think so?" Dich-Hoa hesitated and said, "A little." He thought to himself, "After merging with Rakudo's vampire form, I naturally started to dislike sunlight, even though I won't die immediately like a real vampire when exposed to it." So Chow paid no attention to this, then turned to ask, "Have you seen the new academic reforms at Hoado University this year?" While shielding Dich-Hoa from the sun and asking again, "I haven't seen it. Is something wrong?" "Last night I was fighting Rakudo all night, so I didn't pay attention to anything else." So Chow quickly explained everything to Dich-Huang. This year, Hoado University has changed its learning model from traditional classes to a group mentoring system where each academic year is led by a main professor, and students can also visit supporting professors. So Dich-Hoa asked curiously, "So, do we have to go seek a master?" Xiaoju took out his phone and held it out to Dich-Hoa, then straightforwardly said, "It's not us, I need to apprentice, but you don't." Dich-Hoa is still a bit confused and hasn't caught on yet. What does that mean? So Chow handed the phone back to Dich-Hoa and said, "Check the message in the new students group from last night, it's written there." Seeing that new student Dich-Hoa has collected all 12 zodiac pendant necklaces, the school grants Dich-Hoa the exclusive right to choose any counselor directly. The counselor may not refuse. After reading it, he twisted his face in an exaggerated expression and even deliberately posted it in the group. Is that a bit too dramatic? The scene shifts to Area A Stadium, where many students gather in long lines, whispering among themselves. There are so many people that groups of 3 enter the examination room, and then the advisor turns on the light to select someone. Dich-Hoa stood outside the door, gesturing and calling out, "So Chow, you go in first. I'll take a walk somewhere else because I can choose my advisor at any time, so it doesn't matter when I go in." Dich-Hoa wandered outside, muttering to himself as he walked. Choosing an advisor? How boring, suddenly walking peacefully and then a sweet scent like candy, with a tangy iron smell wafting past Dich-Hoa's nose. He sniffed her and immediately recognized the smell of blood and death, so he quickly followed the faint scent he had just detected. As he ran, he whispered to himself that if it were a normal bloody scent, it wouldn't be strange. But this bloodstain carried hidden murderous intent and guilt, as fierce as an undersea current, even stirring the murderous aura within him, forcing him to find its source. Following the scent led Dich-Hoa a distance, and he was stunned when he saw what was right in front of him. Dich-Hoa saw a modern-dressed girl sitting by the roadside eating roasted sweet potatoes, and realized that the strange, pervasive scent that drew him in was coming from this small girl. Seeing the scene of the girl opening her mouth wide to bite into a piece of sweet potato, he didn't know what to say more. Truly, Dich-Hoa still couldn't quite believe it. He looked away to see if there was anyone else, but there was no one. Seeing the white-haired girl in front of him, Dich-Hoa made a face. Such a cute girl, but she's the source of that fierce aura? I must have been mistaken. Did her small eyes suddenly glance over at you and pay attention to you, holding a sweet potato in her hand? This little girl unexpectedly turned around and asked Ditch-Hoa a question with surprised eyes and a more formal way of addressing him, saying, "Youngster, have you trained your body to withstand torture?" I didn't expect this little girl to notice. I moved closer and asked, "How do you know?" He tilted his chin to look him up and down, thinking to himself that he's clearly just a kid. So why does he look so mature? And calling me a little brat, yet this little girl is just munching on her sweet potato and replying succinctly, "Oh, because I was the one who helped little Ho perfect this martial art." Hearing this, Ditch-Hoa immediately remembered that name. He glared and clearly showed his attitude as he thought, "Little tiger, are you saying it won't be?" In front of him, the girl stood with her hands on her hips, excitedly continuing, "Liu Chenghu, he was my disciple over 90 years ago." Ditch-Hoa retorted immediately, "Are you joking with me? The lifespan of a martial artist can indeed surpass human limits. A grand master at 890 years old can still maintain a vigorous state, but what's up with this little girl who still has milk on her mouth?" Ditch-Hoa looked at her and speculated that for martial artists practicing special techniques, adjusting their bones to a child's size was definitely possible. But this little silver-haired girl in front of me, with her evasive manner, appears innocent and naive. Honestly speaking, she's just silly and immature. No Oscar-winning acting could pull this off. The girl looks seriously at Ditch-Hoa with a resolute expression that's hard to describe. "Why is that? You don't believe me?" After saying this, Ditch-Hoa showed a contemptuous attitude. He curled his lips and replied casually, "I believe you. If you say I am Qin Shi Huang, give me 50, and I'll believe you." Suddenly, Ditch-Hoa was thrown into a strange illusion. Everywhere, blood red. He was restrained and forced his head into the guillotine. Ditch-Hoa opened his eyes wide, surprised and confused about why this was happening to him. He was clearly on the street, yet the other person actually pressed the guillotine down. Ditch-Hoa clearly felt the pain of separation, his head flying out like a balloon. It lunged close to the small girl with white hair. Ditch-Hoa struggled but managed to stammer out a few words. Sniffling, he took a deep breath and immediately returned to his normal state. You stare with wide eyes in horror at what you've just experienced. Was it all just a hallucination? Such pure murderous intent that I had a hallucination of being beheaded. It's too shocking, too overwhelming. Ditch-Hoa suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted out 3 words, still confused, curious, and excited, when suddenly this girl directly put a lollipop into Ditch-Hoa's mouth. He instinctively closed his mouth and widened his eyes. The girl said, "My favorite strawberry-flavored soft candy for this person." Then, suddenly in front of Ditch-Hoa, she started acting cute and innocent, then continued, "Sorry, little guy, I think I might have gone a bit too far. Please don't report me to the school. Now I only get to go outside for an hour or two once a week to get some fresh air. It's so pitiful. My name is Kung Ka, a very powerful sect master, and let me tell you secretly, the principal of Hoa University is that trashy scholar. I even made him cry when we were kids, and I threw in a wink for good measure. Chung Ka has perfected the Huyan Hoang martial technique, so she can definitely help me break through the bottleneck. She is a great master specializing in assassination, which suits me perfectly, and investing in her won't lose money." Immediately, I knelt before the little girl, clasped my hands together, straightened my face as seriously as possible, and officially became her disciple. Ditch-Fiolin, who has lived half her life without meeting the Lord, now I, Ditch-Hoa, vow to become teacher Kung Ka's disciple, hoping for her to accept me, looking just like when my father became her disciple. Kung Ka looked at the dizzying change in attitude and was momentarily stunned. Then she managed to say a few words. Huh? The scene shifts back to Area A of Hoa University. The most powerful teachers in Hodu sit on the examination chairs, surrounded by gossip, and surprisingly, the dean of the 5 largest academies at Hoa University is this year's new student advisor. If any of the deans could choose me as a disciple, then my life would be over. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 deans. How could they pay attention to us new students? So what are they here for? Wasting time? Of course not. Didn't you hear? That new student named Ditch-Hoa has already completed the 12 Zodiac Challenge. These deans must have come because of Ditch-Hoa. The new students don't know that the 12 Zodiac battle is being broadcast live, with all the teachers of Hoa University as the audience. From the very beginning, since the announcement on the train, the teachers have been paying attention to each student's ability to handle unexpected crises, using AI and big data to analyze facial expressions and score their response skills. Those who think this is just a simple challenge with no preparation, or who rush into the 12 Zodiac City recklessly, will score low. Then, everyone's intelligence in combat, practical skills, and organizational ability shown during the battle with the 12 Zodiac Mask will become important scoring criteria. Even if the new students fail to hunt down the 12 zodiac mask wearers, excelling in any of the above aspects can earn high scores, and Dichhua is the only new student to receive the highest evaluation from start to finish. But that alone is not enough to impress the 5 deans. What truly astonished them about Dichhua was that he had slain the dragon god boss, who was completely outside the challenge's target and would surely have died if encountered. Down here, an old bearded master looked ahead at the line of new martial artists and spoke to the nearby female mentor. Maybe even Dichhua himself doesn't know which divine being the dragon he killed belongs to. It was a model trained by the supercomputer, Nuwa of Hakwak, based on data left by the national-level martial artist Fo Hongxin when he enrolled at Hoa Dai that year. Although even supercomputers cannot replicate the power of those 2 divine heavy bronze statues in the Dream Sea illusion, Fo Hongxin is the strongest martial artist in the history of Hakwak, and even in the world, a record he set at Huadai that has not been surpassed in 100 years. Dichhua can kill the model, trained by such divine beings, and even if he cannot fully replicate the original master's strength, it is enough to prove his extraordinary talent. As long as nothing happens on his path to growth, he can at least become a top-tier ancestor and even challenge the realm of the great ancestor. What we need to do now is control our emotions and continue waiting for Dichhua to officially apprentice. At this moment, someone outside hurriedly rushes in to announce loudly, "The director is in trouble." This urgent announcement says that Dichhua has become a disciple of the former Emperor Da, now a special staff member of Kung Ka. Hearing this, the senior teachers who had arrived early sat waiting, and when Dichhua finally announced his apprenticeship, they stood up in shock. "What? Return to Dichhua and Kung Ka. He is now holding and killing her. Even if Kung Ka struggles, he refuses to let go. You want to take me as your master? Yes, I have already decided on you." Master Dichhua whispered, "This stone seems to be over 100 years old. If I kneel before it in broad daylight, I'll definitely face at least 3 years in prison." Kung Ka pushed Dichhua away and loudly said, "But I think I've already been expelled by the emperor." Master Dichhua still remained very determined, his eyes firm and shining brightly, and he boldly said, "If you only go out to get some fresh air for an hour or 2 each week, I will become your disciple. And within 2 years, I will find a way to help you regain your freedom." His confident words proved effective. "Is that true?" "All right, I agree." He smiled slyly, successfully persuading him. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly a sound erupted, like a thunderclap in the sky. Hearing that Dichhua chose Kung Ka as his disciple, the early arriving teachers who missed out on the choice teleported immediately to where the 2 were. At the same time, these people approached the 2 of them. Kung Ka said, "Tish, a bunch of troublemakers are here." The old master, looking like a solid block of forged metal from head to toe, with a face that made it hard to tell his tone, said, "Senior and Ka, didn't you say that during your time outside you wouldn't contact the students?" The same senior also intervened, and given his current mental state, he is not suitable to teach students. "Yes, Senior Kung Ka, please go home." Kung Ka calmly crossed his arms and asked Dichhua, "Go home?" "Huh, all right, what's your name?" Dichhua bowed respectfully and obediently. "Master, my name is Dichhua." She boldly took a 3-meter step, breaking her own leg, and walked leisurely, then confidently said, "All right, Dichhua, come home with me." Dichhua, walking behind, also lifted her face proudly and arrogantly in front of them. The scene shifts to the Hoa Dai Research Institute, a tall and spacious place with extremely unusual architecture. Dichhua follows Kung Ka all the way here, looking around as he walks, while Kung Ka's wife casually skips along. So we followed Kung Ka all the way to the lobby and into the elevator. Inside, Dichhua tilted his head and asked, "Master, do you live in such a remote place?" Kung Ka replied calmly, "Yes, mainly because a few decades ago I had a slight illness that often caused harm to others. In other words, I am the first student your master has taken in over the past few decades." Hearing this, Kung Ka frowned and asked again, "You really have a strange way of thinking? Shouldn't you be afraid?" Dichhua saw the old girl's expression and broke out in a cold sweat, afraid that her master would cut her down. After a while, the elevator finally reached level -666. The doors opened to reveal a long corridor in front of Dichhua, with high walls on both sides and a narrow, somewhat suffocating walkway. He blurted out, "Why is a big research institute like this built with such a narrow corridor?" Kung Ka also explained, "Because this is a place only I can go through." Noticing a series of numbers ahead, Dichhua continued to wonder, does that door also have a countdown? Before he could answer Dichhua, Kung Ka suddenly shot forward like an arrow, running at full speed while shouting, "Damn it, I'm running out of time, charge in now." Under immense pressure, Hoa, still struggling to adapt, leaned on the elevator behind him and stubbornly asked again, "What is that countdown?" "Master, it's urgent, and I have to deal with this troublemaker," Kunkka quickly ran while turning back to explain to him. "Whenever I go out, the digital clock starts counting down. If I don't return on time, an alarm will go off at Director Hoa's office. At that point, I would have to face the pursuit from Hoa Dai." The old man also exclaimed upon hearing this. "Is that too much?" "Ding, the clock is exactly on the hour. No minutes, no seconds." Fortunately, Kunkka and Hoa managed to escape in time. Through that narrow passage, Hoa was running behind, but with his abilities, those few seconds in reverse were nothing. As soon as I took my first step inside, the door slammed shut immediately, and above it, an automatic protective net activated, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Kunkka managed to get in and let out a sigh of relief, almost too late. Hoa turned around, sensing himself and pondering, there seems to be a special magnetic field here. Of course, because this is my cell. She even gave the most detailed introduction to her room. To prevent me from going out, Kin Van and his little followers built me a large 3-story house with entertainment and training facilities, but they also installed a high-power electromagnetic field to suppress the weapons of martial artists. Chungka leaned back on the sofa, her white hair disheveled but still looking like a teenage girl, hands behind her head, sighing and saying, "I broke out of my room because I was too bored." Hoa watched this scene with a tight-lipped expression, only daring to think to himself that although it's called a prison, this is basically a luxury apartment where all daily needs are met, feeling more like worshipping Master Kung Ka here. The scene shifts to Hoa Do University, where the elderly man holding the phone is the university's president, Kin Van, speaking urgently on the call. The principal doesn't know yet Hoa has already taken Kung Ka as his master, but he responds very carefully and indifferently, not needing to worry about him. Then the principal straightened up seriously, his tone also deepening as he clearly and precisely said, "Remember the current reform goal of Hoa Dai. We don't need to cultivate a group of pillars, but one person. A top-tier powerhouse capable of supporting the nation and humanity based on providing enough resources for the geniuses. Let the genius develop freely, just let Hoa learn with Kung Ka first." The new student from Hoa Dai in Hoa Do is about to finish the summer camp training. And by then, Hoa, this sharpening stone, will have to accept polishing those still raw blades on the other side. "I understand, Principal." At this moment, the principal turns to look at the information of Kung Ka displayed on the computer. The person on the phone reports, "The new student from Hoa has entered the sealed room with Kung Ka, and everything is fine now." They continue, but according to big data calculations, Kung Ka's special combat ability still has about a 5% chance of losing control when staying in the same room with others for a long time. The information sheet clearly shows Kung Ka's anger, sinister intent, and exceptional combat power, with a 5 to 14% chance of losing control. The safety rate when sharing a room is 95%. The target is Hoa. The injury rate is 38%. The rescue success rate is 10.3%, and the safe rescue time is 1 to 3 minutes. It also states that Hoa students have an 89.7% chance of not surviving until the Imperial rescue. After the rescue, there is a 95.3% chance they cannot be saved. Hearing this, the principal stood up, slowly walked to the big door, looked outside, and said, "The so-called exceptional combat power. Either powerful martial prisoner who has had their death sentence postponed, or strong martial artists who cannot control their personal power for various reasons." He looks more distant, like someone experienced and knowledgeable about everything he says. A country usually restricts their freedom when the fall of a nation faces a serious crisis, sending everyone to the front lines to serve as a force to protect the country. And facing this terrifying existence, I believe the students of the peaceful translation are already prepared. Without readiness to be killed, how could they go far on the path of slaughter? Hakwuk's time is running out. The fools of the North White Forest Federation and the fanatical cultists worshipping the mysterious civilization in the divine descending heaven kingdom are all eager to act. Carrying many worries and the heavy responsibilities of a forerunner, the principal gazes into the distance with a heavy heart and softly says, "Young generation, grow up quickly. Let's go. I haven't taught in decades, so let's have a match first to see how strong you really are." Hoa wondered again, "Master, are you going to suppress your cultivation to the martial artist stage to fight me?" Kung Ka shrugged, nodded, then glanced at Hoa in response. "Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. I have to suppress my cultivation too. Hehe." Both of them then started to warm up. Hoa spun his hand and said, "Master Kung Ka, I am ready." Old woman Kung Ka is still warming up all over her body, her mouth constantly making sounds. Oink, 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 oink. It seems that Kung Ka is very happy to have someone to train with today. Hoa quickly adopts a defensive stance, looking straight at his master with his eyes and hands, and thinks to himself, I don't want to remember the scene where I almost got my head cut off just now. Just about to say a few words in his mind, he didn't expect Kung Ka to rush forward like a silver bullet. The small body but incredible strength, Kung Ka's speed was no different from a demon. In just a few seconds, the small hand with sharp nails of Kung Ka had already reached his throat. Before Hoa could react, he froze and realized that what was under his chin was heading straight for a vital spot. It's supposed to be just a friendly exchange, but in Hoa's wide-open eyes, he can see Kung Ka's sinister face getting closer and closer, her gaze becoming terrifyingly dangerous. Hoa thought to himself, I have predicted her movement patterns and dodged at least 5 directions, but each time Kung Ka's attack could be anticipated, so I can only fight head-on. So he decided to unleash his Godzilla energy, and there was no time to dodge. Standing there to avoid being harmed by Kung Ka, he played his trump card, engulfed in flames, and as a result, Kung Ka was thrown back, first pushing the danger away from him. Hoa immediately prepared himself to prevent her from exploiting his weaknesses again. Kung Ka, seeing his reaction, became even more excited, grinning widely with her perfect white teeth despite her battered face, loudly asking if she was trying to awaken his bloodline to speed up his defense and counterattack. Kid, it's a pity, but I'm even faster than you. Kung Ka's hands twisted like ropes, wrapping around Hoa's body and arms, leaving him stunned as he was overwhelmed. Quickly, she seized his wrists, preventing him from freeing himself, then kicked him sharply in the back of the neck with her small foot. Kung Ka applies all her strength, and the cracking sounds of bones echo continuously, once again bringing a pain so intense it feels like near death. Hoa's neck is in trouble. He tilts his head back and screams in despair, this time even more terrifying than before. That feeling was so vivid in every cell, his agonized scream echoed throughout the room. After a moment of fighting, Hoa managed to stand up barely. According to that, Kung Ka also jumped back. Now his face was battered and bloodied all over, with blood dripping from every part of his body. Trembling violently, he looked up at his master and laughed, saying, You really hold nothing back, master. Even the Jiatin bloodline has been beaten back to its original form. But she paid no mind to what Hoa said, and was even more excited when she saw the bloodied state of him. She licked her lips and said, It's been a while since I tasted blood. Once again, that familiar move. Hoa raises his finger to tear open the lower eyelid, a dangerous smile on his face as he says, Master, I am no match for you in physical combat. Next, I will unleash some forbidden martial techniques. Please advise. Then, immediately after, a blazing image of a giant head appears, its 2 eyes shining brightly, its wide mouth unconsciously emitting a long stream of smoke as the figure erupts with overwhelming power. Hoa's eyes lit up as he looked ahead, a flash of determination shining in his pupils. Hoa thought to himself, Luckily I trained the superhuman form last night. Kung Ka saw the immense power he was releasing and muttered, So this is a martial technique with such incredible force. I think I've taken on a terrifying monster as my disciple. Seeing the young kid in front of him continue to unleash a new move and not hesitate to reveal his power, the 100-year-old old man chuckled with pleasure as he performed a few punches and sneered. If that's the case, I, as a master, must also give it my all. Without hesitation, Kung Ka swung his hand down, releasing a terrifying energy wave that shot out like a sword aura. It's moving so fast and hits so powerfully that you can see its incredible strength just with a simple flick of the hand. This attack heads straight for that huge face, one that Hoa created by splitting into 2, all with just a single, simple move. Immediately after, an explosion of nuclear energy erupted, with thick black smoke obscuring the view. From within that blast, Hoa's transformed figure leapt out. He just charged out and prepared to punch, shouting loudly with a primal humanoid form. Using his skeletal armor, he now carefully covers his entire body with his Godzilla armor. Seeing that, Kung Ka remained very calm. When Hoa's punch was about to land, Kung Ka instinctively widened his pupils in surprise for a moment, then gently and gracefully turned his body away. Meanwhile, Hoa, with his transformed body, charged forward, not only larger in size but also more intimidating with a rugged appearance, tightening his fists as he approached to deliver devastating blows. Kung Ka's only reaction was to purse his lips and take a small breath in. In less than half a second, he again aimed his small arm straight at Hoa. Her eyes lit up like a killing machine. Around that tiny white arm, a faint but deadly force radiated. Hoa's transformed form is so huge and powerful, but when he touches Kung Ka, he can't resist at all. The armor on the outside seems to crack and break apart. It hurts so much, he whispered. The flesh and bone armor are made based on Godzilla's outer shell. The defense is at least dozens of times stronger than superhumanization, yet inside the armor layer he confidently claims is super powerful. Dich Hoa was trying to grit his teeth to endure the pain caused by Kun Ka's attack. He couldn't understand why she could tear through him so easily. One of Dich Hoa's eyes widened in disbelief as just a few meters away, Kun Ka suddenly leapt right up close to his face in a split second of distraction. She is very pleased and looks exactly like a child. Little Dich Hoa, are you hiding inside this person's mouth? At this moment, he started to feel afraid. Truly a terrifying sense of awareness. Clearly, I have stopped all the life activities of my true self. This 100-year-old girl smiles excitedly and puts on a playful act in front of Dich Hoa. It's playful in a killer way. Kun Ka said, "Come out here quickly, master." He immediately shot a long streak across his body. Dich Hoa continued to transform, creating countless sharp bones on his face to prevent Kun Ka from attacking. At the same time, he loudly activated the next form, splitting the form into a fleeting giant form. If he decided to jump in, it could end badly. This nun Kun Ka, no matter how crazy she gets, still has her wits. She immediately jumps back, keeps her distance from Dich Hoa, and places her small hand on the ground, just that much, and sparks fly. On top of Dich Hoa's superhumanized armor, a massive energy burst erupts, enveloping his head completely. It's the nuclear energy of Godzilla that his older brother used. He loudly challenges, "Master, with your powerful slash, I wonder if you can cut this in half." Inside the armor, Truyan Kun Ka stepped back, making him more intrigued. Dich Hoa chuckled softly and continued, "Master, of course you won't be easily melted by my nuclear energy breath, but how will you withstand it?" Suddenly, a sturdy, rusty chain appeared in the space outside, with bloodstains imprinted on it. Looking back, it was unclear when Dich Hoa's entire body had been bound tightly by this chain. Clearly, he was in a dominant position just now, but now he is being subdued, with 7 chains tightening around him from all sides. Once again, Dich Hoa looked up and saw the guillotine, which gave him a feeling of life and death. It creaked with every movement, and he twisted his face in agony as he looked up and said, "This truly is," still not escaping the executioner's block. Just after the previous sentence, the sharp blade was lowered, rushing down at a terrifying speed. The person underneath, whose head was offered to the guillotine, was Dich Hoa, trembling with fear. He turned around and jumped in confusion, his face covered in sweat, trying his best to scream. Jaguarudo heard him and appeared, rushing out with a very dark and dangerous expression. This time, Dich Hoa even summoned the rose-headed guy to confront the illusion created by Kun Ka. Jiao immediately paused time to prevent the blade from striking Dich Hoa. At this moment, he kept telling himself, "Master is cornered and dragging me into her mental trap. This is not a real space, but a mental illusion created from deadly intent. To escape the illusion, you need to use your mental strength to fight back." As soon as time is frozen, he immediately throws countless punches at the sword. Under Jaguarudo's relentless and powerful pressure, the punches caused the illusion he saw to show signs of cracking. A promising sign. Jaguarudo keeps punching relentlessly. Soon, that illusion shatters completely. It shattered into pieces like Dich Hoa just placed a glass, with fragments falling apart in mid-air. When he finally broke free, he slowly opened his eyes as a cool, gentle breeze brushed over his eyelids. Only when he woke up did he realize that Dich Hoa's armor outside had been completely destroyed. Standing right next to him was Kun Ka, leisurely sucking on a lollipop. She was eating happily and said, "Oh, you're awake? That turtle shell beside you is really hard." Dich Hoa was still not used to how fast and dangerous this woman was. He was startled like his soul had left his body and managed to say 2 words. "Master." Around Dich Hoa, his armor was shattered into pieces. He tiredly propped himself up and sat down, his mind racing with this scene. "It seems I was violently pulled out of the beast's mouth by my master, and the hardened protective crystal I condensed to defend my body was also shattered brutally, but this is definitely not something a martial arts novice could do." Then seeing that Dich Hoa was fine, Kun Ka turned away. Doubtful, Dich Hoa narrowed his eyes and smirked, directly asking Kun Ka, "Master, you cheated, didn't you?" "What cheating?" "I fought you honestly and openly. Where did I cheat?" Dich Hoa asked again to make sure. "Really?" Kun Ka replied nonchalantly, snapping his fingers to the rhythm as he chewed his candy. I just used a little more force. You know, I'm very strong, so in 1 or 2 attacks my power might not be fully controlled." These words really leave nothing more to say. Hoa, though not entirely convinced, clenched his lips and said nothing further, seemingly aware of his own mannerisms, which made Kunka's face a bit shy, but as a master who has lived 100 years. She saw the clear doubt on Hua's face that he wouldn't give up, and she hesitated for a moment. Yeah. Immediately after, Kunka suddenly jumped and, as the master Hoa placed his small hands on his shoulders, pouted with his eyes filled with tears and streaming down. Come on. Next time I won't cheat. Please don't be mad. Is it okay? Please don't go. I haven't played with anyone else for decades. This scene is just like a little sibling apologizing to their older brother. Hoa puffed out his chest and enjoyed it. In the 100-year-old woman's training room, Kunka, after losing to her disciple who just joined, kept whining like a child next to Hoa, leaving him quite confused by the situation. A young girl can still go, but this is a 100-year-old old lady. He quickly waved his hand and pleaded, "Don't cry." Kunka is still whining. Then she turned her face with shining eyes and asked, "Are you not leaving anymore?" Hoa widened his eyes, nodded, and replied, "I finally managed to become my master's disciple. Where else would I go?" Hearing that, Kunka immediately straightened up with her hands on her hips. Then she leaned back and puffed up her chest to reply, "Cough, cough, I didn't cry just now, you know." He suddenly startled when he looked at Kunka and softly exclaimed, "6? All right, now I basically understand your strength. Although you're much weaker than I was back then, you're still considered quite talented compared to others." Kunka then straightforwardly asked, "Do you want to start learning now, and what do you want to learn?" At this moment, Hoa finally remembered the scene where his punch was shattered the day before. He spoke about the martial arts advancement and how people cut through lightning to pierce the giant's arm. Hitting how? That's hard to teach after cutting many things. You'll just get a feeling. Hoa still doesn't understand what that feeling is. Then suddenly Kunka's eyes lit up as she stared blankly and clearly explained that whether it's a human body, a demon beast, or other objects, they all have an optimal cutting point and a line that can be easily cut through, which you can call the killing line. Hearing this, even Hoa's hair stood on end. He clenched his lips tightly, but his heart was unsettled. Hoa thought, the path of slaughter and killing, it seems his master is different from the divine dragon who is also skilled in cutting. If the divine dragon's cutting is about pursuing ultimate power and absolute sharpness, then his master's technique is as precise as the Bao Din Jiai Chao. At this moment, Hoa sat beside his master on the bench, while Kunka, after singing Nahamni Longko's song, sincerely advised him, "Learning this will be troublesome. I advise you to break through to become a martial artist first. Your cultivation in martial arts cannot improve further. You don't have the opportunity to learn many of my techniques." Looking at Kunka's unstable expression and attitude, I continue. "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial disciple?" Hoa asked again. "What is it?" Kunka explains, "It is not a physical advancement, but a mental one. The warrior gains an important ability, the internal vision. With internal vision, a warrior can shift from macro martial cultivation to micro martial cultivation. Through the internal vision, a martial artist can see their meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, using weapons to strengthen them and expand their physical limits. In other words, a strong mind comes before a strong body." "I guess I understand now." Hoa chuckled softly, surprised at how high Master Kunka's teaching level was, truly worthy of being the Emperor's professor. His knowledge remained sharp, even when he's clueless. But when it comes to mental strength, after merging with the Vampire Queen and awakening the Warudo power, my mental attribute has experienced a significant boost. This could provide great help for me in the martial artist stage. Tam Kwok thought for a long time and then asked, "So is there any difference when upgrading the cultivation method to become a martial artist?" Kunka's eyes became more serious, and at this moment the Steel God explained clearly and directly to him. The levels of breaking through techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven Kang, Earth Sat, Huyan Huang, and Wu Pin. Usually, students from lower-tier colleges or universities can only access Wu Pin breaking through techniques to advance to martial artists. This type of breaking through technique has the advantage of rapid advancement with almost no barriers, just need to accumulate enough blood energy and martial weapons. Over 80% of warriors advance through the unranked breaking through technique. As for our students at Hoa University, their breaking through techniques all start from the Huyan Huang level. Pay attention and reflect on this. Hoa stroked his chin and asked, "So, what about the 2 levels? Tianquang and Diasat." Kunka, who knows the most about this, quickly explains. The techniques and martial skills at the Heavenly Kang level are almost all original works taken from mysterious relics. Whether there are enough 10 volumes in the entire world is still uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, Kunka gently nodded, his expression also turning serious. "Our Emperor's group may have kept 1 copy, but with your current abilities and authority, You definitely cannot access it. Dich Hoa turned around and noticed his serious expression. Suddenly, Kunkka burst out laughing loudly, but you can learn the Earth-level breaking realm technique. Dich Hoa was shocked and trembled in the 3 realms. Kunkka here to clarify that the Dharma of the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the earth-slaying technique I hold, as well as Xiaohu's body of demon imprisonment, were all inspired by my teachings. These secrets are truly sweet nectar for that sharp-stung bee. Dich Hoa, I want to learn. Dich Hoa's aura doesn't disappoint my master. Kunkka quickly throws the Coca-Cola can into the trash. All right, let's begin now and truly feel the atmosphere of the scene I created for you. At this moment, the aura accompanying that mystical scene rushes toward Dich Hoa. He's stunned, isn't he? Not again, is it? When he looked down at himself, he was once again pulled into an illusion created by Kunkka. The 100-year-old old woman licked her lips and smiled slyly, saying, I like fresh blood the most. The scene shifts back to Hoado Academy in the sky as night falls. After class, everyone rushes out while Suojo walks alone at a leisurely pace. Hey, Dich Hoa, where exactly is the opening ceremony? I heard you bowed, just meant to greet the brothers casually, but suddenly a sharp, long sword lunged at me, almost splitting me in 2. Quickly, I noticed the sword behind me and immediately summoned my ice energy to retreat. So Chao's eyes lit up as he firmly grasped his energy-filled sword, staring at Dich Hoa before him. Looking more closely at this face and back, it was dangerously strange, and moreover, it exuded an ominous aura, unlike the Dich Hoa he knew at all. A few seconds later, Dich Hoa finally turned around to look at So Chao, who was on high alert behind him, then casually said, sorry, So Chao. I was a bit tense. So Chao also broke out in a cold sweat, as if he'd just been sprayed with water. Dich Hoa, you're so awkward you can't even speak. Within So Chao's sight, he saw Dich Hoa's grotesque and chilling figure, with countless corpses and dismembered limbs beneath him, and the air thick with decay and evil energy. So Chao's voice trembled as he asked, what exactly happened today? The scene cuts back to over 10 hours earlier in the illusion, where many terrifyingly gaunt monsters with frightening appearances are present. They are countless and fiercely closing in. Somewhere a voice echoes telepathically, you are not allowed to use any martial skills or powers, only the sword in your hand to fight the zombies. Dich Hoa is currently in his master Kunkka's trial, and he is just a tasty target for the vengeful ghosts to tear apart. They don't know where they came from, but they keep appearing in greater numbers. He is so overwhelmed that he can hardly breathe. With so many of them, is this all I can do with this torn sword? Kunkka's voice continues to echo in his mind. Using a sword is to help you get used to the feeling of the blade slicing through flesh and bone, thereby training your muscle memory to instinctively find the right path to strike and quickly target vital points. Dich Hoa's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared ahead and said, so that's how it is. So, I will start now. At this moment, Dich Hoa bent down and swung his sword powerfully, slicing through the zombies clinging to him. These bodies are torn into many pieces and floating in the air. In front of Dich Hoa's eyes, Kunkka appears towering. She opened her sparkling eyes wide and then lowered her voice, saying, Dich Hoa, this kid. She thought to herself upon seeing Dich Hoa's current appearance. Practicing my Earthslayer technique in the illusion is actually very dangerous. Ordinary martial artists are basically unqualified to cultivate it. If it weren't for Dich Hoa's mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, he might have been possessed by killing intent, gone mad, or even lost his way. Suddenly his aura and face seemed to burn with fire, darkening and flashing brightly. Even Kunkka was sure and silently confirmed that Dich Hoa is indeed the hope star of Thekin Van and Hoa Dai, and everyone is looking forward to his future. Back in the present, after exchanging with So Chao, he returned to his dormitory, where the deity Dich Hoa was now relaxing in a luxury cold bath. Dich Hoa was whistling softly to himself, muttering under his breath. Phew, just the first day and I'm already exhausted. The top university in Hakwak truly lives up to its reputation. The phone rings and when he sees the name on the screen, he gets excited. It's a VIP guest. Liu Than-truk. Move to Liu Than-truk's dormitory. You're very excited in your small room. Dich Hoa on the other end asks, Than-truk, is something wrong? Liu Than-truk lay on her side and replied immediately, My mother has sent the things you needed already. They are now in my hands. My mom also told me to thank you for helping me become the top of the freshman challenge group. Really? I'll come to your dorm later to pick it up. No need. You don't have to come. I'll just send it to you by drone. Dich Hoa agreed easily on the other end. All right, so today you've definitely found a mentor, right? Who is your mentor? It's Director Bai. She said I have a natural talent, so she accepted me as her disciple. This gets even better. Dich Hoa exclaimed, That true? That's great. Thong Truck still felt uneasy and asked further, "So Dichhua, you studied with whom that you already bowed to, which headmaster?" At this point, the lamp god sighed. He lowered his face into the water basin to think, it's better not to tell Lu Thon Truk about refusing the 5 headmasters, or someone will lose sleep tonight. Right now, he replied vaguely, "I already bowed to Luo Thon Truk and I feel a bit tired." She asked again, "Hello, what did Dichhua just say?" Dichhua just kept rambling to distract everyone. So obvious. So half a year has passed, and the first semester of the first year is almost over. For the new students at Hoa University, this semester has been full of interesting events. For example, when the semester started, Ouyang had already allied with talented students from many provinces to establish the well-known Long Blood Society, which held significant influence in the first year. And unsurprisingly, after the new students from Hoa-do finished their training camp and returned to Hoa University, conflicts with the Long Blood Society broke out. As the conflict escalated, members of the Long Blood Society and local students from Hoa-do began to face off in martial arts matches. The result was naturally more losses than wins, and the growth of the Long Blood Society started to decline. Currently, in the first year, the most famous student is Sword High, but saying he's just the most famous in first-year Hoa University isn't entirely accurate. He must have a huge influence nationwide because he is the top scorer of the Hoa-do University entrance exam. During the live broadcast of the Hoa-do University entrance exam, netizens were deeply convinced by his formidable strength, and there are even rumors that Fo Hongxin also highly regards him, calling him the next national-level martial artist. As for Dichhua, who was once famous at the start of the semester, no one remembers him anymore. Anyway, he's been out of the public eye for more than 3 months now. Transitioning to underground at Kung Ka's martial arts training room in the Hoa Dai Research Institute. Dichhua lies close to the ground, while Kung Ka forcefully stomps her tiny foot onto his shoulder and shouts loudly, "Hurry up faster. Each time I stomp, I will transfer my refined spiritual weapon into your body." Kung Ka stands fully on Dichhua's body, swinging her lambada over his back, enjoying herself as she looks down and says, "My understanding of the Bo Denoi Keen's killing intent mixed into your weapon will help you strengthen your martial arts realm just after your breakthrough, and you can also feel my jade foot. Truly a blessing for you, little one." At that moment, Dichhua's whole body was flushed red, with bruises and bloodstains all over him, yet he still struggled to push up and endured silently, cursing inwardly. What the hell? My sealing technique is making me push up like this. It feels like carrying a mountain. The weapons of my master flowing through my body make me itch endlessly. Kung Ka here smirks slightly and says, Ro, you twerp, you can't do this anymore, and you're not even close to 1,000 yet." Dichhua is trying to suppress the extreme pain, clenched so tightly that his teeth and lips are about to bleed, growling from his throat. Who is the fishmonger's catch? Watch this little guy speed up. As he says this, he exudes a fierce energy like a wild beast that has broken free. Kung Ka, overwhelmed with fear, kicked several more times, and she said, "All right, come quickly, quickly, use your strength, use your strength." At this moment, Dichhua is enduring hundreds of brutal kicks to his body, and he is also tensing up in the midst of a fierce outburst. Dichhua loudly roars like a beast, echoing through the entire room, then suddenly erupts in an explosion like a triggered bomb. Kung Ka swiftly rushes forward as it detonates, red smoke billowing everywhere. At the same time, as he stopped, the muscles on Dichhua's body tensed up and even swelled larger, a mass of bulging muscles all over him. This feeling of fresh blood splattering and tearing apart the old muscles as he looks at himself after the explosion. It is not only more muscular but also smoother. He said, "Transform into entirely new muscle fibers that can be weaponized." He eagerly watches the moment when the disciple shows off his big durian muscles, his eyes shining brightly. The old lady loudly speaks with the spirit of a young girl in her teens. Your clothes are torn, you pervert." Dichhua blushed and looked away. "When covering your eyes, keep your fingers closed too, don't peek. Now turn around and walk away, it's time to leave the sect." "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I've been trapped here with you for 3 months. I should go outside and see the sunlight." Then she quickly made a cute gesture and asked, "So are you coming back?" He turned away from Tran's back but deliberately glanced at Kung Ka and then snorted dismissively, saying, "Of course you're too bad at gaming. Practice more before I come back next time." "Ha ha, who needs you to play games with me?" Moving outside the apartment where Kung Ka is locked up, Dichhua stands in front of the tall building and says to himself, "Bathang really does miss the sun, even though I don't like sunlight much right now." Dichhua wanders alone, hesitating and thinking about everything. It's been a long time since he went out. Like a whole generation has passed, but this trip isn't just for a stroll. There's something important he needs to do. Suddenly, Dich Hoa's eyes catch something, and he whispers to himself. In Hoa University, each student's semester grades include an important part, the extracurricular missions. The main content of these missions is to hunt down illegally wanted martial artists, investigate mysterious zones, and assist in fighting against tidal monster invasions. Haido, it's been a while since I last saw So Chao. So Chao looked at him happily and said, Finally, you're out of seclusion. You've kept me waiting too long. Dich Hoa and So Chao stood talking after days apart, and Dich Hoa immediately asked about his progress in studying and other things. How is Luo Socho doing? How much has his strength increased? So Chao also nodded, having broken through to martial artist level 2 months ago, but this encounter made him feel afraid. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, meeting Dich Hoa for the first time in 3 months. Dich Hoa seems to have no obvious change in aura or physical condition, but this is the most terrifying change of all. How much has his strength truly increased, and can he still be considered a match? So Chao recalled the story of the Trum Truong and pondered further. 3 days ago, I was invited to watch the private match between Han Kiem Hui, the new student representative of Vian Hoado, and Ao Duong Trak, vice president of Long Huyet Hoi. The result was no surprise. Ao Duong Trak was defeated after just 10 minutes of fighting with Han Kiem Hui. Faced with this performance, I can tell that Han Kiem Hui didn't use his full strength. In the end, he's still worried about his own ability and unsure how strong his friend is compared to the school boss. Candy Hoa fight Han Kiem Hui? No. Maybe Han Kiem Hui isn't a match for Dich Hoa right now, and suddenly someone appears. Liu Than Truk, who just arrived and quickly said, Sorry, in her hurried state, wearing a short outfit and a breezy shirt, running fast and beaming, I'm late. But when he saw Than Truk, Dich Hoa stood with his arms crossed and then asked with a strange smile, Classmate Than Truk, is there more? Than Truk was startled and asked back, What else is there? Suddenly, Than Truk's face turned red and her ears burned, her eyes nowhere to be seen, only a fiery redness. Liu Than Truk suddenly remembered her mother's words. Than Truk, remember that you and Dich Hoa are now a couple, and you should show some things that couples usually do, even in school. For example, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. She kept asking him again, suspecting that Dich Hoa was reminding her to do things like her mother said, which lovers should do. What should I do now? Dich Hoa has no idea about anything. He's still acting clueless and normal, while Liu Than Truk suddenly pouts her lips and tremblingly pushes the body closer to him. Dich Hoa asked, Songchan, what are you doing? 3 months apart and not even a greeting? This statement is like pouring a whole bucket of ice-cold water over Liu Than Truk's head. She angrily turns away, furious and ready to explode, just wanting to beat up Dich Hoa for ignoring her. Liu Than Truk pouted in annoyance and said, I hate you the most. So the 3 of them went together to the place to receive their missions. The 3 new students stood in front of the large notice board of the entire school. If Chao stood nearby and read it, she would say that all the information on the big screen was about recent hot missions and outstanding students. Having said that, he turned to look at Dich Hoa and Liu Than Truk and continued. My classmate Than Truk and I have completed 3 missions, so we've gone above and beyond. This time I just came to form a team with you. Than Truk looked at the mission on her iPad and scrolled through it as if she had already made her choice. These 3 tasks are very suitable for us right now. Investigating the 6th serial killer in Hoan Than, exploring the monster tide phenomenon in Liancheng, and the abnormality in Lam Thui County. I see, Than Truk explained. At first, all 3 missions were level 2, but Lam Thui County has now become level 3. The extracurricular missions for students of Hoa University are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. Freshman students usually can only take level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission that So Chao and I have ever participated in was the 10-person team mission. For the 3 first-year students participating in missions, level 2 is usually very hard to obtain. Hearing this, Dich Hoa immediately pulled out a red card. He pinched it with 2 fingers and jiggled it casually. No worries, I have a special privilege card. In his mind, he remembered Kung Ka's advice. Xiaohua, you can handle things on your own now. In your 1st and 2nd years, not many people can fight you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to practice your skills. With this card, you can accept any level of mission in the school at will, but don't take random level 4 missions, okay? That kind of high-level mission has such a huge risk that even Huyan Vu warriors could lose their lives. This made his 2 friends curious, with Than Truk asking, Where did you get that special privilege card? Overall, it's hard to explain. Dich Hoa hesitated for a moment. Oh, but So Chao changed the subject. Dich Hoa, how do you feel about these 3 missions? Dich Hoa immediately answered So Chao's question. Benefits and risks coexist. He tried to hide Than Truk's curiosity. feeling relieved inside as he thought to himself that luckily, So Chow had changed the subject and that it was over. He then explained more specifically that the first task was purely about pursuit. Personally, I think the effectiveness of this mission will be very low, since it's a notorious rat that even the criminal investigation team couldn't catch after multiple attempts. The difficulty lies in tracking it, not in killing it. The second task is to assist with the investigation. I think it will be very difficult for us to grow from that. With Great Ha Long Tuok there, we can only handle very simple tasks. Whether it's fighting or reconnaissance, it's not our turn to act. The third task is entirely in the hands of the three of us. Although there is no support behind, which leads to huge uncertainties, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. If you keep worrying about danger growing in the greenhouse, then what's the point of being a martial artist? I lean towards the third mission. In the end, it's finally settled. Everything is clear, and this also excites Dichhua's two friends. Liu Tantruk and So Chow are no longer concerned about anything. I agree with Dichhua. Dichhua cheerfully confirmed. All right, let's set out today, but as soon as we meet the counselor in the support room, we get scolded. Is this not a joke? Don't you see that a team of 5th and 2nd years has already failed in Lam Thui County? You 3 first-year students dare to take on a level 3 mission? You're overestimating yourselves. He was scolded so harshly, he didn't know where to put his face. Dichhua waited until she finished yelling before showing her the card. Ma'am, I have a privilege card, but the person in charge still doesn't believe me and instead shows more suspicion and annoyance. You've learned to lie, haven't you? Now I will call the supervisor to expose you all. She was determined to find out the truth, but in the end she had to feel intimidated when hearing the story over the phone. Yes, sir, yes. Then he turned around 180 degrees, smiled politely and said, I wish you all smooth martial journeys. Dichhua, seeing her like that, teasingly replied, I still prefer your rebellious arrogance just now. So having completed the task, all 3 stepped outside. Dichhua walks ahead, raises his hand to greet So Chow and Tantruk and loudly says, You two go prepare first, I'm going to get something. The scene shifts to the forging factory of the Mechanical and Magic Institute. Dichhua has arrived here. The scanning system completed a full check and then announced, Identity verification successful. Inside, there is a man dressed in a blue and white outfit. Director I came to pick up the weapon as a reward for the leader of the Zodiac face-off. The director turned and replied, Dichhua, instead of choosing an assassination technique, you chose a weapon. You truly have. Good judgment. He then handed Dichhua a weapon he had crafted himself. It's not that Senior Kung Ka was faster, but never mind, watch how I train you now. Although it has no attributes, it has a 95% transmission rate for weapons, and is forged from a special alloy of rare metal known for its durability. A top-tier divine weapon. This sword is about 1.2 meters long, with a wide and flat blade, the dark-colored edge shimmering with star-like specks. This is a characteristic of the special alloy. Dichhua immediately swung it to test whether its weight was suitable for him. The sword's features are too perfect, so the director immediately spoke up. The sword is also covered with dense serrated patterns that increase its weight and impact force, making each swing incredibly powerful. It seems the blade he made is very suitable for Dichhua. He gently swept a line across it with the sword in his hand, and when Dichhua raised the hilt in front of him and coincidentally touched it, the director also began his presentation. The handle of the sword is wrapped in a special black leather that prevents slipping, with the leather woven through each strand of metal, making it convenient for martial artists to wield the weapon. Actions speak louder than words. Dichhua tested his hand by sweeping a few lines, using only a little strength, but it caused the skirts of the 2 nearby assistants to flutter wildly. The director is very pleased with the weapon, every swing accompanied by a whistling wind and dazzling light, making people feel awe-inspired, with the weight perfectly balanced, not feeling light at all, very comfortable to hold. After all, it was customized based on the body data measured 3 months ago. I didn't expect that 3 months later you could still adapt to the power when you break through to a martial artist. After a while, Dichhua turned away, leaving only a compliment. I have to say he's truly worthy of being the Forge Master of the Empire. He's really top-notch. The teacher called out from afar, Of course. I dare say that even if Senior Kung Ka comes, he would have to call me Dad in terms of forging. But Dichhua firmly interrupted, Director, and the director immediately looked embarrassed. Ahem. Dichhua, don't tell Senior Brother Kung Ka about this for now. The scene shifts to Lam Thui County, and the 3 new students have entered inside. Because of the mission's confidentiality, we will be here for training as ordinary university students. Immediately, Dichhua used his ability to sweep through the area, thinking to himself that he should first use his life force, sensing ability a bit. Moreover, this semester I've increased the Godzilla model to 71%. enough to cover the entire county. I'm worried that our appearance might wake up some old rats in the sewer. If those rats escape, it will be very troublesome. Anyway, exterminating the rats is never about killing, but about finding them. So Chow nodded seriously and said, "Let's go. Our three of us will head to the house arranged by the boss first." "Hey guys, where are you headed? Do you want to ride on the tricycle?" Seizing the opportunity, Dichhua smirked and asked. The mission begins. Sitting on the old man's rickshaw passing by, he enthusiastically helps the three warriors as they ride and chat. "Hey, I see you guys look like students. Which school are you from? Are you here for a summer vacation? Are you from Lamthui district? Who is in your family? I don't seem to have any impression of them." As for Dichhua, he calmly replied, "My grandfather's name was Dich Thu Vin. He passed away a few years ago. Then I moved here, and the man finally understood and focused on driving." So, they are the descendants of the old Dish family. At this moment, Dichhua thought to himself. Luckily, he had learned a bit of the local language of Lamthui district on the plane, and the information Hoa Dai provided about their identity was also true. After hearing Dichhua's words, the man gradually became more cheerful and enthusiastic. In front, he laughed heartily and said, "Good, good, good, kid. You remember that Lam Thui district is good. Don't forget your roots, and you'll surely be blessed." Soon they arrived at the location, based on the mission of Hoa Dai from the old Dich Thu Vin family. The three of them then stepped out together right in front of the door. Dichhua stood quietly on the car, staring inside for a long time. Then the man finally gestured and pointed inside, saying, "Xiaodish. In 2 days, the most grand festival in 3 years of Lam Thui County will take place. You must come and join then. If little Dish is shy about going out, then my lord will come personally to call you." Dichhua replied smoothly in a local accent. "I understand, thank you, sir." After the man helped them, the three of them also started to go inside. So Chow carried the backpack and went ahead. He looked around and said, "This house hasn't been occupied for over 10 years. It's abandoned, with so much weeds and mosquitoes. Looks like we have some cleaning to do." At this point, Lord Than Dichhua raised his leg high, then smirked dangerously and said, "I'm very good at cleaning up." Immediately, Dichhua stomped his foot down on the ground, and a powerful nuclear aura radiated from his small foot across the entire yard. It quickly cleaned this place in an instant. The stubborn weeds growing on the bricks were burned away by nuclear energy. Liu-Thun Truk saw this scene and exclaimed, "This is not cleaning, it's slaughter." So Chow happily said, "Convenient and quick." After finishing outside, Dichhua and Liu-Thun Truk entered the small house first, so Chow quietly followed in. He touched the door and looked at it for a while before saying, "Put the luggage down." I went to install tiny cameras around the house for surveillance. Meanwhile, Liu-Thun Truk was also very perceptive. She leaned into another room. I went to check the situation inside the house. Seeing it briefly, Thun Truk called Dichhua. "Come quickly and see this." "Did you discover something?" The thing that Liu Than Truk was drawn to was the hidden Buddha statue in the room, covered with a cloth and possessing an eerily sinister aura. She just said from her perspective, "I wonder what this statue was used to worship." So the two of them moved closer to the strange Buddha statue, and Dichhua analyzed that the material of the mosaic was wood. If it has always been in this old house, it would have rotted long ago. Although this carved deity is covered in dust, once cleaned, it still looks very new. At this point, So Chow suddenly stepped inside as well, but his aura was strange and completely unsettling, so he drew his sword, about to act and saying, "In other words, was this placed here by someone else in this old house? I find this statue very disturbing, so let's cut it down first and talk later." But Luthan Truck quickly stopped him and said, "Wait, so, Chow, don't get carried away. What if this is an important clue? We should check carefully again. Since Mr. So has a problem, but unexpectedly when I looked at Mr. Dichhua, his hand was already radiating nuclear energy as he growled, 'I agree.'" Liu-Than Truk immediately roared like a wild beast. "Who are you agreeing with? You're the one who kills. She also got a headache from those two gods." Liu-Than Truk held her head and sighed, saying, "At least before chopping. Take a look at what's underneath this clay statue's mask." Just then, Than Truk also took the initiative to lift the cloth covering the Buddha statue, revealing eyes that shone with a terrifyingly intense glow. It seems Dichhua realized this is unusual, as seen in his cautious gaze at the statue. Quickly, he moved closer to Than Truk and pulled her shoulder toward him, his sharp eyes whispering into her ear, "Something's wrong." Immediately, Dichhua told his close friend that indeed it was something dirty. "So, Chow, cut it down!" So Chow quickly activated her power, causing her sword to glow intensely. He curled up and charged like a whirlwind, splitting the young figure in two while the Buddha statue in front of So Chow was barely holding together, and he swung his sword with a fierce and decisive strike. Unexpectedly, what was happening before their eyes made all three of them gasp in shock. What is it? The Buddha statue in front of them, split in two by the child, began to show signs of something unusual, oozing out strange, thick liquid that bulged like warts. They keep coming in larger numbers, all wondering what the liquid flowing from the statue is. At this moment, Dichoa's expression changed even more dramatically. Knowing this thing was about to play its hand, he glared and silently thought to himself. Instantly, in his mind, Dichoa summoned. Gawarudo just stood there with his arms crossed, and the rose-crowned guy immediately appeared with a fierce fighting spirit, using his glowing golden hand to tightly squeeze that strange liquid. It kept bubbling and churning in its palm, then suddenly expanded to an enormous size. This slimy substance revealed many large white teeth, caught in Jaguarudo's crushing grip, with the teeth gnashing loudly. Dichoa stands behind, watching, gently instructing So Chow, who is already holding her sword, full of energy, to seal it. Immediately, Suojo unleashed her energy into the liquid mass, encasing it in a blazing ice aura that shone brightly. Liu Thantruk was so terrified her face turned pale, her teeth chattering loudly, and Dung Dung could hardly believe what she was seeing. What is this thing? I was already scared, and suddenly I feel a fiery hand on my back. Thantruk, terrified to the point of turning pale like a stone and not daring to move any further, her voice sounded terrifying to hear. Then Dichoa carefully asked, "Are you okay?" He thought that Thantruk had been infected by the energy of that thing and needed to be given some pure energy weapon. I just startled and turned around, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I'm fine." Thantruk was surprised to find that the fear she felt earlier had suddenly disappeared, and she still felt warm inside. The three of them looked at the disgusting liquid that was now freezing over, with So Chow's ice on the floor. Dichoa sneered as he looked at the frozen mess and muttered, "Looks like the abnormality in Lam Tui district is related to this strange clay statue. Our investigation has taken an important step here. You guys stay here and keep an eye on this in case it changes. I'm going to do something, and I keep in mind that I left nuclear radiation traces on the old man's body on the tricycle. It's about time to start the trap." Then Dichoa confidently told both of them, "The old man doesn't need to come find me. I'll come to see you myself." The scene shifts to Kimson Buddha Temple in Lam Tui district, where a familiar tricycle is parked outside and two men are talking. Inside is a monk with a very graceful and composed demeanor, while outside stands the man who helped Dichoa, So Chow, and Liu Thantruk. The benefactor, the abbot inside, is waiting for you. The old man nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. All right, so we followed the monk inside, and both of them entered a long, deep tunnel. This monk led the old man to a large secret chamber. The tall gate outside is covered with many golden talismans, and the two paths are lined with huge, fierce-looking statues of Buddha. Still with that elegant face and calm demeanor that are almost frightening, the monk smiled broadly and told the abbot inside the door to take it slow. The abbot has brought the candidate Liu Kansheng to meet the blessing committee. He also mentioned he has something to report. The old man's face shows a bit of unease and worry, while standing in front of the back gate is the man from the village. The calm monk said, "Master has brought the candidate Liu Kansheng to meet the blessing panel, and he also said he has something to report." As soon as the king finished speaking, a clear bell sounded at the gate, followed by an eerie voice echoing endlessly, as if coming from all directions. "This benefactor, what is your intention? Why have you suddenly come here?" As the voice rang out, the two tall statues in front of the gate turned to look at the old man simultaneously, and the monk suddenly transformed, as if possessed by some dark power, his face contorting violently, eyes blazing like a beast, and he sneered with a demonic voice. "Are there others?" In an instant, the gentle monk from before transformed into a fierce lizard, covered in tough, dark scales. His mouth full of sharp teeth, and his tongue flicking out in a terrifying way, made the old man panic and shrink in fear. He clasped his hands together, knelt down, then quickly bowed repeatedly, rubbing his hands as he choked out, "Divine beings are here. Divine beings are here." Suddenly, a familiar black shoe print rushed towards me, moving at a speed like tearing through the wind. "It's Dichoa, no one else." He suddenly rushed forward and kicked the monk who had just transformed and lowered his head, just turning around to paint some colors, but unexpectedly got kicked by Dichoa. This made him freeze. Just one kick and this guy's head was shattered like a broken sugarcane, all thanks to Dichoa using the power of Jaguarudo to back him up. "You stand straight in front of this body and speak loudly. What a show." Luckily, the Jaguarudo kept these things away. If they got on your clothes, it would be hard to wash off. Are you a descendant of the Deech family, but you don't even bother to pay attention and just turn around to look around? I just finished off the monk, And now the surrounding statues are starting to show strange signs. They're shaking violently and their eyes are glowing red. Strangely, the statues that seemed to be immobile suddenly grew larger and moved. They planted their hands and feet on the floor, their faces showing an indescribable anger as they pressed forward. Dichoa looked up with a calm, teasing tone. Wow, the Buddha statue can still move? Very quickly, the statues began to move into combat stance, two arms wielding shining golden weapons, one a sword, the other a drill, all ready for battle. Jaguarudo now appeared clearly behind, raising his thick, muscular arms to block the two mighty attacks, each weighing tens of tons while Dichoa still maintained his imposing aura. He rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, then made a gesture as if itching his hands and feet, which only made these strange and bizarre statues even more annoyed and irritated. The fiery red eyes of the statues looked furious, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp, long fangs, and their heads trembled constantly. They can move and overlap in a tangled way, but strangely they don't hit their target. Instead, they cause chaos. Immediately after, these Buddha statues used their hands to aim directly at Dichoa's body. He still stood there with his arms crossed, waiting for the incoming attack. Under this rapid and fierce pressure, Dichoa's willpower is truly as tough as steel. At this moment, Dichoa slowly takes out a shiny ring from his middle finger and says, "The space ring is in stealth mode to prevent enemies from detecting it." Immediately, he drew a long sword, holding it with one hand, and forcefully swung the sword he had just received from the old master at the school. Raising it high, Dichoa shouted, "The horse-cutting sword of love is still spoken of, but I will decisively draw my sword and charge forward." That was the first time it was unleashed, looking very smooth and agile. He stood there drawing a long line, as several arms of the Buddha statues surrounding Dichoa appeared, split into many pieces and flying chaotically everywhere. Dichoa, pale and with a cold gaze filled with killing intent, suddenly caused many of the Buddha statues' arms to fall and scatter across the floor. He stands there, still holding the long, dangerous weapon in his hand. These two statues still haven't finished their moves. Their eyes glow with red light, as if laser beams shooting straight down. Dichoa shouted in amazement, "Can you really shoot lasers from your eyes? Are you really statues of Buddha?" The laser shot at Dichoa, but he showed no fear and swiftly dodged all the attacks below. As he rushed forward, he said, "Unfortunately, this laser beam is too slow." He gathered momentum, jumped high, kicked out a leg, then arched his body. He twisted his shoulder to gather strength and swung down the fine sword, just like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, humming softly as he fought. "Let me see if what's inside your stomach is just dry grass or something else. This time it's not just limbs." What he's aiming at is the entire large Buddha statue, with Dichoa passing right between the two statues. The young man successfully split it in two, revealing that inside was not earth or stone but deadly steel, as if it were a weapon forged by humans. The old man nearby was so frightened he couldn't speak, his eyes and mouth opening wide as if he wanted to say something. The two heads of the appearing bodhisattvas soared into the air. Thick red lasers shot out, drifting through the sky without control. Old Lu Kansin barely had time to react before one of the lasers cut across his back, splitting him in two. The current scene shows the Buddha statues split in two, and the people also divided, all falling into ruins, and Dichoa is the one who ends all of this. After finishing his actions, he sheaths his long sword and mutters, "Ah, Buddha, indeed they are not living beings. From the very beginning, my life field couldn't sense the breath of life from these two bodhisattva statues." Dichoa showed a serious and suspicious expression. Then he said in a stern voice, "But how could an underdeveloped city like Lam Thui County have such an advanced technological creation?" Now he is alone in front of the large door covered with talismans, unable to hide his curiosity about what he has just witnessed. Dichoa muttered to himself, "Is the answer all behind this door?" So he pointed at Warudo. After all, we are university students, we should at least have the courtesy to knock. He was just summoned and then rushed inside like lightning, clenched his right fist and flew toward the door covered with talismans, with his fist glowing brightly. Jaguarudo's voice urged him to keep punching the door repeatedly, loudly saying, "Yes, who? Inside? No." After the furious attack, the wall shattered into pieces and was completely destroyed by Udo. Dichoa simply put his hands in his pockets and strolled inside casually. Suddenly he looked up at what was before his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Indeed, a divine artifact. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a massive golden Buddha statue, about 70 to 80 meters tall, lying deep within the underground palace. Such a giant object would naturally inspire fear and prevent anyone from daring to offend it, but Dichoa was not among them. Dichoa, so small like an ant before this, looked up and said aloud, "This is such a vast underground palace, even with a giant Buddha statue built inside." Around him, lotus-shaped lanterns hang, illuminating the entire underground palace. Dichhua opened his mouth and said, "Hey, the guest has arrived, little one. Still hiding and not coming out?" As soon as I mentioned this, a step appeared, and the moment they arrived, they shouted loudly. Oh, the surprising thing is that this person is the monk who was just recently disfigured by Dichhua. He once again asked calmly and strangely about the matter with you. Our temple and the benefactor have no enmity, so why do you have to disturb this luminous and enormous Buddha statue? The monk stepped behind the huge Buddha statue, and upon seeing Dichhua, nodded repeatedly and said, "Oh, our temple and the benefactor have no enmity or grievance, so why do you come to offend our temple?" Dichhua continues to rub his talisman ring, preparing to draw out the fine Hantram Dao sword once more. Once again, Dichhua raises the sword in front of him. Duong huan mad de hao hutkuan aidaluru, antakwai mia roi vachtran. Trash. You're a robot, pretending to be human and still addicted, huh? With a gentle slash, Dichhua pushed upward forcefully, causing the young man to succeed, and in an instant the two shadows of the monk appeared, with the blade's aura piercing through the eyes fiercely and swiftly. The monk suddenly reappeared right behind Dichhua, moving like a calm yet terrifying machine, hands clasped together as he softly said, "You truly are a seasoned practitioner. This is becoming a bit troublesome." Dichhua turned around, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." He lowered himself, one knee on the ground, gripping the long sword tightly. Dichhua noticed something nearby. It turned out to be where he was standing. The floor suddenly trembled and then formed a pink hole. Dichhua falls endlessly into a vast emptiness, hurtling downward at high speed, while still clutching his precious sword. After falling through such a surreal situation, Dichhua forcefully lands on the ground, landing safely. This place leads him to a strange area with many passages, and those doors look like caves. He glanced around and guessed that this place looked like a sewer with 18 drainage doors. Are they outlets? As he finished speaking, many glowing green eyes appeared from the dark void inside the doors. It's another lizard monster, and this time there are so many, each radiating a warrior's aura from level 1 to level 2. He looked straight ahead at the swarm of monsters without fear and continued confidently, noticing that the life fluctuations of these humanoid monsters were very similar, as if they were mass-produced. Are they biological robots? You think you can kill me by increasing your numbers? Those who tried that before, the grass on their graves is already a meter tall. At this moment, Dichhua pushed himself forward and swung his sword forcefully down to the ground. That was all, but it unleashed a power like a storm, as Dichhua loudly recited the technique, the mysterious imperial sword skill. At this moment, his whole body emits an intense killing intent, surrounded by a crimson hue as all his murderous aura is poured into the spirit-still sword. Dichhua grips his sword firmly and loudly chants the technique, the Dark Emperor Blade Technique. The Tula triple blade, with the first blade spanning 1,000 miles, its murderous aura condensing on the spirit-still slash, with a blade length of 30 meters. Then he strikes fiercely, slicing through the enemies in front while shouting loudly. The 30-meter greatsword, the full moon slash, creating a massive blood moon-shaped scarlet arc, capable of cutting down countless monsters in a single blow, all accompanied by a terrifying roar. With a simple slash from Dichhua, he severely injured many monsters, causing those behind to be terrified and unwilling to advance. Seeing this annoying crowd, Dichhua sneered disdainfully. Whose house keeps so many ugly monsters underground like this? Hearing this, the monsters seemed to reach their limit. They all roared fiercely, mouths wide open, growling as if to swallow the entire world. 18 large holes continuously spewed out similar monsters, but in the face of Dichhua's sweeping skill, even 100 similar creatures coming out would be meaningless. 10 minutes later, he still had not a single drop of blood on him. Dichhua stands on the mountain next to the monsters, calmly holding his divine sword in one hand, and the head of the monk about to be dropped onto the pile of corpses several meters high in the other, while staring at the head with its eyes and mouth still wide open, as if unable to let go. Yet it kept babbling on, each sentence like a broken record. You truly have a heavy killing aura. You really have deep murderous karma. Just seeing you makes me hate you. Hearing that kind of words really irritates me. Dichhua clenched her fists and glared at the head, recognizing it with certainty. You stupid biological weapon, even after decapitation, it still repeats the recorded dialogue. Is the puppet master behind all this not willing to show themselves? Just as I finished speaking, suddenly a mysterious voice echoed all around. Looks like this time we've messed with a formidable enemy. But that's all there is to it. After this, the entire space trembled violently as he stood silently, observing first. The cause of the tremor was the statue, with a continuous buzzing sound behind it. The grinding of gears inside the great Buddha echoing, and heat rising from the scars on the Buddha's head. The great Buddha statue has truly begun to move, its face no longer normal, mouth emitting smoke, and its wide-open eyes glowing with weapon lights. The 108 prayer beads, symbolizing the 108 worldly afflictions, fall from the Buddha's neck, floating in midair, and from the red light at the center of the beads, all of them are electronic ephemeral fireworks. I don't know who created this, but such a massive Buddha statue is actually a killing machine. The shoulders behind the Buddha open up, revealing rocket engines inside with blue flames rising, and the great Buddha rises from the lotus pedestal. It quickly transforms into a version that's hard to attack. The Buddha statue stands upright like a combat machine, equipped with a tough armor layer and multiple cannons on key parts, and it speaks with a pre-recorded voice. You, the devotee, can no longer be saved. Dich Hoa watched from below, from start to finish, and also praised this. To do, can you still transform? So this robot no longer hesitated. It charged straight at Dich Hoa with that giant hand, all aiming at his tiny head as it shouted loudly, "Embrace reincarnation." The Buddha statue's arm revealed an internal booster. It has completely finished breaking through and pressed that giant hand down onto Dich Hoa's position. Piercing through the floor to prepare to strike at him, Dich Hoa still stands atop the monster's mountain, looking up. He quickly activated his giant hammer form, his eyes blazing with intense power that billowed smoke into a long streak. He only said 2 words, "Come on." The giant mechanical hand pressed firmly down to the ground, aiming to eliminate Dich Hoa in the underground pit. Dust and debris flew everywhere, obscuring everything from sight. It's like it's catching a fly. Suddenly, a strange flash of light flickers on the corner of the Buddha statue's finger. But this light looks really familiar. The entire structure of the large Buddha statue is warning that an energy explosion has exceeded the limit, the right arm is overheating, and then the alert keeps coming non-stop. Error, error, the energy continues to rise. The Buddha statue tilts its head to look at its own hand, also puzzled and unable to understand what is happening. What is that? But that nuclear light is becoming clearer and clearer, suddenly rising up from the pile of debris in front of the Buddha statue. Now it's Dich Hoa, in the form of a giant Godzilla-like war truncheon. Now he is on par with the Buddha statue. His whole body is transforming rapidly into a sharp, rugged form, clenched fists ready to attack. Dich Hoa's long, toothy mouth emits a deep, suffocating sound as he loudly recites, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." At the same time, his fist is filled with nuclear energy, ready for a spectacular punch. I've held back for a long time. Dich Hoa suddenly threw that terrifying punch at the Buddha statue. Everyone must pay for their arrogance in front of me. As a result, the Buddha statue was knocked over. Dich Hoa's hand opened wide, roughly the size of a Buddha statue's hand, but it was blue and radiated nuclear energy, with a few jagged Godzilla-like claws on the back of his hand. He boldly rushes forward, grabbing his face and pulling his arm, almost tearing the Buddha statue's neck apart, which only makes Dich Hoa more delighted. His eyes shine brightly along with a big smile that hasn't faded, and one hand isn't enough. He leans back, using his head as a pivot, then pushes his knee forward, giving it another powerful strike. The intersection point glows intensely, revealing the extent of the devastating damage, as he arrogantly fights and shouts, "Taste my knee," black and hard. Now, the face of the Buddha statue is battered and hidden behind the mask, revealing steel and processors inside, with eyes and nose bulging out, urgently warning of serious damage and multiple failures detected in its head. After being hit by Dich Hoa's shockwave, the great Buddha staggered and leaned back. 108 ephemeral firework beads shot straight down like large pillars, forming a rain of lasers to block Dich Hoa's attack on the great Buddha, along with the self-propelled mantra beads. The laser beams converge on one point, where Dich Hoa erupts in a powerful and resounding explosion. The system from the Buddha statue, now a combat weapon, fires all its ammunition, standing tall like a mountain, with continuous shock waves emanating from its head. This Buddha statue opens its chest, revealing powerful weapons inside, then fires directly at Dich Hoa. Smoke billows out, while Dich Hoa is scorched and obscured by a bright red glow. Now the peeling face of the Buddha statue reveals 2 metal eyes. It scans back and forth before speaking in a voice like someone controlling it remotely. What kind of monster is this that I have to use so many weapons to kill? Suddenly, the artificial eye of the Buddha statue stopped at a point ahead, then hurriedly focused to see clearly. Surprisingly, my Dich Hoa giant clone is unharmed, only scorched on the outside. He stands tall amidst the smoke and dust, arrogantly saying, "All your so-called toys are just heat weapons, useless against martial artists." Seeing this, the person controlling the Buddha statue became even more angry and immediately raised their gun to continue fighting Dich Hoa. Through the loudspeaker, he shouted with hatred and fury, the spirit unbroken, "Watch me save your soul." The Buddha statue continues to emit increasingly powerful shockwaves to unleash new techniques, but a few hard bones piercing up from the ground are the abilities of the giant warhammer of the diligent great Buddha in the sky, and Dich Hoa shouts the name of the technique in a personified manner. He also opens his mouth as wide as possible, like Godzilla, with a stream of blue light bursting out from his throat, shooting out fiercely. Everyone is gathering in front of the giant Buddha statue. Dich Hoa, angry and shouting, said, "The fake old monk is about to meet his end." Then he bent down and gathered all his strength into this strike. From that wide-open mouth, a fierce blast of nuclear power was unleashed. Everyone focused on the disgusting thing in front of them, using all their strength. Dich Hoa shouted, "Destroying your robot model. Sorry about that." After a moment, Ha took a deep breath and everything gradually returned to normal. Looking around himself, he muttered, "Digging such a big cave in the mountain. Inside are all lizard people, or large Buddha statues that can move. It seems the person behind all this is probably a mad scientist obsessed with scientific research." Then Dich Hoa reverted to his original form and gently descended to the ground. Now the huge body of the Buddha statue has been shattered by Dich Hoa, looking like a pile of scattered toys. He wanders over the body and goes down to the platform to see the seated Buddha statue. Sure enough, there is a way down here. Let me see where exactly this place under the lotus pedestal leads. Half an hour ago, in a modern and impeccably tidy laboratory, two men were standing and observing a large screen. A young doctor, also quite handsome. He told the nearby scientist, "The man has already dealt with the Buddha machine at the entrance, but rest assured, the door is made with our latest materials and structure. He definitely can't get in." Yet soon after, Dich Hoa appeared on the big screen that they were watching. Both of them suddenly bowed and trembled. "It's okay, Doctor. We still have the army of biohuman soldiers. 100,000 biohuman soldiers can exhaust even a Grand Master to death, and they can also help us clear out the biohuman warehouse." Now, the image of Dich Hoa standing on the mountain facing the monster appears on the big screen. He wields a 30-meter greatsword as if harvesting rice. Both of them are stunned by his strength and dare not speak a word. "Doctor, we still have our trump card, trust in our design." The combat ability of this great Buddha mech armor is specifically designed to deal with high-level monster lords. Fighting a small martial artist is as easy as flipping a hand. As he finished speaking, the screen displayed Dich Hoa destroying the thing he had been confident about. Dich Hoa shattered the giant Buddha mech. In the silence so deep you could hear a gulp, the two doctors had to lean on each other to stay upright. "There is still one more hope." The young doctor continued his familiar words. "It's okay, Doctor, we still have time. But this old doctor has had enough." He roared and turned around. "Shut your mouth." The old doctor's face was wrinkled with anger, one eye injured and replaced with an electronic prosthetic, as he thought bitterly, "What kind of wicked, rebellious thing is this? The enemy has already leveled up to your doorstep, and you're still there. It's okay. The guards above will surely give us a few minutes." At this point, he took his old hand, stroked his cleft chin thoughtfully, and muttered, "We must retreat quickly. Once outside, activate the self-destruct program for this research base. We can't let the information here be leaked." This person is Dr. Feng, a former researcher at Prometheus Level 3, who was secretly recruited by the Laserbird organization. Everything happening now must be traced back to what happened 10 years ago. The LaserBD organization has set its sights on Lam Thui district. This ordinary small town, after secretly replacing all the monks at Kim Son Pagoda, began to brainwash and control all the residents of Lam Thui district by exploiting their trust in Kim Son Pagoda. In the name of charity, they attracted the people of Lam Thui district to accept body modifications, turning them into free test subjects for LaserBD, providing large amounts of materials and clinical data for LaserBD's biological development techniques. Unfortunately, this base must now be abandoned. Just as the two core research staff were about to head to the secret exit, suddenly a blue beam of light shot through the ceiling, followed by the laboratory door shattering apart, startling the two scientists. Dich Hoa suddenly appeared right in front of them, descending from the sky with his arms crossed, looking like a demon lord. No one dared to touch him. And there was that familiar face, with that arrogant, slightly bizarre smile of Dich Hoa. He sneered contemptuously and said, "Where do you think you're running to, Abbott?" Immediately, the young doctor pulled Dr. Feng to run away into the distance. He ordered the bodyguards to rush ahead and protect the doctors, while he and the old senior doctor planned their escape route. But how can I get past Dichhua? I've come all this way. I can't just let it slip away easily. His figure rushes forward like the wind, not bothering to attack the two small fry in front. Dichhua flies past these two kids, then directly heads to where the two senior scientists are from earlier. Old Dr. Bung, a tiny man, stepped forward to face Dichhua and asked, "What do you want? We can talk this over slowly." This old man is trying to buy time, secretly taking out something from his pocket. He's planning in his mind that just pressing the button will activate the self-destruct program. The Laserby organization has implanted microbombs in the bodies of each researcher or key personnel. Our families and friends are also within Laserby's surveillance range. To ensure that employees absolutely obey the company and do not reveal its secrets, all of the old man's actions have been detected by Dichhua, preventing him from pressing the button. Dichhua grabbed that wrinkled hand. The old man groaned in pain, stammering a few words, twisting his body in front of him. "You don't need to say much. Just act." Dichhua forcefully pushes his hand and grabs this old man's wide mouth. He suddenly choked on the spot, unable to speak. At the foot of Dichhua, you can see the small foot of the doctor being lifted up high, along with his steady moaning. His face, now flushed and scrunched up, was squeezed so tightly he couldn't breathe. One eye bulged as he looked at Dichhua, helpless and unable to do anything now. Besides moaning as if he was about to go meet his ancestors, at the last moment, Dichhua let go, and the old man collapsed onto the floor. Dr. Fung staggered and gasped for breath. Dichhua glared and said sharply, "Next, I need to understand everything you have done in Lam Thui County." Seeing your face and this aura, Elder Scholar Fung hadn't even had a chance to speak before he opened his mouth wide in shock, staring blankly at Dichhua, as if overwhelmed by an unnamed fear. "Ah!" He sat there gasping for breath, slumped against the wall in despair. Dichhua stood there with his hands in his pockets and calmly asked, "Are you the one who killed the 3 young martial artists earlier? What exactly are you guys doing here?" This crazy old man seems pretty tough. Even in front of Dichhua, he dares to open his mouth and retort. "Ha ha, the experiment here is something I can't tell you. I have a listening device in my brain that will trigger the bomb inside me if I mention any company secrets. Look at that tooth deep inside his jaw. There's a hole with something inside. This releases a thin stream of blue smoke." The old man coldly says, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well choose a death that feels good." Actually, he intended to kill himself with poison to prevent the information from being leaked, and now the poison inside his mouth is spilling out. "Did you hide poison in your mouth beforehand? Tsk, tsk. Is the laser organization all just a bunch of daredevils?" Suddenly, the room was filled with intense red light, as if it was under heavy alarm. Dichhua tilted his head, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "The man's heart has stopped beating, so the self-destruct program must have automatically activated here." Immediately, he summoned the vampire model. His face looked dangerous as he muttered to himself, "But unfortunately for you, even death is a luxury you cannot afford in front of me." In a blink, the vampire carried out the task assigned by Dichhua. He swung his sharp hand like a root, stabbing straight into Elder Fung's throat. Vampires can turn humans or corpses into zombies, but unfortunately, after turning into a zombie, most lack the ability to recover on their own, becoming low in intelligence and decaying. But in my hands, I possess the power of superhuman transformation, and I combine it with the strength of a vampire. Suddenly, Dr. Fung's body reacts strangely, emitting a strange red energy all over, causing the few remaining hairs on his head to stand up. Then his face gradually became younger, and the mechanical eyes fell out as his real eyes recovered. With a burst, the frail old man immediately sat up on his own, bowed respectfully before Dichhua, and clearly said, "Master, the old scientist has been revived by the vampire's blood transfusion, and his age has also returned to its prime." Dichhua continued, "The previous idea was to create perfect bloodlines, preserving memories and talents from when they were alive, and they are no longer afraid of sunlight. Plus, they can recover strongly, both physically and mentally, and absolutely obey me." With a satisfied look, Dichhua looked down, smiling as he continued, "You can't die anymore? So the self-destruct program must also be stopped. From now on, just call you the Crazy Doctor. Your entire past no longer concerns you. From now on, the only thing you need to do is serve me. Serving my master is my honor." Dichhua immediately nodded and then continued, "Because you have absorbed the power of the primordial ancestor, a mental link has formed between us. Those tracking devices are no longer effective." Then he opened his eyes wide, and his pupils shone brightly, emitting a fierce aura. "Now tell me your main purpose out loud. I want to know when this city was infiltrated." The energy emitted from Dich Hoa's eyes and from Dr. Feng's eyes interacted with each other, creating a reaction, allowing Dich Hoa to infiltrate Dr. Feng's mind and see his memories. That day, he saw a young doctor trembling as he followed his assistant, unsure of what he was facing. He turned around with a crazed expression, his eyes glowing red, holding a person's arm in each hand with sauce all over his mouth. Dr. Feng's voice rang out. "Xiao Liu, it's not even lunchtime yet, and you've sneaked out to eat. Have you finished cross-referencing the data I gave you?" The person nervously replied, "Sorry, Master Feng. I was really too hungry." Too hungry? He looked at his plate of food on the table with a bored expression and said, "Is today's meal still raw meat? My teeth aren't good. Eating this is very difficult." The young doctor added, "Dr. Feng, these items were brought by people from the district to offer to the Buddha, said to be newcomers from out of town. The 3 young ones are very good." As I follow the memory to this point, Dich Hoa suddenly sensed a problem and shouted in his mind, "No way!" But then suddenly the flow of memories shifted to an image of an old woman sitting slumped in the prayer hall. It was again Dr. Feng's voice echoing in this memory, "She's asleep again." This time right in the Buddha hall, with someone even dozing off while kneeling. You can still hear the desperate cry of the young doctor here. Isn't that a good thing? The doctor directly took these villagers to the laboratory for storage, saving time and effort, and wondered why they suddenly came here to pray to Buddha for blessings, and then, all of a sudden, fell asleep. The young doctor calmly said, "Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep an essential need for humans?" At this point, Dich Hoa continued to exclaim as if he realized something was wrong, and the images he could see began to change, showing the doctor praying before the Buddha statue, constantly muttering, "Heavenly kingdom descends, heavenly kingdom descends." He lifted the sleeve of his right arm to reveal strange symbols. 767-53421. It is carved directly into his skin. He wondered, "What is this? Why is it different on my hand? It looks like a math puzzle." Then he used paper and pen to note these down in the document file for research or analysis, thinking the answer was a document code in the company's internal format. At this point, Dr. Feng Nhat entered the document code 0A4025512 into the computer screen amid a jumble of data. This is Hoa's whisper after witnessing everything echoing in his mind. Not good, not good. Memories and perceptions have been altered. The doctor is lost in chaotic thoughts along with the memories flashing as he inputs the number sequence into the computer. Who dares to see me as a test subject, as a guinea pig? Only when he saw the documents on the computer did he realize the truth. That series of mathematical puzzles was left behind by him before being invaded. Dr. Feng believes that even if his perception is altered, when he encounters those puzzles on someone, he will still be curious to solve them, and will definitely believe in this story. The purpose is to tell Professor Feng that the human eating, the sleeping eggs, and that strange clay statue are all controlled by the person behind the screen. That is the descent of the heavenly kingdom. Returning to reality, Dich Hoa is still using his ability to scan the old scientist's memories. After reviewing a series of images, he finally realizes that what they call eating live is actually eating people, and that the so-called heavenly kingdom's descent sounds just like a heretical cult. Now in front of Dich Hoa, the vampire in Dr. Feng's body reports more crucial information to him. Hearing this, Dich Hoa's eyes grew angry and uncomfortable. He furrowed his brows and looked at the hated old man, saying, "The 2 martial artists from Hoa Do were also eaten by you, it seems. So Chow-Than Truk and I are also just high-quality ingredients in your eyes." Returning to the old scientist's memory, he sat in front of a computer screen. It was the 8th year since he took over Lam Thui County. Based on the Kim Sun Temple, which has been fully constructed, the biohuman modification technology is basically mature and ready for mass production. He will usher in a new era, where warriors will be replaced by biohumans and mechanical creations that are more efficient and powerful. Prometheus's path is correct. After discovering the anomaly, investigations showed that the outbreak in Lam Thui County began in February last year, and the anomaly was first detected in March last year, prompting personnel to conduct investigations and experiments. But every day the professor's consciousness was quietly altered until he was completely assimilated. Although Dr. Feng repeatedly used his scientific intellect to find logical flaws and successfully restore his awareness, he ultimately could not escape the fate of being assimilated. Because the Kim Sun Temple research base has been deeply assimilated, it is difficult to escape or resist that will. The abnormality in Lam Thui district is divided into 4 stages: eating people, falling into a coma, bowing to the clay statue. Collective sleepwalking and cannibalism are degenerations of the body after the mind is first affected by that will. Falling into a coma indicates deeper mental degeneration. and bowing to the clay statue signifies the body and mind are severely contaminated and essentially incurable. The collective sleepwalking represents becoming a source of nourishment for that will. At this moment, the screen displays the red words, "Heavenly Kingdom descends Dr. Feng," with a fearful gaze staring at it. His self-narration echoed in my mind with those memories. Ha ha. I thought that our illegal experiments on the human body were already cruel enough, but it turns out they are still far worse than this heresy. They want to offer an entire city of people to that will as food, and I finally discovered what they use to corrupt the minds of the people of Lamthui County and devour their life energy, probably the demon fetus taken from the mysterious relic. At this point, Dich Hoa's whispered words are woven together from the clues provided by the old scientist. According to calculations, the day the Ma fetus matures is when Dich Hoa's eyes return to normal. He continued, "I remembered an incident from 2 nights ago when the old man on the tricycle came back to remind me. Xiaodi, in 2 days, there will be the most grand festival in Lamthui district. You must attend then." Dich Hoa turned around with a look that seemed to understand everything, a long, satisfied smile on his face as he gazed into the distance. That old man on the tricycle really did give me some extremely important information in the laboratory. Dich Hoa's eyes narrowed as he looked outside the door and said straightforwardly, "The useful information from the memory has been extracted." Now standing in front of the scientist in his merged vampire form, he looked down and said, "This base actually belongs to the Laser BD organization and the Heavenly Kingdom's descent, as well as the whereabouts of the 3 martial artists from Hoadai." Seeing the dazed look on the scientist's face, he whispered, "I've learned some of Laser BD's secrets thanks to you, including the crazy experiments you've conducted." Then he quietly smiled and muttered, "I don't have the energy to deal with Laser BD now. Let them handle it for Hoadai later." There is also an interesting surprise, which is that when you were alive, you participated in the research and development of the golden gene, understanding how to use and the effects of the golden gene. We will talk about this after dealing with the abnormality in Lamthui district. Thinking of the mission completion seal from the school, conflicting thoughts arose in Dich Hoa's mind. Although according to Hoadai's request, I could end the mission after uncovering the truth, what I want now isn't Hoadai's reward, but something more ambitious. So I openly declare with a triumphant look, I want to seize the victory of Tien Quoc Jiang Lam. After a long moment of pondering the chaos of the world, Dich Hoa straightforwardly issues a command to his new high-level subordinate. "Next, go into hiding in Lamthui County, and I will supply you with my blood. Find an opportunity to release it into the water system of Lamthui County." He also specifically instructed clearly to ensure the maximum level of infection. Hearing this, the doctor smirked loudly and said, "Crazy. Truly crazy. I understand now, Master. You want to compete for followers with the demonic fetus of Heavenly Kingdom Zhonglin." Faced with the excited and uncontrollable enthusiasm of his subordinate, Dich Hoa calmly explained to him clearly that now, all the people of Lamthui district have entered the 4th stage of contamination and can no longer return to normal. My transformation of them is indeed self-interested, but after this storm passes, I will do my best to help them return to their old lives. At least under my control, they will not harm society. The scene shifts back to the old house where the 2 friends are waiting for Dich Hoa. After dismantling the enemy stronghold, Dich Hoa returns calmly. He waved his hand and then went inside. "I'm back. You eating this is a video of eating in Lamthui district, just as Liu Thon Truk and So Chow are trying to find something to snack on. But just from Liu Thon Truk's dark expression and her constant calling Tri Hu's name, Dich Hoa already understands everything. It seems they also know what the food in Lamthui district really is, so Chow's face now looks much more grim. You look at the food on the table and still find it disgusting, then share what you know with Dich Hoa, and just now, Thon Truk and I went out to investigate and found that the people of Lamthui County are eating human flesh. You've known this for a long time too, haven't you, Dich Hoa? In short, the whole city has been distorted by some perception or enslaved by something." Mr. Dich Hoa sneered and silently judged, but didn't dare to speak out loud. Not bad, this killer guessed almost right, so I decided to tell everyone. After hearing the whole story you told, Liu Qingchu stood up straight and slammed his hand on the table. "Why has an illegal research base infiltrated Lianshui County for so many years? How can Lianshui County be in such chaos?" So Chow also crossed his arms and shook his head in frustration, meaning that even a powerful biotechnology organization had fallen in the abnormality of Lamthui County, right? Faced with these questions, Dich Hoa didn't rush to answer. Liu Thon Truk couldn't wait any longer and started to grimace and urge him. "This has gone beyond level 3 difficulty. Should we call Hoa Dai for help?" Hearing this, Dr. Dich Hoa's face froze, sweat pouring down like he's taken a shower. The old god muttered to himself, "Is this a joke?" You call Hoa die, and I'll just steal the credit. Then he suddenly switches to his best acting mode, his eyes blazing with iron will and unstoppable determination. Don't worry, this mission is only difficult because of the weirdness. It doesn't threaten our safety. Stop scaring yourself. If you face danger, just think about calling for help and retreating. Then there's nothing else you can do. Next, we will hold our ground and wait until night. Our Lam Tui district has already experienced cannibalism and bowing to clay statues, and there is one final abnormality we have yet to face: massive sleepwalking. Now he tightened his gaze even more, and Dichua's expression also became serious as he clearly stated his judgment. Perhaps this heavily distorted city will reveal the full truth at night. The scene shifts to Ta Do, the headquarters of the Laserby Council. Here, key figures are gathering and discussing the incidents in Lam Thui County and the Kim Sun Temple base destroyed by Dichua. Half an hour ago, the headquarters received news that the self-destruct program at Kim Sun Temple base in Lam Thui district had been activated, but it was stopped within a few seconds. Something must have gone wrong. And now we can't contact Kim Sun Temple base. This board of directors is here to figure out how to handle this. A director whose face the author keeps hidden, with a very dangerous look in his eyes, slightly opens his mouth and says, "It's simple. Better to kill mistakenly than to let it go. Activate the bombs embedded in the hearts of all researchers at the base to eliminate witnesses, then dispatch a special forces team quickly to Lam Tui district to investigate the situation in detail. Transition to the central water treatment plant in Lam Tui district." An unexpected explosion suddenly occurred, causing a loud bang that shook the entire place. This was the bomb in the old scientist's heart that the organization had activated to detonate. Fortunately, the mad scientist's body is unharmed. He is trembling all over, clutching his still-bleeding chest and struggling to report to Dichua that Laser B just activated the bomb inside me, but luckily I managed to remove it and am now recovering. Given their style, a special forces team from Laser B will immediately arrive at Lam Thui district. Contact Dr. Feng from afar. Dichua directly issues the order to him. It's okay. Continue with the plan. The doctor is now exhausted, but still alive thanks to the vampire's power. He responded immediately, "Yes, obeying the order, my lord." Darkness falls over Lam Thui station. The people of Lam Thui district don't move around much at night, so between 8 and 9 p.m. almost no one is seen except for the streetlights. Yet at Lam Hai Station Gate 2, the train arrives with lights on, meaning there are people on board, and at this moment, passengers have truly disembarked. The first one is a tall, bald man who, upon arriving, loudly announced himself. "It's so quiet here. No wonder the company chose this place as a secret base. This guy is called the Catfish." Not yet. There is also someone behind, a woman's hand pushing a suitcase. She hasn't even reached the destination yet and already said that the company has investigated. Dai Ha Long Tuok was not involved in the Kim Sun Temple base. The speaker is a woman with 3 large kurza, each one prominent, and she is carrying a child. So who could it be then? The company's enemies are numerous. Then there are still 3 more people who haven't appeared yet. First, a couple of moon-shaped individuals. Short-haired girl named Kim Za steps down with the same energy as Tan Dieu, who looks quite dejected. The person behind them hasn't been seen yet, calling out from inside the ship. "Just go and check it out first. This guy just stepped out and radiates an extremely dangerous energy." The one with glasses is clearly a dark sorcerer. He clenched his fists and declared that all experimental equipment and documents that could be destroyed must be destroyed. So all 5 of them were sent by the organization to handle the current trouble. And they wandered the streets, talking to each other in the dark. Should the team leader eat something first? We've been eating instant noodles all the way, so find a place for the baby to nurse now that it's all dark. Just let her nurse, she won't look. Get lost. You pervert, get your act together. Do you two have even a hint of being professional killers? Whether it's him or his subordinates arguing, as the leader of Team 3 in the Laserby organization, and once a notorious assassin feared by many, isn't he just an ordinary programmer? At this point, the new team leader sent by the Laserby organization suddenly straightened up and said sharply, "That guy in the black suit and sunglasses, just by looking at him, you can tell he's only got a professional appearance, right? We are truly professional." Blending into the environment to avoid detection and then reorganizing the team. Stop talking nonsense. Let's start assigning tasks. Kim Za and Than Dieu are in charge of investigating the situation in Lam Thui district regarding the Catfish and Bach Duong. In charge of investigating the situation at Kim Sun Temple, all the buildings are pitch black, and this place feels like a dead city. Kim Za and Than Dieu, along with their team, decided to go inside a house to take a look. Looking at the blackened basin filled with human flesh and the numerous swarming flies, Kim Za's voice, filled with disgust, says this city is very unstable, always giving an uneasy feeling. If people are still eating people, then what is there to call a person anymore? Ignoring the kitchen, she turns and heads to the living room, looks around for a long time, then mutters to herself, "It seems this mission won't be easy." Then her eyes accidentally caught sight of the nearby statue, identical to the one in Dich Hoa, So Chow, and Liu Thun Truk's lodging. Suddenly, her pupils widened as if she had discovered something unclean coming from it, and she exclaimed in fear. This clay sculpture is on this side, while Thon Dieu is on the phone with his superior, who explains that the cause of the Kim Son Temple base accident has been clarified, with a powerful martial artist destroying the entire base alone, tens of thousands of biological corpses scattered outside the underground area, the fortress-level combat armor torn apart violently, and no personnel surviving. But Dr. Feng, the chief researcher, has gone missing, and at least his body has not been found at the Kim Son Temple base or nearby areas. Recently, I suddenly came here and was interrupted. Why doesn't Thon Dieu understand the reason is the signal being blocked? He sticks his head out from the edge of the window and looks down, and for a moment he is startled. This is a mass sleepwalking event on the street, with people dressed in pajamas and even some possessed, all calmly closing their eyes and slowly moving forward. When he saw the crowd gathering near the house where Thon Dieu and Kim Sa are, he was also surprised and exclaimed, "Is this a collective sleepwalking trance? Moreover, it seems they are surrounding us." Thon Dieu realized his position had been exposed, so he stepped back, unable to speak and feeling dizzy. "We've been discovered." He lowered his head, then quickly turned around and called out to Thon Dieu, "Hurry!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was pierced with a long stab in the stomach. Thon Dieu had no idea why Kim Sa would do that to her. Standing in front of Thon Dieu, Kim Sa looked completely different, her eyes shining brightly and her entire body immersed in darkness. Thon Dieu, clutching his stomach in pain, shouted, "Kim Sa, are you being controlled by something? I knew our teammate could never attack us like this." Thon Dieu realizes that whatever is controlling Kim Sa and driving her insane is emitting a dark energy identical to the one surrounding Kim Sa. He detects the statue within the divine carving. It seems Thon Dieu knows the whereabouts of this thing. He exclaimed in shock that it was brought out from the mysterious Yem Moon relic, Burrow Star, because during a mission he personally saw another carved statue brought out from the mysterious relic. These statues are the gods worshipped by that civilization and site. The full moon over Lam Thui district tonight is extremely large. Standing on top of a big bell, it's our familiar figure. He looks down at the city, then raises his face to the sky, muttering to himself with a crooked mouth, "The moon is so big. I always feel my life force field is easily blocked." Then he pulls out his phone from his pocket and decides to contact his teammates first. First, inform So Chow and Than Truk of the crowd's location, southeast within the city where the Mongdu group is. He quickly disappears from the top of the tower, still with many doubts in his mind. If the collective dreamwalkers are that willpower-consuming, then what would the eating process look like? But you'll find out soon. The scene shifts back to Thon Dieu, who is still alive, his eyes half open and trembling, when suddenly he realizes he's tied to a tree, and next to him, Kim Sa is also bound. She's no better than him and has fainted, still unconscious. Thon Dieu was panic-stricken as he saw the crowd gathering below his feet, growing larger and larger. What the hell is this? These people are no different from hungry zombies. Their faces are distorted and covered in drool, looking extremely disgusting. I just started to suspect that these people are from the district and that they were also controlled earlier. Theng Dieu immediately turns around and screams to call for his teammates. "Kim Sa, wake up quickly, you useless thing." Wake up. But no matter how loudly Vo Vong shouted until his throat was hoarse, Kim Sa showed no sign of waking up. And strangely, these naked people weren't wearing any clothes. They seemed attracted by the smell of fresh human flesh. These blazing eyes are focused on one point. Thon Dieu is tied to a tall tree. Now the young man is panicked, constantly shouting, "Are you from the Heavenly Kingdom?" Can we talk about this slowly? The organization behind me is very powerful. But none of them responded. Only that twisted, greedy face remained. Thon Dieu was so angry he cursed, damn it. It was impossible to communicate at all. His face is now pale, sweat pouring down, and he doesn't know what to do anymore. These people have been brainwashed by the Heavenly Kingdom and can no longer be called human. They are completely monsters in disguise, maybe even more terrifying than monsters. At least monsters fear pain and death. What do these fanatical heretics fear? They fear nothing. In this difficult situation, Thon Dieu suddenly heard the loud bell and was startled to realize it. Is that the sound of a bell? It's like announcing the arrival of some mighty force. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky and saw the clouds covering the moon growing larger, as if about to touch the ground. He couldn't hold back and shouted, "The moon is too big!" The villagers seem to be reveling in the energy as the moon approaches, their reactions more intense, mouths curling into long smiles, eyes shining brightly. Then those behind climb onto the shoulders of those in front. This group, though in a trance, is undeniably in perfect sync. Strangely, these people are more attracted to the moonlight than Thon Dieu, and the ones below serve as a base for those behind to climb higher and higher, reaching that enormous moon. The sleepwalkers seem to reach out and touch the glow of the moonlight. They crawl like ants up the branches, climbing all the way to the clouds, forming a ladder connecting heaven and earth. The wooden pole holding both Laserbe's agents was also lifted by the crowd, and they were swept up on the ladder all the way to the moon. People from Lam Thui district are gathering more and more here, like in ancient rituals where people climb pyramids to offer sacrifices, stepping onto human ladders all the way to the moon. Then the scene shifts to Kim Sun Buddha Temple, where the remaining 3 members of the team are. Captain Black Sand hasn't received any updates from the others for a while and is worried, so he's trying to call them. Kim Za and Thon Dieu can't be reached, which likely means something has happened. Possibly the culprit who destroyed Kim Sun Temple has struck. So, I immediately turned around and gave clear orders to the other 2 beside me. No matter what, something major has likely happened in the city, and we must take control of the situation. Now, let's head back to the city. Suddenly, as they stepped out of Kim Sun Temple, all 3 froze in place, staring at the scene before them, unable to close their mouths. Ares, still holding the baby in one arm, pointed ahead and loudly signaled to the group, "Look over there." The next moment, a visible moonbeam shone down from the moon onto a certain area in Lam Thui County like a miracle. They marveled at a star-shaped beam of light that looked like the moon trailing behind it, and at this moment, they even started to speculate about the direction of that beam falling somewhere in the city. Even someone like Black Su couldn't remain calm in the face of such a supernatural situation. He suddenly felt that the destruction of Kim Sun Temple might not be as simple as the company's senior leaders thought. What on earth is this thing? But no matter how difficult the mission is, they were assigned by the company, so they must carry it out no matter what. Black Bear led the charge, rushing forward swiftly to see what was under the moonlight. This could be the reason why the Golden Snake and the Bluebird lost contact. The 3 of them kept running, chasing after the bright column of light just now, heading towards a dark alley. All 3 of them simultaneously realized there was another person here, and although they were running with all their might, they could still sense it. Black Master was startled, sensing someone in his mind. He was rushing forward when he suddenly leapt into the air and launched a large, lightning-fast sword attack toward where he sensed someone. But an umbrella opened just in time to avoid the deadly strike from this captain. The umbrella spun with great force, knocking away the weapon and crashing straight into a wall in a house, creating a large hole that showed just how powerful the strike was. Then the Dark Warrior slowly stopped. He continued adjusting his glasses to look clearly ahead, and then guessed, "Is it the demon puppet? It seems they're not ordinary people." A familiar fair hand adjusts her umbrella and calmly appears before the 3 of them. No one else but our beautiful Liu Thon Truk. As soon as she appears, she insists on taking the center position. Then she opens her mouth and asks, "Who are you? Why attack us then?" The team leader grinned loudly, confidently standing in front of Liu Thon Truk. "Rua, judging by your outfit, you're not from around here, right?" And then he straightforwardly said, "So it was you who destroyed the Kim Sun Temple base, was it?" Still in that deserted alley, the leader's voice rang out commanding, 3 seconds to crush these 2 pests. The Catfish and Ares looked like 2 killing machines, both bowing their heads with terrifying smiles before simultaneously obeying orders to rush and attack So Chow and Liu Thon Truk. So Chow quickly stepped forward to shield the girl, drawing his shining sword and simultaneously unleashing the ice pillar on his arm to face the 2 enemies directly. The Catfish crazily lunged close to Liu Qingchu. His speed was no joke. Seeing such a delicate girl with her mouth wide open and her tongue sticking out in a disgusting way. With 2 such beauties, killing them would be a pity, but I wouldn't mind enjoying the corpse a little. These guys may be crazy, but they're really strong. Liu Thon Truk can barely fight back. She clenched her teeth and whispered that his strength was too much. So Chow saw this and pushed hard, causing the thick ice to fly out and attack that fat bastard. The ice wall was built successfully to separate him from Thon Truk. She shouted, "Get lost, you pervert." So Chow's thick ice wall only held for a few seconds before showing signs of cracking, with cracks spreading along the edges, and a single punch from the team leader shattered it completely, revealing his sinister face through the hole. This guy's strength is no joke. So Chow watched in shock as the move he created was shattered in an instant by that scoundrel. How could his ice wall be so easily broken? Not wanting to risk his life, So Chow threw a grenade at them. The explosion echoed loudly, and dust and smoke started to spread out. Both of them immediately ran away because they knew they couldn't confront this group. "So Chow running," said to Liu Thun Truck. "These three at least have the strength of a senior martial artist. We shouldn't get involved with them. Let's retreat first." There is someone else, but his tone is softer now because he senses something is close to touching him. And a quick glance reveals his face turning pale. Boom! A heavy greatsword descended from the sky, chopping straight through Haksu's teacup set. He fell back and dodged a deadly strike. His reflexes are truly top-notch, and he instinctively shouted, "Whoa! Almost got me!" keeping enough distance to attack the newcomer Dich Hoa, who was holding a small knife, and he turned around with an annoyed look. "Who are you? Are you on the same side as them?" With Dich Hoa's demeanor, he only responded with one sentence that made you almost gasp. "You would take lives." The first time someone spoke so arrogantly in front of him, this guy laughed loudly, seeming to enjoy the challenge of facing someone so bold. "Ha ha ha, you talk big." Dark Master decisively uses the assassination technique, transforming into a shadowy figure, swinging his sword at Dich Hoa, who is caught off guard. The illusionary assassination technique of the 12 bodies, 12 shadow images with 24 hands wielding 24 swords rushing at Dich Hoa, but immediately Dich Hoa called out Warudo to freeze time. The speed of the 24 blades slowed down more and more until they stopped, and he shouted loudly, "Die, kid." The power of this guy even made Dich Hoa feel a bit amazed. He smirked irritably as he looked out. A Grand Master-level martial artist protected by armor, even tank shells couldn't break through, yet he could still be killed. Jaguarudo and I swept through many frozen shadow images. Strangely, Dich Hoa had observed carefully as we passed, and I had to admit, shadow assassination. Illusions are truly clever. I couldn't tell which was real. But with time freezing, there's no need to search. Just fight everything and you'll find the real Black Master in the blink of an eye. Using the time freeze, he formed a blood energy arrow in his hand, all aimed at the black-clad man in front of him, while simultaneously scanning his identity and realizing he couldn't uncover his true name. You look closely at his face and continue. So the Black Swordsman's real name is unknown, a king of assassins with an ordinary appearance? Dich Hoa's blood arrow swiftly strikes toward the Black Swordsman, and his smile begins to fade. Thanks to the time freeze, a once undefeated assassin in many battles couldn't dodge in front of me because the distance was too close and the speed was too fast. Dich Hoa leans forward and throws the blood magic arrow with terrifying force, piercing through the only part of the assassin's body not reinforced with super alloy, then directly destroying and shattering his brain. The life of the Assassin King ended abruptly with a bang. He fell hard to the ground, his weapon dropping. While he still doesn't understand how Dich Hoa can keep up with his speed, everything gradually falls silent, and no one dares to make a move. He lifts the Black Master's body with one hand, still warm from the heat. "Your blood can help me break through from martial artist to warrior." The red ink spurts out into the air as he tightly grips the corpse's mouth, beginning to absorb the energy of the expert to cultivate his skills. The black bear was gradually drained until only a withered corpse remained, and when everything was reduced to a pool of blood on the ground, the black bear in Dich Hoa's hand was also gone. Dich Hoa casually muttered with his hands in his pockets, "Not bad. You've reached the 8th rank of martial artist." Karp and Bak Duong looked at the scene with shock. The two of them stammered, unable to speak, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What exactly has happened? Did that kid kill the captain in an instant and drained all his blood? He's truly a monster. Dich Hoa's eyes widened as he turned to look at them and said in a fierce tone, "Still not over yet. I'll show you something interesting next." From the pool of blood on the ground, Dich Hoa raised his hand and began to read aloud. The aura of evil energy enveloped his entire body, trapping his form. Ice, the bloodthirsty demon armor, from beneath that pool of blood. A bloody, sore hand, stained with red syrup, thrusts up violently. Bak Duong clutches her child tightly, sensing something is wrong as she gazes at what's in front of her, her mouth trembling but unable to close. That is a ghostly figure emerging from the ground, its body withered and skinless. Judging by its face and hair, it must be the Dark Master. This guy's whole body is covered by a surge of demonic energy and Dich Hoa's control. Sia Trey and Bak Duong seem unable to stand firm anymore. "Are you the team leader? Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Are all of you more terrifying than each other? Are you really just martial artists?" There's no more time to hesitate. It's a dead end anyway. Bai Yang pulls out the baby, saying, "Let me handle this." She quickly threw the baby into the air, and you could see it start to swell from the naked eye. It rapidly grew larger and transformed into a bizarrely terrifying black shadow. "This is not a human," she shouted loudly to give the order. "Baby, stop them." I successfully summoned a 3-meter-tall muscular monster to face Dich Hoa, and now it's fighting him and Haksu. The catfish and the Aries girl knew they couldn't match Dich Hoa, so they left the child behind as a barrier to escape. The catfish hurriedly called out, "Now's the time, retreat quickly." Dich Hoa quickly orders his teammates to deal with the obstacle stone, so Chow Than Truck stay and work with my shadow to handle this bio-human. And his main target now is those two cowardly rats. Dich Hoa laughed out loud with a wide grin. He said, "I will go after those two martial artists now," and left the battlefield immediately. Meanwhile, So Chow at this moment awakened his blood ice dragon lineage, and frost gathered on his sword, forming a dragon-shaped shadow soaring through the air. The monster in front of him also roared and growled, preparing to fight with all its might. Its muscles bulge, its multi-layered mouth and jagged teeth making deafening sounds. So Chow unleashes all his techniques and charges forward to strike. He charged forward with incredible strength as the monster also erupted with power, leaping to catch him. The alley was still empty, but this time noisier. At this moment, Suojo is fighting the monster in front of him, swinging his sword forward. The Hanliu transforms into a terrifying dragon head. It charges forward at incredible speed, as if to swallow the biological human's muscles, with the dark muscles gradually glowing bright red across its body. It also frantically charged forward to fight back and buy time for its allies to escape. Its grotesque mouth, with a different structure, howled deafeningly. The body's intense heat clashes with the icy wind, steam rising into the fog as fire and ice collide with godly force. So Chow decisively swings his sword at the face of the bio-human. He shouts as he leaps forward, ready to strike. The biological hybrid's muscles couldn't react in time, so it quickly turned to dodge, but half of its face was still dominated by So Chow's slash. He turned to look at that thing and only then realized how huge it was. How could it react so quickly? Is that wound from the biological creature? Now seeing the spot where So Chow struck the creature's head, revealing a metallic skull with microchips inside, a human-made creation, So Chow was also stunned by its speed as it charged at him. He immediately grasped his sword and dodged backward to avoid its hand. The monster's plan failed, and the blood demon shadow had been waiting for a long time, quickly rushing into the air, transforming into 12 blood images, with blood swords in hand forming a dense net, slicing into the face of the biological weapon's muscle. In an instant, the biological weapon was torn apart by the blood swords, which had a high regenerative ability, but with this fatal blow, it truly couldn't hold on. At this moment, Liu Qingchun spread her enormous wings, having gathered enough strength to fly through the air with her giant wings. Resembling a goddess as dazzling purple light filled the surroundings, she raised her hand forcefully, unleashing a storm of energy while shouting. After gathering strength, she unleashes her spell. A series of dark purple feathers gather in her palm and then burst into flames, dissolving into dark mist. As the sphere expands to a radius of 5 meters, it immediately explodes into a blazing purple sun. Thuntruk shouted, "No way you're escaping, monster!" The muscular biological creature's legs are frozen solid by ice, while the bloodthirsty demon shadow holds it tightly, preventing escape. Liu Thuntruk descends from above, holding a blazing purple sun in her hand, spinning fiercely like a solar storm, heading toward the trembling creature. Boom! A giant pillar of fire erupts in the middle of the city, its scorching heat so intense it obscures the cold moon. The muscular bio-human was swallowed in the sea of purple flames, screaming in agony as the deadly fire, like a parasite devouring marrow, seeped through countless wounds and penetrated deep into the body. Under the merciless flames, both from outside and inside, that monstrous muscular body was finally burned to nothing, leaving no trace. He hurriedly follows the water flow through a nearby large drain, running under it with a pale face, trying to breathe quickly while sprinting at full speed, muttering, "Damn it. The last time I ran like this was on the battlefield of the drug-trafficking warlords in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, he sees something ahead that surprises him, his eyes wide with disbelief that this is happening to him. The blinding blue light suddenly shone directly in front of the catfish, making him freeze in shock. This familiar light lit up the entire area brightly. A familiar voice echoes. Dich Hoa even makes a mocking gesture, clearly enjoying hiding in the sewer. As soon as the catfish hears this, sweat pours down his face like rain, and he stares up with wide eyes, unable to stand firm. These two are clever, each running in different directions. Meanwhile, Bok Duong is trying to weave through the alleys to avoid Dich Hoa's pursuit. She kept running blindly as if she had never run before, then suddenly turned to look behind her, the blue light descending in front of her like lightning from the sky, and she began to feel uneasy, muttering to herself, "That way is the catfish. Now I remember my 2 other teammates. I can only rely on them now," in a panic and not knowing what to do. Kim Zathan Dieu has lost contact. The team leader was killed, and now even Ka-tre is left alone. Who are those 3 kids, really? At this point, Aries stands alone in a deserted alley, trembling as she tries to find a way to save herself in this moment. I can't die. I have to live. Where should I run now? Cornered, her mind had to work at full capacity. Finally, she found a way out. That's right. Then, looking at the ladder that Lam Thui from the district climbed to the moon earlier, I don't know what plan is forming in her mind, but her eyes are always fixed on that spot. That ladder to the moon must be a masterpiece from the Heavenly Kingdom's descent. Her expression gradually became more determined and calculating. She bites her nails and stares fiercely in that direction, full of determination. I must survive. Even if I have to offer my soul to the devil, I will survive. Just intending to survive for a few seconds, Bak Duong reached the place, and a dazzling light appeared before her, surprising her. This girl gives me goosebumps. Even as she finally stepped onto the moon, Aries couldn't help but tremble. A pile of naked bodies stacked upon each other, forming a bridge between earth and sky. On everyone's face, there was a peaceful yet eerie smile, and at the same time, Bak Duong horrifiedly realized that they had all been fake. Their cracked, bark-like skin, covered in deep wrinkles, seemed to become a bridge to the heavens in an instant. Their lives had been drained by the moonlight. At this moment, Dich Hoa also arrived, carrying a great sword in one hand and holding the head of the catfish in the other as he approached. Do you want to go up there and play? Bak Duong was startled and shrank back in fear. Her face showed clear fear. Damn it, he's caught up, and now there's no way out but to die. She was panicked and didn't want to face Dich Hoa. Rushing towards the ladder leading to the moon, no longer caring about anything else, she had to run. Bak Duong no longer paid attention to anything else, her will to survive driving her relentlessly, and she desperately climbed up the ladder. The ladder looked very long, but Bai Yang felt she was climbing up incredibly fast, and finally, she reached the surface of the moon. At this moment, her eyes widened in amazement. Ah, now she has no way to retreat. Unfortunately for Bak Duong, she saw the door with other stations made of exquisite white jade. It's as big as a giant's fortress. Is it another door? That door opens, and the light from inside shines straight out. In her hazy state, Aries sees her parents standing in the doorway, waving and calling her. She choked back tears and cried, "Dad and Mom, I miss you so much." She stands shining brightly in the city, the focal point of the silent dark night. The door opens wider and wider. Aries has reached the main hall inside. She entered following the light she saw. It shone through thousands of stacked people like hay in the night. After seeing Bak Duong step onto the moon, Dich Hoa's lips curled into a strange smile. Ha, ha, ha. In the next moment, Dich Hoa's figure suddenly vanished under the giant moon, his image turning into black smoke and gradually disappearing. He is not actually Dich Hoa. He is an illusion forcing Bak Duong to climb the moon. It was the moonlight that amplified their fears. So our BD laser team has lost 3 members. Dich Hoa is really over there in the distance. He looked at the glowing ladder. He was silent for a long time before muttering, realizing this sooner. Tengo descending is just for you, using her fear to create an illusion of me to force her onto the moon. How interesting. Right now, he was holding his phone, operating it while saying, "The 2 assassins sent by Laser B are dead. The remaining 3 are probably barely alive now." Suddenly, Mr. Dich Hoa in our building is smiling that creepy smile again. In the pupil, a blue glow from the atom flickered, and at this moment I felt very excited and eager. Calculating the time. Tomorrow, the people of the Heavenly Kingdom's descent should be here, right? After losing their base and a team, Laser B is likely to stand down, so external factors are no longer an issue. After such a long, busy period, the final tragedy is about to begin. As evening fades, the moon disappears and the stairway vanishes. The sun rises and the giant moon finally reluctantly leaves the earth. The pillar of light from the moon disappears, and the people from Lam Thui district who built the stairs also return home. Some will die tonight, others will live normally. Although they now appeared to be full of life like any other day, their vitality had actually been stolen by the moon forever. These people kept their eyes closed and returned home with a peaceful expression as if nothing had happened. Dich Hoa, the strangeness of this mission has exceeded our imagination. Do you really want to continue with it? Don't worry, I have a plan. Moreover, we are not just 3 people. There is also a powerful ally secretly helping us, but he doesn't want to reveal himself. Now. So Chow's gaze shifts cautiously to Dich Hoa, and he begins to speculate wildly. Ali, after living together for so long, Dich Hoa definitely isn't just someone from an ordinary family, as in the records. In the martial world, there are advantages and disadvantages related to bloodlines. After all, high-level martial artists at the life level have already created a gap from ordinary people. He is either the illegitimate child of a powerful martial artist or the young master of a strong martial family training among common folk. If it's the latter, he definitely has someone protecting him. This could also explain his so-called allies. Suddenly, Dich Hoa's entire body erupted with power. Dark aura streams all over Dich Hoa's body. He is using his energy, but his expression remains very calm. He stood there and loudly told his two teammates, So Chao and Thon Truk, that today they had a very important mission to assign. A stream of evil aura burst out, touching the ground, from which countless shadowy figures poured out densely from his body. It spread over the surrounding rooftops. Dich Hoa, standing at a distance, entrusted an important task to So Chao and Liu Thun Truk. In a moment, you and my ghost images will go destroy the clay statues in the homes of all the people in the city. Immediately, So Chao and the ghost images will go. He agreed immediately without hesitation, leading the ghostly army with a speed that rivaled the wind, while Liu Thun Truk hesitated on this side, glancing at Dich Hoa without saying anything more. Dich Hoa saw this and turned to call Thon Truk. Thon Truk was startled and let out a loud cry. He smiled sincerely, nodded gently, looked at Thon Truk with genuine eyes and said, Thon Truk, trust me. After hearing this, she didn't reply. Liu Thon Truk's ears blushed again, and for a moment she seemed to pause. Then Thon Truk smiled again, charmingly. She beamed at Dich Hoa as if she had no more to think about and replied immediately, Yes, I trust you. Then she also shared her feelings and advised him from now on, trust your teammates more, don't carry everything alone. After assigning the mission to his two friends, Dich Hoa returned alone to the underground palace of Kim Sun Temple. As soon as he arrived, the mad scientist greeted him with a respectful bow. Master, you have arrived. Stop talking nonsense. There's not much time left. We must hurry and prepare for battle. Go deeper inside, to the place where the mountain of slaughter transforms into a human in the deep pit of the underground palace. That's the masterpiece you created with your own hands. Dich Hoa has led them into the abyss of death. Now he will give them a chance to be reborn. The doctor immediately reported that the previously defeated artificial humans are all piled up here. Dich Hoa glanced briefly and was satisfied. Very good. The quantity is more than enough. Boom, boom. Mr. Dich Hoa stands in the grand hall shouting, Supergiant transformation, and immediately black smoke flames erupt all over his body. Right behind Dich Hoa, a giant skull appears, emerging from within, its eyes glowing with a stream of psychic smoke. Dich Hoa controls the energy lightning beam, preventing it from escaping too much and causing damage to the biochemical monsters. A giant 50-meter-tall body, only the upper half, has been created. The giant raises both hands, tearing open its chest to reveal a pounding heart inside, as a torrent of giant blood pours out, soaking the pile of biohuman monsters in the pit. As the upper layer of the biohuman contact with the giant's blood, their soulless eyes suddenly flash and focus. Their battered, torn bodies curl up and now begin to gradually transform and recover. This is part of Dich Hoa's plan to create an immortal giant army. The mutated beings rise up, pushing against each other and screaming like in the pit, their bodies soaked in the blood of superhumans. Their eyes now changed, with pupils blazing, as if something was taking over and controlling them. Looking at the creatures they had created, they could now stand up, each hybrid of vampire and superhuman transformation, becoming a warrior. With a huge number, he first used the vampire virus to revive these zombie corpses, then exploited the super cultivation power to grant them the ability to transform, waiting until needed to turn them into an immortal giant army that obeys my commands. Over here, the scientist controls nanomosquitoes through the base's computer to fly into each house in Lam Tui district. He skillfully operated the computer with one hand while reporting to Dich Hoa, the owner, that each hybrid had been released and was now heading to the district town. Everything was proceeding according to plan and smoothly. Dich Hoa nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The bioorganic contains dragon blood and flies into each house, bringing them warmth from me. He then gave further instructions saying that after infection he would repair that giant armored Buddha machine a bit. Although disassembled like that, it can't be repaired, but removing some weapons and modifying them might still be possible. The doctor is very willing to accept this suggestion. Of course, rest assured, Master. Now, he casually twirls his finger in his ear. He arrogantly looked ahead with sharp eyes, smiled, and said, Very good. Everyone is proceeding as planned. Next, we will see how the Heavenly Nations guy will act. While Dich Hoa hurriedly prepared for the upcoming battle, another force was also about to arrive in Lam Thui County. The convoy speeds along the highway, heading straight here. The Heavenly Kingdom has arrived, originating from the fallen human faction that appeared in society when the Secret Realm invasion just broke out. A mysterious pope with terrifying power from the secret relics causes this unruly group to grow at an incredibly terrifying speed. The doctrine is a demon fetus brought out from the secret realm by absorbing the life, body, and soul of living beings to mature, creating a container that can operate for a short time for the divine, guiding the backward human civilization into the true heavenly kingdom. Inside are 53 passengers, each dressed in pure white robes embroidered with noble gold patterns. They are the followers sent by the divine heaven nation to welcome the birth of the demon embryo, including one bishop with the aura of a grand warrior, 2 vice bishops with warrior aura, and the remaining 50 are all martial artists. He spoke with a terrifyingly cold face, saying that this is the most difficult country for the heavenly kingdom to conquer. He harbors a desire to seize this place, passing through the beautiful land, uttering it without any hesitation. Now it is about to become part of the heavenly kingdom. Although these fanatic heretics are not highly skilled in martial arts, they possess strange and evil methods. Their doctrine is to bring the divine from the secret realm into the mortal world. The demonic fetus grows by devouring the life, body, and soul of living beings, creating a vessel for the divine to operate temporarily on Earth. That vessel, the divine fetus, is about to be born. The convoy continued along the road to Lam Thui County, where a bishop's voice asked the sect leader, ahead was Lam Thui County. The divine embryo the grand sect leader had sown 4 years ago. Right there. A believer in a red cloak. The red cloak representing the status of a vice bishop. He replied, "Great prophet, sniff." He dedicated so much to the divine religion, only to be assassinated by Long Tuok's ignorant followers. Sniff, in the end, he couldn't see the divine fetus he worked so hard to nurture. What it looks like when you grow up, this really is a terrifying world of cannibals. The vice bishop next to him bowed his head and then said, "A virtuous person with firm faith, compassionate and kind like the Grand Patriarch, met such a tragic end that not a single bone was left." The bishop, after hearing these words, looked up ahead and said in a growling voice, "Therefore we must not let the Grand Patriarch sacrifice in vain, or let this world be led further into the abyss by a bunch of fools, or it will become a second zone of sin." The bishop shouted wildly, and all the believers on the bus were infected by his emotions. One by one, they opened their eyes wide with fanaticism and shouted nonstop, welcoming the arrival of the divine. "My children, this is salvation. We are saving humanity." They grow stronger and stronger, as if they were restless spirits following his every word, shouting in unison, "God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth." God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth, fighting for the divine. The bishop was very pleased with this scene. By the second night, the moon looked very strange, with 2 giant volcano mouths carved deep like eye sockets, and a series of curved scars below, creating a bizarre visual illusion of a sinister moon smile. When they finally reached the height of Lam Thui district, the bishop stepped closer and stood at a distance to look up. He blurted out, "Truly inspiring." Looking back at the entire history of the divine religion, only 2 divine fetuses have been successfully incubated. This guy pulls back his hood to reveal a wide, toothy grin, losing all coldness and malevolence. At first he laughed loudly like a clown with a dazed face, but now excitedly shouting, "I will be remembered in the history of the divine religion." The first divine fetus to be incubated caused abnormal global climate changes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and disasters that resulted in hundreds of millions of deaths, injuries, and exiles. And this was only the result of divine activity for a single minute. The second position after descending on the Australian continent caused fog and underground currents to rise around the sea, completely blocking the entire continent. After that, there was no more contact with the continent. That area is completely empty in satellite reconnaissance. The Allied nations suffered heavy losses, and from then on, this dark forested sea zone was designated as a forbidden S-rank creature area, and no one dared to step foot there again. Then he gently extended his withered hand and made a cut for the blood to drip down. He deliberately let it fall onto a large demon crystal, causing an immediate reaction between the two. The black aura from the demon stone radiates powerful energy that spreads around, forming a large circle of dense, swirling, dark mists. The bishop muttered, "Now our sect will be here to welcome the arrival of the third god." Around him, he and his followers continuously recited incantations, forming a red magic circle. As he continued to ascend the ladder, his gaze fixed on the bright moon, reciting blood magic spells, he stepped over the heads of the fallen until he reached the moon gate, which had closed silently behind him, feeling just like Ares yesterday. He looked up at the huge gate for a long time, then placed his bloodied hand on the ground and laid it on a corpse's back right beneath his feet. As the blood demon's essence seeped out, he whispered in a sinister voice, "High gods above, Please accept my blood." As soon as that great door opened, the light inside shone upon him. From inside, a voice like a scream called out to him, "Come closer." Following the urging from within, the bishop stepped straight into the blinding light. Until he found a moonstone altar with a platinum coffin bearing the symbol of the religion, he was mesmerized by it, my eyes fixed on it, constantly staring and instinctively whispering in confusion that it was a platinum divine coffin, the divine fetus nurtured by the church's leader long ago inside. Now, after absorbing the nutrients of all the people in Lam Thui district over 4 years, the divine embryo is almost ready to mature. The bishop's group is working hard to support him, and they are each reading the incantations faster and faster. Clenching his fists, the bishop deliberately spoke loudly. "Let's begin welcoming the divine spirit. The divine power may not be much, but for them, that's enough." The bishop carefully stepped down from the ladder, carrying a platinum coffin on his shoulder. Strangely, it was surprisingly light, yet he appeared to struggle as if burdened, but still moved forward with determination. The surrounding crowd chanted loudly in support. "Yes, Father Patriarch." The believers step aside to let the bishop enter the formation and place the coffin at the exact center. He now stands beside the coffin with arms outstretched, shouting loudly, "O great moon, nightmare god of illusions, your most loyal servant is here calling for you. Please allow me to invoke your name." Just then, the clock tower in Lam Thi district strikes midnight. The sound of the bell like fireworks signals the start of the show, and the energy from the great moon materializing as the cursed moon, Baros. Throughout Lam Thui district, all the bodies of the people release their cloudy white souls. They cry dry tears as their life force is taken away. Now they are no more than a bunch of pickled radishes. The more spirits fly out, the more they gather together. People on the ladder are pushing and crawling over each other, but no one can escape this phenomenon. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual souls gather into a white wave and head toward the divine light. At this moment, a thunderous growl suddenly erupted, carrying a regal aura, as half of the cloudy white spiritual entity's faith power was stained blue, serving as a warning sign. Suddenly, they all gathered and headed towards the bishop, but these beams of light gradually turned blue and then all rushed straight at him. The bishop shouted, "What's going on?" The pure white spirit suddenly turned blue. Was it the roar earlier that contaminated the spirit? At this moment, he still couldn't understand why what he had worked so hard to create was now different from what he imagined. His voice trembling with fear rather than satisfaction. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can the divine embryo's spiritual form be contaminated by a mysterious roar? Who is really behind this? The ritual has already taken place and cannot be stopped. The believers must watch helplessly as those impure spirits directly enter the platinum coffin that nurtures the divine. This proves that their faith has been tainted by the lunar curse, as the spirits rush into the swirling chaos like raging waves. Damn it, the ritual cannot be reversed. These contaminated green souls are trying to pollute the divine vessel. At the same time, near the bishop, Dihua appeared, rushing forward with divine speed, a faint smile on his lips, and said, "I've been waiting a long time, Grand Master." The bishop turned around with a dazed look, his mind now blank and his mouth opened in shock. "Who are you?" Dihua pressed his gaze tightly, a flash of deadly lightning sparking in his eyes, and he replied straightforwardly with a heroic tone, "In this situation, you still can't tell who I am?" Dihua wields the Tintan sword like a lightning bolt, featureless but with dense lines forming the outline and internal organs of the human body. There is a glaring red streak across the front bishop's throat. Dihua has found the path of slaughter. He unleashes the Tula triple blade strike. The Death Moon slaughter rages on, and the spirit's still slashed sword erupts with a blazing red light, like a river of blood filled with souls and corpses. Truly terrifying. Under the vast moonlight, the realm of time seemed to collapse, and the bishop before him only saw the world spinning. The last image in his memory was a spray of blood shooting into the air. A single sword strike combined with the coercive binding of the time forest, achieving a decisive kill in one blow. Dichua's overwhelming aura surges forward as he leans in, his face colder than that of the villain. "I am the devil." The church bell nearby rings loudly, tearing through the cold night sky in Lam Thui district. The old bishop now lies sprawled on the ground, his mouth full of fresh blood, suffering beyond words on the brink of life and death, his lips trembling as he whispers, "Great. This one is still alive, so Dihua wants to finish him off." A large streak of blood shoots across, almost blocking the view of the full moon. The gurgling sound echoed in his ears, yet the old pastor still managed to utter his final words. "Great Baros Yem." Dihua, stood beside the blood-spattered corpse, casually slinging his great sword over his shoulder, shaking his head without even looking and saying, "Too weak, even with your 3 demonic artifacts, it's useless." Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere. "A blow with a sword so unbelievable, kid." Dich Hoa glanced over upon hearing this, but unfortunately he had killed the wrong person. The man was lying on the ground with a pool of blood beneath him, not the leading bishop. "Do you want to join the Church of the Gods? Let me introduce myself. I am currently the highest-ranking official of the lower kingdom of the God sect, and the one you just killed is my vice sect leader." Looking down at the body lying below, with disheveled clothes, he continued, "Well, you must understand. Serving as a disciple of the divine religion is a risky job, so I usually have my subordinates pretend to be the higher-ups, right?" Dich Hoa glared with a grim expression, saying nothing more, his eyes burning with anger, and the best way to end this was simply to take this guy's life. Dich Hoa firmly grips the great sword, then charges forward, aiming straight at the red-robed priest. He quickly raises his hand to counter, not allowing Dich Hoa to strike first. From that hand, several strange dark spiritual darts like water crystals in the atmosphere shot out. But the priest gritted his teeth and said, "This is a sacred place to welcome the gods. You can't come and go as you please." Suddenly, Dich Hoa leaps high as the strange things from the priest's hand transform into large, sturdy chains that rush to bind his neck, arms, and legs, stopping and suppressing his figure in place. He struggles to resist, but the more he moves, the tighter the chains become, feeling every cell in his body tormented by the heresy of the bishop. Dich Hoa clenches his teeth in discomfort, glances at him with a grim expression, and glares as if something is grabbing him. Could it be the power of his mind? At this point, he uses the powerful support of his trusted coolie. He shouts loudly, "Wararudo," summoning the head of the rose from behind to appear. It helps Dich Hoa tear through the dark energy from the mental force hands, his whole body blazing with power as he breaks free from the chains. The bishop in front of him only shows a slight surprise, uttering a single word, "Oh," as he watches Dich Hoa's every move. What he's paying attention to is Jaguarudo behind you. His pupils are solely focused on the rose head emanating energy. This guy just started questioning Dich Hoa and wondered, "The shadow behind you. Could it be that you've also cultivated a divine technique?" Lightning constantly gathering in Dich Hoa's hand. "You've pushed your luck too far," Dich Hoa shouted hoarsely, cursing loudly. "Your damn divine technique. I just want to leave. I don't want to fight near this damn coffin." Lightning gathered fiercely in the palm of his hand as if descending from the sky, emitting blue sparks that lit up the entire area. The preacher could only stand there, gape-mouthed, as Dich Hoa forcefully struck him from below, unleashing a terrifying surge of power from his hand. Large bones like pillars emerge from the lightning, muscles like steel, and sparks shoot out along the bones. With a single punch, a roaring dragon of flesh and tendons erupts. Dich Hoa screams wildly, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" But the preacher still isn't fully scared, maybe because Dich Hoa's dragon punch hasn't hit him hard enough yet. This guy just stands there like a fool, saying without knowing his limits, "These evil things won't hurt me." So he bravely stands there, one hand raising to block the giant sharp teeth protruding from Dich Hoa's huge mouth. This guy is no ordinary opponent. He's trying to hold his ground against Dich Hoa's power, even though my punch is pushing with great force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupts, knocking Pastor Lam Kai completely out of sight amid the billowing dust and smoke. But that's not enough to satisfy the cruel life of Dich Hoa that we live. He continued to push forward, making the flesh and tendon dragon on his palm strike toward Lam Kai and push him forward. Breaking through the chaotic, destroyed buildings like a ship crashing at full speed, I don't know how far he has been pushed away. Yet the preacher's shaky body, due to neglecting exercise and healthy eating and only indulging in spiritual matters, can still manage to stand up after that brutal beating. He coughed a few times, clearing his throat, his face no longer visible due to the blood covering it, but he only felt a slight dizziness in his head and soon regained his normal composure. Tonight I used my power to compress and repair my torn arm, still replying confidently in front of Dich Hoa. "I told you, you can't hurt me." In just a few seconds, he was able to regain his composure and aura from before, looking as if he hadn't been physically affected at all. Then he even sneered at Dich Hoa while Hochdich responded calmly, "I am blessed by the gods." Dich Hoa looked at this situation and also guessed that this boss of the religious gang was hard to kill. He shook his head and muttered, You can also recover quickly, huh?" This is getting complicated. This guy is starting his heretical tricks, reciting the same incantations over and over. The divine forest in the mortal world, the heavenly kingdom on earth, the divine forest in the mortal world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. Then his bare white feet step forward, noticing the ground stained with blood from who knows when. At this moment, Dich Hoa finally turned around in surprise. His eyes widened. Huh? At this point, Dich Hoa's giant arm also disappears, and now it's time for the members of this church to gather together and close in around him. After such a blow, none of them showed fear, because they believed they had divine protection. If it were an ordinary person, they would have run away in panic. Dich Hoa stood in the middle and shouted, "But he forgot about you guys." These guys suddenly raised their hands at the same time, each holding a short dagger with a glowing red blade, and they screamed together, "We are justice." Immediately after, one of the fanatics fell face down on the ground, blood pouring out as he hurt himself. Seeing all these crazy believers surrounding Dich Hoa, they were stabbing their own throats with the small daggers they held, blood splattering everywhere. Was this a mass suicide? These crazies are only capable of that much. The brain pathways of the evil sect are truly hard to understand. He looked at each disciple who could no longer be saved, now covered in red tomato sauce pouring out of their mouths like a waterfall. Dich Hoa's voice remained relaxed, as if waiting to see what these crazed people would do next. In that moment, Dich Hoa realized something unclean was nearby. His eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, "I'm here. I can feel a cold, damp mental energy." Suddenly, there are increasingly clear creaking sounds. A blood-red hand suddenly tore through the body of one of the believers, revealing a human figure emerging from within, gradually revealing its true identity. Now it sheds its fragile shell to reveal something terrifying. Its form is neither fully human nor fully demon. In the darkness, witnessing this scene was truly terrifying. Finally, Dich Hoa was able to clearly see the appearance of this vile demonic creature revealed. Red skin like blood, long bull horns growing from the head, fangs in the mouth, no different from a demon in hell. In other words, they are exactly that kind of demon. 50 followers become 50 doors of flesh and blood, with demons constantly crawling out from within. In this situation, Dich Hoa had to wear a confident smile mixed with a hint of contempt for them. He chuckled and said, "Well, in the end, it's still something foreign like a demon." He raised his hand to cover his face, smiling happily as he saw the demons crawling out from the believers. Even in a situation as difficult as this, Dich Hoa remains calm and says, "These believers are really reckless," they say, "to summon demons and use their bodies as a conduit." Tsk, tsk, tsk. A violent army? They've now revealed their true form, each one staring at you with greedy eyes. A blue lightning bolt flashes again, merging into a massive explosion over the city, just like when Dich Hoa transformed into a giant. His voice rings out sharply. "Unfortunately, now I also have soldiers to unleash my fury. I didn't resurrect those divine beings for no reason. They are the vessels of these supergiant transformations. Countless giants over 10 or 20 meters tall suddenly rise from the ground. They spread their arms and howled in response to the king's summons. The demons, seeing Dich Hoa act, now crazed, flew up to attack. They open their mouths wide with sharp teeth and roar with inner strength to intimidate. These creatures, with bodies like a mix of dragon and snake, coil together, targeting only Dich Hoa. In no time, the sacrificial beasts that charged ahead turned into a mass of bright red goo. They didn't even get a chance to show off before Dich Hoa sent them back to the western heaven too soon. The demons initially appeared mighty, but their deaths were trivial, with cracking sounds echoing all around. They literally used flesh to crush people. As the first giant soldiers of Dich Hoa were shattered one after another, they no longer saw their faces, and behind them, countless more giants were rushing toward the battlefield where Dich Hoa was standing. The giant steps clashed together like an earthquake. On this side is a red-robed preacher, the vice bishop, who has hair. At this moment, he was terrified, curling up on the ground on both feet but feeling unsteady. He stammered, "The sect leader was killed mysteriously in an instant, and now so many giants have appeared. Who exactly are they?" Staring at the enormous giants before him without seeing Dich Hoa anywhere, he quickly raised 2 fingers to his forehead to perform a search gesture. He muttered in his mind, "Wait, where is the young leader?" Quickly use spirit vision to search. With that ability, the priest suddenly saw Dich Hoa standing close to the coffin's neck, and he couldn't help but be startled and frightened. His goal was to summon the divine fetus, to stop, not to approach, and at this moment there was nothing else he could do but scream inwardly. Suddenly, Liu Than Truck and So Chow appeared right above him, both in their awakened forms before the karma, flying swiftly to the priest and Dong Than. "Our opponent is us, confused by the Vu Dich Hoa, and now there are 2 more kids. This priest is struggling and doesn't know what to do." After glancing around and with a mind in chaos, he finally connected the dots. These people clearly had prior preparation. Could they be agents of the dragon troop who already discovered the god sex plan here? From the initial decapitation to the demon army being blocked by the giant army, even I find it hard to escape now. This time, the mission of the Church of the Divine seems to be necessary. Returning to Dichhoa, he is standing near the coffin, where the believers are trying to channel energy to awaken what they call the demon corpse. Looking briefly at the surroundings and the atmosphere around where he stands that Dichhoa can feel. Just approaching a moment, he could sense a cold aura, as if wanting to freeze the soul. Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin back and forth before beginning to speculate. This person in the coffin seems to harbor great hostility towards me, but it's nothing unusual since I meddled in this god's affairs. At this moment, the system displays a notification, suggesting that the host has received 5 special divine energy points from the final stage of the Heavenly Kingdom ritual. The faith forces that Heavenly Kingdom had accumulated over 4 years were finally gathered in the last moment, used to condense the body with half of it being contaminated by the host, Dichhoa. And these contaminated faith forces were also taken by the demon egg to build a body that could allow the moon seal to operate in the mortal world. This led to the moment when the moon seal descended, and part of its divine power was stolen by the host, Dichhoa, and after reading it, he burst out laughing. So, that's how it is. Then he didn't hesitate to get close to the coffin. Dichhoa crouched down, reached out and started to use his strength to open the lid. He said, but then he paused and said again, "This bunch of trash from the Heavenly Kingdom landing here, I don't even bother to pay attention to them. My main enemy all along has been the moon-related god and this dream. But even if I stole your divine power and you're a premature, malnourished child, you should wake up." "That's enough." Dichhoa pushed off the lid of the coffin with one hand. It spun high into the air, twirling several times, and Dichhoa immediately shouted, "Why do you keep hiding in the coffin?" But what he saw must have surprised him. His eyes wide as he stared fixedly at the coffin. Yeah, I thought there would be something really terrifying. But when I looked inside, it was just an ordinary, albeit more high-end coffin. There was no demon at all. Dichhoa stood there for a long time, then suddenly asked, "What is going on? Why is there nothing? Honestly, I still don't understand what those guys are up to right now." But then Dichhoa started to feel offended. He leaned to the side and extended his right hand to gather energy. Dichhoa crooked his mouth to one side, looked at that thing and said, "Decisive. Claiming to be a god, do you still have to sneak around?" He summoned his great sword, which appeared majestic and tall, and Dichhoa forcefully planted it into the ground. He stands with his legs apart in a boss-like pose that no one dares to challenge. A cold wind blows through, and he speaks calmly, but the screams of giants and demons fighting have disappeared without a trace. So, Chowthan Truk and the battle with the vice-sect leader are nowhere to be seen, as if I am the only one left in the world. Suddenly, someone calls out your name. Dichhoa reacts quickly, and our guy immediately glances over. Someone's space is starting to shift. Under the dazzling light of the full moon, it seems to dominate the entire sky. That deep pit and sinister grin look even more menacing. It clearly illuminated the face of the familiar person who just called out Dichhoa's name. It was the Archbishop Lam Kai poking his head out. He's not dead. Dichhoa finally saw through and coldly said, "You, him," still in that righteous pose, pretending to be virtuous and just. Slowly approaching Dichhoa, "Have you forgotten your true self?" Even now, Dichhoa still couldn't understand where the core issue truly lay. He squinted in annoyance and began to realize what he was seeing now. The moon was an illusion. When did that happen? Lam Kai face to face with Dichhoa, he smirked in a provocative way. His eyes flashed brightly as he stared at Dichhoa and said eerily, "Guess when you fell into a dream?" Ha 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 ha. That smile is truly chilling. Meanwhile, at the place of Dichhoa's 2 teammates, Liuthan Truk and So Chow are working together to fight the demon summoned by the vice-bishop to block their path. The vice-bishop, looking bitter, mutters under his breath, only able to use the great demon to hold them off before using his eye power to observe the situation. I don't know what's happening with Lord Lam Kai, but as soon as I saw this guy realize Dichhoa was standing there alone, I felt something was off. No, that kid's state isn't right. I can't sense the spiritual power of the church leader, could it be? Feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about the situation, he finally decided after a moment, I must go to the divine embryo. Quickly, he raised a jade-green sword, performed a spell, and recited the incantation aloud. Once the Huyan Mok divine needle is stabbed into an enemy's body, it causes blood thorns to grow inside, piercing outward until the enemy is shattered into pieces. While running desperately, he said, "The sinful soul is left to the divine to punish, and the filthy body I will handle." So Chow, though fighting on this side, could still perceive the deputy bishop's intentions. He immediately glanced in the direction he was running. Damn it, he's heading toward Ditch Hoa. So Chao began to unleash even greater power, like a terrifying black shadow radiating fierce cold aura. Liu Than Truk, go save Ditch Hoa, I will hold him off. Then he used the flame blood forbidden technique. Xiaozhou raised his hand, an invisible weapon stirring the air, spinning and expanding between his palms until it coalesced into a towering storm sword, dozens of meters high, tearing the air apart. The storm and cold air combined, amplifying the power of this strike. So Chao felt the energy in his body being drained rapidly, and in an instant he froze a giant like that, almost exhausting all his weapons. Then he cast a glance at him and told Than Truk, "Don't hesitate. Our lives are worth less than Ditch Hoa." In this scene, Liu Than Truk immediately takes to the air to respond. She spreads her large wings and flies over, jumping across the ice mountain created by So Chao in reply. "I understand now. I was just worried about you and tried to encourage you. Don't die, So Chao." The sea of flames and the cold air split the situation in two as So Chao desperately shouted in a helpless tone. "Damn it, I can't hold this guy back anymore. This aggressive and bloodthirsty muscle demon will definitely not spare anyone who gets in its way." It raised its hellfire axe and struck fiercely at So Chao's approaching ice mountain, destroying everything. So Chao had barely managed to create, causing the space itself to tremble with this overwhelming force. "Do you think that will be enough to kill me? I haven't finished settling the score yet." After this, Suozhou unleashes a powerful new technique, creating sharp ice blocks like iron at an incredible speed to strike the mad demon. It was helpless as sharp ice blocks from So Chao pierced straight into its body, with its thick outer skin punctured in many places. It screams in pain after just being struck by So Chao's attack. The dark silhouette of So Chao using a forbidden spell from afar, along with a black energy that obscures its shape. He then raised his hand and declared loudly with grandeur, "Within my body flows the powerful bloodline of a clan from Hoa Do." At this moment, the bloodline power from a strong bloodline clan in the imperial capital that So Chao sealed himself has been activated, causing a drastic change in So Chao's body, with weapons erupting from his dantian and beginning to regenerate, while the bones on top of his head grow a second time, lengthening, and his torn body heals with fresh flesh covered in a layer of ice. The dragon's eyes, once dim, now blaze fiercely, and So Chao's aura continues to rise, even surpassing his previous peak. He calmly lowers his voice, forced to use the secret blood technique and break through his bloodline simultaneously, doubling the speed at which his life force is consumed. So Chao raised both hands, an invisible weapon stirring the air, continuously spinning and expanding between his palms before converging into a towering storm sword dozens of meters high, causing the air to explode. He shouted, "But bringing this demon back to hell is going to be tough." "Go back to your hell, demon." So Chao fiercely swung his great ice sword directly at the monster. His body is tiny, but the sword looks like it belongs to a giant as he sharply strikes at his only target. The monster now sees the fierce killing intent combined with a devastating attack, opening its mouth in fear, its face vanishing in this moment as it also prepares for a great blast of fire. Then, So Chao shouted out the secret blood technique, unleashing his great sword with overwhelming explosive power. Layers of white ice surged fiercely into a large wall, intertwined with swirling white snow dust and cold mist, a mysterious and majestic martial skill. Ice wall dragon painting, the sea of fire and cold air blend together. These two powerful energies spread intensely around, creating a devastating force that can be felt even from outside, causing the heavens and earth to shake. At this moment, So Chao suddenly realized something was off. He was startled and exclaimed with a quickly changing grim face. This force was not right. Fire and ice split the sky and earth as the monster braces itself against So Chao's strike, trembling violently, yet the flames fiercely clash back with great power. With each struggle it howls to unleash all its strength. This one is not easily defeated. So Chao looked down and was also surprised by its power. "Can you barely hold my stormy sword energy in your mouth? Damn it, the sword energy has been burned away by the demon's flames." So Chao's ice wall collapses onto the fiery monster, yet it can withstand with flames from its own power. It cracks the ice into many pieces, the cracks damaging So Chao's attack. At this moment he begins to panic, having no more spare weapons. In a desperate situation, So Chao is confused and doesn't know what to do. Next, before the monster could finish dealing with the ice block, a sharp bullet suddenly sped towards it at terrifying speed, piercing from behind the head and through the monster's throat. In the face of So Chao's powerful attack, the monster had no idea how to dodge the bullet, blood splattering from its throat, ending it unexpectedly. Without giving the monster time to react, Multiple heavy armor-piercing bullets were fired, hitting the back of the neck, hips, back, and other vital spots of the great demon, creating large blood holes the size of bowls. So Chow, exhausted and drained of energy, descended gently, having lost all strength from that fierce strike. So Chow, exhausted, looked up in confusion at the creature's condition and the person who had helped him just now. He turned around to see who fired the shot that killed the monster. Is there a master here too? Could it really be the ally that Dich Hoa mentioned? The gun barrel still feels hot after firing a hand-length long bullet. The ally has stepped in to help Suo Zhou, and it's none other than the crazy scientist who is still staring through the scope of the long gun. The doctor continued observing and said, "Luckily, the armor-piercing bullet containing a weapon that the owner left for me earlier can still be used at a critical moment. I thought that boy named So Chow was the weakest in the owner's team, but it turns out he has a trump card up his sleeve." The martial artist system is divided into martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, Huyan Vu martial master, grand master, grand master, and national protector level. He's probably about to break through into martial artist. The girl named Lu Thon Truk also seems very powerful. Indeed, those who can follow the master all have good potential. Then he looked up into the distance at So Chow and Lu Thon Truk, shaking his head and muttering to himself. In short, first use a drone to help that kid recover his strength, then destroying that great demon should be as easy as flipping a hand. Accordingly, the rolls controlled above his head soared into the sky. On this side, the vice-archbishop was trying to escape towards the archbishop, but was blocked. He watched the situation with a bitter expression, his eyes narrowing in annoyance as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You aren't from the Long Tuok. All three of you are younger than each other, and each more monstrous than the last. Who exactly are you?" Right at this moment, So Chow and Lu Thon Truk simultaneously step boldly in front of him, Thon Truk spreading her wings and soaring like a goddess, while below, So Chow grips his sword tightly in one hand and holds the monster's head he summoned in the other. "I'm just a regular new student from Hoadu University. Maybe the moon senses our helplessness, so you finally have to step in and help." In the next moment, 6 heavy alloy coffins plunged down at full speed, piercing straight into the ground in front of the vice-archbishop, forming a divine formation summoned by the moon god to confront Suo Zhou and Thon Truk. Each coffin was driven firmly into the ground and began to shake violently. From within, the lids opened to reveal 6 zombies emanating a powerful martial aura. Under the huge moon, these people slowly stepped out with faces that looked exactly the same, their eyes shining as if controlled by some force. Liu Thon Truk looked at the people in front of her with great horror because she recognized some of the faces. Now her mind is starting to become confused. She thought to herself, "Are these bodies?" The 3 others are from the second team of Hoa Dai who lost contact. As for the remaining 3, I remember the person in the middle was one of those who fought us earlier. At this point, the vice-archbishop was so excited he burst into loud laughter, saying with great joy, "I am a divine being watching over me." On the short tube behind the crazy scientist, he also saw the situation starting to worsen, as the new martial artists being dragged out began to move closer to attack Thon Truk and Su Chow. Damn it, the girl the master told me to watch out for will definitely die facing the encirclement of 6 undead with martial artist aura. At first, I didn't send the giant army to support Liu Thon Truk and her team, because their strength was too weak and they lacked intelligence, which could hinder their battle, but now I must send them to support. If I can't complete the master's mission, I truly would die 1,000 times over. He showed worry on his face just as the doctor finished speaking, and a foot from Dich Hoa's army suddenly surged forward. The giant soldier group created by Dich Hoa begins to surround Lu Thon Truk and So Chow from behind, aiming to quickly team up to deal with the vice-bishop Lung Nhang. Now, the controlled martial artists must face dozens of powerful titans. Leah looked over and whispered to herself, "It seems the giants are allies. Are they trying to hold back these corpses? I have to save Dich Hoa first." So she took the opportunity to fly toward Dich Hoa, intending to take him away. Liu Thon Truk's large wings soared past her, heading in the opposite direction of the titans. The vice-archbishop saw this and thought that Thon Truk's intention was to harm the divine fetus they desperately tried to create, so he directly ordered the fake shells to rush forward and stop her, to prevent her from reaching the divine fetus. Immediately, the martial artists charged at Thon Truk, some using their strength to strike her small body from below, while others recklessly rushed forward without regard for safety. To protect Liu Thon Truk, Dr. Feng commanded the Titan group to attack these 6 living corpses, preventing them from getting close to her. But for a martial artist at that level, holding them back was truly very difficult. Liu Thon Truk stomped over the giant Titan puppets to gain momentum and soared into the air while these people crazily chased after her. But even the giant transformed from biohuman compared to the original world's giant structure with optimized strength and defense is no different from a piece of paper to a martial master. They easily crushed Dichoa's army. While the chaos below was still ongoing, Thontruk seized the opportunity to fly to Dichoa. Behind her, she could see him standing near the ancient coffin with the divine embryo inside. Thontruk suddenly exclaimed, "Dichoa, wait for me!" Just as Liu Thontruk was about to reach her destination, she was suddenly struck by a volley of enemy swords thrown at her. Thontruk lost her momentum as she was rushing forward and fell freely from above. Blood-red wounds were bleeding from her body in streams, and one of her arms was severely injured. Thontruk lost her momentum and fell freely into the air, her body beginning to weaken. She gasped and looked toward Dichoa. Oh, it's not over yet. Then, driven by the desire to end this tough battle and save the person she loves, Dichoa, she tried to suppress the pain. Just after nearly falling to the ground, Thontruk swiftly spun and soared back up, pushing herself against the wind to gain momentum. At this moment, Thontruk's only goal is to reach Dichoa, where the divine fetus is in the coffin, using all her strength. She flaps her powerful wings and rushes forward, shouting inwardly and urging herself with both hands toward Dichoa. Just a little more. The Vice-Archbishop's face turned pale, and his whole body was purple with shock as a wave of overwhelming panic hit him. Because he knew for sure that the divine fetus and the Archbishop were about to be harmed, he shouted in fury, "Damn these bastards!" Returning to Thontruk, her efforts are finally rewarded. She flies with all her strength to reach Dichoa just as her body collapses from exhaustion. Thontruk holds Dichoa tightly and relaxes her body into his embrace. As she holds him, she feels a sense of relief. Thontruk whispered as she rested her head on his shoulder, "Dichoa, I've got you now." Liu Thontruk immediately carried him away, escaping from the pursuit of the 6 undead killers. She flew up high with Dichoa, trying to endure and saying that they must leave this place quickly. While still holding Dichoa tightly in her arms, Thontruk clenched her teeth and looked toward the fierce battle between the bloodthirsty assassins and Dichoa's titans, who were simultaneously using blood control techniques. She said aloud, her arm wounded and painful from blood thorns, that temporarily igniting the death flame could prevent the spread of the blood thorns, so it wouldn't hinder her actions. Are all the giants from earlier already dead? From above, Thontruk could see that these people were incredibly powerful and were breaking through the formation, their eyes full of murderous intent as they looked greedily toward Thontruk. She suddenly realized that the 6 bodies were still alive. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We need to leave quickly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Thontruk's ears, telling her to let him go. She was startled, her big round eyes widening. Thontruk quickly shouted bravely, asking again, "Who is it?" Strangely, the moon and that eerie smiling face are getting closer to Liu Thontruk in the sky, and that terrifying sound echoes throughout the entire space. "You've done enough, he won't blame you. Come on, hand him over to me." Although she didn't want to, she was gradually getting closer to the moon, which emitted a source of energy that made Liu Thontruk feel dazed. In a moment, Thontruk seemed to be hypnotized, her face becoming dazed, but she was trying to regain her composure. Even though that moon is drawing energy from her, she still manages to clearly say 3 words. "Oh, it's okay." Immediately after, Thontruk screamed and yelled directly at the huge moon in front of her, "Get lost now." At the same time, a powerful surge of energy burst forth, and Thontruk spread her wings, releasing a wave of shock to counterattack. The tremor now spread throughout every cell and blood vessel in her body. She completely realizes that what she's being affected by right in front of the huge moon is a mental attack. "Yeah, my head hurts so much. These laughs are really annoying." The sound of the death bell echoes through the clouds. The moonlit shadow before her is shattered by the cry, leaving only a mocking laugh ringing in Liu Thontruk's ears. That pain is torment she cannot bear. Tears fell, but Thontruk still tried to endure and hold Dichoa. Her only purpose now was one. She muttered to herself, "I can't let Dichoa get hurt." Until she could no longer hold on, Thontruk's eyes gradually closed, followed by painful moans. She is completely exhausted, like a fallen angel, holding Dichoa tightly in her arms as they fall freely together. Until the very last moment, Thontruk still clings to Dichoa, ensuring he is unaffected by anything. This is a warning for the 6 zombies waiting, and Lamla Liu Thontruk from earlier. They look in the direction of her falling to the ground, their heads constantly turning and their eyes all fixed on both of them. The heads of these undead suddenly trembled more violently, their necks stretching out like snakes, and their faces gradually melted and distorted into demonic shapes. After the head of the ghostly martial artist suddenly turned into sharp spikes pointing straight up, Their plan was to wait for Thon Truk to fall and at the same time push those spikes up to kill both of them. Trapped in a dangerous situation, Thon Truk is rushing down uncontrollably when suddenly a scream echoes through the air. Jaguar is Dich Hoa, who is awakened, calling out the name of the Rosehead to stop time. At that moment, Liu Thon Truk, falling headlong into the sharp thorns, all had to come to a halt. Just as Thon Truk was regaining her strength and her eyes fluttered open, she could feel her body leaning against Dich Hoa's shoulder. Ah, Dich Hoa. At this moment, Dich Hoa has returned. He held Thon Truk in his arms, looking at her with a worried and gentle expression. Dich Hoa softly said to her, "I'm sorry, I woke up a bit late." "Dich Hoa, you're awake now." "That's great, we're not late. I'm too exhausted now." She retracted her large wings and completely leaned on Dich Hoa. He held his baby tightly in his palm and whispered softly to Thon Truk in a warm voice. "Thon Truk, rest now, I will handle the rest. There's a madman screaming down here, a situation he never expected." The crazy vice-archbishop almost popped his eyes as he shouted, "Damn it, how can this guy escape the illusion of the gods?" But even so, he couldn't simultaneously deal with the 6 apostles of the moon god. The moment when time froze was over, and looking down from above, the martial artists were transforming their heads into many sharp points. In the center, the vice-archbishop points his hidden weapon at Dich Hoa, who is holding Liu Thon Truk and flying above. He roars and unleashes an attack on these zombies. "Let's go up together." He can't fend off the encirclement of 7 top martial artists at the same time. At that moment, Dich Hoa used his power to teleport Liu Thon Truk to a safe place and to let him finish the ongoing battle while Jiangdo handled everything in Lam Thui district. Dich Hoa stood tall in the air and confidently said downwards, "I have taken Thon Truk to a safe place. Jaguarudo is Jechu." A moment later, the vice-archbishop below saw Dich Hoa's rapid transformation, and his face turned pale with worry. In a flash, he exclaimed in shock, "Kill him?" Within a few breaths, when he looked up and no longer saw Dich Hoa's small figure, a giant titan foot was revealed crashing down. This time, seeing the sharp needles from the living martial artists, they looked like weak cat whiskers swaying. They stared up at the giant foot and froze, unsure which way to run to escape. While they were still stunned by the immense power, Dich Hoa stomped down forcefully, as if crushing a swarm of filthy flies. His giant foot presses down hard, and then lifts repeatedly to increase the damage. At this moment, Dich Hoa, in his titan form, is towering and colossal, no different from a god. His eyes blazing, he looked down and said, "What are you barking at?" "I didn't expect our allies to be wiped out in just one kick from Dich Hoa. Now only the archbishop remains in the distant horizon. In the cold wind of Lam Thui district, he is being tormented within the illusion he created himself. He sits trembling, unable to speak a word." Look closely at that face. His eyes are streaming tears like a waterfall, his face contorted and trembling as if having a seizure. This guy squints and struggles to speak each word. No, don't attack me anymore. Lam Kai doesn't know how many times he's been killed in the dreamscape, blown apart, torn to pieces, burned, pierced through by 1,000 swords and countless blades. Every time he is defeated, Lam Ki truly feels the pain. Even though his will is far beyond that of an ordinary person, it is nothing compared to Dich Hoa. He is screaming, clearly a hallucination I created. Why? Why can he torment me at will? Every time I am tortured, I can feel that tearing pain. The towering figure of Dich Hoa from afar, with eyes following every move of this archbishop, now faces terrible torment. This man screams in despair. How can he escape the dreamscape? Maybe the dreamscape is fundamentally useless to him. He truly is. A demon god, even the gods cannot punish. As for Lam Kai, he has been tormented too many times. His mental strength has been exhausted, his fighting spirit shattered, and now he only wants to give up. The moonlight shining on him gives a strangely cold feeling, as if the gods are displeased with Lam Kai's helplessness. "Sorry, Lord Moon God, I can only actively close the dreamscape." The eerie voice responded again, pushing him out and into the divine coffin. Lam Kai with tears in his eyes, his gaze fixed on the giant moon. He is now too weak to do anything, his mouth trembling as he struggles to speak. "Lord Moon God." The ancient coffin is already open, and a cold breeze flows out from inside, as the voice of the moon deity echoes, "I can only use your humble body to make up for the vessel." Dich Hoa's titan form here is still slaughtering the zombie martial artists, crushing and trampling them with fresh blood spreading across the ground. It's truly a tragic scene for these foolish believers. Even the vice-archbishop's whereabouts are nowhere to be found. The overwhelming energy radiating from that massive body fills the air. Dich Hoa narrows his eyes and growls determinedly. "I have gained power, but in the end I am just a pile of corpses." This heretical cult has now been completely eradicated by me. Then, from the bright shining moon, a gaunt foot appears, probably the final boss of this cult. He descends from above. Hoa widened his eyes and looked carefully, startled when the biggest rat in the nest finally appeared. No, wait, there's still one more person. A figure in a silver-white cloak stands in the void, with a strange giant moon behind him, moonlight casting a shimmering silver layer over him like a regal cloak. Hoa suddenly felt something and looked up. Before him was a figure with long silver hair reaching the shoulders, a face somewhat like Lam Kai's but sharper and more gaunt. His eyes, like two large silver moons, radiate the coldness and purity of the moon, but now they look at Hoa with admiration and acknowledgement. Although he couldn't sense anything from this man, Hoa could still feel his terrifying aura. Maybe he is the source of the abnormality in Lam Thui County. He smirked and said to him, "The moon god or the moon curse, some S-thing finally appears." Invisible stairs seem to appear beneath Yue Labailasi's feet, and he steps forward into the void, gradually approaching Hoa. Behind him, the moon shone brightly, like a giant spotlight illuminating him and making him stand out. Hoa suddenly felt something strange around him, and he widened his eyes to look carefully, exclaiming that this place was... Realizing that the ground beneath his feet had changed, as if he were standing on the moon, the surrounding cityscape disappeared and was replaced by an endless void. Hoa looked around in confusion. Now this place had turned into the moon, and he couldn't understand this non-physical theory. In the midst of the chaos, he began to reason and think to calm himself down. But this can't be the real moon. After all, I can't feel the extreme cold of space or the lack of oxygen, so it's a kind of mental realm similar to my master's Kung Ka. At this point, Hoa's emotions shift. Truong looks ahead with wide eyes, and it's clear that the realm of perception differs from illusion magic that touches the spirit and soul. The realm is like a domain that encompasses reality, where any damage inflicted is real. So within this realm, there is no invincible golden body from the control panel. The gentle steps of the demon fetus have gradually reached the last step to return to Hoa, who is now hovering above, and appears before the supergiant Hoa. He spoke in a voice like a deity. "Hoa, I truly admire you. In a way, you are the most outstanding human I have ever seen, especially since you stole a part of my divine nature, which with my affinity should be over 96%. Truly a perfect half to supplement my vessel for the mortal realm." At this moment, Hoa, still in his supergiant form, stands there, listening without taking any further action, his mind already planning. Let him talk. After all, my wall-breaking plan is already done. The rest is just to buy some more time. After hearing Matai's words, he still stood there as if convinced by him. His words echo again. Hoa, I am willing to keep your consciousness intact after using you for my own purposes. You will go from being a mortal to entering the realm of gods. You probably don't realize how vast this world truly is, how boundless, whether it's the blue realm or the realm of sin. They are all secret realms that your humanity calls hidden worlds. Right now, you only see a corner of the submerged iceberg, and your talent is your ticket to step into a higher level. Now, his face gradually disappeared into the dark, blurry veil of the universe, revealing no emotion at all. The demon fetus extended its pure white hand, making a slow and friendly gesture to invite Hoa. "Come up to the moon with me and reign over the heavens." Responding to the divine call with overwhelming devotion, Ho simply flicked his middle finger at him in a gesture of emotional provocation. The invitation and promise of a god, perhaps only a handful of people on Lam Tin can refuse it with their fingers. Then he emphasized, "I refuse. I thought your mysterious and unpredictable gods could be more powerful. The result is simply a group of intelligent beings with higher levels of life. Since in their weakened state they cannot threaten me, they first brought out a useless one to fill in, then came here to threaten and tempt. Turning it over and over, it's just those few tricks, no different from humans. I can say I truly have underestimated you." After hearing Hoa's words, he still maintained his noble demeanor and responded with silent listening. When Hoa finished speaking, he raised his head again, his eyes shining like a bright moon. Baklak too gently opened his mouth and said a few more words in a cold, benevolent tone. "I forgive your rudeness. After my vessel of humanity was supplemented, even if it was just a poor attempt using a body with less than 20% affinity, you cannot oppose it." His peacock-like eyes turned dark as the universe, with iridescent gray pupils starry and radiant. Inside, swirling streams of energy are spinning. What ability is he using next? He rambles on as if explaining, "I am just doing this as a ritualistic gesture, just asking for your opinion." Then the demon egg extended its twisted hand forward, making a strange gesture as the source of power began to spread across the entire body. The white cloak fluttered wildly, and it continued, "Your opinion doesn't matter. No matter what, it can't change the final outcome." Now Dichoa's massive body is seized by him, with a swirling vortex bursting out and tightly wrapping around the supergiant form. Everything is fading away, only Dichoa inside remaining, like a chick tightly bound. The giant figure of Dichoa burst apart like a balloon exploding on the spot, with moonlight shining through the blood and flesh imprisoning his body. Now Dichoa is being subdued. He is stunned as he witnesses the power of this foe, who with just a flick of his hand tears apart the body of the supergiant. His body is now just a massive skeleton, with no flesh left. Everything has vanished. Even the entities of Dichoa and the supergiant are peeled by the divine fetus. The large skeleton slowly falls along the whirlpool he created. Dichoa's form hovers in the vast space under the incredible power of the divine embryo. The distance between Bailaktu's hand and Dichoa's forehead is neither short nor long. He continued to bring that hand closer to his face, but strangely, no matter how much he struggled to resist, Dichoa remained like a stone. I struggled to speak and say, "Ugh, my body can't move." Bailaktu's voice rang out again. Now revealing his true face, he straightforwardly said, "You are just food prepared for use." Dichoa's eye sockets turn white, completely subdued by this guy's power, unable to even relax his facial muscles. The strength from the moonlight has taken over. But strangely, after trying to penetrate the fire liquid, no matter how strong his abilities are, he can only exclaim in shock and frustration. Why can't I sense his consciousness? Suddenly, that unconscious face changed rapidly. Dichoa glared with energy light from the supergiant once again, then smiled a long trademark smile to his ears, and confidently laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you fool. You realize you basically can't touch my soul, right? Although I cannot physically fight you." In front of Bailatsi's surprised face, Dichoa calmly continued, "But spiritually, I have a blessing control panel. I had already anticipated that I might not be able to compete with you physically because you are a god, so I took advantage of the super strong regenerative ability of the vampire mother. Why should I be afraid of anything and keep talking to that idiot of a god who can't even recognize himself?" I left my half-body at the mad scientist's place, split vertically in two. This can ensure that after my subject is destroyed, consciousness will be activated in the remaining half of the body. That cold, icy gaze has now turned into anger. Baklasi squinted in annoyance at Dichoa's annoying face and spat out one word from his throat in anger. "You." Suddenly, in the void, something shiny like metal tore open a gap, and an enormous sword appeared, slicing through the space above. Baklak, too, looked up in panic at what was blocking him, trembling in shock. Dichoa was still motionless, overwhelmed by his power. A brave and wild man appears, swinging his sword fiercely amid dazzling energy radiating around him, his body wrapped in white bandages. But his murderous intent is almost unimaginable. The crazy blue hair flutters in the night wind. This person appears with heroic grandeur, tearing through the space he created, carrying a great axe on his shoulder, standing on the shattered remnants of time and space. He boldly calls out, "First Dean. Longtwok, the guardian master of the Green Dragon, here to learn from you. Turns out everything was part of our plan." In a moment of crisis, he breathes a sigh of relief and smiles with satisfaction, because his plan has come to fruition. Okay, the final goat has finally arrived. Luckily, I reported this torn place to Longtuok. I didn't really expect to defeat that Yue Baklak or whatever. I just wanted to seize his divine power when he descended upon the mortal vessel. Amazed by the vast space-shattering power of the Azure Dragon's radiance, Bailaktu looked up at the figure wielding the great sword and suddenly exclaimed, "Is this level of body really human? It seems I need to revise my assessment of your race's potential." Grandmaster Than Long gently furrowed his brows, showing his displeasure, then continued to question. "Are you really a demon? Your body's purity is so low and so mixed up. When the first demon appeared in human history, I was still a grandmaster and participated in the battle against it. That was the first time I realized what a scene of destroying heaven and earth truly looked like. Compared to you, although you have a similar demonic aura, the gap is too great." Hearing these words, even Bai Lassi understood clearly that all his resentment was caused by the humble body of Lam Ki, which was truly a great shame, as seen in his previously expressionless face. Now a feeling of discomfort begins to emerge, and his eyes and facial features gradually distort. Bai Lassi's voice sounds like a starving ghost. "Humans, did the moon hit you and leave you behind? Currently, Dichhoa's body is still under Baklak 2's control, moving up and down at his will. Tonight, he glances back at Dichhoa and says in a stern voice, "Your body belongs to me. I won't let this battle hurt you." Hearing this, Dichhoa was a bit surprised and wanted to protect his body so he could use it, so he forcefully kicked him away, sending him flying far. At this moment, you are just a little puppet shouting in midair, "Ah, ah, ah." Dichhoa leaves, leaving only the great sage Thanlong and Bailak 2 facing each other, and he is also very surprised that the demonic Thai demon still highly values Dichhoa's body. Does this demon really value that young man that much? But for now, I have to deal with this trouble. Grandmaster Thanlong begins to focus his mind. After subduing this demon, he will find that young man to ask him more. Remember, before setting out, Thekin Van mentioned me. His name is Dichhoa, and then he rushed towards Baklak 2. He leans back and sees something terrifying rushing toward him. This guy also begins a decisive battle, gathering energy from the huge moonlight, and his eyes shine brilliantly. And at this moment, the moon also expands to a much larger size, with its power spreading throughout Lam Thui district, more intense and terrifying than usual. At this moment, as the two sides clash, the Grand Master Thanlong transforms into a twisting azure dragon, rushing forward, facing his opponent. Their battle could destroy the entire Lam Thui district and surrounding areas. As it approaches, the azure dragon roars, requesting guidance. The fierce battle rages on, while Dichhoa is thrown through a mountain forest, and his tiny figure is nowhere to be seen. This shows that Dichhoa has been taken to a very distant place. Maybe that Baklak 2 plans to fight Thanlong, possibly to wipe out Lam Thui district entirely. Dichhoa's small body was protected by a glowing sphere from Baklak 2, ensuring he remained intact when thrown. He sat inside until the sphere stopped, then a powerful throw into the forest caused significant damage. Many ancient trees burned to their stumps and the sphere disappeared. Dichhoa slowly stood up, still not used to this. Ugh, I feel carsick. I wonder where that god teleported me to. Then Dichhoa immediately used the magnetic field to scan the situation, but the life magnetic field couldn't detect Lam Thui district, indicating it was very far away. This suggests that Nguyet Yem's prediction that the Thanlong battle would destroy the entire Lam Thui district, including nearby areas, is likely correct. Luckily, I let the crazy doctor take So Chow and Lu Than Truk, who are injured, away. I didn't expect that guy Nguyet Yem Barros would have such teleportation ability. If used to find me, it will be difficult to deal with. Immediately, my system appeared towering in front of Dichhoa. Yue Yuan's curse symbol can cause encounters with the moon's owner or nightmares, whether in sleep or under the moonlight. After reading it, his face turned pale like a mangled fruit, his voice trembling, sweat pouring down as if he'd just taken a shower, as if he was being stalked by a lovesick fool. Then he shamelessly admired himself alone, as if that was also the happiness of the male lead. He sat there self-consoling and said, "Scary, guys outside also have to protect themselves." At this point, in front of Dichhoa, the system interface displayed a large number, along with an illustration and a clear indication of the divine attribute points to be allocated. Dichhoa sat down on a tree root and pondered, finally having time now that he had left the battlefield. Maybe I can study this so-called divine trait now that I've put so much effort into it and finally carved out this corner of the wall. Don't let me down. The system displays detailed information about the divine trait in a specific field or attribute, achieved through continuous cultivation to reach a peak and transcendence, or innate talent and divine nature from the high-dimensional space, making it irreplaceable compared to other beings in that field and serving as the source of power for both of us. Dichhoa finished reading everything without missing a single word. He glanced over again carefully, then touched the sharp tip and exclaimed, "No wonder after I stole the power from that lovesick, white-haired old man, he jumped up like that, claiming it as his own." The system then clearly annotated the 5 points of divine nature related to the moon, or dreams, illusions. Adding a related template can cause the template to evolve in this field. Adding a template without this attribute may give the template this attribute. The suggested related templates involving the moon and magic of the host are the 6 paths. As if a knot was untied, Dichhoa gradually understood the meaning, surprised by how powerful the divine attribute's effect was. The simple summary is that it can enhance the innate qualities of the model. The abilities of the 6-map model have not been fully explored, and it is only used subconsciously as a racial talent. But if the divine attribute of the moon suppression is added, it will cause the 6 pattern to directly upgrade in the moon and illusion field. The Godzilla main body has already taken a divergent path, so there's no need to disrupt its development. As for the super range model, it's not suitable for divine attributes, and just being a tool to enhance the Godzilla Overlord model has no upgrade value. while the Luke Do model with infinite potential time manipulation is my most important trump card besides the main combat model Godzilla. Quickly press the plus signs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the screen repeatedly as the system jumps wildly, shouting for me to upgrade immediately in front of that full moon. The Japanese grade 6 pattern Raudo Moon Realm and Illusion upgrade. The vampire bloodline blossoms and evolves into the lunar bloodline, reaching level A lunar pattern. The bloodline power of the night banquet brings joy. Under the night, the host's physical strength, self-healing ability, weapons, and so on are enhanced by 100%. Under the moonlight, boosted by 150% during the full moon, a special state of lunar magic wind is activated, allowing the deployment of the dual moon world field. 2. Blood magic. Blood with hallucinogenic and invasive properties. The weak will be directly invaded by the stronger through their blood imprint, falling into illusions. The higher the imprint's concentration in the body, the deeper the illusion. Under the moonlight, blood magic is enhanced. 3. Control blood, accelerate blood flow in the body, temporarily boost combat power with oxygen or transform into high-pressure blood arrows, reducing blood temperature to as low as -40 degrees. Freeze all objects they touch. 4. A berserk state, 3 times the normal strength. Under the moonlight, speed increases 5-fold, and during a full moon, it increases 8-fold. The duration increases with the body's endurance. Under the moonlight, it extends significantly, and during a full moon, it reaches the limit, potentially doubling the normal maximum. Dich Hoa took a deep breath as he saw the evolved model's ability appear before him, and then exhaled passionately. His eyes seemed captivated by it as he couldn't help but utter aloud, "Man, that's Su Man." Although the main ability after leveling up requires a special scene with moonlight and night, as long as the condition is met, the enhancement is truly terrifying. His eyes shining brightly, he looked at the new evolved form like a newly bought luxury toy, with multiple enhancements stacking up, and its combat power in actual battle truly capable of growing exponentially, making it indeed the top support model. As expected, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The trip to the strange place in Lam Thui County is truly worth it. Of course, I can't forget the good friends who risked everything for me. This mission is absolutely level 4 in difficulty, and at level 5 it's no problem. Hoa Dai will definitely grant the highest reward. Currently, things like study points and most of the Academy's resources and privileges are no longer very important to me. But Liu Thantruk and So Chao are very important to me. After the upgrade was completed smoothly, Dich Hoa flew up to a tree branch. He is currently in a distant forest, where the battle cannot be seen with the naked eye. He stands there enjoying the cool breeze, gazing ahead in deep thought, unaware of what he's contemplating. The cold, white moonlight shines on him, making Dich Hoa feel even more at ease, with power continuously flowing from his bloodline. Perhaps the evolution, like the moonlight of the walking pattern, is unleashing its incredible power. The energy surges as his eyes widen. Suit, Dich Hoa suddenly threw a punch, using only his normal physical strength, but before it landed, he heard crackling sounds and raging waves in the air. Instantly, a huge beam of light shot straight down, and at the point of Dich Hoa's fist, a force erupted with terrifying power. After a few warm-up movements, Dich Hoa Wang stretched his limbs and muttered to himself with a relaxed look, feeling quite good and confident that he could quickly adapt to his body enhanced by the moonlight and darkness. At this point, his gaze gradually turned more dangerous as he looked ahead, fully aware that he was a key player in the Moon Suppression Forest event. Long Tuk will definitely take me for questioning, but I have too many secrets I can't reveal, and under professional interrogation, making up stories is very easy to slip up. So I must contact my former boss, Hoa Dai, because relationships and support are meant to be used in moments like this. Then Jiang Rong spread his arms. 2 large wings grew on his back and soared into the sky under the full moon, moving swiftly as the scene shifts to Hua City University, where everything remains peaceful as usual. As Dich Hoa just stepped out of the plane, someone was already waiting there for him. Dich Hoa looked up in surprise at this person, as if he had never seen him before. "Hello, Dich Hoa. I am the principal of Hoa University, Thekin Van." "Hello, President Thai, you are the idol of all of us at Hoa University. Seeing is believing." He chuckled, nodded gently, and said, "Ha ha, classmate Dich Hoa. I don't care much about formality. No need to be so polite. Just relax a bit." Hearing the principal's words, Dich Hoa immediately stretched, yawned, and cheerfully replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing Dich Hoa's expression, he chuckled happily. This classmate of mine is truly genuine. Then he straightened up and asked seriously, "Principal Thai, are you here to ask about Lam Thui County?" The principal calmly explained, "No, I came to tell you that your team has done an excellent job with the unusual mission in Lam Thui County. so there's no need to worry about anything related to it anymore. After confirming the information, he scratched his head, his face drooping as he muttered to himself, "Strange, with your appearance related to the sacrificed demonic sect, how could it be so simple to turn the page?" he asked aloud. "Is there really no need for any kind of investigation?" Suddenly, the principal turned hostile, but someone else leaned in close to his explosive face and whispered into Ditch-Hoa's ear, "Don't worry, classmate Ditch-Hoa. Trust Hoa Dai. Let our superiors handle the aftermath of the abnormal events in Lam Thui district. I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I respect the personal privacy of the genius, but in future announcements of school-wide missions, the unusual incident in Lam Thui district will be kept anonymous. Only your squad's completion of a Level 4 mission will be announced, naturally because Level 5 missions usually require a professor's guidance. For first-year students like you to be directly informed of completing a Level 5 mission is truly astonishing." Hearing this, I turned pale and clenched my lips. In just a few seconds, the principal returned to his usual gentle demeanor. He nodded and said with a smile, "As for the rewards, Daihoa will cover the Level 5 mission standard for you." After hearing these words, Daihoa tried to hold back his emotions, outwardly nodding repeatedly, but inside he was filled with suspicion. This treatment is truly so good it feels like a dream. Could this fox spirit have found out I cheated? The next day, in the principal's lounge, Ditch-Hoa sat back comfortably, looking at his phone and saying, "The crazy doctor finally sent me the pictures from the battle in Lam Thui County to see who's more powerful, Thun Long or Nguyet Yem." On the phone screen, the news Ditch-Hoa is viewing reports a catastrophic disaster in Lam Thui district, where a massive explosion of unknown cause has destroyed the entire area. He reads this and then recalls, "If I remember correctly, Lam Thui district is hilly terrain, right? Why has it suddenly turned into a giant claw now?" The lower part of the news report states that, according to reporters, a massive and catastrophic explosion with unknown causes occurred last night in Lam Thui district within our country's territory. The explosion's power was terrifying, not only wiping out the entire Toh district with hundreds of thousands of people from the map, but also leaving an unfathomably deep crater right there. It is preliminarily confirmed that probably no one among the residents escaped this disaster. After reading this line, even the translator must feel terrified. Remember Bai Lassi's words, "Have you been hit by the moon yet?" Could that sickly, pale-faced bastard really have done it? His face gradually turned more cowardly than dirt, and his whole body suddenly trembled as he muttered a sigh of relief. "Phew. It seems the high-level martial world is still too dangerous. With my current strength, I don't feel safe. That pervert even said he would seal me. I still haven't dared to close my eyes and sleep, afraid of dreaming about that lovesick Barrows again." Then I recalled what happened yesterday with the principal. I told Principal T. Kin Van about this. He said Thon Long has a way to seal the curse mark on people, and told me to wait here for Thon Long today, and also to seek advice from the second most prominent figure in this martial arts world. As he mentioned that, a foot stepped in through the door. "You're here, Thon." But as soon as Thon Long stepped in, Ditch-Hoa hadn't finished speaking and had to stop. Seeing his condition, it was clearly severe damage. He appeared before Ditch-Hoa with no more deadly aura than yesterday, exhaling cold, smoky breath, his hair hanging over his large fur coat, his body wrapped entirely in white bandages without leaving a single spot. "Thun Long, Senior, Thun Long, you don't look well at all, do you?" Thun Long, who was 3 times taller than him, stood in front of Ditch-Hoa and began recounting the fight with the moon god yesterday, warning him, "Don't overdo it. I really was hit by the lunar energy from that starry trickster, but in the end I still won. That pregnant demon only exchanged a few moves with me. Her battered body was already cracking and disintegrating." At this point, Thun Long's face still showed clear horror when mentioning the body like a leech, exhaling a cloud of white smoke before continuing, "If it weren't for his many escape tricks, I would have cut him down already. You don't need to wait here for me to seal that symbol anymore." Hearing this, Ditch-Hoa showed a confused expression, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering in his mind. He didn't expect Thun Long to explain to him. "Although it's a bit different from the deep and mysterious master figure in your imagination, it's surprisingly adorable." Immediately after, in front of Ditch-Hoa, Thun Long suddenly took off his large coat and let it fall to the ground. His voice strong, he said, "Start now. I will help you seal its vision." After removing his coat, Thun Long's physique became clear, with bulging muscles wrapped in bandages, yet his firm muscles remained visible. "Principal, the fortune teller who has read thousands of destinies told me about your unique nature, so I can reveal a few things. Have you ever considered that demon beasts might have once been intelligent beings, similar to humans?" Hearing this, images of terrifying black entities briefly appeared in Ditch-Hoa's mind. He was startled, his face turning pale. Thun Long continued, When I was still a mysterious martial artist, I went with my master and 5 senior brothers to a newly excavated relic in the secret realm, and I was the only one to survive, cursed by a terrible spell in that relic. Thang Long's story left Dich Hoa stunned, his eyes showing confusion and the curse raging. He recounted steadily how his body gradually transformed into a demon beast, losing his sanity in the process. Even top doctors in the country were helpless. I decided to leave my body behind, not wanting to stay in my homeland and turn into a demon beast to harm my people or be killed by them. In the end, I went alone to the wilderness of Greater Indochina, intending to die there. But during a fierce tsunami, I was swept to an island untouched by human footprints, which holds a special secret. Thang Long hesitated. I can't tell you, because it relates to the strategic plan for the country's future fate. His voice grew deeper, and his gaze nodded as if to make Dich Hoa understand his words. After hearing that, Dich Huang looked disappointed and thought to himself that this person really dampened his mood. A moment later, the bandages on Thang Long's body were slowly removed, and his tone became more serious. In short, someone on the island helped me escape my fate and become a demon beast. For some reason, Thang Long took off all his bandages himself, so Dich Hoa could see clearly that his body was covered with strange markings. As the bandages are removed, a fierce aura of death spreads, making the surrounding air suffocating. Seeing the other runes on Thang Long's skin, Dich Hoa stared in shock. As he exclaimed, those symbols suddenly surged into his body, bringing with them terrible pain, and his eyes burst with blood. Dich Hoa had to cover his face with his hands and scream in pain. After trying to steady himself, he looked at his blood-stained hands, black blood streaming down his eyes, his voice trembling. Although the healing ability of the model allows for instant recovery, just that one look was enough to drain the soul almost completely. Watching Dich Hoa's expression, Thang Long pondered deeply. A typical Grand Master would faint just by looking at the talismans on someone, and lower-level martial artists could be even worse, potentially dying from brain death and turning into a vegetable. This Dich Hoa guy only bleeds a little. As expected, he's special. Qin Van has never been wrong about people. Maybe he really does have the ability to change the increasingly dangerous situation now. He then pointed directly at Dich Hoa's face and said firmly, "Don't resist. I will carve 2 talismans into your consciousness now, so you can rest peacefully in the future." Dich Hoa looked at that finger, still confused and unprepared to react, when suddenly a strange black energy emanated from Thang Long's fingertip. A bright blue light shone between Dich Hoa's forehead and his finger, as the symbols on Thang Long's body seemed to shift into it. A strange demonic aura spreads across Dich Hoa's face, where the finger touched. Like ink bleeding out as he loses control completely, his eyes glowing brightly and his mouth opening wide as if being controlled. A line of original points suddenly appeared in Dich Hoa's system, staring intently at dreams or under the moonlight. One could see the owner of the moon and dangerous dreams. Immediately after, the system notification disappeared. After a while, the 2 returned to normal, and Thang Long put his cloak back on, saying, "All right, thank you very much, Senior Thang Long." He turned back, nodded to show he understood, and then spoke in a deep voice, "Oh, right. Your teacher is Kung Ka, isn't she?" Hearing this, Dich Hoa suddenly remembered the old woman Kung Ka and her deadly warning. "Dich Hoa, it seems I used to be the boss at Hoa University, bullying quite a few people. Now they have all become martial artists with mysterious skills and are considered accomplished, while I am not. You must be very careful when you go out and don't mention that you're my student." Thinking of that, Dich Hoa's face turned pale with fear. But Thang Long now stands before him and calmly says, "I have no conflict with Kung Ka. Mentioning her only reminds me of what happened before Kung Ka was mentally hurt. She was once a great master who could use killing to prove the way, and even now I still feel regret. So next, let's have a little match. I want to see how far the legendary heir of the Blood Rose Killers has come." Dich Hoa glanced away, thinking to himself that Thang Nu was indeed right. Those with greater martial skill loved to fight. Then he confidently lifted his chin, his eyes resolutely meeting Thang Long's, and smiled with determination. "Senior Thang Long, can we fight under the moonlight?" After the tough battle with the difficult god the day before, Thang Long closed his eyes, feeling a bit exhausted, and silently lamented, "Oh no, not the moonlight again." After their conversation, the scene shifts to the second arena of Hoa Dai, where they are facing each other. Thang Long stands opposite Dich Hoa, giving a warning that he will not initiate the attack, so Dich Hoa can freely showcase his skills, while Thang Long will only use the pure strength of his body with a single finger to counter. Thang Long extended his hand and offered a reward to Dich Hoa, saying, "If you make me take half a step back, you win." At that point, not only will I help you accomplish a task, but you'll also be exempt from the entrance exam to the top faculty at Longtuk and receive the corresponding privileges and treatment. Hearing that, Dich-Ho became even more determined, bowed in front of Than Long, and responded with a confident tone. Then, Elder Than Long, I humbly ask for your guidance. Under the bright full moon shining through the clouds, Dich-Hoa stands before Than Long, no longer holding back, drawing his great sword and absorbing the moonlight energy into his weapon. The light emitted unleashes an incredible power. Than Long observes the aura emanating around him, quietly assessing that this energy is similar to demonic power, but not quite right, resembling but not corrosive energy, instead sharing the same attribute as the moonlight. He swung his sword, unleashing the deadly six-death moon technique. Than Long quickly clenched his fist, channeling his internal energy to block. The tremendous power from Dich-Hoa's attack shakes the ground, and a murderous intent rises in Than Long's heart. This aura is too strong. The scene shifts elsewhere. Kunka's small feet swing freely as she lounges on the sofa in the room, lazily muttering to herself. Ah. Suddenly she sensed a terrifying killing intent from Dich-Hoa and immediately sat up, shouting, "This is Dich-Hoa's killing intent!" Kunka was startled, her face changing color. No way. It's only been 3 days since he went out and he's already emitting such deadly killing intent? Could that kid have gone mad and destroyed the city? The girl looked at him with longing eyes and whispered, "Swordmaster, what's wrong? Is there something more important than our upcoming happiness?" "Ah," Swordmaster softly replied. "Nothing. I just sensed a terrifyingly strong, murderous intent." His eyes were deep as he looked into the distance, muttering, "I didn't expect it to spread so far." Perhaps more than half of Hodai's campus could feel it. Indeed, it was a fierce battle scene. The scene shifts to the entire view of Hall 4 at Hodai. At this moment, Than Long clenched his fist tightly, a chilling aura emanating from his hand. His cold gaze fixed directly on Dich-Hoa, and just a glance was enough to feel how terrifying his overwhelming aura was. The scar left by the 30-meter-long sword was horrifying from above, but Than Long only used a punch to block it, standing completely safe, while the surrounding floor sank into 2 long grooves. Compared to my Tula triple blade, Senior Than Long's boxing skills are truly simple and unadorned. Senior brother Than Long is not like Master Gongka, who always targets weaknesses in my attacks to break the offensive immediately, but faces head-on with pure violence, wielding the most brutal force that can break through everything in front of him. Currently, Than Long is intensely focused, clenched fist with swirling radiant light like a storm. His voice grew deeper, filled with heavy murderous intent as he unleashed his martial power. As he sensed the terrifying force approaching, Dich-Hoa opened his eyes wide, staring intently at his opponent, secretly thinking, "It's coming now." In an instant, Than Long's firm fist struck Dich-Hoa's body, a wave of pressure causing the surrounding space to shake violently. A shockwave radiated from where Dich-Hoa stood, engulfed in blinding light, leaving him no choice but to stand still and endure the blow without a chance to fight back. At this moment, Dich-Hoa could barely resist Than Long's power. His body was flung high into the air and then fell freely to the ground, unable to move as his body continued to plummet. Than Long saw this and felt something was wrong, shouting, "Damn it! This kid Dich-Hoa dares to use forbidden techniques just for victory, causing such serious damage." Realizing the situation was out of control, Than Long turned pale and shouted loudly, "A future pillar of the nation like him being injured at the root of his martial arts is not good at all." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, then leapt up, using his strong arm to hold Dich-Hoa's body to ensure he wouldn't be hurt when he fell. Unexpectedly, Than Long fell into Dich-Hoa's Tiger Deceives the Mountain trap. After holding him, he realized he had been outsmarted by this kid. He blushes and then pouts like a child before saying, Hey, Mr. Than Long, now you've already taken more than half a step away, so I win. Is it possible you tricked me? This kid used blood curse techniques to drain my energy, create illusions, and confuse my senses, plus combined with the moon curse to weaken my strength. If I was fooled, I have no choice but to accept it. He closed his eyes tightly, a complex emotion rising in his heart. This kid is not only skilled in martial arts, but also deeply scheming. All right then. Than Long slowly descended to the ground, neatly placed Dich-Hoa on the floor, then calmly faced him and asked, Dich-Hoa, you win. Tell me, what do you want? Dich-Hoa quickly replied, Mr. Than Long, I want to keep this promise for now. He nodded firmly and said, Yes, very far-sighted. Not bad. Than Long exhaled a cold breath, clearing his throat and regaining his composure before stretching again. Cough, cough, Dich-Hoa. Your combat instinct and martial arts skill are quite good. Kungka teaches well, but you're still missing something. Being aggressive alone isn't enough because you don't have a strong enough body as a foundation. Aggression can only surface on the surface. Hearing that, Dichhoa nodded repeatedly, smiling awkwardly in a flattering manner, then asked, "So you mean I should focus on physical training?" In his mind, he thought, "Senior Than Long. I haven't even used the contribution form yet." "Yes, but who should you focus on training with? A solid foundation of the body must be built firmly, and it cannot go astray. Having a truly strong physical mentor to guide you at this moment is extremely important." Hearing this, Dichhoa excitedly flexed his arm and cheerfully said to the senior, "I understand now. Than Long Sr. Tomorrow I will go to the academy director to learn physical cultivation from him for special training to see that attitude." Than Long's heart was anxious because he couldn't get through to him, so he asked, "Will you take me as your master? I've made myself clear you seemed smart just now, so why are you losing your wits now?" After regaining his composure, Than Long took out a badge and handed it to Dichhoa, his eyes serious and his voice clearly instructing, "Dichhoa, this badge contains a top-tier physical cultivation technique that I once obtained from a Western powerhouse I defeated. I hear this is even a national treasure martial art of some Western country, and today I give it to you. Hope you study hard so you can master it soon." This cultivation technique is extremely difficult to master because the Western space martial arts do not accept people from the Eastern country. In the past, I had to wait until I reached the realm of the Grandmaster to forcibly conquer space-time with my martial power before receiving the inheritance. Now passing it on to Dichhoa, I am sure he will face many difficulties. By then, he would definitely come back to ask me for guidance, as if indirectly acknowledging me as his master and officially accepting the title would be complete. In Dichhoa's eyes right now, only the badge mattered, and he eagerly bowed his head, continuously thanking me, as the scene shifts to Dichhoa's dorm room 42FA3. After returning home, he went to the dressing room to shower, drying his wet hair when suddenly he remembered the badge. He took it out, looked at it, and muttered to himself, "Just remembered. Over half a year since the Emperor, I've been hiding underground with my master. I haven't stayed in this dormitory many times. Does this martial art require practicing meditation to train while sleeping?" Suddenly, the doorbell rings from outside. Curious, Dichhoa turns back, wondering who could be arriving at this hour. I'm still shirtless, walking out to open the door, asking as I go, "Who is it?" It's so late. Outside is someone he once met, Ouyang-ja, with pink hair, a cold expression, and a large gold necklace around his neck. Seeing Dichhoa, he nodded and asked, "Dichhoa, can I come in?" Dichhoa hesitated for a few seconds before realizing it was you, Awakens. Come in. He opened the door and invited him in, still maintaining a natural appearance on the outside, but wondering inwardly what he wanted to find him for. Could he really want to drag me into the club again? At this moment, Awakens' face suddenly changed, his expression becoming strange, trembling all over, with eyes flashing an incomprehensible mysterious light. Then, when Dichhoa just returned, Awakens suddenly knelt down right in front of him, tears streaming down his face, shouting in the doorway, "Dich, there were many people outside earlier, but now that we're inside, I kneel and beg you, please become the leader of the Long Blood Society." So it turns out the issue this time is related to the Long Blood Society. Dichhoa clearly said he didn't want to get involved, but Awakens is still stubborn. He frowned and looked at him, asking in a deep voice, "Awakens, it's been a long time. Why have you changed so much? Where is your spirited ambition and your desire to share the world with local students from Hoado? Why has it turned out like this now? Moreover, how did you know I was back at the dormitory?" Tears streaming down his face, Awakens still clinging to the only cloth to cover Dichhoa's private parts, crying and stammering as he told the story that a member of the Long Blood Society had accidentally seen Dichhoa return. Hearing this, Dichhoa's eyes suddenly turned cold, his voice deepening. "Do you use secret cameras to monitor?" He grabbed Awakens' head, pulled him into another room, and while dragging him, tensed his muscles, saying briefly, "You come with me to train a bit." Awakens panic-stricken, only begging Mr. Dich to listen to his explanation. "We didn't install it in your room, only in the corridor. It was out of necessity." Within less than a minute, Awakens was sprawled on the floor, unable to stand up. Dichhoa flexed his limbs, looked at him and asked, "Tell me, why did you choose me as the president? What trouble is your organization in?" Ouyang-che's face was swollen, bruised all over, with blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth, looking extremely miserable and speaking unclearly. Seeing this, Dichhoa sighed softly, took out a pill from his pocket, and handed it to him, speaking calmly. "That was a bit harsh. Take the Huahuyat Dan and then talk properly." After taking the pill, Ao Duong Trosh quickly recovered, sat up straight, and explained everything clearly. Brother Dish, our organization is about to collapse. Please help us. At Hoa University, students can establish social clubs and organizations, but unless they achieve special merits, the school will not provide funding for their activities. When the Long Blood Society was first founded, the special summer training camp in the imperial capital for first-year reserves had not yet concluded. At that time, this emerging organization had almost no rivals and received a lot of sponsorship from external martial arts groups. Under my leadership, the Blood Dragon Society opened many preferential channels with commercial banks, created benefits for members, and attracted more students to join. 2. The rapid growth in member numbers also boosted Long Huyet Hoi's commercial value, attracting more resources and sponsorships, which in turn drew in new members, a healthy cycle of development. Suddenly, Ao Duong Troc's face showed worry as he spoke. But along with its growth, the Long Huyet Hoi was gradually being suppressed by the student association established by locals from Hoa Do. Under the command of the sword ranking, they launched successive attacks causing Long Blood Society to fail multiple times, its commercial value plummeting. Investors gradually withdrew. Welfare channels closed one after another. Internal members saw the situation as unstable and sought to leave, while outsiders no one wanted to join a declining organization. In the end, the Long Blood Society was in a dire situation and could barely survive. After hearing the whole story, Dich Hoa stroked his chin thoughtfully and looked at Ao Duong Troc with a somewhat disappointed expression, saying, "Yeah, I get it. You lost to that sword class guy, right?" Wu Yang kneels before Dich Hoa, clearly explaining the difficulties his group is facing and expressing the desire to suppress Han Kiem Trang. Of course, they could also choose to rely on senior students, but there are unspoken rules and grudges between factions that can only be resolved internally. If today they seek help from stronger seniors to suppress Han Kiem Trang, tomorrow Han Kiem Trang will dare to lead local forces from Hoa Du to overturn Long Huyet Hoi. Then he used all his pride to bow his face close and keep kowtowing, begging Dich Hoa to save Long Huyet Hoi, because only Dich Hoa from their class was the most suitable candidate. It seems Dich Hoa is also considering helping this guy. He pretends to be aloof, turns his head to think, then says, "Is that possible?" Dich Hoa's words made Ao Duong Troc as happy as if he had found gold, so he immediately jumped up, grabbed Dich Hoa's hand, and beamed with joy. "Did you agree?" On behalf of all my colleagues in the Blood Dragon Society, but Dich Hoa still kept coldly interrupting me before I could finish. Then, his gaze gradually turned serious as he looked at Ouyang in front of him and straightforwardly said that I should be the president. Or rather, you came to me to serve and protect the Long Blood Society, so let's stop wasting time and get to the point. What do you want me to do next? Under Dich Hoa's intense questioning, Ouyang no longer concealed anything. He clearly explained his intention, the plan to recover Dacia, which was revealed to me by a teacher I know. Of course, since this isn't a secret, there's nothing against the rules, Dich Hoa eagerly interjected. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Ouyang revealed that the plan to retake Daxia is actually to summon martial artists from across the country, fighting in 12 cities and surrounding areas fully occupied by monsters, and universities nationwide will also participate in this recovery plan. Our senior students must step up to the front lines, and although our top male students don't need to operate in the dangerous frontline areas, at least we should take responsibility for the surrounding regions of the occupied cities. This year's final exam and the class president election will also be held as part of this recovery plan. Then he gratefully looked at Hoa and continued. So in this recovery plan, Long Huyet Hoi, we fully follow your orders, and you must score the highest. But then Dich Hoa Lia stared fiercely and menacingly at Ao Duong Troc and said a chilling sentence. These things are easy to say, but you still have one more thing to do first. This attitude makes Ouyang feel very worried, and he stammers while sweating profusely. Is there still something else? So the thing Dich Hoa wanted to ask him for was to handle the surveillance cameras on the ceiling. He stood below, watching over the elevator for him. Ao Duong Troc casually crossed his arms and pointed, "Quickly remove that camera for me." After finishing, Ao Duong Troc left in a good mood, still waving goodbye to Dich Hoa. The godlike Dich Hoa called after him, "Ao Duong Troc, you've done me a great favor. I have confirmed that as long as you achieve success, you will have a chance to withdraw the sample. And the higher the achievement, the greater the probability of obtaining a high-level sample." After Ao Duong Troc left, Dich Hoa revealed his true nature, smiling with his signature smirk, muttering to himself with full scheming. In terms of business, Ao Duong Troc is considered a talent. If we can help him clear all obstacles with his abilities, raising the scale of the Long Blood Society to a new level is still possible. If we can truly make the Long Blood Society powerful and become the #1 organization in Hoa Dai, The reward for the divine sample will definitely be greater than the one I received in the college entrance exam in Anthan, as well as in Sintiu City. I must be firm with both hands. The scene shifts to the Long Blood Society, where many martial artists have gathered, including the lion-headed leader, and everyone seems to be waiting for Ouyang to return. One martial artist, impatient after waiting too long, asks, "Diem Chin Hung, has Ouyang not arrived yet? Too slow?" Diem Chin Hung wondered to himself, this kid, Tan Tran, while Long Huyet society was thriving, still calls Aoduang Trak boss and vice boss, showing respect. Now, he not only calls him by his name, but also acts provocatively. It seems like he's not here with good intentions today. Then he turned to Tan Tran and loudly answered for everyone to hear. Vice President is really going to pick up the Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Society today. It will be here soon. Damn it, could it really be him? Then he immediately stood up and turned to Diem Chin Hung to confirm. Diem Chin Hung, you're not going to place your hope in Dich Hoa, are you? You should see the true strength of Sword Pavilion CA. Once locked in, no one can compete with him. When it's time to let go, just let go. Aoduang Trak no longer has a chance to turn the tide. After all, he's already gained enough from the Long Blood Society, and retreating at the right moment is the smart move. And Lam Vutu over here also chimes in, adding fuel to the fire. That's right, placing hope in outsiders is completely pointless. A wise bird chooses its tree, and the moment Long Huyet Hoi has decided is just a fleeting spark. Efforts to Zuzhai it are futile and will only be crushed by the tide of history. The two oppose the leaders of Long Huyet Hoi's ideas. Diem Chin Hung glanced quickly and saw he was annoyed, then grumbled and asked, "What do you want to do?" Then the long-haired Tan Tran opened his mouth wide again, continued to yap, and tried to persuade everyone. Everyone, I believe you all know about the Chu family in the imperial capital. The true martial arts family of Daha and Chu Kai, the direct descendant of the Chu family, has already agreed to give us a good place to go. According to young Master Chu's words, isn't it better to stay in this half-dead Long Blood Society and wait to be dealt with by Sword Pavilion Ka? Hearing his words, everyone started to see the sense and agree with this idea. Many people started to speak up noisily. That's right, do you really believe that Dich Hoa, who hasn't appeared for half a year, can face the provocations from the imperial capital without showing up? That's right, no one can save the Blood Society anymore. Everyone has fought hard for the Blood Demon Society before. Now that it's fallen, they have nothing to owe. Joining for a better future doesn't seem wrong, right? That's right, that's right. Tan Tran is secretly smirking with satisfaction. Ha ha! Luckily we've arranged the actors. These conflicted officials have already been bought off by us. Diem Chin Hung feels very uncomfortable right now, but he can't do anything and can only grit his teeth and shout out two words, "You guys." Just at that moment, a scoundrel kicked open the door and barged in, shouting loudly, "Tan Tran, why are you working so slowly?" I've been waiting downstairs anxiously. When I saw that fierce little fox, Tan Tran and his accomplice, Lam Vu Tu, behind him, immediately showed a flattering expression, and he waved his hand excitedly. "Kai Ka, everything is settled now. We are about to leave." Diem Chin Hung shouted angrily, "How did you get into the Long Blood Society clubhouse?" Yet this so-called Kai Sa played it straight and revealed his shameless face, then sneered with a contemptuous smile as if provoking. "How can we get in? Just fight your way in. Don't worry, I'll compensate you with money and training resources later. The guards who got hurt just now, after being beaten once, might receive resources they couldn't earn in years. Maybe they'll even go crazy with joy." Ha 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 ha. Finally, Diem Chin Hung couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his fist and charged forward with all his strength. "You bastard, you son of a bitch." A punch from Diem Chin Hung, aimed at the bald, loud-mouthed guy, was suddenly blocked by someone rushing forward at high speed. Kai Koa looked confident and fearless. At this moment, the woman stepped in to help Haisa and signaled with her hand, saying, "If you dare to rush forward again, you'll die." She looked at him with an unusual expression, and Diem Chin Hung immediately sensed the murderous intent and the seriousness of her gaze. This woman is not simple. Immediately after, the disgusting Kaisei stands behind him. "You fools, you can't take down this big idiot right away, then order everyone to attack him, beat him into the hospital for me. This is your loyalty to join my side." But the members of the Dragon Blood Society were a bit hesitant and didn't obey him immediately, hesitating slightly, which only made the other guy more furious. Kai Ka screams at the top of his lungs, using all his strength to shout, "Why don't you want to? If you don't want to, none of you are allowed to stand up straight and walk out that door. Do you really think I, Chu Kai, am a shelter for any kind of dog? Why do dogs that don't listen to commands bite their owner?" His loud noise makes some people feel annoyed. Suddenly a wave of murderous intent flooded in, causing both of them to tremble all over and almost lose their footing. In the end, Di Hoa appeared. He stands behind, raises his hand, and grabs the head of that ungrateful Kai. Dichoa's voice rumbles like a fierce tiger as he speaks. Aoyangje, are you just going to leave me with such a mess? I heard the commotion from upstairs. But Yu Duang-trak interjected from behind, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. But our Long Blood Society really needs a blood transfusion, and this Kai Ka guy still has the nerve to talk big. Let go. Do you dare to grab my hair? Do you know who I am? Then with a kick, Dichoa kicked him out of the high window, causing Kai Tie and his accomplice to fly out. Inside, Dichoa casually twirled his finger in his ear, let out a long breath, and his face gradually returned to a relaxed expression as he spoke. Yes, it's much quieter now. Chukai and his accomplices were kicked out the window by Dichoa, screaming in panic. You two were taken care of like mice. Inside here, I just stood there casually dusting my hands as if I had just shaken off 2 bags of chips outside the window, then turned to the rebellious group and asked simply, what else do these people want? Dichoa's aura made everyone tremble. One person in the group changed his mind and said, sorry, President, I was blinded by greed earlier. Hearing the wicked words of that petty man Tan Tran, he still thought about leaving Long Huyet Hoi. In fact, he was thinking that after offending Chu Kai, he could no longer join the Chinese circle in Du City, and he couldn't afford to be abandoned by Long Huyet Hoi again. Ouyangjian observes everyone in the group and understands their thoughts to some extent. Now he slowly steps forward and makes a serious decision. This time you will not be expelled from the Blood Dragon Society, but your officer positions will enter a probation period, and if you do not meet the requirements, you will be dismissed. You are not allowed to participate in this week's activities of the Blood Dragon Society. Do you accept this punishment? That member hesitated and said it wasn't necessary to complicate things. Dichoa just shot a glance and asked in a displeased tone whether you all accepted it or not. The others, fearing Dichoa might throw them out again like Chu Kai, were startled and trembling, then quickly and loudly agreed, loudly. Then he said go outside first and leave the private space for the core members of the Blood Dragon Society to discuss work. Dichoa clarified to Ao Duang-trak, I understand the current situation of the Blood Dragon Society. Basically, it's short of money and investment, right? Yes, so the major retreat in a month is the best chance for us to reveal ourselves. Dichoa bluntly declared, that's too slow. I have a more direct way. At this moment, he revealed a satisfied smile and said, ever since I returned to the Empire, I've always heard the name of that sword sect. I directly challenged the source of Long Blood Society's decline, fought him, and winning that fight should settle everything, right? Hearing this, everyone in Long Blood Society fell silent, unable to speak, all on edge and pondering. Ao Duang-trak just casually mentioned it, but the Sword Pagoda had already announced they would close for seclusion and breakthrough to the Martial Master realm this morning. Dich Huang felt a bit shaken and stubbornly wondered, so there's no way to challenge him to a fight. Thinking to himself, if I want to attract investment by showcasing my strength, I don't necessarily have to target opponents only within this first phase. I need to come up with a different plan now. Dichoa hesitated for a moment and then said, if attracting investment is just about creating a spectacle, then I challenge the top experts in the entire school. Can the spectacle be any bigger? At this point, he realized he had it in his heart and immediately asked aloud, how much do you know about the first department of Long Tuok? When it comes to this, Diem Chin Hung enthusiastically explained that Long Tuok is our strongest martial organization in Daha, and the first department is the strongest academic division within Long Tuok. Are you really eager to get in there? Yen Ching Hung turned around openly and said, of course. The first department is the Club of the Strong. The head of the department is the second strongest in the country, the Azure Dragon. Only a few graduates from the Imperial University each year are recruited into the first department, probably no more than 3 fingers. And it is the place that all martial artists of Hoadai aspire to. Dichoa smiled to himself and said, I understand what to do now. Let the Long Huyet Hoi's intelligence team operate and spread the news externally. Immediately, Dichoa stood up straight, pointing to the sky enthusiastically. You seem to have found a way to unlock this ruined Long Blood Society. I am Dichoa, president of the Long Blood Society, and a top-tier Long Tuok expert, challenging all martial artists below the Grand Master level of Hoadai. What do you say? Do you think the tricks are big enough? They can definitely attract all the investors. But contrary to his enthusiasm, the core members of the Blood Dragon Society were still having trouble accepting it. They looked at him confused and bewildered. Then Diem Chin Hung tried to bring up the issue, saying, Mr. Deech, are you the top expert of the first department? That can't be right, not to mention your abilities. You haven't even graduated, so how could you participate in the Long Marquise's recruitment exam? Dich Hoa confidently replied, "I don't take exams. The details can't be disclosed, but I was directly appointed to the official staff." Hearing this, Diem Chin Hung was speechless, looking stunned, while Ao Duong Trach was anxious to confirm. "Are you joking, Mr. Dich? This can't be a joke, but Mr. Dich Hoa is in a very good mood." "I'm not joking. I took the position last night. The paperwork should be ready in 2 days." Then Diem Chin Hung, looking exhausted, spoke out, "So I challenged the entire student body under the great martial artist. Now Dich Hoa begins to string together his moves. An ordinary martial artist would simply crush his opponent, while a genius might take some time. Unfortunately, if he wants to fight a slightly stronger grand martial artist, he will most likely have to reveal his key move, time freezing. But the ability to freeze time is an informational advantage. Revealing this key trump card isn't worth risking to attract investment. Otherwise, I would have directly challenged the entire Imperial University." And now Ouyang begins to place his trust in Dai Hua, secretly thinking that although it feels a bit extraordinary, since it's Dai Hua, he will believe in him. Ouyang is anxious. "Because of the Blood Dragon Society, I'm calling the news team now. The entire school system is shocked. The leader of the first year has been missing for half a year, and when Dich Hoa returned, he became the top card of the first department and challenged the entire Hoa Dai, immediately drawing a lot of attention." "Who's that crazy? Challenging the whole school? Has anyone heard of this Dich Hoa character? I heard that the main figure of the first year is from the Sword Pavilion of the Hoa Do Hang family. Dich Hoa? I think I've heard of him. They say he's the top student of this year's class after the exam reform that year, which even caused a stir among the heads of many academies." "Really? So why haven't there been any news about this person for half a year?" "Whether he's crazy enough to challenge the school is still unknown, but how did he get into Longtuk's top department? The graduates participating in this year's top department exam say it's deadly difficult, eliminating 9 out of 19 people, and he seems to have skipped the exam and gained direct exemption. So you get a position without taking the exam or something? I'm sure it's because of that innocent smile." "My smile upstairs might not be entirely innocent. At Hoa University Hospital, So Chow and Liu Then Truk also saw this news. They have also read all the comments, so Chow is the one who understands Dich Hoa best." He chuckled softly and muttered, "This Dich Hoa really can't sit still." Liu Then Truk also shook her head with a smile. It seems someone is about to have bad luck again. On the large information board of the entire school, Long Tuok's representative announced that Dich Hoa is a special talent of Hoa University and is exempt from the entrance exam. Many martial artists saw this news and they buzzed with disagreement and heated debate. "The official Long Tuok has spoken. It can't be fake. Maybe they got in through connections, but in reality they have no real strength and don't deserve the title of King Bai." In the information room, Ouyang watched this unfold from start to finish, believing that the hot topic has now been fully escalated. "The elites of the news agency rely on you to guide public opinion. With the other 2 members confidently taking charge, just leave it to us." Meanwhile, on the forums, people keep arguing, eager to find out if Dich Hoa is truly worthy. By then, watching the live broadcast channel of the Emperor Dynasty should be enough, right? I bet Dich Hoa is just bluffing. Behind his entry into the top tier, he's definitely hiding a lot of shady deals. Wait for me to watch the live broadcast. I must see how he can keep pretending. Don't just speculate on Dich Hoa's strength here. Isn't there a live stream? By then, watching live should reveal what's real and what's fake, right? I believe in Dich Hoa because he dared to call for the fight organization and broadcast the entire process live, so it must be genuine. Ouyang is in a very cheerful and excited mood. The accounts leading public opinion are divided into different factions. Some believe in Dich Hoa, others criticize him and are ready to watch Dich Hoa turn into a joke. There are also those called the neutral faction. But regardless of the faction, all character accounts keep mentioning one thing. Go watch the live broadcast of the event, whether openly or secretly. The popularity of Dich Hoa's live event skyrocketed. Even major streaming platforms sent representatives to negotiate exclusive broadcasting rights. With such high traffic, advertisers flooded in, eager to pay Long Hu Yet Hoi, truly deserving of the name Dich Hoa. In just one day, our Blood Moon Society has achieved a miraculous revival with a huge influx of cash at Special Ward 17, Chu Kai. This Chu Kai guy was beaten to the hospital by Dich Hoa, trembling as he looked at the information on his phone, but it wasn't because he was scared. He was laughing maniacally. Unexpectedly, before I could find someone to teach him a lesson, he organized a school-wide fighting tournament himself. Ha ha ha, isn't this just inviting death? After reading the news, his mood became even more excited, and his face looked incredibly sinister. He shouted loudly in the hospital room as martial artists compete on the arena. But swords and knives have no eyes, and it's quite normal to accidentally kill someone, right? With everyone gathered at the fighting arena, it seems this news has attracted the attention of all the students in the school. Everyone cheered to create an electrifying atmosphere as a helicopter flew overhead, and everyone hurriedly raised their phones to capture the moment. The person opening the door on the helicopter is Dihoa. He stands confidently, opening the helicopter door with one hand and looking down. Attention everyone, the highly anticipated Flower Arena match is now officially underway. Next, please welcome tonight's main character, Dihoa. Immediately, Dihoa jumps from the plane door and soars down like a missile. He charges forward at full speed, only seeing a streak of light rushing toward him as Dihoa brings that terrifying aura down onto the arena. Boom! He lands on the arena like a massive explosion, erupting with blue flames of his Godzilla-like aura and thick black smoke spreading everywhere. As the smoke clears to reveal Dihoa standing tall with a deadly aura at the ceiling's peak, instantaneously the forum erupts with comments. "This is the coolest, most handsome appearance I've seen this year. Blow them up, no sleep tonight, talk nonsense. I don't know if Dihoa is strong or not, but his acting skills are definitely top-notch." He stands in the middle of the arena with his arms outstretched, basking in the moonlight above, all eyes focused on Dihoa. This is truly the host of the match. The moonlight from above is overwhelmingly powerful. The fighters alternating behind him since their appearance have been significantly weaker than Dihoa. Dihoa truly shows the demeanor of the host. Even though outwardly claiming to challenge the entire arena, in reality, you are the ones issuing the challenges. The stands erupted as everyone eagerly awaited Dihoa to showcase his challenge matches against the school's top fighters, standing in the center of the stage as he reveled in the roaring applause and taunting insults. Dihoa calmly waits for the first opponents to come to him. Inside the stands, someone recognizes this and nods to himself, muttering, "This first-year kid really knows how to play the game, I have to admit." The guy standing next to him leaned in and asked with a sarcastic tone, "Why does Sao Long Thao want to go up?" This Long Thao is a famous person on some app. He's planning to use this match to reveal his face. His fan base is growing rapidly. He is very interested in Dihoa, standing with arms crossed and observing him carefully, scrutinizing every expression and word. Because of this surge in traffic, I have to step in a bit too. He rushes forward, glaring at Dihoa in front of him, his mind calculating and craving the thrill. At least I am a well-known figure online. How can I ignore this incredible influence? If I lose, I can wait until the person behind wins and then step forward to say it was because I exhausted most of Dihoa's strength, so the next one won. The one who goes on stage first doesn't lose anything anyway. If I win, I can directly use this opportunity to become famous across the world. After all, I can take this chance. Haha. At this moment, Dihoa is waiting, then suddenly turns to see someone radiating power and rushing wildly toward him. "I am a second-rank martial artist of the Long Thao sect. Please come up to the stage." Dihoa quickly replied with a few brief words. "Long Blood Society, 8th grade martial artist, Dihoa." The first opponent is already in the arena, and everyone erupts in cheers, shouting and raising their hands, making the atmosphere vibrate. The loudspeaker blared, signaling the start of the match, but this delusional guy had just flown up and hadn't even touched Dihoa's fingernail when he was kicked in the face, causing his body to bend like a shrimp and even hear the cracking of bones. This big brother Long's face is flushed, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, his head swaying as he weakly says, "Lu, my Lu, Luong." Dihoa narrows his eyes, looks toward the stands, and then calmly says, "Next." Right after Big Brother Long, another girl suddenly flew up to attack Dihoa from behind, wielding a sharp spear and leaping high with incredible momentum. She rushed forward shouting, "I am here to fight you, Dihoa." Everyone on the online forum immediately recognized her as Ju Lang from the second year. Although she only has a 5th grade martial artist level, she has a record of defeating 3 7th grade martial artists alone. All the characters in the second year are formidable. Why is she also entering the arena? I don't know if she's a match for Dihoa, but at least she's stronger than that famous online guy Long Thao. From a quick look, Dihoa already knew she wasn't his opponent. When the spear strikes down, Dihoa gathers a surge of energy in his palm and, glaring coldly, says, "Your sword's purity is too low." The spear strike is the surge of energy from Dihoa's hand exploding out, instantly splitting her powerful spear in two. The wind blows up Diulang's tattered skirt, forcing her to cover herself with her hands in distress. Dihoa's gaze sweeps across the arena, unwilling to waste time dealing with each person individually. Dihoa straightforwardly said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, go ahead and get on with it." This remark further angered those who wanted to fight him, and many of them charged at him together, determined to shame him in front of the people. There are many renowned figures, and they have achieved great success too. These people are shouting in anger. First-year kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if he's a longtook? You're underestimating others. Everyone should teach this kid a lesson, but the price for these short-sighted people is to get beaten badly by Dichhua. As soon as they charged forward, they were beaten badly by him. Some kept rushing at Dichhua, but found it hard to get close, only to be kicked in the chest when they did. Even their most powerful weapons were shattered by Dichhua's nuclear energy, which shot straight up from the center of the arena into the sky. While below, the audience focused intently on the fight, shouting so loudly that the entire area trembled. In the hospital, Chukai watched the fight through a live stream, his face turning pale with fear, trembling as he held his phone, eyes fixed on Dichhua on the screen, voice trembling. Damn it, how is he so strong? If I keep doing this, how can I find someone to avenge Dichhua? I guess as soon as you step onto the stage, you'll end up in the hospital. Then he immediately remembered the person known as one of the strongest martial artists at Hoa-Do University. Perhaps only his older brother Chu Viêm-Dinh, the eldest son of the Chu family, could do it. But that guy is a stubborn person who knows reason. Definitely not someone who would cover for his brother and not let himself vent his anger. Suddenly, Chukai had an idea in his mind. He chuckled dangerously and said, "If only, ha ha ha. At the moment Dichhua is challenging, then you have already defeated all the imposters trying to rush at you. These people are beaten so badly they can't even run, their bodies curled up in a pitiful manner, blood covering the arena floor. Below, bricks and stones are shattered, and Dichhua raises his hand with a faint smoke emanating from it. He shouted, 'Is there anyone else?' Those defeated by Dichhua can do nothing but seethe and whisper with envy and hatred. Can't this guy tell when to stop? Give both sides a little room to retreat. Damn it, our second and third levels of the Emperor are so embarrassing that they'll be engraved on the school's shame pillar, and whenever Dichhua is mentioned, will be used as stepping stones for him. Come out here and deal with Dichhua. Chu Viêm-Dinh is not an ordinary 9-stage martial artist. He has cultivated again to reach perfection in martial arts, even capable of surpassing ordinary grandmasters. Throughout generations, the Chu family has been regarded as the pinnacle, and he himself struggles to control the immense energy within his bloodline. Since childhood, he has often experienced uncontrollable outbursts of fire, so the Chu family specially made him nanobattle armor that can regulate and suppress his body temperature and forced him to learn arts like chess, music, and painting to cultivate his character. Along with the mental technique that dulls the inner turmoil, only then can he live a normal life. Dichhua will have to pay the price for his arrogance. Everyone now has the chance to cheer freely. Chu Viêm-Dinh is one of the most promising and powerful candidates at Hoa-Do University, and everyone who sees him hopes he will defeat Dichhua. Standing before Dichhua, unlike the other opponents, Chu Viêm-Dinh was very calm and composed, and he first talked to Dichhua about Chukai. My younger brother Chukai has come to your village before, causing trouble for you all, and we will compensate for any damages caused. Dichhua asked in surprise, "So you're the brother of that loudmouth?" "That's right." Dichhua turned his neck and replied somewhat awkwardly, "I see you're not a violent person. If it's not for revenge against that loudmouth Chukai, then what is your reason for challenging me this time?" Chu Viêm-Dinh nodded slightly and said, "I truly am not doing this for Chukai, that shameful younger brother, but for the reputation of the Chu family. Dichhua, although this was my brother's fault, you shouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Chu family." "Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of the Chu family?" "Ha, what a familiar script, and as expected, the villain will add fuel to the fire and falsely accuse." "Never mind." Then Chu Viêm-Dinh, annoyed, walks up to Dichhua and in a firm voice says, "I want you to kneel and apologize to our Chu family in front of all the teachers and students." "You want me to apologize? Then you have to be brave enough." The two of them looked at each other, their eyes full of hostility. The opponent has now started to focus on the battle, as it seems he has been touched on his pride, making this fight truly serious. It's not just a contest between martial artists in the school, but a matter of restoring Chujia's honor. The two stand facing each other. Dichhua and Chu Viêm-Dinh deliver powerful punches that collide directly, releasing a fierce burst of energy that shines brightly and spreads across the arena. Then, both of them threw continuous rapid punches at each other. Chu Viêm-Dinh's strength was quite impressive, but it seemed Dichhua was very confident and still full of energy as they exchanged thousands of punches in succession. At this moment, both of them step back at the same time, and Chu Viêm-Dinh also takes a run-up and charges forward. He roars loudly, determined to defeat Dichhua. Meanwhile, Dichhua remained very calm because he had a lot of experience in brutal battles. Dichhua also took a step back and delivered a heartfelt punch. The two, with their fierce strength, fiercely exchanging punches, causing the entire arena to be heavily damaged. Chu Viêm-Dinh, facing an opponent like Dichhua, shows no sign of weakening. Suddenly, the nano coating on his arm begins to break apart. Dichhua noticed that his nano battlesuit was retreating. the temperature suddenly rising, and Chu Din, who was resisting his punch, was severely wounded, with his arm bleeding along the veins. The outer armor of Chu Din completely shattered, smoke rising, but his face showed no sign of pain, only preparing for the next attack. Someone on the forum recognized him as not Duong before the blood, and this kid, Dich Hoa, was doomed. Everyone in the stands was glued to the fight between Dich Hoa and Chu Din, as the battle reached a breathtaking and intense climax. The audience gasped. These two are so powerful. That's right, compared to Long Thao and Dio Lang earlier, they are completely not on the same level. The arena is shattered, with two streams of energy clashing, one a core, the other red flames, causing a stir across online forums, proving Chu Din's formidable martial heritage. Of course, who else could still fight a few rounds in front of Dich Hoa now? Dich Hoa is now the great demon king of Hoa Dai. At this moment, Chu Din is unleashing his ultimate move, his arm enveloped in dark red flames. He observes his opponent and wonders, is that Dich Hoa's monster? Why does it feel like a monster? And Dich Hoa over here in his Godzilla armor hasn't even felt any drain on his strength yet. Dich Hoa chuckled loudly and excitedly said, "Don't lose focus, young Master Chu." Without another word, he punched Chu Din in the face. He was knocked aside by Dich Hoa's punch, who then taunted, "Don't hesitate or you'll fail." Down here, a brown-haired kid holding a Superman figure cheered for Chu Din. Young Tho shouted from below, "Keep going, Big Brother can breathe fire and defeat the great demon Dich Hoa. Everyone is focusing on this adorable kid." Chu Din takes a punch from Dich Hoa. He is also running out of energy. He reached out to touch the wound and said, "Why does Long Tuok value this kind of person?" His attack method is so savage. At this moment, Chu Din was a bit confused. Could it be my illusion? Then he suddenly went crazy, not understanding why he saw Dich Hoa's body swelling up. At this moment, Chu Din only stepped back and muttered, "Why do I feel like this kid is getting bigger and bigger?" But Dich Hoa still remained very calm and confident. "Chu Senior, I am growing, not by releasing the supergiant, creating a supergiant body outside of myself, but by gradually unleashing the supergiant power within my body through my excellent control over my blood and flesh as a vampire." Immediately after, Dich Hoa transformed into a giant form, his body covered in a spiky Godzilla-like armor, his enormous fist smashing down on Chu Din with a loud roar, gaining both speed and agility while causing his physical attributes to increase exponentially every second. "Now I can hit you as easily as an adult hitting a child." After saying this, Chu Din couldn't withstand the giant punch from Dich Hoa's hand. He was crushed down with immense force, the arena floor beneath him shattering into pieces. Chu Din, furious, thought to himself, "No wonder this monster dared to challenge the entire school. This incredible physical strength, is it really human?" You are now desperately holding on, hoping not to be crushed, feeling extremely anxious. I used to think my bloodline was already freakish enough, but compared to Dich Hoa, it's completely insignificant. This guy is truly a top-tier humanoid demon beast. His bones can no longer withstand his strength. His body, forged with all his martial spirit, is about to give out. It seems I have to train again. I can't bear this monster in front of me anymore. Chu Ding decides to jump aside and find a way to escape Dich Hoa's powerful punch, heading straight for him. He rises into the air, and at this moment, Chu Din has a different plan. Since he can't match in strength, he will win with speed. But Dich Hoa wouldn't let go of this guy. He turned his face to watch Chu Din's flight path. Dich Hoa gathers nuclear energy from his torn mouth and says, "It seems you haven't even looked into my previous combat records, showing no preparation at all before challenging me." Then Dich Hoa shouts loudly, "You are the truly arrogant and vain one." Then Dich Hoa fired multiple nuclear energy beams at Chu Din, but he skillfully dodged each one. Now Chu Din was very annoyed, his face turning more dangerous as he looked at Dich Hoa, secretly thinking about winning this battle. "Dich Hoa, you might die from this move. Don't blame me for warning you." In the sky, Chu Din's body begins to change. He tensed his body, flames bursting from every cell, his entire body now wielding an extremely powerful fire ability. Chu Din's hand emitted a strong force, and the heat increased significantly as he raised it high to gather energy, forming a fiery sphere. Down on the arena, everyone witnessing Chu Din's final move, all cheer loudly with great excitement. Powerful. The heat energy is incredible, almost changing the temperature of the environment, truly worthy of the Chu family's mastery of fire martial arts. At this moment, Chu Din has gathered a massive energy sphere that resembles a giant sun, floating above and controlling the energy to maintain the large sphere, with the surrounding space burning hot as if it were on fire. For the sake of the family's reputation and his own honor, Chu Viemdin suddenly unleashed his full power, frantically shouting and executing his earth iron martial technique, the Flaming Sun Demon Claw. Then Chu Viemdin leans forward and throws that sun-like sphere directly at Dich Hoa in front of him. Compared to the sphere, Dich Hoa's body is enormous, but much smaller, and the intense heat radiating from the sphere is terrifying, catching Dich Hoa's attention. Now his eyes narrow, and despite such a powerful move, Dich Hoa remains unfazed. Instead, he feels even more intrigued, a slight smirk on his lips as he says, "Finally, you're starting to show some spirit." At this moment, Dich Hoa shifts his energy, transforming his hand into a giant Gila mouth. But do you think you're the only one who knows how to unleash a special move? Just in time, let me use you to try out a bit of my self-created martial art technique I just developed. Then Dich Hoa excitedly shouted, the dragon cannon shaking the heavens, his mouth wide in a big grin. He had been waiting for this moment from the start of the battle. As the fireball descends from above Dich Hoa's head, he raises his hand with Godzilla's wide mouth open and yells. A column of energy shoots out and surrounds the hot red sphere like a hand squeezing a ball. Immediately after, Chu Viemdin was stunned as the fireball he had poured his strength into creating was now disintegrated before his eyes by Dich Hoa's nuclear energy. He now knows he's probably doomed, his eyes unfocused and mouth opening as he mutters to himself, "I'm finished." In the sky now, Dich Hoa's nuclear energy blast shoots straight up into the high heavens, illuminating the large moon which serves as the source of energy that makes Dich Hoa grow stronger. Maybe he simply defeated Chu Viemdin's fireball with the help of the moonlight's power. At this moment, a figure of a great martial artist appears. This person just arrived and said sternly, "Dich Hoa, you're going a bit too far." Dich Hoa quickly returned to normal. I just saw this person and scratched my head awkwardly before replying, "Haha, isn't it because the principal came to watch the match? So I took the chance to fight a good one." The principal arrived just in time to save Chu Viemdin. When Dich Hoa saw the principal, he froze in place and dared not do anything more to Chu Viemdin, while the principal just stood silently watching Dich Hoa for a long time without saying a word. He then let out a long breath, nodded slightly with a worried expression, and clearly told Dich Hoa, "I was just here to see how the popular match you organized was going. I didn't expect to be dragged up here and exposed." He saw through Dich Hoa's intention and said, "I think you did this on purpose." At this point, Dich Hoa had to reveal his true intentions. He forced an awkward smile and then said frankly, "Without you stepping onto the stage, my arena still lacks prestige. Please help the students this time." Looking at Chu Viemdin, the principal let him drop to the arena floor. After the battle with Dich Hoa, Chu Viemdin was unable to move and fainted completely. The principal now said, "Your master is Kun Ka, and yet you keep saying you're naive and clumsy, and it seems you're just teasing her. All right, this time I will show mercy and personally step in to support you in the arena. Next, is there any other student who wants to challenge Dich Hoa? If not, I will declare that Dich Hoa has successfully challenged the entire school and maintained the top position. There are also many people down here who want to fight to regain their honor and give Dich Hoa a lesson, but they are afraid they can't win. These people start pushing each other. Hey, you challenge Dich Hoa instead of me? I'd be torn apart by a nuclear blast. No, no, no. Did you see the huge wave of energy just now? You will be completely disintegrated, not even a trace left. Then let's continue fighting Luan Fian with Dich Hoa to wear him down. You go next." After the announcement echoed throughout the arena, no one dared to fight Dich Hoa anymore. The principal had no choice but to declare the result. "If that's the case, I declare that Dich Hoa has won this round of the competition." Immediately, a loud command echoes through the grand arena, sealing Dich Hoa's victory. With his cultivation as a martial artist, challenging the entire school's masters alone, no one dares to face him. And after this, Dich Hoa's name will forever be praised at the imperial court and become a legend. Dich Hoa arrogantly stands once again, declaring himself the strongest. He punches his hand into the air, showing his strength and confidence. And after the declaration of Dich Hoa's victory, he is no different from holding the championship of the entire Hodu University. This story has attracted the attention of many people everywhere, witnessing a rising star of Hoadai and even all of humanity. This is our top student from Enthang. Honestly, I've never felt so exhilarated telling others that I am from N-City, the hottest search topic on the internet. Ranked first, Dich Hoa martial artist defeating all the masters at Hoadai. Monday, new student first Dich Hoa. Tuesday, the principal of Hoadai personally declared Dich Hoa a legend of Hoadai, with all top 10 related to Dich Hoa. Some people even claim to know him personally. Damn it, I've known since I was a kid that Dich Hoa is a dragon among men. I am Dich Hoa's uncle. To learn more about him, please follow me. The warrior saint of the nation is injured and in seclusion, and many people are rejoicing because a new savior has appeared. Grandmaster Protector of the nation. Dukan Min's life and death remain uncertain. 12 cities have fallen. At this moment, Dichoa's appearance is truly a blessing from heaven for our great country. At Hanthan, #1 high school, Dichoa's homeroom teacher even set up a big stage for all the students to watch. The atmosphere here is also lively. Dichoa did very well. Dichoa did not disgrace our Hanthan #1 high school. Dichoa, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Your homeroom teacher is proud. You all need to study hard for me. Trying to become the next Dichoa, the entire hall erupts in cheers. Dichoa is in a corner, and Vongdong-a-chan, the spoiled brat who used to bully Dichoa, is also here. She doesn't quite like this. Scanning through news posts, many netizens are curious. Why did Principal Emperor Thi Kinvan have to step in and declare Dichoa the winner? Why does a personal activity need the backing of the principal? What exactly is the relationship between Dichoa and Thi Kinvan, or, in other words, who is backing Dichoa? Because of Thi Kinvan's actions, the name Dichoa has caught the attention of numerous organizations and forces. This student is probably not as simple as his file suggests, being an orphan. The Long Tuok organization also quickly issued an official statement, revealing that Dichoa's identity is connected to a top-secret matter of Long Tuok. Please immediately stop the rumors targeting him, or Long Tuok will take coercive measures. At the Blood Dragon Society, the atmosphere is lively like a festival, everyone shouting to their lungs because Dichoa has brought great honor to the society. Well done. Let the little minions of Tantran regret it. As the Blood Moon Society rises again, the happiest people are Demon Lord Diem Chin Hung and Aoyang Trash. The two of them celebrated loudly, then suddenly remembered, where is our greatest contributor, President Dichoa? Diem Chin Hung just said he had something to do and hurriedly left. At Dormitory 42 FA3 in Dichoa's room, he currently doesn't care much about how much attention he's attracting. Master, the golden NVU hidden in Chung has been retrieved, Dichoa asked. Is there a way to open it? Dr. Crazy replied seriously. I have a way to open it. After all, while I am alive, I am one of the main engineers working on the Golden Gene project. However, this container is equipped with an electronic transmitter, so once opened, it will be tracked by an electronic signal. The Thunderbird headquarters will follow the signal to hunt you down. Hearing this, Dichoa wondered again. Is there a way to block this signal? The crazy doctor said there is. I have now started collecting materials to build a shielding room. How long will it take to complete? Dichoa asked immediately. The crazy doctor said half a month would be enough, but decoding the complex mathematical cipher embedded in the whole would also take at least half a month. He praised and entrusted, so do it quickly. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Bip. The call ends. Dichoa presses the power button on the remote. He thought he had just checked the crazy doctor's memories. I didn't expect that in the past Prometheus had a close partnership with the divine figure of the celestial realm. In the past, Prometheus secretly nurtured a demon fetus using his vast resources for the divine form of the heavenly kingdom. But just as the fetus was nearly fully grown, Prometheus betrayed the divine form of the heavenly kingdom. Those crazy scientists secretly added many materials during the incubation of the demon fetus, and when the demon's form was finally revealed, especially its weakness, Prometheus succeeded in capturing the first living demon in human history. Then, Prometheus cut the living demon into many parts according to their organs for experimentation. One living demon with a life level far surpassing all creatures on the blue planet was used as material. Prometheus in the field of biological science is like an F1 driver flooring the accelerator wildly. The Paradise Garden Plan ultimately produced many research results based on the demon body. For example, the Paradise Plan that shakes the heavens and the earth. In this plan, Prometheus's madmen intend to create a mortal god with their own hands. This artificial god is not only meant to protect Lamtin from secret invasions and demonic gods from other worlds, but also to dismantle Lamtin's existing national systems and unify all humanity, with this divine mind surpassing any organization or collective to distribute all of Lamtin's resources in pursuit of absolute justice, transforming Lamtin into a mythological paradise. And there are some plans for fire-based genetic modification to change the genes of all humanity, making a leap in the evolution of the species, which is also the precursor to Leijie Diao's Golden Gene project. He still sits firmly on the sofa. Dichoa focused on the gene lock incident and sensed something was off. Prometheus's waters are too deep because earlier I accidentally mentioned the gene keyword, which might have been misunderstood as related to Prometheus. I have a gut feeling that sooner or later I will be drawn into the vortex related to Prometheus. At this point, Dich Hoa finally remembers the badge, realizing he was busy helping Ao Duong Trak and hasn't had time to study the badge given to him by Senior Thanlong. Now that he has some free time, he's preparing to practice his spiritual cultivation during sleep. Then Dich Hoa placed the family crest under his pillow and began his sleep cultivation, entering the martial space. When he opened his eyes, icy rain hit his face, shattering into droplets. He stood up and realized he was wearing a battered knight's armor, lying among a pile of corpses. Dich Hoa muttered in surprise. It seems a fierce battle just took place here, and he quickly noticed something strange nearby. There are still numerous burn marks on the ground from the fire, and even the cold drizzle cannot extinguish them. Dich Hoa observed the body of a soldier lying nearby, noticing some claw marks that did not belong to a human. The ground is covered with huge puddles of mud, but from above it's clear these are footprints of some giant creature. There are also countless scorched marks still burning on the surface, and even the cold drizzle cannot extinguish them. He notices the rain has stopped, but still struggles to remove the torn armor from his body, wondering if the Westerners can truly fight freely in such heavy armor. By the way, I found a well-preserved heavy sword belonging to a knight among the corpses. I can just take this iron sword. Dich Huang Nghyun Gao is alone in the battlefield, and in this martial space he can't fully unleash his true strength, so he can only pick up the weapons of these people to use first. The time is almost up. The owner of the martial arts arena, like the quest NPC, should be arriving soon, right? Sure enough, the sound of galloping horses echoed from afar, and soon two tall steeds pulled an exquisitely crafted carriage. The masked tall man riding the carriage pulls hard on the reins as he approaches Dich Hoa. The curtain covering one eye on the right side, short hair, he sticks his head out and snorts before pulling the curtain back sharply. Then the coachman directly kicks the horse to turn away and head in a different direction, ignoring him. Dich Hoa called out to the echo, "Hey, why did you leave?" Suddenly the carriage struggled to move, and the strong horses had to tremble and strain to pull it, but it was clear that Dich Hoa, seeing the carriage trying to escape, quickly tightened the harness, preventing even the strongest horses from breaking free. He half smiled and said, "Sir, why do you think I ran away? Shouldn't you be giving me a challenge to test my abilities?" The old man sitting in the sedan lifted the curtain and shouted in panic, "This kid has such great strength he can pull the carriage." Huh. What do I have to say to a thief like you? Swearing loudly, Dich Hoa caught the key words. He looked confrontational and asked again, "Thief? Did you say thief?" Since both are spiritual bodies, communication poses no obstacle. Although Dich Hoa speaks in modern Hakwauk language, the old man can still understand. Seeing Dich Hoa's innocent and naive expression, the old man was so furious he clenched his stomach and revealed the truth I don't want to hear. Don't pretend to be ignorant anymore. Back then, wasn't that blue-haired martial artist also rushing in for our family's inheritance? My unfilial grandchildren are useless. I can only persist in this martial space to uphold the family's honor. Who would have thought that the blue-haired martial artist, after breaking through his realm, would forcibly enter the martial space and ultimately learn the inheritance through the most direct form of violence? What's the difference between you and him? Rogue. Rogue. The old man growled in frustration. Seeing that the old man was ignoring him, Dai Hoa froze and said, "Old man, I don't care about your personal grudges, but as an NPC responsible for assigning quests, you can't just ignore your duties." His head jumped in shock because Dich Hoa saw that the old NPC didn't pay attention to him, but didn't want this key character to leave. In the end, he came up with a plan, took a heavy sword, and with 2 quick swings cut the wagon's wheel in half. Old man inside here is burning with anger. Lashiking, what do you want to do? Sorry, old man. To prevent this NPC guide from running away unworthy, I can only bother you to follow me while I explore the map. In the end, Dich Hoa managed to force the old NPC to come with him. The old man led the way, busy scribbling behind him. He was both angry and cursing. "Kid, how dare you steal my bike?" Dich Hoa said, "Sorry, old man. You are the owner of this martial space, so I can only bother you to lead the way for me." The two of them passed through each section with the remaining ruins of monsters. Hearing this from Dich Hoa's mouth, the old man felt somewhat comforted. You still have some manners better than that blue-haired martial artist. Then he got straight to the point, saying that along these spray marks, the challenge location could be found. After walking a while, he saw a range of white mountains in the foggy bones ahead, with the ground flat beneath. Dich Hoa said, "Those spray marks disappear here. It's really headache-inducing. Who would have thought that inside that old man's head is a scheme?" He chuckled to himself, "Haha, little boy, do you really think I would actually lead you to the challenge location? You're too naive. You'll never escape this martial space." At that moment, Dich Hoa saw Nhini lift her head high and muttered, "Wait, if there are no footprints on the ground, Above his head, Dich-Hua spotted a large bird soaring, blocking part of the light. Maybe it flew up to the sky already. I thought it would distract you. The old man inside was stunned and speechless, never expecting the boy to find the key clue so quickly. This insight, combined with the talent he just demonstrated, would be so beneficial if he truly was a descendant of our family. Unfortunately, at this moment, Dich-Hua begins to use his intellect to reason. Flying creatures are no exception. Their nests are never built in low places. The place we're standing is a large plain. If we keep searching in this direction, the highest point will be our target this time. Then he turned around, smiled excitedly, and told the old man, "Old sir, I'll need to borrow your horse for a bit." The old man was so startled that he shivered uncontrollably and instinctively shouted, "Ugh," not knowing how long they had traveled before Dich-Hua reached a high, snowy mountain. He rode his warhorse through long stretches, holding the reins tightly, making the horse run tirelessly. Suddenly, the horse's eyes flashed, and then it suddenly stopped. Its front legs lifted. It let out a long, resonant neigh, causing the two people to fall backward in surprise, crashing hard onto the cold ground. The old NPC fell face first, while Dich-Hua managed to stay upright. He suddenly sensed that the horse seemed to smell danger. "Looks like we've reached our destination." A high-pitched dragon roar echoed from the snowy mountain, its wings spreading to cover the sky and then folding back to just a few dozen meters. 3 long, twisting necks like divine snakeheads crowned the majestic white dragon. What is that? Then he mistook it. Could this be the legendary archenemy of Godzilla? Is this a catastrophe that nearly destroys the stars? A dragon's head leans close to Dich-Hua's face, hot air blasting from its mouth and rushing into him. Facing this blazing golden dragon eye, the small and pitiful shadows of Dich-Hua and the old NPC, while its power radiates fiercely like an unstoppable solar storm, suddenly unleashes a scorching surge of energy that forms a terrifying pillar of fire, burning the two bodies beyond recognition. After a moment, the shockwave subsides, leaving only the figure of the old NPC. He hunches over, leaning on his cane, his body scorched by flames, muttering, "Yes, although you found the right spot, you're just a speck of dust swallowed by its fury. I am the master of this space. I won't die." Then he lifted his head to straighten his black hat, sneering dismissively, "That kid is still too young." This challenge is not really about killing the white dragon, but about finding the spiritual creature guarded by various exotic beasts in the snow mountain, then performing a ritual to gain the white dragon's recognition and inherit its legacy. He mentioned the previous person. Of course, the young man in blue is an exception. After breaking through the barrier, he relied solely on his formidable strength to violently slaughter the Baklong guardian and seize the inheritance. At this moment, the old man suddenly tensed up, realizing that this boy was absolutely impossible. With his cultivation level, he had already spoken out in the first attack, but what surprised him was that Dich-Hua was unharmed, only losing his outer armor, still standing tall, his sword burned to ashes, and he stared in disbelief as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Is that brat still alive? His body is not right. Moreover, a layer of black and blue scales covers Dich-Hua's body, with streaks of bright blue light flowing through the gaps in the scales. He looked up confidently, entering the martial space for the first time without any of the strength the clone had granted his body. The main reason was the low compatibility, but now the compatibility is gradually increasing, and the clone's power is slowly merging into his soul. This finally allows me to demonstrate the power of the form within the martial space, as the compatibility between the form and my soul gradually increases. This also allows Dich-Hua to finally showcase the power of his form in the martial space. He shouted, "So the torn sword I was going to use is useless now. Watch my true power." The old NPC must have been shocked by what he saw, in his breath trembling as he forced himself to speak. How is this possible? This kid is also a monster. Whoa. It breathes out a scorching nuclear breath, transforming into a massive black and blue monster, resembling a 3-headed white dragon, like a fierce dragon, with Godzilla-level cell power at 71% compatibility, completely swallowing the superhuman force, fully transforming into Godzilla. But this terrifying power is not unlimited. When the super long-range force and nuclear energy are depleted, it will break free from this divine demon form. Even an optimistic estimate only allows for 2.5 minutes. The giant mouth exhales a breath of atomic energy and says, "But that's enough." The long-necked monster sensed the change in the situation, let out a deafening screech, then suddenly writhed uncontrollably as Dich-Hua-san grabbed and tightly squeezed its 3 gaunt necks, choking it. The deafening screech suddenly stopped, and he shouted, "Godzilla fighting disaster swallowing the stars?" That monster was already terrifying, but the old man still didn't think Dich-Hua was more frightening than it. Dichoa's power becomes monstrous, and the old man trembles and stammers, crying out, "Mother, roar!" With each step, Dichoa's body rapidly grew much taller, causing the heavens and earth to shake, rocks to shatter into pieces, and the old man to be thrown up like a ball. Meanwhile, the body of the three-headed white dragon was violently dragged, now powerless to resist, and let out a few pitiful cries. He forcefully slammed the creature into the icy mountain, causing the earth to crack and shake, dust spreading everywhere. Dichoa's fury had reached its peak. He roared angrily, "Let's recreate this epic battle in the martial space." The three long necks of the white dragon spun around and softened like four bamboo shoots, with lightning and dragon fire already prepared. It finally realized that fighting the black beast face-to-face on the ground was not a wise choice, so it wanted to flap its wings and fly up, but how could Dichoa let it have its way? He roared, "Do you want to bully me? Do you think I can't fly?" Dichoa was also ready to respond. The blue atomic energy shield on Godzilla's back began to glow from the tail, gradually moving up to the top of the head. Only this vast martial space can allow Dichoa to unleash himself without restraint. He roars fiercely, taking a deep breath to gather the raging energy, preparing for a breakthrough breath. The power that Dichoa has never unleashed before, he roars, "Don't forget, I can also attack from afar." The blue energy can be seen with the naked eye, about to burst out from the dark beast's mouth, carrying an unparalleled aura, announcing his arrival to the world. The three dragon heads open their mouths simultaneously. Three terrifying energy streams converge in midair, forming a spiraling column of lightning and fire. Boom! The brilliant blue beam clashes with the lightning fire column, and at the collision point of these two powerful energies, a dark red energy sphere begins to swell before exploding in the center, unleashing its power across the entire space. A brilliant blue beam of light erupts and clashes with the lightning fire beam. The collision point of these two powerful energies begins to swell into a dark red energy sphere. Godzilla's energy expenditure is already terrifying. After unleashing the atomic vomit, Dichoa's ability to sustain Godzilla's body quickly shortens the process. Therefore, Dichoa won't foolishly just counter this guy. After all, he has many forms and not just one move, and suddenly countless giant bone spines burst out from Godzilla's belly. He roared as he charged at Godzilla, with nuclear energy as intense as a raging Ijai storm radiating fiercely. Everything pierced straight into the body of the three-headed white dragon. The three-headed white dragon is focusing on countering the wave without any defense prepared, not even tensing its muscles, as a large amount of hot dragon blood and white scales spray out everywhere. The lightning and fire columns also vanished suddenly, due to this surprise attack, accompanied by the clang of metal and the roaring of the white dragon facing off against the fiery chaos. The white dragon was beaten to a pulp by Dichoa, hanging in the air like a land crab caught on a fishing hook. He looked at that battered body and slightly smiled. Now, only three heads remain. It reminds me of that three-headed dragon. Dichoa quickly closed his mouth again, no longer wasting energy. He charged forward, kicking with such force that it felt like the sky was falling, one foot stomping on the chest of the three-headed white dragon. The tremendous impact made the three heads groan non-stop. But the middle head hadn't even had time to scream before Dichoa took a mouthful. They could only scream as they saw that blue light. Dichoa said in a deep, hoarse voice, "I'm afraid even the three heads can't hold on anymore." Then the atomic explosion energy accumulates again, roaring as it violently pours into the eyes, nose, and mouth of the dragon's head, flowing down the esophagus and trachea. In front, only the flesh of the central head can be seen torn into pieces like a plasma bomb explosion, with bright blue lightning erupting inside the three-headed white dragon before bursting into a rain of blood, as nuclear energy melts the entire head and neck, attacking the superhuman biological organs and creating lightning in the chest of the three-headed white dragon. After the explosion, Dichoa still holds the glowing red heart of the white dragon in his hand. Dichoa raises the heart to the sky and roars fiercely, demonstrating his overwhelming power. The space gradually calms down but remains filled with thick dust all around. On Godzilla Dichoa's back, he shines brightly amidst this ruined chaos. The old man standing below here is stunned, having watched the entire process, unable to believe it. Could I have been under some kind of illusion? How could there be someone with a monstrous stance using overwhelming strength to overpower and kill the white dragon? Suddenly, the old man's face paled, and his eyes widened as he looked toward Dichoa. The giant white dragon's enormous heart was thrown directly in front of him by Dichoa, and the force of the throw from the giant monster also caused a shockwave that made the old Nehc stand unsteady. The giant Dichoa begins to shrink rapidly until a bare-chested young man appears, who excitedly shouts, "This is amazing. Controlling a beastly body and charging in is definitely the best." "Old master, After slaying this dragon, I now know where the inheritance of this space martial art is, so I won't bother you anymore." The old man retorted, "Dream on." Dichhoa clenched his fists tightly, ready to thrust directly into the dragon's heart. He shouted excitedly, "Ha ha, I knew you would say that, so I took it myself." He bent forward and plunged both hands deep into the heart, hot dragon blood splattering like molten iron onto Dichhoa, filling the air with a strong, foul stench. But Dichhoa disregarded the intense heat. He fumbled inside the dragon's heart for a while, feeling like molten iron, his arms almost melting away. After enduring the intense heat for a while, Dichhoa suddenly jerked. "Found it. It's quite heavy, and you need to understand how terrifying Dichhoa's current strength is. Even among great martial masters, it's hard to find a fighter who can match him physically." He quickly burrows his front body deep into the heart, blood pouring out like a waterfall. After struggling for a while, Dichhoa turns around and uses both hands to lift out the strange object inside the heart. He had to grit his teeth and endure its weight. Seeing this, the old NPC looked as if he were sitting on hot coals, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Dichhoa. Suddenly, the strange object burst open, and countless tentacles began to wrap around his entire body. Dichhoa was extremely surprised to see this scene. This foreign object is the Long Kai armor, a legacy from the secret realm. From a microscopic perspective, the armor extends countless roots resembling blood vessels. These roots cling tightly to Dichhoa's skin, wrapping around and connecting with the blood vessels underneath. After Dichhoa takes hold of this armor, it instantly transforms into a flexible liquid that adheres to his arm and then covers his entire body. Gradually, the pulsating of this bioarmor begins to synchronize with Dichhoa's breathing and heartbeat as blood starts flowing inside the bioarmor. The old NPC now has a stiff mouth and can no longer speak, his face pale and showing clear terror in front of the person before him. He began to recall the image of Than Long from before and thought to himself that even if the blue-haired martial artist forced himself to wear Long Kai only granted him 90% of the inheritance. Their strength and physique were too weak, fundamentally unable to bear the weight and blood absorption of Long Kai. So this kid is the first martial artist in 1,000 years to fully earn Long Kai's recognition. Standing on the giant heart, Yi Huo called down in a ridiculously exaggerated tone, asking me how I achieved it. "As you can see, I just put on this armor and it's done. Is there anything difficult about it?" The old NPC was so furious he couldn't find a single stone to throw at Dichhoa for Ha-da. Clenched fists and a flushed face showed his anger, but there was nothing more he could do now. That old man said, "This kid?" He loosened his fist and finally let out a deep sigh. "All right, then it's settled." He finally lowered his hat and spoke softly with a serious tone, because the ancestors had also acknowledged him. "So, I won't argue anymore, since the heir of the family has no successor left. Passing it on to someone more suitable might actually be a blessing. At least, this inheritance won't be disgraced." Almost made the old man choke to death, and he cursed loudly. "Don't think you can get everything you want, you thief. Do you still want to target our family?" Dichhoa chuckled and said, "Tranuyan Long Kai is too extreme and domineering, focusing only on external martial arts. It's necessary to have an additional internal cultivation technique of the same level to help martial artists achieve balance inside and out. Otherwise, the internal organs of an ordinary martial artist cannot withstand the pressure of Long Kai. The bones will be crushed by Long Kai and the flesh and blood will be squeezed out. So this combined internal and external physical training method is a complete body cultivation technique at the level of a heavenly strong martial skill. It's a rare opportunity. I can't let it slip away." 7 days later, in Dichhoa's bedroom, as he was still sleeping in bed with his usual lazy attitude, the phone rang with a notification, and the deity sitting up reached over to grab it. "Hello, it's all set." "Hey, so Chow, what's going on?" "For the past few days, I've spent 80% of my time sleeping and practicing cultivation. The information about Tranuyan Long Kai is extremely important and needs to be gradually absorbed within the martial arts space. On the other end of the line, Suojo reported that after being discharged yesterday, Dichhoa and Liu Thantru were informed to go to the University Activity Center today to claim their mission rewards, and that the student mission supervisor asked him to notify you that your reward needs to be paid directly by the principal." Hearing that, he hesitantly asked, "Am I going to the principal's office?" Dichhoa, with a face that looked like he just woke up and was annoyed, looked at his phone and muttered, "Could the principal want to talk to me privately?" At the Huadai City Center building, the Tianfang Tower located on a skyscraper in the bustling Huado, Dichhoa was quickly there and was greeted as soon as he arrived. "Student Dichhoa has been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Nuoa, the principal Thi is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." Dichhoa glanced at the woman for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll go." she muttered suspiciously inside. This woman may not be carrying any weapons, but she also doesn't breathe like a normal person. Could it be that she's not human? They quickly entered the elevator and headed upstairs, the atmosphere a bit awkward since it was their first time meeting. Mr. Dichoa kept suspecting her, so he looked away when he noticed Nu Oa. Seeing him glance around, Nu Oa turned and asked directly, "Are you very curious about my body, Dichoa, classmate?" Dichoa was caught off guard and quickly explained, "You misunderstood, I just want to learn about advanced technology." But Nu Oa replied calmly, "That's not it." Then she deliberately unbuttoned her collar. Dichoa's bold action made his heart race all the way to his toes, and he was so flustered he turned red in the face. What's not normal about that? Wait, you really misunderstood. I truly didn't mean it. But unexpectedly, Nua suddenly opened her outer garment wide, revealing that her body is an advanced machine. Even the transparent outer layer allows you to see inside, which is all machinery. Nua said this body, designed for mass production, is very different from a human woman's structure, and the realistic appearance at the head is just to make her seem more friendly. Dichoa had to exclaim, "So this is what it really is." Oh my god, it scared me half to death. Hoadai's technology is indeed advanced enough. On the 667th floor, the female deity in the mechanical cocoon bowed respectfully and said to him, "The principal is waiting for you in the office." Dichoa quickly stepped out. "All right, you've worked hard." Strangely, as Dichoa just crossed the threshold, his body suddenly froze. He felt a series of intense jolts, and his mind and body were tormented by flickering images like static. This feeling, his current strength is being controlled by it, causing him to fall backward, and quickly a sofa is pushed behind him so he can sit comfortably without falling to the ground. As soon as he opens his eyes, the chair moves in front of the principal, who is leisurely enjoying tea. He asked in a gentle tone, "Have you slept enough, Dichoa? Have you finished learning the secret martial arts manual that Than Long gave you?" Dichoa, still confused, asked, "Why did I suddenly end up here? Where is this? Is this the principal's office?" The principal relaxedly pushed the teacup toward Dichoa and said, "This is a special tea, cultivated by the Research Institute from a secret realm with a very unique flavor. Try it." Dichoa still looks clueless. "Do you mean the ability you just used is related to space?" Mr. Onsun said, "Yes, it is indeed possible to perform space transfer within a certain range." At this moment, Diephoa finally thought to himself, "It's indeed like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save Chu Viêm Din." The spatial-related cultivation method is at least on the same level as this time-reversing, time-stopping ability. At this point, the principal took a sip of tea and told Dichoa that the study points and various resource cards for the Emperor had been transferred to his account, making him the main contributor to completing the Level 5 mission, and he could choose 2 sets of iron martial skills and have a chance to craft a high-level weapon. I secretly thought that I didn't need weapons or martial skills at the moment, so I looked up at the principal and straightforwardly expressed my desire. "Principal, I want to learn about the gene lock files and permissions to access more information about Prometheus. Of course, I have no other purpose. Just purely." Hearing this, the principal didn't need time to think and nodded immediately. "All right." At this point, Dichoa's face starts to flush. His body feels restless and agitated. Could it be that he can really see the future? As for the principal, he was still very much enjoying his tea. After finishing his cup, he suddenly stood up and walked away from the sofa. "He told me to go, so I'll take you to the record storage room." Dichoa was a bit confused. "So now, haven't I finished my tea yet?" Soon the principal headed to the right, opening a door to a large room and saying that after reviewing the files, it wouldn't be too late to have a drink. Dichoa followed, approaching to look inside. The vice principal wanted to show him something that left him speechless. "Ah, girl, what is this?" Then he screamed in horror, "What the hell is this? What kind of creature's brain is this? And it's only half of it." In that room, there was a large test tube, like a building pillar, containing a strange brain with many tentacles. This thing was used and kept very carefully. The principal replied, "This is the main computer device of the female deity. It is her body." Dichoa was still very confused. "So the goddess is like that. The staff member was also created by AI?" The principal added that this half-brain belonged to Prometheus decades ago. Hearing this, Dichoa's mouth froze, and he silently thought Prometheus, the divine and alien plan. In other words, this half-brain once belonged to the first demon overlord in human history to be captured, the truly extraordinary being which Prometheus divided into parts. Prometheus, at its peak, was truly insane and powerful. No wonder they dared to plan the Garden of Eden, dared to kill gods, unify the planet, and distribute all humanity. There's nothing they wouldn't dare. At this point, the principal operated this advanced machine in front of him again. He reads the command from Manhwa. Immediately, a Y voice responds, "Yes, sir, I am here." He stands in front of the control panel and continues to request data from the machine. It responds, "Yes." Click, click. Then, he took out a USB after the system automatically exported the data, and the principal handed the USB to Dichhoa, saying, "I've stored part of the information with this USB, so you can ask Nuoa about anything you want to know." At this point, the man's face is covered in sweat as he seems to realize each layer of the puzzle. I'm sure that the central computer system, Nuoa, manages countless core secrets related to Hoa University, even major strategic missions, and Tai Kin Van entrusted me with this. Could this unrealistic trust be a trap? Seeing that Dichhoa still hadn't taken it, the principal grabbed his hand and pressed the USB directly into Dichhoa's palm. He patted him a few more times affectionately and said, "Don't just stand there. Even I, the principal of Hoa University, violating the rules by leading students in is wrong. Let's go." Dichhoa was stunned. He whispered, "The principal is taking me to break the rules again?" Not long after, in the training room of Sword Hall, he finished his training, radiating energy like flames all over his body. In just a little more time, his abilities will surpass his own limits. At the critical moment, he opened his eyes wide, his pupils shining brightly. This guy is extremely confident because his current strength has broken through to a new level, even more domineering than his previous dominant power. The sword tower roars with great force. Now he is very confident with his current strength, walking out full of pride. Haha, first semester of the first year, he has already gone through what normal university students take more than a year to complete. As expected, the gap between people is too great. Even among geniuses, there are different levels. Just as he opened the door to the training room, he added, "And I of the sword sect am definitely in the top 9. Ha ha ha." Then his voice suddenly cut off when he saw Dichhoa in front of him, as the divine being appeared suddenly before the sword hall, asking softly, "Are you done with your class yet?" He sneered and looked down on Dichhoa as he said, Hey, you are Dichhoa, right, as mentioned by Aoduang Trach? You brought it all the way to the door yourself again, huh?" Dichhoa replied with a look of disdain at those who always fantasize about being powerful. "Are your classmates also from the Long Blood Society? Then go find Ouyang Zhe if you have something to do. I want to use the training room now." This only makes Han Kim Trang's fierce blood boil even more, his hair standing on end, radiating a powerful aura as he roars with joy. Heh. Very good at pretending to be innocent. Don't you know who I am? Listen carefully, my name is Han Kim Trang. That's right, the very person who stepped on Aoduang Trach and almost turned your Long Blood Society into a legendary story of the first-year students. He was about to say one more word about being a king, but unfortunately, Dichhoa knocked him out instantly. The distorted word for king was unclear, and his mouth was twisted in the same way. He turned pale, collapsed face down on the floor, and said nothing more. Dichhoa hurriedly went in and out, just leaving a few words that sounded insulting. "Yeah, I already said I wanted to use the training room, so I used the training room, but here you are rambling and blocking the door, so annoying, the rest of the sword hall doesn't even know anymore." Anyway, after a week of the sword sect being unconscious from the coma, he finally woke up in the high-level privileged training room. Seeing that mischievous face, you can tell that Lord Dichhoa is very eager. His mischievous expression is obvious, hands constantly rubbing. Now that there's no one to block him, the Monster King is starving and can't hold back. Suddenly, thousands of colorful glowing spirit stones fall from above. Dichhoang stretches out his hands to enjoy it, indulging in swallowing them all. The number of demon cores I collected myself, plus the subsidies and purchases from Hoa Dai, are all here, and it's about time to increase the compatibility rate of the Supreme Seed a little. Considering providing a large amount of demon core at once to increase compatibility will cause him to enter a metamorphosis mode while sleeping and release a large amount of nuclear radiation. He is currently very pleased and has specially asked the female servant AI to open the most secure cultivation room for him. "Hello, sir. This is the little girl. Since I got the female AI, Hodai feels like our home. I just do whatever I want and have her unlock the privileges directly, without any formal procedures." His tone clearly shows excitement. When others have privileges, I feel furious. When I have privileges, oh, how wonderful it feels. I told the goddess to activate the energy shielding function of the cultivation room. I want to start now. The female AI system reports, "Yes, master, insufficient, insufficient, insufficient." As the level increases, no matter how much he eats, the system still reports insufficient. He was puzzled, still not enough. The higher the compatibility, the harder it is to increase, with the quantity and even the quality requirements of demon cores needed growing exponentially. This is also a flaw of high-tier models. That is a prolonged period of maturity, and an enormous amount of resources needed, making it impossible for the received model to transform into combat power in time, which will seriously delay its own growth cycle. That's also why we still have to strive to learn martial arts. This super system is truly something. The alert on the screen detected a high-energy fluctuation signal, blocking the level information that the projection was emitting and adjusting the energy spike to the maximum. Even if it's hacking, it has to be smart hacking. After all, that Hotch guy will die or lose anyway, right? At this moment, the clock on the wall shows 3:35:44, and Dich Hua's entire body is now wrapped in a large cocoon. It is blue and glowing with many chickens, very thick, but you can see inside, with his whole body floating in a dark space. His face still harbors a huge ambition behind the tough cocoon, and Dich Hua screams fiercely. Waiting for the crystal coffin to open will be the day the Monster King appears. The scene shifts to the sky over Huado, where the atmosphere is extremely tense and unlike any other day. Today is the day Huadu University is determined to send martial artists to reclaim the land invaded by monsters, with many large warships that look just like controlled nuclear bombs. The principal has been here since early morning, and he is the one who swears an oath, floating in the vast sky to announce to everyone. Today marks the start of the plan to reclaim Dajia, and all 7 parts of the Illusionist Guild across the country must present themselves. His gaze swept over everyone, and his tone gradually grew more serious. He set a goal for this mission. The warriors of Daiha must retake the 12 cities that have fallen. The martial artists below looked up attentively, listening to him. All the students in the school had gathered, standing in neat and orderly lines. They are completely serious about this because they exist to fulfill the mission of helping the country escape the shackles of monsters. At this moment, he shouts loudly to rally everyone. All the students of Huadai light up their fierce energy, their unified voices echoing loudly, filling the surroundings with powerful aura and the heroic tone of the principal. He speaks loudly in the vast space with a voice amplified by inner strength, without the need for a microphone. The fiery spirit of all the students will soar into the sky, converging and intertwining through the clash of weapons and energy. The principal continued to inspire all the young martial artists in the school. This is the fighting spirit that we swear to recover the lost land no matter what. Restore the great descent. From the floating land in the sky, a column of red light shoots straight up. The principal then spread his arms wide and loudly instructed all the students on their missions and plans. You all understood very well before. I know many of you have also prepared for sacrifice. But then he paused, holding a moment of silence. The principal continued in a steady voice, emphasizing with unwavering belief. You must survive and return home. Only then is there hope. Strong warriors are the hope for the future generation, and everyone focuses on listening to the principal's inspiring words, as he confidently affirms that Huadai will always be your home, waiting here for your return. That shows everyone's unity, symbolizing the desire to reclaim the territory, a feeling shared by all. The principal raised his hand, his aura now incredibly powerful as he launched into the rally. All the warriors of the Empire listen to the command and swear loyalty to me. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted loudly, "Before us, we are invincible." Accordingly, all the students enthusiastically echoed his words. "Ahead of us, there are no opponents." This statement was repeated loudly and repeatedly. In contrast to the atmosphere at the principal's office, Dich Hua was still inside the cocoon, which was now showing signs of cracking. Dich Hua's face is dark and mysterious as he waits for the moment when he can break free and become a stronger, more dominant version of himself, possibly causing a spectacular upheaval. The scene shifts to another place, where a woman's bold footsteps echo down the corridor. This woman is Ao Nian, a former Level 2 researcher at Prometheus and now a senior manager of Lois Dieu. As she steps in, the 2 guards nearby immediately bow respectfully. Manager Yu Ci's face at this moment shows frustration, her eyebrows furrowed and her voice tense. First, the golden crown was stolen. Then, an important base was attacked. And finally, an elite army was lost. This year, Lei Xiediu has really been unlucky non-stop. The board of directors has already started to suspect, and all these incidents were caused by one person with the goal of destroying Lei Xiediu. It's just that there's no evidence. Although He Shu has cleaned all traces of the Kim Sun base, Long Tuok still targets Lei Xiediu. If it weren't for the recent downturn, and Long Tuok being busy restoring Hamlak City, Lei Xiediu's plan might have already been foiled. Then her tone naturally became a bit gentler as she muttered, but it was precisely because all the martial artists across the country were focused on Hamlak City that Loi Xiediu was able to take advantage of everyone's distraction, catching her breath while releasing that monster. That is a failed product of the first-generation golden gene experiment, a Pandora's box where a small mistake could plunge humanity into an eternal abyss. Because it is the individual with the gold gene flowing through their body, even a failed product can still sense the location of the missing gold gene. Even if it's easy to lose control, it remains the only hunting dog capable of finding the lost gold gene. At this moment, she is standing in front of a large, modern secret vault. Oznan's small hand reaches into Blue's shirt pocket, pulling out a bunch of keys at once. She skillfully puts each one into the corresponding lock. She does this quickly. In just a moment, that sturdy, large door can open, revealing a face sculpture cast from a solid block of bronze inside. It suddenly appears with a faint glow, with streaks of light shining on it that make it look like the face is smiling. The lights turn on, revealing a strangely shaped bronze statue that seems to contain something inside, securely locked on the outside, with many red cords threaded into the top. Uknun slowly stepped into the center. She hurriedly put a handful of pills into her mouth and kept chewing. A few pills fell out and scattered everywhere. As she planned, her face gradually became more evil and ugly. She chews and smirks, saying happily, "It's time for humanity to witness your horror. Ha 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 ha." An invisible stealth heart tears through the sky, flying at incredible speed, and secretly. In the cockpit center, the negative one is still imprisoned by the maiden's iron cage and the iron coffin. 2 team members, 1 male and 1 female, are responsible for observing and maintaining so that the underground spirit cannot escape. But his mouth restraint device has been removed, revealing the lower half of number 1's face, which has no lips, torn cheeks and exposed dry gums, resembling a sickly and grotesque smile. Along with sharp yellow triangular teeth, this thing continued to speak as it flew forward. At this moment, the 2 team members behind the captain had their arms modified into mechanical limbs, gripping tightly. The person making a serious gesture spoke. "Captain, this hunting dog seems to be only in the western city." The captain looked at the dark one with a strange expression, as if he had a secret thought in mind. "West City, the occupied city that Long Tuok is preparing to reclaim. Don't worry, Captain, as long as the golden cable cutter isn't a master-level expert, even a Huyen Vu martial artist, we can quickly surround and destroy him." "Yes, Captain. Under your leadership, we've never failed before. As long as we don't encounter Long Tuck the First Class, we can return safely." However, then, the captain said a foreign phrase into his watch. Eva blocked the plane's signal and hacked into the control system, activating the autopilot, and the watch responded with a voice saying, "Yes, sir," in accordance with his command. The aircraft suddenly malfunctioned, slowing down and shaking violently, the screeching of the engine deafening, and immediately the pilot shouted in terror, "The plane! It's out of control!" Ha ha! At that moment, the 2 teammates were also stunned by the sudden attack of the captain. Just as the pilot finished speaking, a bloody hole burst open in his neck, and his windpipe was pulled out. The image of the captain destroying his own teammate reveals a dangerous look in his eyes. The captain wipes the blood off his alloy hand, looking at his teammates who have been torn apart by Eva and are temporarily unable to move before him. The remaining teammate, sweating and stammering, asked, "Captain, when did you become a traitor?" He turned around with his cruel face and said, "This way of speaking is not right because I have never been part of the Thunder Falcon. As for betrayal, sorry everyone, wait for me to go to hell, and before you punish me, I invite you to die first." No one expected that before the mission even started, their superior would betray them. The comrades had become sitting ducks, powerless to resist, only able to watch as that metal hand crushed their throats like a soda can. "Captain, while the captain is slaughtering, the prisoner on the other side is laughing happily. Ha ha ha, they're all dead now." Immediately, the captain's attention shifted to the prisoner trapped inside the bronze face sculpture. The Dark One looks excited about this. "Hey buddy, can you give me some blood? I'm so thirsty." Number 1 sound operator licks his dry, withered skin with his dark red tongue. His mouth is filled with drool, looking more like a grotesque monster than a human. Perfect material for a horror movie about a serial killer. The captain grabs a teammate's heart, looks at the hot organ in his hand, and says, "All the members here are Grand Master martial artists, so enjoy their hearts to the fullest." Then he shoved it into the negative number 1's mouth. This guy shouted, "Hunting dog, you are free now." The juicy, water-filled heart is crushed and swallowed. Negative 1 still licks his lips regretfully, as if savoring the sweetness inside. It demands more. "Let me have it all." Hearing this, he nodded and chuckled. "I am also a Special Forces soldier of Beibai Dong, and now I'm here feeding the dog. Your words don't sound like those of a loyal person at all." Looking at the bodies of his fallen comrades lying in disarray, the man with a hoarse, longing voice asked, "What do you want me to do?" The team leader, while activating the cockpit release button, replied straightforwardly, "You don't need to do anything special, just vent your anger freely on this land of Hakwak." Now the Great Attack begins to reclaim their lost cities, and their revival is something that Bak Bak Dan does not want to see. The captain opens the cabin door, a strong wind rushes in, but it cannot shake this man even slightly. He said, "I should go now too, or else I might get torn apart before you come out. Leave these corpses of the great martial master for you to have your first meal after being released." He threw the extinguished cigar from above and jumped down himself, where another stealth fighter was waiting to ying him. According to Laserbeaty's rules, -1 is forbidden from eating and drinking. If he consumes energy, this iron coffin will no longer be able to contain him. The pale face of -1 begins to turn pink again as the iron coffin, tightly sealed around him, starts to make its first rumbling sound after decades. Ha ha. So you used to be a hunting dog for treasures, and now you're a mad dog running loose and biting everyone? You're really underestimated, huh? You want to tear everyone apart. Swallowed into its belly, the steel nails on the vibrating cage shook violently. Then all flew out like bullets, still covered in brains. The nails ricocheted inside the plane, finally hitting the key points of the iron coffin in a rhythmic pattern. The airtight iron coffin begins to crack from internal and external attacks, revealing a withered and deformed demon emerging from the steel-encased tomb as the plane carrying him heads toward the western city. Its true form revealed as a terrifying monster, with a huge body and limbs that look dry and shriveled but harder than stone. It excitedly said aloud, "I want to make up for the golden gene first, achieve a true transformation, and then become a god. I want to see who still dares to call me a dog by then." The scene shifts to Western City, where numerous flying crafts carrying various martial artist teams head towards the fallen Western City. Among them, the largest aircraft carrier-class battleship representing the Empire. All the martial artist teams heading to Western City received orders from the Imperial battleship at this moment. "Please withdraw from the blast zone quickly. Our battleship is about to launch a firepower assault. Through widespread bombing, the tide beasts of the entire city will be attracted. When the surrounding forces are emptied, a vanguard squad led by a martial arts master will be sent deep into the enemy's vital points to decapitate the Lord." Countless missiles rain down from the battleship, turning into a meteor shower that sweeps over the fallen, defeated city ahead. No one notices a hidden stealth bomb passing through the nearby clouds, heading straight into the western city's core. And above TM Keech's cloud, a huge shadow suddenly reflected, a monster with 6 enormous eyes tearing through the clouds, its claws ripping into the fighter jet as if it had successfully caught its prey. The monster tore through the jet's roof with its claws, but inside there was no one, only a large pool of blood. Suddenly sensing a terrifying power nearby, it turned around in shock. Just as the monster hesitated, the ghostly figure with a full-bodied form, emerging from a mummified state, appeared above the monster's head. It laughs wickedly. Ha 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 ha. Its triangular black and yellow fish teeth grinding inside its torn, diseased lips. Heh. Changing the prey's taste, it jerked its hand back, clenched its fingers tightly, creating a dagger-like weapon. In the next moment, its left hand stabbed fiercely into the back of the strange bird's neck, black blood pouring out endlessly, splashing onto the face of the -1, as the arm transformed into countless black and red tentacles, like snakes, spreading into the bird's limbs and core like deep-rooted roots. The monster bird didn't even have time to cry out before its body was drained completely, leaving only a carcass behind. Now, floating in the air is the blackened corpse of the lightning bird, covered entirely by those foul tentacles. A pair of large black wings of a demon bird species spread out from #1's back as he emerges from the armor of the thunderbird, and the entire sky erupts with overwhelming power. The crackling sound from the electric fire spreading through the cracks of the first negative number's invasion filled the space. The first negative number, turned away from the sun, spread his arms wide, having successfully escaped death in a new form. His loose brain has also been carefully protected. His current body is a perfect combination of the Thunderbird monster and his own withered body, featuring large wings and a flexible human body. Underneath the skin, countless living creatures are writhing. He looks down at the western city beneath his feet, 6 new eyes rotating on his face. "This is a bank of rich ecological envy. My injured body can be perfectly restored here. This is the best buffet restaurant ever. Ha ha." In West City, the area is filled with constant gunfire and explosions. The situation is very tense. A stealth fighter is hit in midair, with flames and smoke pouring out of its belly. It plummets from above with unstoppable speed, crashing into the ground and causing a massive explosion. The nearby buildings also collapsed and caused a tremendous shockwave, with dust and smoke billowing wildly, and the earth cracking apart, immediately drawing the attention of a ground martial arts squad. The old martial artist in front of us drew his sword from his back and warned, "Liu, sister, there's a destroyed plane over there caused by a monster. Let's go save the people." The female martial artist with pink hair ran quickly over and shouted, "Xiaochang, wait a moment. That monster destroyed the plane and might still be lurking nearby." Then Xiaochang turned to his guide with a hopeful look and said, "Liu, you're a great martial artist, and we're still in the outskirts of Western City, so no monster here can compare to you." The other team member also agreed, saying, "Yes, Sister Liu, Xiaochang is right. If we're afraid to rush into the outskirts of the Western City, then don't even think about going into the heart of the city." Hearing this, Sister Liu with pink hair nodded softly. "Hey, all right, be sure to be careful." With the strength of the martial artist, they quickly covered a kilometer and reached the fallen airplane. But here, the monsters attracted by the plane crash have all turned into shattered corpses on the ground. Because the demon cores of these monsters were not destroyed, their broken bodies still tremble slightly. Suddenly, the group of martial artists encountered the man who had carried out this brutal massacre, sitting with his back to them on the ground, chewing on something. Xiaochang and his team had to stop, not daring to step forward. He looks pale and stammers. He has already dealt with all the monsters attracted by the plane crash himself. And then there is Liu, an experienced veteran who immediately recognized that this person was an unbalanced martial artist, taking advantage of the chaos to blend in. Liu seriously surveyed the demonic beast wreckage on the ground, each beast torn apart brutally and deliberately left alive. It seems that the opponent is not fighting with a killing instinct, but rather with a mindset of abuse and playfulness. At this moment, the face of the one sitting and gnawing on raw meat also notices someone nearby. He turned his face away, then suddenly rotated his head 180 degrees, his body twice as large as an ordinary person, with 6 eyes arranged facing each other, blood and filth from demonic beasts dripping from his mouth. That bloodthirsty grin revealed to Lady Liu, and he laughed loudly, saying, "I've got a prey on the hook. Just one look is enough to make Lady Liu experience 1,000 terrifying battles." She knew this was definitely not something she could handle, but it was already too late. Countless black, red, and white tentacles burst from the ground, converging and intertwining in the sky to form a semicircular prison. Using the windblade technique, Xiaochang roared angrily and swung his sword horizontally at the inner wall of the prison. It was the pale purple tentacles of that terrifying creature, but the sensation he felt was like striking a mud puddle, and his sword sank deep into the black and red wall, unable to be pulled out. Xiaochang was startled, feeling confused inside like chopping into mud. Why is it so soft? A giant human face suddenly protruded from the black and red wall. Before Xiaochang could react, the enormous throat ring lunged at him, the foul smell of blood filling the air, with a grotesque mouth dripping with saliva, looking disgusting. In a shunjian, it swallowed a gulp, and Zhang moved like a giant snake, accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth that made your teeth ache. Everything happened so quickly that no one expected it. The faces of those inside the wall show extreme confusion and terror, while the martial artist behind Ms. Liu stammers, unable to speak. "Xiaochang, she's been eaten, and she just stands there in shock." "You bastard!" Lao let out a roar, and her powerful weapon erupted around her. She knew that if she couldn't take down the mastermind, she wouldn't survive to escape, so she poured all her strength into eliminating this obstacle. -1 remains calm as he watches the approaching delicacy, his excitement evident as he sticks out his long, slender tongue to lick his nose, while his left hand transforms into a black and red long sword. The windblade technique Qifeng Tram, his face darkening with murderous intent, 6 glowing eyes glaring fiercely at Liu as Liu sensed the powerful strike about to hit her, her eyes flashing as she matched his attack speed. -1 launches an attack with the wind-cutting technique, and Liu quickly leans back, the cold wind brushing her face. Although she dodged the attack with her extensive experience, her expression remained extremely surprised. To maintain the distance with #1, Liu spun around several times to move away. She looked up at this terrifying sight with curiosity. How can the move this martial artist just used be exactly the same as Tio Truong's? Tio Truong grew up under her observation, training and sparring countless times. Martial arts techniques may be similar, but why are the fighting habits of these martial artists so identical? "Liu Xiaochang, I am still alive." Tio Truong's voice echoed from all directions. Liu looked up, her pupils shrinking in fear. Now she can no longer distinguish Liu from the others. The faint voice calling out gradually becomes clearer. Liu turned around with a start, the first time she saw something so bizarre. She only saw the entire prison wall covered in black and red tentacles. They all transformed into distorted, anguished faces of Xiaochang, contorting and pressing against each other, their bloodshot eyes glaring at Sister Liu. Help me, Miss Liu. I'm suffering so much. Save me. I'm in so much pain. I'm about to die. Liu Jai Liu Liu, save me. Liu Liu's face is covered in sweat and soaked through. This little pink-haired girl's mouth can no longer close. Ms. Liu stammered, unable to finish her words. You guys can all instantly learn the martial skills that warriors possess by swallowing them, as if sewing a warrior into your body. Suddenly, as Liu's attention was briefly distracted, the monster vanished and reappeared behind her. An arm is torn off by -1. -1, with a satisfied expression, bites in tears fiercely at Liu's arm, burrows into her body, and now controls her completely. He pointed his finger at his mouth and made a human sound, even if just a little. But the flesh was still tough, and I could feel the golden envy coming from another direction in the western city. As his face and body twisted, his face and figure transformed into Liu's appearance, and he said while sneaking into other small squads of martial artists, waiting for everyone to become familiar, then suddenly starting to eat people. Their expressions would definitely be very interesting, and on this battlefield you could still sense many powerful life forms. That must be a Grandmaster-level martial artist and a Lord-level beast, if I could swallow and refine this level of gene. Who in the world dares to command me like a dog? Number 1 steps forward toward the ruined city ahead, the shadow beneath his feet like countless tentacles swaying. I have escaped the chains and ascended to become a demon. Heh. With that, he charged forward swiftly. Meanwhile, a giant skeletal beast with horns appeared in the battlefield, and the fighting forces immediately detected it and reported, Captain, a level lord beast has entered from behind. Don't panic. Someone shouted loudly, and a flash of a white horse's shadow appeared across the screen. A giant 8-legged white skeleton horse neighed loudly, enduring countless missile bombardments, breaking through the fire barriers, charging into the ground army of tanks and beginning a fierce destruction. On the horse, a person is sitting, holding a great spear high, charging into battle bravely on a war horse. Boom! Like a golden spear tearing through the sky, God's divine punishment light shoots down from the clouds. The face of the Earth warrior appears beneath the glow of overwhelming power. Everyone only saw a bright light above, then dust from the collapsing giant object. It crashed down like the sky falling, the enormous bone dragon too large to dodge the destructive spell. The golden electromagnetic energy cannon pierced straight through it. From head to tail, the figure of this person and his white steed declared their dominance. Facing the endless tide of monsters like a tsunami, the firepower humans pride themselves on is no more than a candle in the storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The first to charge forward, clad in a dragon armor shining like snow, wielding a dragon-scale spear, riding a majestic white unicorn, is Tran Tien Vu, director of Hoa Dai Martial Arts Academy and leader of the Vanguard team for the Western City Recovery Plan. He said firmly, only by relying on agile and strong individual warriors to eliminate high-level demons can the demon army be scattered, thus leading our 5-person scout team of Hoa Dai to undertake this arduous task. Then, feeling uneasy, he added, the area is too quiet now. Yu Kai-min, the president of Hoa Dai Student Union and a member of the Vanguard team, also spoke, Teacher, our route is clear. It's the best path leading to the Demon Lord's lair that our Long Tuok reconnaissance squad has found. Tran Tien Vu calmly replied, the higher a martial artist's cultivation, the stronger a certain spiritual sense becomes, even to the point of seeing scenes of their death in dreams. So Kai-ming, you must trust a martial artist's intuition? Tran Tien Vu ordered the team to stop and begin the alert, and everyone who had been rushing forward just now came to a complete halt, with no one doubting this at all. Understood. Tran Tien Vu dismounted from the ceiling, sat cross-legged with his spear, and closed his eyes. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead, focusing his energy. About 3 incense sticks later, Tran Tien Vu opened his eyes and realized it was coming. Almost immediately, everyone felt the powerful aura approaching, as a golden stone fell from the sky, crashing down right in front of them, causing a massive shockwave, with dust and flames soaring dozens of meters into the air. Only when it stood up did everyone realize the opponent's true form. Standing 5 meters tall, its physiology closely resembled a one-horned dung beetle. A muscular body covered in golden armor, with thick and ornate gold plates and limbs as thick as pillars. Its small, terrifying blue eyes are topped with a smooth, sharp single horn that curves like a trunk. It crosses its arms arrogantly and says, I clearly arranged a grand ceremony for you in front, so why are you stopping? A deep voice like a thunderous bass echoes into everyone's ears. This demon beast is speaking human language. Tran Tien Vu is too lazy to waste words on the demon beast. The sooner they defeat the Overlord by a second, the more millions of survivors the front line will have. He shouted to confirm the target. Lord of Western City Kim Jiak Chung Tan and his entire team formed a battle array. At the Western City battlefield, the fierce chaos here is devastating. with collapsed buildings, black smoke billowing, and the ground torn apart by countless clashes and explosions. Earth-shattering martial arts, the Thunder Dragon Spear strikes. The sound of an explosion reverberates behind Tran Tien Vu. His entire body shot out like a bullet from a gun, the silver dragon-scale spear in his hand flashing white sparks in the air as it pierced straight into the lord before him. The golden-horned insect king smiled contemptuously with a humanized expression. Humans are weak and foolish. This little trick can't hurt me. While the warhorse charges with energy claws, the monster stands with arms crossed, unhesitating. A giant stone mill-like fist clenched tightly, relying solely on brute strength without any technique. Kim Jiak Trung Tan slightly leaned forward, a mountain-shattering aura emanating in all directions, his deep voice echoing, "Let you see what it means to dominate with pure strength," tearing through the air with a single punch, creating a fierce shockwave like a crashing wave. That strike carried an unstoppable force, causing the space in front to tremble violently, as if anything caught in its path would be shattered into dust. Suddenly, Kim Jiak Trung Tan froze. "What is that?" Just as the lightning from the spear tip was about to hit the golden fist, a gaunt but muscular old man suddenly appeared beside the punch. He shouted loudly, the secret technique of earth attack, water-ice piercing, crack, crack, crack. The two hands moved like flowing water, their shadowy figures twisting and changing direction rapidly, striking the pressure points on Kim Jiak Trung Tan's arms. Kim Jiak Trung Tan immediately felt a numbness in his arms, and the power of his punch was reduced by more than half, then accompanied by a flash of lightning from the silver spear, which pierced straight through the golden armor covering his fist. The little Kim Jiao Chongzun roared, its voice booming like metal grinding and exploding in the air. "Humans are cunning. They have indeed studied my traits to set up a tactical squad." Its whole body trembled with rage, the golden armor standing upright like sharp blades. The two golden wings spread out behind. The Kim Jiak Trung Tan sped up to full capacity, directly knocking away the silver lance. Then the remaining large hand like a meteor falling straight down, smashing into the thin old man. That hoarse voice boomed out, "Solve the old man first." A nearly 3-meter-tall martial artist in heavy steel-like armor, wielding a giant shield, roared loudly. He charged forward to block in front of Old Mu, his whole body like a living wall. Seeing that, Old Mu immediately retreated, stepping back to widen the gap, but let the other take the brunt of the previous attack's spearhead. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the heavily armored warrior was slammed straight to the ground, his massive body almost pressed into the stone floor. Fresh blood even oozes from the cracks in the thick armor, staining the metal with red streaks. The large shield trembles violently, emitting a deafening screech, showing how powerful the impact was, like it could crush both the person and the armor into dust. Just as Kim Jiak Trung Tan was about to press forward, a man and a woman stepped in front of it. Dekai Min, a half-step grandmaster, and his girlfriend, Bai Tian Tian, a Huyen Vu 9-section martial artist. They practiced dual cultivation of martial skills, combining swords to unleash their true power in an instant. Master Kai Ming shouted, "Tian Tian, you go." Bak Tian Tian responds, passing it to me. Bak Tian. Tian then spread her arms wide and shouted loudly, pushing her yin and yang energies to the limit. Dai Kai Ming leapt forward, his tiger-headed fist glowing with a roar, as their opposing forces intertwined like yin and yang in perfect harmony. Black and white energy blending and separating, clash and support fueling their attacks, causing their techniques to erupt with extraordinary power and pin Kim Jiak Trung Tan in place. It stood there seemingly unaffected, even mocking loudly. What martial technique could seal my actions? As it unleashed its domain, suddenly the king of horned beetles sensed the aura from this move and involuntarily turned around with an expression of surprise. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the massive figure of the king of the horned beetle looked around anxiously, surrounded by the corpses of fallen humans. This creature seemed furious. Could this place be what humans call a magnetic field? Suddenly, a large splash of blood shot up into the air. On the other side, Tran Tien Vu rode a unicorn, charging forward at full speed like an F1 race car. Tran Tien Vu's spear wraps around the lightning light. You and your horse unite to lead the charge against the Kim Jiak Trung Tan. A general wielding a spear leads millions of soldiers made of lightning to attack it. Deploy the heavenly general thunder power domain. The golden-horned insect ancestor looked up at the top of his head and exclaimed, "Your cultivation system among humans is truly worth learning from." The golden-horned insect ancestor roared, his body doubling in size, with the golden armor cracking to reveal glowing red veins like molten lava. Along with that, the rear wings flap forcefully, sending sharp waves of air sweeping across the battlefield, each beat like thunder roaring. It gathers speed to launch itself, still full of excitement. Maybe the Emperor King is right, we should learn a bit from them. It turned into a streak of golden light moving at supersonic speed, directly striking the countless soldiers before it. Two opposing beams of light are about to clash violently. Boom! The collision of immense power causes the entire realm of consciousness to shatter. Thunder roars echo throughout the western city, and a lightning bolt even pierces from near the city center to beyond, turning everything in its path to nothingness. As everything came to a halt, a cold wind blew through the gloomy scene, and they still couldn't believe it. They asked each other, have we defeated the Lord yet? How can it be so easy? Causing serious injury, he has already achieved his goal. Half of the body pierced by the Kimjiak Trungtan protruded with visible flesh. Then a new shell grew over it. It still managed to speak. Your human voices are very good. If it were an ordinary lord, it probably wouldn't withstand this damage. Suddenly, that body shot out a slender arm, the arm extending straight out, and it roared with a triumphant tone, continuing. But unfortunately, among the lords there is a gap, and I am higher than the rest. The group in front of him whispered in confusion, the old man squinting and inspecting carefully, wondering if this was a rare transformation. Even Tran Tien Vu was surprised when he saw what was before him, and so the 5-meter body began to crack until a smaller dark yellow form appeared, smaller but with an even more powerful aura, the king of the golden horn worm. In its second transformation, its shape more slender but still tough and agile, limbs resembling humans but covered in strong armor, and in the next moment the king of the golden horn worm started to display its new powers, its figure darting away too quickly to see clearly, only the dangerous long smile of this terrifying creature remaining visible. A strong gust of wind suddenly hit his face so fast he couldn't react at all. The creature laughed loudly and said, "Kill this old man," blocking the way first. Dai Kaiming and Bai Tiantian are closest to the old man, blocking his path. Yang adopts a defensive stance while the old man instinctively unleashes his full force. Booming! A vortex of energy shakes the sky and its fist wind sweeps across thousands of meters ahead. All the windows of the buildings on both sides of the street shattered. 3 bloodied figures were thrown out. Only Dai Kaiming with the strongest cultivation and the old man who had used most of his strength remained able to fight. Even he could no longer endure. His speed was too fast. Bai Tiantian, with weaker cultivation, broke her arm and was seriously wounded in the soul. Seeing her teammates fall instantly, the other two immediately charged forward in anger. Damn it, zap! A crackling current filled the air as a fist of steel and a sharp spear charged from behind, but in less than a second, the mighty iron spear was seized by a dark golden hand, wielding the Kuang Long Thuong. Tran Tien Vu's strength combined with the unicorn beneath him still couldn't pull out the spear, and even the giant hammer wielded with full force by the armored warrior on the other side was blocked by Kimjiak Trungtan with his remaining hand. Even as Kimjiak Trungtan's 5 fingers clenched tighter, Kutroi was torn apart like paper, the force too strong, causing the other to be counterattacked straight in the chest and thrown far away. Tran Tien Vu saw this and anxiously shouted, "Ngo Huang!" Kimjiak's power is overwhelming now, as it kicks Tran Tien Vu's horse forcefully and roars, "Get out of here," causing Tran Tien Vu's mount to be kicked away and crash into a distant skyscraper, creating a deafening explosion. The dark gold arm, gripping the spear tightly, lifts Tran Tien Vu into the air. At this moment, even breathing became difficult under the pressure of that dark golden hand. It let out a terrifying laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, your little team has tried everything but can't handle a lord like me." It said that and then tightened its grip, growling again. So how could we possibly deal with the other lords in Western City? Hearing this, Tran Tien Vu's face turned pale as he suffered the pain of the golden-horned lord's grip tightening around his neck. He stammered in confusion, unable to speak. What? Could there be another lord in Western City? At the eastern battlefield of Western City, human casualties are increasing. But despite the devastation, this Western City must be taken at all costs. Not only because hundreds of thousands of compatriots have fallen under monster hooves, but also for the future of the great nation. The land left by our ancestors cannot be tolerated for the alien race to live in submission. Even if it costs the blood of the last warriors, we must reclaim West City. Inside the command battleship, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the central computer, and a male technician shouted loudly, "Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert!" A giant biological energy reaction appears 1,000 meters underground and is rapidly surfacing. According to computer calculations, this creature has reached the level of a lord. The current ground troops don't have a master warrior on guard. I suggest a strategic retreat. How can that be? Isn't the sole lord of the Western City already facing off against Director Tran's vanguard team? But the commander only roared fiercely, ordering no hesitation to retreat, and all the airships raised their altitude, moving away from the ground. There is more. Nuclear bombs are ready to be launched. As soon as the command is given, perceptive ground fighters sense something unusual. Booming sounds shook the earth as if a giant dragon was turning over and moving endlessly. All experienced warriors knew that something enormous was about to emerge. Inside the ship, frantic cries echoed as they saw the deformed tentacle outside. "Captain, one tentacle is attacking us." Then he immediately fired, using electromagnetic cannons to fight the aerial battleship, causing the enormous tentacle to split in two with a loud bang. The giant tentacle, like a skyscraper emerging from the ground, crashes down with unstoppable force, causing a temporary tremor and a cloud of dust and debris rising like a falling bomb. But the terrifying thing happened. Half of the tentacle fell to the ground and seemed to root into the earth like a plant, then grew visibly larger. And the joint of the tentacle was torn apart by electromagnetic fire. The burn wound quickly sprouted dense tissue, and someone shouted out, "The tentacle is regenerating." Along with the shattered skin, a completely new tentacle with more tender skin is born. The new tender tentacle only lasted in the air for 2 or 3 seconds before its surface skin quickly hardened. The gunfire had already consumed the enormous energy of the airborne battleship and caused no damage to it. "Sue," the commander shouted loudly. There was no more time to wait. The nuclear land-penetrating bomb must be launched immediately. The land-penetrating nuclear bomb is ready to be launched. 3 nuclear torpedoes equipped with booster engines at the back are fired from the bottom of the aircraft carrier. More and more muddy yellow tentacles emerge from the ground, stirring up the surrounding soil layer over hundreds of miles, causing it to loosen and crack apart. The drill head on top of the nuclear missile quickly activates, accompanied by the power of the rocket engine. It pierces into the earth in an instant, unleashing endless light and heat like a volcano erupting, with a massive dark red glow and mushroom clouds rising high into the sky. The massive shockwave from the explosion kept rippling through the air, like a ship facing a stormy tsunami. The commander, angry and desperate, covers his eyes with his hand, hoping that the strength of the 3 nuclear bombs will allow the fighters below to retreat safely. At this moment, a female technician reports, "Captain, the Lord's life response has not disappeared." Looking down, the tentacles are still there amidst the raging fire. A giant crack thousands of meters long appears on the ground, and within the dust-filled fissure, the shadow of the colossal tentacles remains, and the commander screams in disbelief. "What? The Lord's still alive after eating 3 nuclear bombs?" He angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! Could the plan to retake Western City be about to fail? The battleship is shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Only the cry of the commander can be heard, and no one dares to speak. But in the next moment, the central computer was suddenly hacked by a higher authority. The voice of the Empress supercomputer of the Empire echoed. "Report, the central authority of the system has been seized." Repeating, "The central authority of the system has been seized." The commander looked up in surprise and muttered, "The authority has been taken over. Is it the female AI?" The female AI's voice continued to echo. "Thank you all martial artists of the Western City battlefield for your bloodshed. Now please hand over the battlefield to him." The commander suspiciously looked up. "Him? Who is he?" Above their heads, a superfast intercontinental ballistic missile streaks across the sky. Its blinding light is unknown in origin. At this moment, the commander notices something unusual and, in shock, says, "No, did the missile detect a life response?" His voice trembling, he said, "I can't believe it." What he saw truly widened his horizons. He continued speaking, even standing alone. A leisurely blue intercontinental missile from the Army of the Way appears in the vast sky. The tail flame of the intercontinental ballistic missile tore through the sky, streaking across the Imperial City. At the speed of the missile, the air seemed to hit a small figure like a solid wall, yet the figure remained standing firm on it. At this moment, Dich Hoa appears, suddenly feeling like a sword-ride cultivator, but his sword is a bit unorthodox. Reborn after breaking out of his cocoon with a fierce and sharp appearance, wearing nano-armor that helps him cling on quickly after breaking through defenses so he's not completely exposed. A few minutes ago at Hoa University, a bright blue pillar suddenly rose, illuminating a large patch of clouds over the Imperial City in blue. Many citizens opened windows or car doors, gazing up in amazement. This is the secret weapon that the Empire is researching for the plan to retake the Great Xia this time. Dich Hoa is the main character, and he is absorbing that tremendous power. A servant girl holding a watch stepped forward and said, "Student Dich Hoa, congratulations on your breakthrough." She carefully put the watch on Dich Hoa herself, her tone gentle. "This is a special combat nano armor prepared specifically for you by Long Tuohe." After Dich Hoa puts on the watch, countless black and blue nano-liquid beads burst out from it, quickly attaching to Dich Hoa and forming a nano-combat suit. Su, Nu Oa, how long has the Western City Battlefront army of Hoa Dai been in motion? It's been 5 hours since they left. Lord Dich Hoa was stunned again and started to panic. Is it already that late? Then quickly give the order. Quickly arrange for me a supersonic fighter jet. No, even a supersonic fighter jet is too slow. Use an intercontinental ballistic missile. Its speed is faster. The goddess nodded. This time, Dich Hoa's 2 goals for coming to Western City are: first, see a crazy doctor to recover the golden gene. Second, fight the Lord to obtain the Lord-level demon core. Step into the final stage of transformation. The compatibility of the main template exceeds 90%. The monster cores at different levels will become ineffective. But even a level Lord Beast core can only provide a few % of compatibility points each, and you are currently relying entirely on vast resources to push it up to 99%. The reserve of Lord-level monster cores has been depleted, even causing the Hoa Dai market to come to a halt. But only 1% compatibility remains. No matter how much you push, it won't increase. Only higher-grade genes can achieve the final compatibility. Dich Hoa stands in front of the ready missile silo as a female voice echoes. Classmate Dich Hoa, the intercontinental ballistic missile is about to launch. May Lord Vo Van Duong Long, the moment the simple green military missile soared out of the launcher. Back in the present, as the missile Dich Hoa ascended toward the battlefield, targeting the tentacle monster, he said from above, "I see this one now. Even 3 nuclear bombs wouldn't take you down. It seems the final 1% depends on you." He smirked and said with a hint of sarcasm, "So this tentacled monster of yours is called Earth Demon, right? Such a unimpressive name. Are you angry because I mocked you?" After this, the tip of the ballistic missile is close to piercing the monster's writhing tentacle nest. Before the intercontinental ballistic missile explodes, Dich Hoa jumps off it. He casually said, "Emperor's temper isn't small either." Godzilla secret technique, Heartlight Sword Slash. Dich Hoa's hands gather blue light, with crystal blue structures protruding from his knuckles. He took a running start and leapt high. Dich Hoa swung both hands, a blue light like a sword of light. 2 massive green beams of light, hundreds of meters long, shot out from Dich Hoa's fists, radiating overwhelming power. The tentacles surrounding the blue beam of light are easily sliced apart, even regenerating too slowly to keep up with the sword's cutting speed. A 1,000-meter-wide beam can cut through all the tentacles in an instant. Inside the command center, countless staff members cheer. Is that the great master of Hosect coming to assist? We can now handle Western City. That's great. Tython has been saved. The martial units retreating on the ground also received news that a powerful expert has come to assist. Countless martial artists hold each other and cry with difficulty. The commander clenches his fist and says, "We will win." Godzilla's secret light core combat form is super. The outer shell of Godzilla on Dich Hoa's body begins to gradually disintegrate and shatter. After shattering, it revealed a blinding blue light inside. Dich Hoa shattered all the tentacles before his eyes. After descending thousands of meters from the surface, he finally saw the true form of the Earth Demon. It is a dark brown fleshy sphere with a volume of 300 meters, with all its tentacles growing from the surface of the flesh mass. He confidently said, "You hide really deep." The true form of the Earth Demon below felt an unprecedented, deadly sense. That dark brown spherical body begins to tense its muscles, causing the massive form to continuously condense and contract, greatly enhancing its defenses. In this state, even a nuclear bomb attack poses little threat to it. The defensive stance of the Earth Demon didn't faze Dich Hoa in the slightest. To him, it was just a tougher target to break through. Just a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, with a mischievous smile stretching to the edge of the ears. Dich Hoa charged forward with a monstrous strength, saying, "I will finish you in 1 breath." He shattered the air at a speed of several meters per second, transforming into a brilliant blue meteorite that shot straight into the body of the condensed Earth Demon, still 100 meters away. The Godzilla secret technique of brutal crushing stomp, endless atomic blue light burst out, illuminating the entire crack caused by the nuclear explosion. At this moment, all colors in the world fade away, leaving only this brilliant blue. This divine scene is etched deeply into the minds of every martial artist who witnesses it. Along with the destruction of this apex demon beast, Dich Hoa officially enters the elite combat circle of Lamtian humans. Many witnesses from afar are left in awe of this terrifying power. Over there is the direction of the Western City. What exactly is happening there? It's blindingly bright. Intelligence reports say the Lord appeared in Western City. Maybe don't jump to conclusions. The great defeat is certain to win. West City, once the thriving center of the city, now all the buildings within a few square kilometers have been leveled. Ngo Huang now only has half a body left fighting on the battlefield, showing no signs of life. His entire body collapsed onto the ground. Tran Tien Vu, far away, was lying on the ground with his spear broken, also severely wounded, coughing up blood as he called out, "Cough, cough, Ngo Huang." The arrogant Jin Jiao Chongzun walks over Ngo Huang's corpse and mocks, "There's nothing left of true strength, it's all just paper." Just one strike was enough to pierce through. Half an hour ago, Tran Tien Vu burned his life force, and with the support of Dai Kai Ming and Old Mu, they successfully subdued the golden-horned Trun Tan. The dark gold form undergoes its second transformation, but just as Tran Tien Vu's blade is about to pierce the enemy's heart, Kim Giok Trung Tan shifts into its third form, with dark gold skin turning into a sickly red. 4 arms sprouting from its chest and hips, and it's clearly gaining the upper hand. But you are very strong, able to force this lord into his third form. Does this lord have a third transformation as well? He knows for sure that this battle will be hard to survive. The blood-burning secret technique can't last much longer. Even if we win this fight, I won't live for many more years. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that I, the Grand Master, must kill this demon here. Kill. The golden-horned insect king nodded slightly, opening its mouth, activating its martial arts, and forcing an attack. Your spiritual techniques are truly mysterious, but in the end they cannot bridge the gap of absolute power, and a fierce red glow flashed in its eyes. The deadly martial technique of Earthstrike, the heavenly recognition Thunder Spear, transformed Tran Tien Vu's figure into a blazing white lightning bolt. Although only one person charged forward, he displayed the unstoppable aura of 10,000 armies. The 4 arms of Kim Giok Trung Tan being caught in the domain forced it to speak helplessly. Emperor Hoang recently completed the transformation experiment of the ancient civilization. Then Kim Giok Trung Tan clenched its fist and charged head-on at the incoming lightning. It snarls and growls. "You are a human being I acknowledge after you die. I will recommend your body so you can be reborn stronger." The scars from the silver dragon scales spread out. Tran Tien Vu forced himself to endure the overwhelming pain, pouring all his strength into this attack. Even if he died, he had to severely wound you, so you couldn't interfere in the battle to reclaim the western city. Boom! Lightning and wind clash, spreading into a crescent shape, turning everything into dust. A sudden flash of lightning erupted. Thunder roared and pushed back Kim Giok Trung Tan's body. Even with the wings spreading behind him, creating a strong wind, he couldn't keep his body steady. A deafening explosion erupts, with bright blue lightning illuminating the scene so brightly that viewers outside the screen can see it clearly. Kim Giok Trung Tan, with his 4 arms supporting his spear, begins to crack his shell, sneering, "Your life-burning techniques are really hateful. They should have been enough to kill you just now, yet you insist on using some secret blood-burning spell to forcibly extend your life." Old Mu leaps into the air, catching Tran Tien Vu's body, spinning a few times to release his strength, then lands safely. Kim Giok. Trung Tan sneered and roared, "But it's all right. I am not afraid of trouble. I only want to preserve the integrity of this powerful human corpse, but you will not be so lucky and will shatter into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, Ngo Huang, who had just died, suddenly stood up with his body intact right beside the one-horned insect monarch and spoke. "Oh, you guys are so lively, I can feel the commotion from the outskirts of the city." Old Mu pointed at Ngo Huang and exclaimed in surprise and fear, "Ngo Huang, weren't you just in the battle?" Yes, and his body is slowly approaching Tran Tien Vu's immobilized war steed." Then his face turned away with his pupils blazing. Ngo Huang is no longer Ngo Huang. The more he laughed and leaned back with that devilish face, "Master Muk, am I already dead? I don't know anymore. Aha." Ngo Huang's skin began to deform and tear apart, along his spine from the top of his head down to the tailbone, layers of sharp scales sprouting all over. His body bent and trembled violently. Seeing his teammates in such strange states and their attitudes changing, Laomuk and the others looked at Ngo Huang in confusion. Ngo Huang's face turned pale and horrified as an even more terrifying scene unfolded. His abdomen tore open into a giant mouth, with a large tongue coiling around Nguki Lan's corpse before swallowing it into his stomach. His head then turned back, and from the torn flesh more human faces began to emerge, truly bizarre beyond words. It tastes really good. No wonder it's the mount of a grandmaster. If I could eat a grandmaster himself, that would be even better. I see you all are very delicious too. Can I have a taste? What disgusting thing is that? It even contains a hint of the sinister aura of demonic spirits. Is this the crazy creation of your human race? I didn't expect you to dare interfere with those monsters. If that's the case, we might as well let us dominate this planet." Kim Giok Trung Tan, after knocking away that head, sneers as he stares at the headless corpse before him. Crack, 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 countless black and red tentacles emerge from the severed neck, intertwining to form a completely new head. with a black and red biological sensory collar around its eyes, encircled by sharp thorns and a grotesque torn smile beneath. Ha ha. Greetings. I am an alien creature named Yin One, here to eat you. Facing Yin One, the Kimgach Trung Tan stands unafraid, arms crossed, sneering arrogantly. Daithan Van Dang Chim Trong Tran Chi. Koibui Daidax Quan Quan Tong Toanha. Pulenka Bautroi Mot Momit Mutueta. Kien Tom Bunwai Nen Hu Chaim Trong Hoi Tonang Nekua Chien Lo. Kim Giak Trong. Tomot Kwai Dan Ve Fia. Mot. Em Kong Netran. Macho Nam Dam Kua Kim Giak Trong Ton Dan Tang Vaomart. Kim Jak Trung Tan roared in pain, unable to withstand the blow. Suddenly, its eyes flashed fiercely as it saw something even more terrifying than itself. His whole body froze. His mouth started to mumble incoherently as if he wanted to speak, but couldn't. This is bad. Accompanied by a supersonic explosion, the skull of the shadow was torn apart instantly, with brain and blood splattering everywhere, yet it was reconnected by fine black and red spiderweb-like threads that the wind couldn't blow away. In the next moment, all the blood and flesh splattered in an instant and merged around Kim Jiak Trung Tan's fist, causing him to panic. This is bad. His blood and flesh are invading my body. Its carapace in its third molt form is quickly invaded by this bizarre flesh and blood. Kim Jiam Trung Tan decisively cuts off its hand, the insect's hind wings fluttering as it rapidly extends the distance. Alien creature, how far can you stretch the distance? In front of you is only a lure for my true body. But Yin One laughed eerily and said, "Do you know about lanternfish?" Boom. The ground collapsed, and a giant blood-red mouth, hundreds of meters wide, roared out of the earth. Kim Jiaochong stood suspended in midair. It realized it had been deceived and could only watch as the world plunged into eternal darkness. Because of the giant mouth that had perfectly and neatly devoured Kim Jiak Trung Tan, the ground was torn apart and scattered everywhere. The entire area was struck by a terrible shockwave. The huge mouth swallowed Kim Jiak Trung Tan, twisting and spinning in midair before transforming into a large, sinewy stomach engulfing Mot's body. Only heaven knows how he managed to stuff something so large into his body. Truly a supreme creature, he still cannot digest and absorb it immediately. Now it still writhes within that monstrous body, half uncomfortable and half excited, but mostly thrilled. As a supreme creature, I still can't digest and absorb it immediately, and now it even struggles within my body. Now is the perfect moment to escape. Old Master Mu tries to hold his breath, barely making a sound, and softly calls out in a whisper that almost blends into the wind. Take the chance now and go quickly. Old Mug Jiao Tran Thien Vu has fainted from exhaustion caused by Dai Kai Min. He entrusted you to take Director Tran away and run quickly, but Dai Kai Ming hesitated, and Old Man Mu's hope of escape was already fading. The evil one could still see the group planning to escape. Eamon smirked contemptuously and slowly approached the two in front of him, savoring the fear emanating from their bodies. "I haven't forgotten about you. You're perfect as a dessert after my meal." But suddenly his face suddenly froze as if something had stopped all his reactions. A gasp caught in his throat, trembling and incomplete, only to see a huge blue light rising from the east and west of the city. The intense energy reaction was truly spectacular and terrifying, and the source of that high-energy reaction was approaching him. The air kept exploding, and the clouds in the sky were split in two by a blue meteor. Dai Kai Ming and Old Mu are desperately trying to help their teammate escape, when suddenly Old Mu exclaims, "The energy is too strong. Is it another lord?" Dai Kai Ming says, rushing toward them. The booming explosion grew closer and closer, completely obscuring the view. Even though Dai Kai Ming had semi-sage-level eyesight, he could only barely see a blue shadow descending from the sky. Then that blue shadow pierced directly into the dark figure. Until the moment they collided, the powerful wind from the descending blue figure roared loudly, and the body of the Yin One also visibly struggled against the oppressive energy it emitted. Immediately after, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking everything as if to tear it apart, causing the entire space to tremble wildly in an instant. At this moment, Elder Mu raised his hands and directed his gaze forward. He sternly ordered Dai Kai Ming, who was struggling to withstand this overwhelming pressure, "Protect Director Tran well." Dai Kai Ming had no idea what monster was coming. He only felt his heart being clenched by a giant hand, like a sheep facing a T-Rex, completely suppressed at the level of jealousy, almost unable to move. Isn't the Lord targeting that monster? In front of Dai Kai Ming, the ruins of a building that had collapsed during the battle between Tran Thien Vu and Kim Jiak Trung Ton have now disappeared, leaving only dust and debris from the impact. Ditch Hoa repeatedly pierced through 3 kilometers of office buildings with AM-1. his voice firm. "I thought you had devoured the Lord, that you were on our side, but now you want to eat Director Tran and their team, so I can't let you go." In a daze, even one barely had time to react before feeling as if hit by a missile. Stepping back in a straight line, Dich Hoa unleashed a series of powerful punches, like nuclear strikes, relentlessly attacking even one's body. Dich Hoa's blue pupils stared fixedly at One's body, gradually disintegrating and shattering, with black and red substances emanating from within, causing him to feel an instinctive repulsion. He shouted, "These black and red substances really make me nauseous." Dich Hoa felt this aura and only felt an unprecedented anger. He strikes with a dry attack, Godzilla's secret technique, ruthless core domination. Nuclear energy is stained with killing intent into a dazzling light. Dich Hoa raised his right arm like a giant electric current from the missile compartment, delivering a powerful punch to Mot's face, unleashing an unparalleled destructive energy that burned him. Mot's head was shattered by immense force within seconds, then destroyed by high-energy particles. After an explosion in midair, One let out a few faint cries. Ah, ah. The body of One lost almost all of its chest cavity and was thrown out by the remaining energy of the explosion. And in reality, this is not a one-sided fight with the advantage. Dich Hoa will relentlessly pursue, like the Grim Reaper, demanding a life. Until I completely eliminate my opponent, I will smile disdainfully and say, "I won't let you die so easily." Dich Hoa, still unwilling to let go from the rough ground and tormented by many battles, kicks hard and soars into the sky. He grabs the battered body of One, who looks no different from a rag used to wipe his feet. Then, Dich Hoa concentrates his energy and pushes himself upward, soaring to the highest clouds. From afar, he looks like a missile exploding with energy, soaring into the sky at a terrifying speed. When he has chosen a distance from above that even he cannot precisely determine, Dich Hoa suddenly roars, his voice echoing through the clouds, the earth rumbling loudly. At the moment, Dich Hoa throws Mot away. 3 spirals of energy rise into the air, and Mot, like a plane out of control, spirals downward to the ground. When his flesh body collides with the ground, the kinetic energy explodes like a fierce bomb, a powerful shockwave spreading out, causing the earth within 100 meters to sink deep. Mot's upper half falls first, gradually disintegrating into fragments, until his entire body turns into a mass of torn flesh. Dust begins to settle from the ground. At this point, Dich Hoa finally sets foot on the ground. The system displays a message: Infinite Monster Model, Host, Dich Hoa, Model, Frenzy, Dimala, 100% compatibility. The Flaming Army form has been unlocked. Please use it with caution. Dich Hoa stands proudly in his brand new nano armor, looking incredibly cool, guys. Crack, crack, crack. Large patches of black and red liquid begin to gather, almost instantly weaving themselves into a human shape and writhing upward from the ground. These tentacle-like strands absorb and move according to a principle no one understands. Even after such a blow, it's not dead yet, writhing like a hungry leech, gradually regenerating, both healing and absorbing the 9-horned monster. Gradually, Amon's body takes shape, and it sarcastically remarks with a cocky tone, "Wow, that was a fierce attack. You made me dizzy. Since I was born, I have never been crushed like that before." Dich Hoa was also caught off guard at this moment, startled as he looked ahead. Yi Yi, with her twisted body, like a demon in a sacrificial ritual, crawling out of a pool of blood. But even now, Yi Yi still stood there in shock. The thunderous attack from Dich Hoa left him stunned. "Ha ha ha, but thank you. Your recent assault has actually sped up my digestion process. Now I have successfully seized the envy of that Lord-level demon beast. In response, I will let you stay awake and watch yourself being devoured bit by bit." The spot where Dich Hoa struck with a loud sound from high above crashes straight down to the ground, forming a large pond. It makes the admin recall the Swan Lake from before. Is the fight with that gorilla similar to this one? You keep fighting, but don't die. After Yin-One rises again in a new form and is completely unharmed, Dich Hoa responds coldly, "Don't bark there." Ah, smack! A crisp slap echoed as Dich Hoa blinked and appeared in front of Mot, delivering a gentle yet furious kick to his face. His enormous power made him spin like a top, twirling dozens of times in the air and his body twisting into a spiral. Dich Hoa casually remarked, "That was a pretty good kick." As he was about to hit the ground, Dich Hoa delivered a powerful kick, knocking him into a skyscraper hundreds of meters away, with such force that a blinding light was visible at the impact point. At the sight of the building's collapse, countless black and red tentacles burst out, tossing aside steel and concrete fragments. Yin-One stood up from a pile of rubble, laughing louder and speaking in a higher voice. He, keep fighting, keep fighting. This time, facing Dichua's attack, his body didn't explode. It's just broken bones and shattered fragments. It seems his body is continuously adapting to this force. He continued, "You can't kill me. I will become your nightmare." After saying that, his whole body went slack, and the massive corpse exploded into black and red fragments, spilling everywhere. The entire space was filled with the stench of blood as Am1's body disintegrated into a massive black and red tidal wave that engulfed the entire building. Dichua finished speaking, and the atomic energy rapidly gathered and expanded in his palm, growing to the size of a small house in the blink of an eye. You become even more excited when you see a stronger opponent. Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've seen someone crazier than me. Foolish and growing bigger only makes it easier for me to crush you. Godzilla's secret technique of the Imperial Sect's Kwai training unleashes 3 strikes, forming an energy sphere behind him that shoots out instantly, rushing toward the Ammot, then Dichua like a basket, directly smashing the giant atomic energy sphere into the black and red tide. Boom! A bright blue spherical explosion erupts in the western city. Daikai Min stares wide-eyed at the blue explosion in front of him. The power and speed that Dichua displayed are beyond his imagination. Who could this Grandmaster be? This speed and strength are hard to match even for a Grandmaster of transformation. The monster earlier could easily decide Kai Min and Muk's lives against this power. Like a small flower in a storm, Old Mu's mouth was agape, and that blue energy fluctuation was entirely unfamiliar. Luckily, he is on our side. With such a powerhouse in the Western City battlefield, there's no need to worry. Blue atomic energy enveloped the entire building, thoroughly destroying all matter caught within it. Demonic beasts and martial artists compressed into a small ball and refined were vaporized by the atomic energy, like moths rushing into a nuclear fire. The dark purple body turned into a black and red tide, refusing to retreat from this raging energy explosion, but instead facing Dichua head-on to the very end. I told you it's useless. No matter how strong your attacks are, you can't kill me. I can divide infinitely. Divide, divide, divide. My organism's full potential is triggered. Your nuclear attacks keep tearing apart and destroying my body. At the same time, it also accelerates the disintegration process of my entire body, even making my disintegration rate surpass the diffusion speed of atomic energy. Ha ha ha. Dichua sneered dismissively at this guy, thinking he hated him. What a disgusting guy. But the maximum tension of the Emperor's total form had given me a strong sense of blood energy. Although I couldn't observe the changes in each cell precisely like an electron microscope, I could roughly sense that this guy was constantly adapting to my nuclear energy. Meanwhile, Diephoa's body was tensing up as he resisted the sinister one, whose face emerged from the black and red tide, countless eyes sprouting from it, glaring greedily at Diephoa with a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, that's right, this is my power, the ultimate evolution. No matter how strong you are, you will ultimately be swallowed by me. You can never defeat me. I can sense the intense envy within your body, far greater than your top-tier jealousy. The jealousy of a lord-level envy that was just swallowed down seems so trivial and disgusting. Dichua licks his lips, looking at this grotesque appearance, feeling the urge to vomit, which also makes the one-eyed creature develop an intense and uncontrollable envy. He laughed, a bitter and resentful smile, then poured out his heart and asked why. Ha ha ha. The trembling laughter seems to tear apart the repressed anger in his chest. I have devoured countless lives, constantly analyzing the perfect genetic lineage within, but still cannot compare to the man before me. The black and red cells flicker and divide exponentially, converging into a powerful wave of oscillation, gradually growing stronger. He roared, "Why do I have to eat you?" Then transformed into a tidal wave that swept through the bustling street like the sky collapsing, crashing toward Dai Hua, and amidst the black and red tsunami, a wide mouth like a blood basin with a structure resembling a meat grinder appeared, swallowing a building that was shattered by the wave, instantly crushing it into dust right where Daikai Min and the old man were struggling. Daikai Min anxiously watching the destructive monster, his mind filled with doubt whether the powerful figure or even this monster was so strong. Can the mysterious expert handle it? Based on its incredible regenerative and adaptive abilities, even a large nuclear bomb might not affect this monster. Unlike Daikai Min, who watches the battle from afar with worry, Di Hoa faces this black and red tsunami directly, remaining calm. He stepped forward boldly and said to his opponent, "You've just been a glutton all along." Tran Uyen Long Kai released one hand, clenched his fist tightly, and the joints creaked as a storm of fist energy surged. Blue lightning arcs immediately gather around him, blazing like awakening thunderbolts, causing the surrounding air to tremble intensely. The murderous intent concentrates on his right arm, forming a blood-red armored phantom as Dich-Hoa channels his power and roars loudly, unleashing a devastating punch. Boom, boom, a giant blood-red illusion fist appears, bringing an overwhelming pressure that suffocates. Its size rivals the black and red tsunami, even seeming to swallow everything. In the roar that shakes the heavens and the earth, that fist strikes down, causing the surrounding space to twist and distort. Crack! The black and red tsunami was instantly torn apart and exploded from the middle as a punch split the sea, with his blue light pillar piercing deep into the inner substance. The black and red and warm aura gradually destroy each cell of Yin 1, causing him unbearable pain. Large fragments of the black and red tsunami scatter outward, chaotic streams of energy swirling as if to tear apart the space. He trembled, his throat tightening. Why? Why you? It was as if even he couldn't believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. The black and red membranes gradually gathered, writhing and transforming into various body parts, collecting together rather than spreading out like they are now. Everything gradually became calmer, and all attention focused on the transformation of Am-1. In the end, the black and red matter reassembled into Am-1, and he twisted his face to look at Dich-Hoa. I thought I was gradually adapting to Dich-Hoa's power, but I never expected that was far from his full strength. He roared, How can your power still increase? Dich-Hoa blinked and appeared behind the one, his voice like a devil's curse. That's right. My power will forever be greater than yours. The overwhelming pressure makes Am-1 sweat all over, and his tone becomes hoarse. Annoying. Yin 1 immediately activates the jealousy ability of a beast it has absorbed, causing the air within 100 meters to boil like water and unleashing a violent air jealousy power. Under the intense shockwave from the weapon, all the surrounding dust was thrown into the air and burst into thick clouds as if torn apart by an invisible force, causing the ground to tremble repeatedly. The next moment, they exploded like vacuum bombs, continuous and dense. With a deafening roar, a massive blast wave erupted, affecting areas up to 300 miles away, causing earthquakes everywhere and damage that could wipe out a mammoth in just 2 seconds. But amidst that incredible power, a golden demon sphere wrapped around Dich-Hoa. Not a speck of dust had touched him in the recent explosion. Moreover, his tone as if everything before his eyes still lies easily within his grasp. Then, his face turns to look at Am-1 with a contemptuous expression, as if saying, "You're not even worth a toenail of mine." The corner of his mouth lifts into a smile that makes the opponent shiver. How can you be so sure? This is indeed my most prosperous time, right? The western city is still shrouded in smoke and chaos, and the Dark One sees Dich-Hoa standing still like a mountain, roaring in hatred, with a powerful aura. Kana Mot suddenly lunges forward, punches Dich-Hoa in the face, and points a deadly acid water finger. Dich-Hoa dodges aside, and it continues its assault like a mountain of molten iron, determined not to give Dich-Hoa a moment's rest. Am-Mot strikes again, unleashing 5 lightning-fast electric whip attacks, but they seem to have no effect on the main character's expression. It is my own mouth that must say this while it is wide open, preparing for the next attack. What kind of people have I truly devoured? I don't believe you are unbeatable compared to me. I am the perfect being. All of Yin 1's cells transform into amplified sound wave cells, emitting ultrasonic screams, then with all their might, unleashing a massive ultrasonic wave attack like a storm, causing the air to ripple into countless waves and the ground to be gouged several meters deep by the ultrasonic waves. Dich-Hoa still stood there motionless, as if using a hairdryer with successive waves of attack sweeping over him, destroying the surrounding environment more and more, but unable to harm his true form even a little. He retorted, "Are your chaotic attacks just a joke? Now it's my turn to return those words to you. No matter how you attack, you can't kill me. After my physical strength is enhanced into a higher dimension, I stand as a union of mind and body. It is also leveled up to a much higher level than before. Its values in every aspect are several times greater than my normal state. So, whether your attack on me in the normal state can break through is still an unknown, not to mention after Udo's values have been multiplied many times over." Saying that, the god sneered and continued mockingly, saying frankly that even if you stood there and fought all day, it would be hard to break through my defenses. At this moment, overwhelmed by Dich-Hoa's overwhelming aura, Am-Mot began to feel confused and question life itself. No, this can't be happening. Could it be that I really can't defeat him? Even as I keep growing stronger with each moment of endless speculation for a better revenge, Am-Mot, who has always feared neither heaven nor earth, finally considers retreating at this moment. He stood in front of Dich-Hoa in a daze, his body suddenly trembling despite his will not to. Dich-Hoa approached him, sensing the thick smell of death, and he spoke. But the gap in our strength is too great. Soon my entire body will become enormous in Titan form. Standing before Ammut like a mountain, although Ammut was growing stronger little by little, to Dichhua it was just like a tiny toenail. He stammered, trembling as he spoke. If I described the distance to him as 1,000 meters, then shortening it by 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters on this enormous scale is like nothing. Damn it, if I had more time to develop, to consume more strong enemies, to perfect my envy, I would eventually surpass the man in front of me. And one's huge mouth full of sharp teeth kept opening and closing, his voice losing its sharpness. But now it was too late. At this moment he still regrets and is furious about the damn genetic incident caused by the sudden interruption of the golden gene's breath. If I had successfully completed the gene correction and reached a more perfect state before facing this monster, even if I can't fight back, I shouldn't be struggling this much. To keep this battle from escalating further and endangering Am1's life, he hesitated, then forced himself to catch his breath and speak to Dichhua. All right, I admit it. You are not inferior to a perfect creature like me. At this point, I can't find a way to kill you, but you also can't kill me. Maybe that's why I won't invade this city or the entire country anymore. I will go to other countries, such as the North Bak-Dan Federation. This also aligns with your goal of restraining the power of other nations. In the end, the two of us can split Lamtin in half. I will rule the North Bak-Dan continent. You dominate the East and West continents, the strongest on the planet, and as long as you take a bit of their blood, I can help you develop toxins targeting their bodies to eliminate all heretics. In response, Dichhua raised one finger toward Ammut, who jerked in surprise and asked, "What does that mean?" Then he raised another finger to form a symbol, and Ammut recognized it and realized, 10 minutes later? But a sudden remark interrupted him. In 10 minutes, if you are still alive, I will change my name to yours. The oath shook him to the core, meaning Am1 had only one way out. Straight down to the underworld. Seeing himself being cornered, Am1 angrily opened his mouth and shouted, "So just grab my hand directly." Dichhua coldly replied, "Whatever suits you." Yin1 leaned back, spreading his arms wide, a sickly smile revealing his teeth as if mocking Dichhua's fanciful imagination. "You're killing me? Are you joking? Even I can't bring about this death. Every cell in my body is screaming to evolve. How can evolution allow me to die?" In less than 30 seconds of opening his mouth, Dichhua teleported over and held Ammut tightly, making him stunned, like a display of affection for a lover about to be served. Dichhua softly whispered into Ammut's ear, "You try and you'll see," as he slipped his remaining hand through Ammut's armpit and clasped both hands tightly. Dichhua, with a confident tone, soared swiftly until he reached in front of Ammut, and the rushing air caused by his high-speed movement finally hit Ammut. A blue light erupts behind Dichhua, propelling him forward, grabbing Ammut and shooting him into the sky like a shooting star from the ground, smashing him into the surface of a building. Immediately after, nuclear energy converges and erupts beneath his feet, pinning Ammut against the building as Dichhua presses him down, scraping along the surface and leaving a bloody trail as Ammut's flesh and blood spray everywhere. Ha ha ha. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. This attack doesn't hurt or itch at all, but soon he will regret everything he just said. Dichhua let him soar straight into the clouds, with nuclear energy continuing beneath his feet. But very quickly, Dichhua's speed surpassed that of the Super Blue fighter jet. He still keeps flying higher. What do you want to do? Yin1 sensed the air thinning and the temperature dropping, finally beginning to panic. Are you trying to throw me out of Lamtin? At this point, Dichhua has taken the Sound One to an altitude of over 50,000 meters, surpassing Lamtin's ozone layer, yet it still keeps talking nonsense. The cosmic rays and the space environment are not absolute. They can't kill me. I will keep absorbing radiation and evolving in space until I kill everyone in Lamtin. At this terrifying height, Dichhua held the head of Ammut with one hand, their shadows reflected clearly in the vast universe. Dichhua gritted his teeth and said, "This distance is close enough now. No one can observe what I am about to do, nor will it cause destructive damage to West City." Then he pressed his face close to the top of the one and whispered, "At such a distance, you must have lost contact with those growing bodies, right?" The first one sweats profusely. When he hears the word derived creature, his confidence and immortality are shattered for the first time. How do you know? The main body of the Shadow One is not as invincible as he boasts, otherwise he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by the Thunder Ray bird before. He is indeed very difficult to kill, but every time he regenerates and recombines, he will consume life energy. As his life energy gradually diminishes, he will become weaker and weaker. In the recent battle with Dich-Hoa, he lost a total of 1/3 of his life energy, and his reserve energy alone could even match that of 3 ordinary lords. But his greatest reliance when facing Dich-Hoa is not his resurrection count, but the derivative creatures that escape from his body. From the initial head being shattered by the Kimbyak Trungton to the various body organizations being destroyed by Dich-Hoa later on, these body components, once separated from the main body, do not lose their activity, but enter a dormant state. He will activate the consciousness clone stored in that body part once his main body runs out of life energy, achieving a different kind of resurrection. Unfortunately, this consciousness separation ability is not yet fully developed and currently has distance limitations. At this moment, a blue flame flickers in his eyes. His voice is not loud, but enough to make him one tremble. "Do I know how? Because I am stronger than you?" He silently thought. Actually, it's based on the life force field. He senses the connection between the detached components and his own body, then through changes in the battlefield perceives the strength of the link and deduces that he and those components have a distance limit. "I truly am a genius, then," he added another sentence in a sharp tone. "In other words, you now only have one life left," and one screams in terror. Now if it gets killed, it will die, and never see the sunlight again. Currently, Dich-Hoa and Ammot are flying together through the atmosphere, sharing their love. At this moment, Am1's face is as green as a banana leaf. It silently thinks that it has been recognized by him. "I can't die. If I do, I will never see the sunlight again." My bones and muscles swell into a terrifying beast breaking free from its cage, exploding in self-destruction as I shout into the void, "You can't catch every piece of me." Ha ha. As long as a piece of flesh and blood can reach the ground safely, I will survive. Dich-Hoa glared, his eyes blazing with fire in response. "Are you afraid? Is it the instinct to fear death?" Booming. M1 stared in horror at Dich-Hoa as he saw his body keep growing, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 10-meter-tall black and blue giant whose size was still increasing. And he himself was like a chick tightly grasped in the hand, the dense invisible weapon surrounding him like a wall of air, angry and shouting, "Damn it, can you still grow bigger?" Yin-Wan instinctively felt fear and shouted in horror at Dich-Hoa, but Dich-Hoa paid no attention to his pleas and curses, his large hands pinching Yin-Wan in the palm like catching a tiny mosquito. You raise your voice and say, "No need to catch every piece, just hold everything in the palm of your hand. You have no way to escape now." Dich-Hoa's body grew larger to make Ammot a tiny object within his hand. He held Ammot tightly and squeezed both arms strongly, then continuously rubbed his palms together, determined to torment Ammot to the end. "What do you want to do?" I finally squeezed him into a meatball. Yin-Yi continues to babble on. "Do you want to eat me?" "Are you a demon beast? How dare you think about eating your opponent, ignoring the nonsense words of Ammot?" Dich-Hoa swallowed him in one gulp, yet he kept shouting arrogantly, "Aren't you afraid I'll start devouring you from the inside?" "Yes." Dich-Hoa directly led him down to the stomach through the huge throat. He is now just a tiny rusted piece before the Titan's body, yet still confidently laughing louder. "Ha ha 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 ha. Foolish, I am the one finding a way out of despair." Gulping him down the throat is just the first step in the plan to destroy. As if preparing for something bigger, Dich-Hoa floats in the vast space, aiming to turn himself into a furnace to completely refine it. Boom! The next step is the eruption of Flame Sovereign, as Dich-Hoa's blue pupils begin to flash with a fierce red light. The blue light from the body gradually turns into a fiery red, the red light growing stronger until it almost becomes a second sun. The air within a few kilometers is stained with red. The surface temperature of Dich-Hoa's body has reached 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Celsius, while the core inside is climbing into tens of thousands of degrees, continuously rising. It's important to note that the surface temperature of this star's sun is only about 5,600 degrees Celsius. Burned by the terrible heat, he begins to panic and scream. Where is this? How can any creature release temperatures at star level? My gene vault simply doesn't have any superhuman genes capable of adapting to a life-restricted zone like the sun. Huh. Boom! If Dich-Hoa still remains in the western city, the terrifying heat of the Crimson Lotus state would destroy the entire western city and could potentially permanently alter the climate of the surrounding area. Inside Dich-Hoa's body, a muffled groan signals to stop. "Damn it, are you trying to refine me into a pill? I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Yin-Yi melts in pain, burns, and struggles within Dich-Hoa's stomach, trying his best to replicate cells that can adapt to this terrible heat, but failing completely. "I am clearly the most perfect being. Just give me time. Give me time to become a god." His voice gradually faded, never expecting that he would actually be thrown into the sun, along with Dich-Hoa releasing a blazing red lotus-shaped shockwave from inside his body. The red lotus-shaped shockwave spread out in a circle for hundreds of kilometers. The nuclear fission light it produced was visible even from outside the planet, and everything returned to silence. 10 minutes ago, Dai Kai Ming and the old monk witnessed Dich Hoa launch like a missile, soaring straight into the sky and disappearing over the horizon. At the same time, they received a radio signal from the airship above. This is the Western City Combat Zone headquarters. The Vanguard Squadron has received your message. Please respond. Frontline Squad, please respond. I am Dai Kai Ming from the Vanguard Squad, and have successfully received the message from the headquarters. Dai Kai Ming, the beast summoner of the Western City Battle Zone, has been completely wiped out, and we are currently conducting a thorough sweep. The headquarters has confirmed that all the lords of Western City are dead. Please report your situation. Dai Kai Ming reports. Clearly, the other side has received the information. I see the general situation is now understood by the headquarters. He emphasized that without the mysterious powerhouse, our plan to retake Western City would be difficult to carry out. If the identity of this mysterious expert is not a secret, please tell me for sure. I want to thank them in person at their home. The headquarters reported back. He's right there in your university. Dai Kai Ming was surprised. Is there a director or a special professor at Owa University? I've never heard of them before. Then he wondered, I, as the president of Hoadai Student Union, have basically met all the teachers and professors of Hoadai, but no one has fought and displayed such a bright blue, destructive light. The headquarters explained that he is currently not a teacher or professor, still in the student phase. This statement further astonished Dai Kai Ming. Which martial arts master of the fourth-year class are these students truly inheriting? I've never heard of students in the same class breaking through to the Grand Master level before me. Has the headquarters confirmed this? He is 3 classes below you and your junior brother. Dai Kai Ming was stunned. The sky returned to silence, only the remaining terrifying heat in the air recalling the destructive power of the Crimson Lotus that just obliterated the city. Outside in space, Earth Yihua plunges downward at a terrifying speed like a comet heading for the blue planet. He ran off shouting, not only does he look bad, but he also doesn't smell good. The intense heat from the Flame Lord has burned through the nano-combat armor. Now it's time to see what you're capable of. Please, Yin said, then Dich Hoa opened his mouth wide, revealing his naked human body through the charred remains. Logically, Dich Hoa should be wearing the nano-watch that the female emperor prepared for him now, so he's no longer naked. Swish! The tentacle-like appendages from Dich Hoa's mouth emerge and gradually grow larger, quickly covered by a moving black and red biological armor. Dich Hoa marvels that the high-level vampire bloodline combined with the evolutionary power of the progenitor can both refine his yin and absorb his genetic abilities. And along with his will, this biological armor is shaped into a bodysuit and then biologically dyed. By inheriting the black and red biological material from that guy, it seems this thing can not only mimic clothing but also heal my body from the injuries sustained during the Inferno form. It's not just about recovery, but optimization, feeling like you can freely shape a person in a game. After absorbing the black and red biological material, Dich Hoa's body is comprehensively optimized, heat-resistant, capable of storing and transmitting superior energy with lighter yet stronger bones, enhanced nerves, and faster reactions. Dich Hoa stands in the sky, appearing unchanged on the outside, but his microscopic structure has undergone earth-shattering changes. The external appearance remains the same because he deliberately kept it that way for himself at this moment. Appearance, physique, even gender can be adjusted at will, just like molding a figure in a divine game. Dich Hoa feels extremely satisfied. The sensation is truly miraculous. Beyond words, and this ability is on par with a high-level prototype. The scene shifts to the North Bogdan Federation, where someone at the Federation's military command base is trembling as they witness the strange phenomenon in the sky. From the perspective of the surveillance satellite, a blazing red shock sphere appears in the atmosphere. This man is General Dare of the North Bogdan Federation. He stared intently at the large central screen in front. What the hell is this? It's the FET. And the voice of the federal supercomputer Y also echoes at this moment. A fierce high-energy reaction occurred at the boundary between the stratosphere and the upper thermal layer above West City Hakwak, affecting an area of about 600 kilometers, estimated to be equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion of tens of millions of tons TNT. The general couldn't help but swear. Couldn't. Minute by minute, Diu? Isn't Hakwak carrying out the recovery plan? What is this high-energy explosion all about? A technician asked. General Ava detected life activity at the explosion center. He asked again. Life activity? Even a top-tier Grand Master would be turned to dust by this level of explosion. Zoom in on the satellite image for me. I want to see what Hakwak is up to. Along with the enlarged image on the central screen, a young man in a leather jacket appears, looking up at the sky as if he can see through the infinite distance to face the satellite outside Earth. The general's face turned pale and he exclaimed, "It's a young boy in charge!" But soon the young man's lips on the large screen moved slightly, as if saying something. "Admiral, he's speaking in the language of the South, meaning he's spying on your father." At the North Baidun Federation Military Command Base, Mr. Shen Yi's face appears on the screen with a friendly gesture from his middle finger. Admiral Dewar stared fixedly at the large central screen ahead. "No way. Our satellite is in orbit outside Earth. How could he have detected us?" Quickly identify his face. Could it be that the fourth Grandmaster has appeared? They were bewildered by his glowing eyes. What is he planning to do? The people of the Federation broke out in sweat and made noise. Someone reported, "Sir, Vatin has detected a rapidly converging energy source." From the perspective of the surveillance satellite, a bright blue shockwave appears in the atmosphere and flashes across the large screen. In less than a second, the satellite explodes. Dich Hoa, after destroying the North White Forest satellite, said, "You North White Forest kids, blow up your satellites first and see if you still dare to spy on us." The Emperor's model has reached its maximum level, and the range of the life field has expanded to its maximum, enough to cover the entire globe. Moreover, not only can I sense the breath of carbon-based creatures, but signals from machines and other special frequencies are also within my range of perception. Now that Western City has been reclaimed, I suddenly have an idea. Could I step into those S-class restricted zones with my current level of life force? "It's worth a try," he shouted, and the magnetic field expanded. At this moment, he also looked up at the sky, as if peering through the infinite distance to face the satellite outside Earth. An invisible sensing field spread out from Dich Hoa at its center. Dich Hoa's domain has quickly covered the entire province and continues to expand at an extremely fast rate, with countless chaotic information flooding into the brain. The red and black biological matter automatically helps Dich Hoa organize useful information and eliminate sensory data. The liquid form gradually constructs a 3D model map in front of Dich Hoa. Currently, Dich Hoa is very satisfied. The black and red biological matter of Yin 1 combined with the life field has created a complete regional distribution map. The distribution of cities in Great Xia can be accurately and clearly mapped out. Suddenly, a flicker of insight flashes in his eyes as he looks ahead. When the black and red matter reached Kwangson City, which had become an S-level secret realm, the biological black and red matter began to become unstable and could not take shape. The reason was that according to the life field perception of Dich Hoa, Kwangson City was entirely a black hole. He shook his head and sighed, so it really was a failure after all? Not surprising. After all, even the truly powerful humans at the top are helpless in the face of the S-rank secret realm. Dich Hoa wasn't surprised by this situation. On the contrary, he was quite curious. The forbidden zone of Kwangson City has failed, but what about other places? Dich Hoa is now very strong, but he has not yet reached the peak of this high martial spirit world. It can only be said that after gaining the power of legendary Godzilla, he has entered the ranks of the strongest human fighters. Then Dich Hoa ignored Kwangson, dispersing his spiritual sense to perceive all of Daiha and even the entire eastern continent of Lam Tin, with its spiritual energy spreading throughout Daiha, reaching across Lam Tin's eastern continent, crossing Daidong Duong to arrive at the northern Bakdon continent. Then, North Han Duong and the entire eternal ice continent in Antarctica of Lam Tin were all explored and mapped out. At this moment, Dich Hoa was witnessing the entire Lam Tin scene shift to a small gathering at the imperial palace of Anyan Hat on Mount Fuji. The imperial palace of the great Japan Star Emperor, built from gold and crystal, is filled with a faint smell of decay that's hard to hide. This foul odor even overpowers the scent of countless incense burners. The dragon bed, covered by a thin, misty curtain and stretching 20 meters wide, is hard to imagine being used by which giant. A gaunt but towering figure appears behind the curtain, coughing and clearing his throat. 3 attendants bowed and reported to His Majesty as a hand even larger than the maid's reached out from behind the curtain to demand. This hand looks just like a dried-up dead piece of wood covered with various-sized corpse wounds. Cough, cough. Give me the medicine. After the maidservant bowed and left the palace, that hoarse voice like a ghost's illness began to murmur to itself. Who is this powerful being whose sensing ability can even reach Dongri? Is it the old fox who writes the scriptures of Great Xia or the corpse of the Western continent? Could it be that someone who has not appeared in public for nearly 100 years has seen through something? If you want to test me, you must quickly refine the divine artifact. When I reach the legendary realm, that will be the moment Dongri conquers Lam Tin. Cough. Cough. The Great Western Continent Temple, at the spiritual pilgrimage center of the Heavenly Kingdom Divine Capital, a 1,000-meter-tall statue of the god stands majestically in the heart of the holy city. Below, the believers praying see the divine transformation of the statue. Look, the statue is manifesting its divine power, the true God has descended, the prophecy is real, the faith is genuine. Those foolish mortals who do not believe in the faith will ultimately be cast into the bottomless abyss. Lord Divine, please protect my sickly grandson. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of the statue. Did your crazed gaze wake you up? A visible tremor appears between the eyebrows of the stone statue, accompanied by a strange scent and bright red blood flowing down from the crack between the eyebrows. The mouth of the statue begins to gape wide open, stretching all the way to the ears, revealing a huge, grotesque, and twisted smile. The handsome young man sticks a piece of paper with sacred text onto the upright grayish-yellow eye. The pupil trembled slightly before the entire statue turned to stone again. The handsome young man dressed in the highest-ranking celestial court robes. The golden eye, its eye covered with a white silk band, turns and flies away. This person grits his teeth and says, "This is the negligence of this servant, please continue to rest." Off the coast of Continent A, a giant luxury cruise ship is slowly moving forward. If any ship enthusiast were here, they would surely shout in amazement. Because this is the Titanic ship that sank after colliding with an iceberg 30 years ago, and now it looks completely intact after decades at the bottom of the sea, even newer than when it first left the factory. The ship's hull is covered in a shimmering silver glow, with a full moon faintly reflected beneath the water. In the captain's cabin, the young man steering the ship senses a familiar aura as he looks ahead and speaks. Could this be Dich Hoa? So he is the silver-haired Barros who once promised Dich Hoa. He opened his eyes, his pupils a cold white crescent moon, then lowered his gaze, steering the ship carefully while observing everything around him. I didn't expect that in such a short time I could have grown this much. It's really impressive. Barros looked at his cold white hand with a few cracks like white porcelain running across it and muttered, "It's all because of that mutated blue-haired human. If he hadn't severely damaged my human world container, I wouldn't have delayed healing for so long. Forget it. Once I get out of here, I'll come find you again." Dich Hoa, the moonlit ship, slowly advances into the gray bone curtain covering the entire ocean. The world calls it the fog of chaos, and beyond that curtain lies the continent occupied by the second demon invasion. Since he arrived, he has not taken any action. Up here, Dich Hoa sees that Tu Trung's life has mapped out the entire Lam Tin, at least more than 12 places like Kwangsun City, resembling black holes swallowing my senses, and some even trying to trace back my position after detecting my sensing network. Dich Hoa slightly smirked and said this water of Lam Tin still runs deep. Dich Hoa couldn't help but feel that Lam Tin hides too many hidden dangers and all kinds of monsters and spirits. As Dich Hoa was about to shut down the sensing network, a sudden mental signal interrupted. Could that signal be from Dich Hoa himself on the summit of Kon Luan in Dai Ha? Although this mental signal is intermittent, Dich Hoa still recognizes it as the principal's voice. Is this voice from the principal of the Imperial exam? The other end is rushing and the signal is weak. Be careful, Po Hong Sin, for now. Dai Ha is assigning you to this task. He was very surprised by these words. Dich Hoa kept his composure and focused on listening to every faint signal. The origin of this signal is from the peak of the Great Ha's imperial fortress. You are beginning to suspect that the principal warned you to be cautious of the national guardian, martial artist, Fo Hong Sin. But hasn't Fo Hong Sin already been closed off for serious injuries? What has happened at the peak of the imperial circle? Quickly, Dich Hoa shouted to signal the female oracle, and the AI system female oracle immediately responded. "Sir, I am here. Are you asking if she can still locate the signal of the principal? The search is ongoing, but no results so far." Dich Hoa's expression darkened, and he continued, "The signal from Than Long belongs to Dai Ha Long Tuok. Have you found it?" Nua replied, "We are searching. Sorry, sir, we cannot find it, but I have checked the last departure of the Green Dragon Dean. He headed towards the Death Valley at the top of Q Lung. The exact reason was not disclosed by the Green Dragon Dean." Dich Hoa rarely shows a serious expression, worried that indeed the two of them are together, right at the critical moment when we start the plan to recover Dacia, which has 3 great national protectors, 1 missing in Quan Mountain, 2 missing in Kunlun, and these 3 top experts are all connected to the level of national defense. Dich Hoa is tense. Could it be that Fo Hong Sin has betrayed us? If he is also an enemy, then all the peak combat power of Da Ha is completely gone. If Dean Thi Kinvan and Senior Than Long are missing, and Fo Hong Sin is also an enemy, while the recovery plan is underway and the captured cities are being retaken, it means the vital energy of Da Ha has been severely damaged. Then Tu Tung's top combat forces are finished. The giant of Daha collapses, meaning countless oppressed nations will rise, and the hungry wolves that keep devouring its flesh will grow even stronger. The absence of top-tier combat power means that Dajia has entered its most dangerous period, where any mistake could lead to being surrounded and attacked from all sides. The Death Valley at the top of the Kunlun is a strange forbidden zone that can suppress martial artists and even weaken demonic beasts, and it often contains secret realms that hide opportunities as well as numerous dangers, with no signs of any battles. A battle among the great venerables could shake the mountains and seas. If the Dean truly teamed up with the Azure Dragon to face Fo Hong Sin, the peak of Quanluan should have already turned into a clawed abyss. Dich Hoa's face was tense and clearly visible, with only one direction left to find Fo Hong Sin. But if Fo Hong Sin is an enemy, wouldn't going there just expose myself? Then I blurted out a curse. Damn it, these decoding things really don't suit me. I truly prefer the thrill of combat. He flies past the strange secret realm gates below, still murmuring to himself. Becoming stronger is always the best option. Currently, all 3 of my models have reached the maximum, and the title of top student in the first year, along with the achievements in reclaiming Western City, are enough for me to unlock 2 more models. There is also the Golden King gene that the crazy doctor decoded. The rare gene hidden within holds immense potential for transformation and enhancement beyond the ordinary. If the great nation truly no longer has protectors, he gently closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, as if suppressing heavy thoughts within. Then he boosted his power, rushing forward at an even faster speed and shouting excitedly in midair, "And I will declare victory." A certain commercial building in Western City, its structure riddled with 2 large holes with cracked and leaking walls, yet somehow still holding on firmly, not collapsing amidst the ruins. Dich Hoa descends slowly into the ruined building, with black and red tentacles still not fully disappeared, gradually retracting into his body. As he just entered, he casually spoke out in a cold, loud voice, glancing around and judging based on his bloodline sense. That bloodline person must be here, hiding well, maybe avoiding something. Suddenly, the wall above burst open, cracks spreading like a web, and a powerful beam of light shot straight through the structure, illuminating everything with an imposing presence. It was like a meteor tearing through the sky and crashing to the ground. That is the fire of translation. In just a fleeting moment, he changed direction in midair and landed straight on the ground with a fierce aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. As he stood up straight, a massive figure appeared. A strange creature, like a giant worm with a wide-open mouth full of thick, grayish teeth. Around that disgusting mouth, many chubby hands grew out. For Dich Hoa right now, this kind of monster is just a white tissue to wipe his nose. With hands shining with blue light, Dich Hoa stared at them intently. The deadly intent to kill him burst out fiercely, as a powerful surge of energy spiraled and roared forward, carrying a cold killing aura straight toward the creature. A deadly strike split the monster into 2 parts. The head was covered in thick skin and sprawled across the ground, while the rest was a splash of blue-green blood. The size of the beast was enough to imagine the huge amount of blood spraying out. Now, everything was gradually calming down, and suddenly, something was emerging from the mass of slimy fluids. Dich Hoa approaches and says, "I told you I couldn't find you because you were hiding inside the monster's stomach so you wouldn't be discovered? Oh, so you're the crazy doctor." The old man, covered in the slimy green substance of the beast, trembling with exhaustion but still reaching out with a joyful call, said, "Master, you've come at last?" But the mad scientist quickly shouted, "Wait, don't come near me, I'm too dirty." Dich Hoa instinctively took a half-step back, looking somewhat disgusted, as the mad scientist hurriedly stepped away to avoid contaminating his master. Dich Hoa showed clear disgust, pinched his nose, and with a cold gaze asked the crazy doctor, "What happened? Who are you hiding from?" The mad scientist's face showed clear horror as he recounted, "My lord, the reason I hid inside this worm is to conceal the breath of the Golden Crown gene and myself. Loi Sa-Dieu sent a true monster to seize the Golden Crown, a creature of extreme power, and I fear all of Western City's lives could be swallowed by him. Let's get out of here quickly." Dich Hoa, hearing the description, felt it was familiar, so he reached out and the black and red substance mimicked the shape of Yin Wan. "Are you talking about this?" The crazy doctor recognized his true master and his face turned pale. "That's him. He is the lord of the upper realm? Could it be that you have already?" Dich Hoa nodded calmly. "Yes, I have already refined him." I also considered how to speak to the crazy doctor. Using the word eat sounds too brutal, while refine sounds more fitting. The mad scientist hurriedly knelt down to flatter as the lord took a step forward, and even Dich Hoa was stunned by his reverent display. Thick forests, where did you learn that feudal and corrupt attitude? Hand over the golden ginseng to me, I wasn't really interested in this thing to begin with. Hearing that, the crazy doctor immediately handed over a silver insurance box. Dich Hoa used the jaguar substitute to open it. It's like a cool stream in the desert for a woman about to die of thirst. He said it's all slimy liquid, so he had to use Jaguaruto's power to extract it without damaging anything. Just by looking, Dich Hoa's body already yearned intensely. He swallowed hard and thought to himself, is this the extracted golden envy? My body is craving it, but I have to lock the box now. It's not the right time to absorb it yet. The crazy doctor asked curiously, Your Excellency, don't you use the golden gene? Dich Hoa explained, It's not the right time to use it now. After consuming a large amount of energy, I usually undergo a transformation and fall into a deep sleep. The Western City is still a battlefield. It's not a place for quiet cultivation. Suddenly, Dich Hoa's attitude changed, and he praised the old man, saying, Crazy doctor, you did very well, then swiftly stabbed his hand into the mad doctor's heart to protect this SSL-level talent. He had no choice but to inject some of the black and red substance into his genius brain. This will create a miracle. The crazy doctor still didn't understand what was happening, but respectfully responded to his lord's words. The black and red biological material begins to transfer into the mad scientist. Dich Hoa then explains, Your current power is too weak. You have to hide and run when facing enemies. This is the black and red biological material of the Dark One. It can enhance your brain and contains a mysterious power that ordinary people find hard to imagine. As he finished speaking, he withdrew his hand. Without stopping, Dich Hoa braced himself, his entire aura erupting fiercely, and a black and blue dorsal fin suddenly grew out from his back. On the surface, the blue and green patterns glow brightly, emanating a strange and oppressive aura. The boy remains unmoved, his hand forcefully pressing onto the shining spine. He directly broke off the fin connected to the spine, forcefully pulling it out. Throughout the process, his face remained cold and expressionless, showing not a hint of pain. In that moment, he immediately handed it to the mad scientist. He looked at it with confusion and stammered, Your Excellency, what do you mean by this? Dich Hoa said, I still have the spinal bone fragment of mine. Take it, and whatever strength you gain from inside depends on your ability. Suddenly, the mad scientist was moved to tears and snot mixing together, and his face made Dich Hoa shudder. The mad scientist solemnly declared, Your Excellency, today you give me a drop of blood, and one day I will return to you an empire. Why didn't I realize before that you were also delusional? All right, go do your work. The crazy doctor quickly wiped away his tears, composed himself, and seriously replied, Weekly schedule. The trademark mischievous smile, combined with the main character's perfectly symmetrical face, continues to be displayed before a glorious battle. The monsters in West City still have a bit of an urban vibe. It's time to start the citywide purge. On the eastern battlefield of Western City, the martial artists gradually realized a shocking truth. The Lord has fallen, and the wave of ferocious beasts has completely collapsed, losing their formation and will to fight. As the two overlords fell one after the other, the horde of monsters immediately lost control. They turned on each other, tearing and biting, turning the battlefield into a bloody chaos. The human army from all sides pushes forward, shouting encouragement. Brothers, wipe out these beasts in one go. In the chaos, some monsters still retained a bit of reason and hurriedly fled into the dark alleys of the city. Just as everyone was about to storm into the city for close combat, the cold voice of the super AI goddess suddenly rang out, declaring that the entire city area be handed over to him. The crowd was stunned instantly. A female warrior exclaimed in surprise, Who is that, Oa? Could he be the one who personally destroyed the Western City Lord? Without hesitation, the young male leader immediately ordered decisively, and all warriors obeyed the command, retreating urgently. In the quiet night sky under the pale crescent moon, a sudden rain of blue meteor sparks tore through the air and crashed onto the ground. That source of power quickly transformed into a fierce black and red energy wave, crashing down like a nuclear bomb onto the battlefield, creating a devastating shock wave that shattered everything in its path. Dich Hoa immediately activated his life force field, an invisible but overwhelming force that covered the entire Western City, trapping each monster and preventing them from escaping or fighting back. Then, the black and red material began to be projected outward in all directions. Each tentacle swiftly snatches up the guns lying on the ground. Then he gathers them all into a giant construct, from its surface sprouting countless long, winding barrels that writhe constantly, creating a bizarre yet terrifying spectacle. The energy source powering that giant construct is a tightly controlled nuclear reaction inside Dich Hoa's body, causing the blood vessels and green tendons on its surface to glow simultaneously, like streams of vital energy flowing fiercely. The nuclear energy surges through the conduits directly to each barrel, making every gun accumulate terrifying destructive power, ready to fire. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a giant flesh sphere suddenly appears, surrounded on the outside by hundreds of heavy guns, all aimed and ready for the final confrontation to completely eliminate all remaining monsters. Dich Hoa grimaced, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his head and shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, declaring that he would let the monsters witness the true power of his new weapon, the divine angel gun. In that very moment, thousands of bullets made from hardened blood and flesh, carrying immense atomic kinetic energy, were fired simultaneously, streaking through the silent night with blazing blue trails. Thanks to the absolute precision of the life force magnetic field, each shot automatically adjusted its trajectory, hitting the deadly core of each target without a single deviation. After the initial barrage, thousands of monsters fell lifeless on the battlefield, while Dich Hoa remained standing there completely at ease, ready to unleash countless more devastating volleys. Loud wails of agony echoed across the entire front as the monsters were overwhelmed by suffering, desperately struggling before they finally lost their lives. Only Dich Hoa alone possesses firepower comparable to an entire artillery division, and each shot is equipped with autonomous guidance capable of astonishing precision. This slaughtering efficiency clearly surpasses all standards of a regular army. Watching the entire battlefield unfold, the campaign commander was utterly stunned, with only one thought in mind. This guy is truly a monster not of this world. Even if Dich Hoa were to claim right now that he is an alien, he could only nod in agreement, saying he had no objections. In the observation tower, he had completely lost interest in questioning how a top male student could hang the overlords upside down and fight. Because Dich Hoa alone is equivalent to an entire heavy firepower squad. With each shot guided precisely, his slaughter efficiency surpasses even the army, making him secretly amazed and wondering where the principal trained him from. A subordinate hurriedly reports that Dich Hoa's attack has temporarily stopped. In the sky, the biological fortress continues to billow thick white smoke after its first barrage, caused by the heat dissipation system through pores that the black and red material just created. The commander orders us to buy time for Dich Hoa to cool down, while the 360-degree mobile energy cannon prepares to fire. Once given the signal, the fighter jets will open their bays and engage. A series of bullets fired down to the ground, causing dust and smoke to rise. This time, it's the captain's contact, and the continuous gunfire makes the remaining boss-level monsters in the city tremble. Usually, they are not afraid of human firearms. Are they furious and damn it? Have human weapons become more advanced? Damn it, the airborne fortress is coordinating with that ground fireball. We need to find a way to destroy it or we'll run out of time to escape to the abyss. A winged demon lord begins to push forward. Then you lead the charge and go first. We will follow behind. The lords fell silent. Everyone knew they had to take down the fortress, but no one wanted to be the first to sacrifice themselves. As they hesitated and pushed each other, the second wave of the plague was about to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoing like thunder, the sky over Western City was dyed with blazing blue flames. This is the Damlet sword, hanging above the monsters. They shout, the cannonball has started its second barrage. Low-level monsters simply cannot resist. Dich Hoa doesn't care about rebuilding after the war. As a warrior, he only knows that without this suppressive firepower, countless fighters would have to die in dangerous street battles. The strongholds of the Lord level are given special attention. The monsters are in a rush and must deal with it quickly, or the beast tide will be completely wiped out. Even their underground lairs have been uprooted. Even when they hide deep underground, the earth-penetrating missiles Dich Hoa built can easily find and destroy them completely. It's stopped now. The cannonball has stopped again. After 2 cleanup efforts, the streets of Western City are filled with torn flesh and quickly turn to dust as the core is destroyed, releasing a lot of white smoke from the meat mass. At this moment, the final demon lords can no longer hold back. Kill it while that damn thing just finished firing and is regrouping. We must rush in and destroy it. If we don't destroy that thing, no monster will survive to return alive. A beast messenger reports that the Western City stronghold has been taken over by humans, and we must seize the opportunity. On the surveillance screen, the signal shows more than 20 lords gathering, roaring and launching deadly attacks towards the airborne fortress. On the ground, the warrior army is terrified as the lords strike simultaneously. The team leader immediately ordered, "We're in trouble. Quickly support that cannonball. We must not let those lords seize it. Brothers, even if we die, hold on until the next fire barrage from the fortress begins. Don't even think about crossing our bodies." The team leader, though weaker, led the fighters with unwavering courage as the monster lords charged forward at terrifying speed. But at that very moment, with a loud crack, the flesh fortress of Dich Hoa suddenly opened. Everyone had no time to react, only catching a glimpse of a blue light tearing through the skin of the beast in front of them. A hundreds-meter-long blue atomic light sword suddenly falls from the top of the fortress, and the chieftains leading the charge vanish in an instant. The martial artists haven't even had a chance to act yet. Oh, is it over? Even the captain was confused and told us to disband. Those level lord monsters have all ascended to heaven. Damn it, all our efforts were wasted. If it keeps up like this, we'll just be background scenery. Dich Hoa, standing coldly above, looked down and said, "Did you really think I only knew how to stand still and shoot?" The recapture of Western City has become a settled matter. Dich Hoa's hands, combined with the black and red Dich, spread out into enormous wings. Dich Hoa revealed a rarely seen serious expression and looked out at the last demon beast lair before confidently declaring, "After tonight, there will be no more monsters in Western City as the first rays of dawn shine brightly upon the land, dispelling the final darkness." The airborne fortress transformed into a flowing stream of black and red liquid that seeped back into Dich Hoa's body. He confirmed that no monsters remained alive in Taethon. From this moment on, Taethon confidently announces to the entire continent that it has been successfully reclaimed. At that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Dich Hoa's mouth. Ha ha. The system panel hasn't appeared in a long time, but it finally sent a message. The achievement is unlocked, and the savior of Western City gets a chance to draw a sample template, hinting that the host is involved in a large-scale activity. Contributing over 50% allows for an achievement fusion, and the reward will definitely include at least one high-grade sample draw. You look at it with satisfaction. This script looks familiar. Isn't this the gacha-style reroll from those domestic games in the previous life? It would be great if they changed it to monster summoning. Lower than B-rank monsters are no longer valuable, so after completing all the retrieval achievements, saving up for a big summon makes the most sense. At least, an A-rank monster on par with Godzilla would be truly exciting. News of Western City's quick victory quickly spread across the country. The recovery operation by Dacia began with a victory, reclaiming 3 cities in just one day. The first city, Leon City, was led by the 1st Department of Longtuo. The second city, Lam City, was reclaimed mainly by Tado martial artists. The third city, West City, was recovered under the leadership of Dean Hoa Dai Tran Thien Vu. Our warriors of Daha will continue reclaiming the cities invaded by monsters, but Dich Hoa's identity remains a secret. The command center only mentioned the name Grandmaster Tran Thien Vu because Dich Hoa's strength isn't too astonishing. A first-year student with peak Grandmaster cultivation who can crush a Grandmaster would cause a worldwide shock. In a corner, Liu Qingchu observes this information, half believing, half doubting. Could it really be Dean Tran Sao who is retrieving West City? In the army, everyone signs a confidentiality agreement, but 2 people still guessed the truth. Liu Qingchun and Suzhou. What are you joking about? That blue light can only belong to someone else. The scene shifts to the headquarters where the plan to recover Daiha is underway. The commander is tightening security to ensure information about Di Hoa remains confidential and establishing Di Hoa's identity at the highest security level. Anyway, this is an earth-shattering event that will attract attention from many sides. The department is in a hurry. Minister Dich Hoa has returned to the command center to see the chief with a serious look. "Boss, I have something to ask of you." As soon as he heard Dich Hoa's voice, he tensed up and got goosebumps all over his body. A commanding general should bow his head respectfully before a student. Don't. You're the one in charge of me, that's all. So I might as well ask directly, when will the official recognition for my first-year top student title at Hoa University be granted to me? The commander is sweating bullets. He stammers, "You're already stronger than the director, so why still covet that student top scorer title? Don't your classmates find it embarrassing?" Getting the top scorer certificate requires confirmation from the student union of Hoa University, which usually takes about a month, but seeing Dich Hoa's face darken, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "However, your case is very special. I don't think any first-year student would dare to question your top scorer position. Moreover, the president of the Hoa University Student Union is also here and can certify you on the spot." As he spoke, he broke out in a sweat, looking as if he had just run 10 kilometers. "Are you the student council president? Where is he?" At this moment, someone opened the door and entered. He looked very familiar, and that person was Dai Kai Ming. When he entered the room and saw Dich Hoa's youthful face, he took a deep breath. Dich Hoa turned around and asked, "Are you the student union president?" "I am." Without warning, this divine figure suddenly moved quickly toward Dich Hoa. He rushed forward, dangerously close to Dich Hoa's face, making the man feel awkward and unable to introduce himself properly. A second later, Dai Koi Min put on an idol-like expression towards Dich Hoa, with a triumphant look even more than when he defeated the monster. "Senior, thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my master, I sincerely thank you." Given Dai Kai Min's extremely enthusiastic attitude, Dichhua responded a bit startled. "Yes, that's what I should do. You don't need to be so formal. Besides, you seem to be a few years older than me, so don't call me senior." Dai Kai Ming enthusiastically brushes it off. "No, on the path of martial arts, strength comes first, and you are indeed my senior." Dichhua nodded shyly and smiled, saying, "Well then." The system display shows congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, the top scorer of the Hoa Dai class, a single draw reward. After finishing at the headquarters, Dichhua took time to study the system, and finally it arrived. Next is the moment of witnessing the miracle as Dichhua nervously presses the draw button. A black vortex immediately appears. A deafening scream echoes as a mysterious purple light flashes. He stands frozen, staring at it. It spins like a giant eye with a deep black hole in the center and dark purple energy constantly swirling around the outside, emitting a blinding light. Dichhua had to cover his eyes with his hand to shield himself from the light's influence. He thought to himself, "This is it." A giant shape appears before Dichhua, with a large eyeball floating in the middle of the room and many tentacles protruding from the dark flesh. It is classified as a B+ level demon realm. On that large piece of flesh, a cut suddenly appeared in the center. It gradually opened like eyelids, revealing a faint pinkish-white light inside, with several tiny tentacles like eyelashes extending outward. The giant eye opens its eyelids wide and glances with its fiery red pupil at Dichhua, accompanied by information from the bloodline ability system. The Teinat Tuangtin, which can sense cosmic radiation and photonic energy, freely adjust particle density, guide light energy, manipulate energy flow, and alter its trajectory and efficiency. The great dark heaven swallow devours everything, with a compatibility of 1%. He looked at it with interest and muttered, "Not bad. It's a skill model, not just D2C grade tendon models that only increase body size, and I wonder if the ability to control light and energy of the Hellstar can merge with the nuclear energy of the Emperor. If a perfect combination is possible, the development space will be enormous. I couldn't wait any longer to fully upgrade this model and start in-depth research." Transition to a city under occupation. Tanthan, a coalition of many top martial guilds, launched a joint assault, but after a day of fierce fighting with huge casualties and exhausting all their ammunition, a sense of utter helplessness engulfed the entire army. They don't fear death, they only fear dying before they get to see the face of the enemy. The reason lies with the elite team that kills the overlord. Even gathering the strongest guild leaders, they were still completely powerless to find the location of the ruler of Tanthan. One guild leader, leaning against the wall, spoke angrily. "Damn it, it's been a day and we've only managed to barely recover 2 neighboring counties of Tanthan." Another voice said bitterly, "The assassin team of the Lord consists of martial arts guild leaders like us, yet we still can't locate the Lord's position. It's all because of those rats. The army of the Imperial Beasts in Tanthan mainly consists of rat-type monsters. Although there are almost no giant monsters, they are extremely troublesome on the battlefield. They have established a complex underground transportation network in the occupied city, determined to fight a tunnel war with the Martial Alliance. We initially adopted a strategy similar to the Western City Coalition, bombarding the outskirts to lure the Beast Army out, then sending in a stealth assault team. But those rats are highly organized. Almost none of the monsters are attracted by bombs. The entire city is silent, and all the roads leading into the city have no defenses." The tall leader here grits his teeth as if telling the spiritual warrior to come quickly. A young leader nearby adds, "That's forcing us into close-quarters combat in the alleyways. The thing we're weakest at. Otherwise, we wouldn't have only recovered 2 districts with such heavy losses." At this moment, a female guild leader picks up her phone to check and reports that the news from the 3 cities of Lian, Lam, and Te has been retrieved. Damn it. The leader of the Silver Wolf Guild punches the wall hard, causing cracks to spread throughout the building. Guild leader Yanlang clenched her teeth in frustration. The Lord completely refused to show himself. This beast is surely hiding deep beneath Tanthan's underground. This means that to meet the Lord of Tanthan, you have to cross billions of rats in narrow tunnels and complex terrain, which is basically impossible. Having strength but nowhere to use it, the greatest helplessness in life is simply this. In Tanthan, in a narrow, cold, and dark alley, an ominous atmosphere surrounds everything as familiar footsteps echo in the silent night. Slowly approaching is the main character, the divine healer. This time, when I arrive in Tanthan, I will completely change my appearance, wearing a dark purple cloak tightly fitted to my body, with my face covered by a purple crystal mask with a strange whirlpool pattern. I whisper softly. This time, to reclaim Tanthan, I absolutely cannot let anyone find out. Then he used the life force scanning spell and wondered why Fo Hong Sin would target the 3 top experts of the nation. Clearly, in terms of strength, reputation, and status, he has already stood at the peak of Hakwak and the world. Hoa analyzed that he should have been a legendary figure in history forever. But once he starts targeting the top experts of Hakwak, it proves that one of his goals is definitely to weaken Daiha. With my rate of growth, sooner or later I will become a target for elimination. Then I concluded that in the future, Fo Hongxin and I will definitely have a battle. At this moment, Hoa was contemplating the upcoming scenario, a 98% likely event to happen. Hoa is strong but not reckless because Fo Hongxin is not someone easy to deal with. To confront someone known as martial saint like Fo Hongxin, I must accumulate more strength and stay completely discreet during the process, taking the initiative to strike first before he can react. Anyway, my biggest advantage now is the misinformation. Fo Hongxin doesn't know I've received messages from Principal Thi or about the growth rate discrepancy caused by the infinite monster's influence. While the life field remains strong, Hoa continues to focus on his reasoning. As long as he has enough time to grow, he won't fear any enemy. Recovering Tanthan this time is the best opportunity for growth. Speaking of which, after entering the city, I use the life field to scan. Standing in the city, Hoa's life field detects billions of dense biological signals beneath his feet. He exclaims, "Too dense. Biological signals could reach billions. This severely affects my sensing ability, and I cannot locate the Lord at all." Then he gently bowed his head, his eyes gazing into the distance as if penetrating through the layers of earth and rock below. No wonder Tanthan's coalition of martial artists couldn't conquer this place. I can't even find the Lord's position. Truly cunning. This scene reminds him of the Black Blood Hak Vien in N City, a battle he can't forget, both involving high-level treacherous and cunning monsters. Their very existence only fuels a stronger desire for slaughter within him. Then he slightly lifts the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. With a swish, Hoa stomped hard on the ground, his figure flickering, then let out a faint laugh. Unfortunately, I have too many abilities, always something suitable to deal with you. Under your feet, the biological matter with black and red hues gushes like a raging waterfall, instantly covering an entire large neighborhood and seeping into every crack in the underground strata. It spreads through countless tangled alleyways and everywhere. That substance easily slips through tiny cracks, sneaking into and filling even the darkest, most hidden corners. Chit, chit, chit. This sudden invasion immediately roused the mice, causing them to surge up from the depths of their hellish hideouts, quickly sensing the strange scent approaching their familiar refuge. The mice quickly gathered out of curiosity at the strange thing daring to invade their territory, revealing sharp teeth capable of tearing through steel plates, ready to bite into the black and red liquid. But before they could strike, the black and red substance suddenly shot out countless thin silk threads like spider webs, spreading throughout the space. The silk threads immediately wrapped around the mice, crushing them before they could even scream, then quickly devouring them, leaving only frantic squeals and chittering sounds. Everywhere, the mice's desperate screams echoed as they struggled, but the more they fought, the tighter the tentacles gripped without mercy. The greatest strength of the rat swarm is their large numbers and stealthy hiding ability, but unfortunately, both advantages are completely countered by the black and red substance. In just 0.1 seconds, a single rat is fully consumed without leaving any trace. The energy source obtained causes the black and red matter to grow exponentially. Are the rats endless? No, for it, that's just an endless source of food. Hoa remained sitting calmly the whole time, crossing his legs and even whistling casually as if everything was just an innocent performance. But deep beneath the ground, an unprecedented purge is quietly taking place, and the rats have no chance to surface because the entire city has been completely covered from top to bottom. In other words, with just Hoa alone, he had surrounded all the monsters in the city, even seeming to summon an alliance, forcing them to charge and gather for a group attack. The mice that had been causing trouble for a long time had left many powerful cultivators helpless. But for Hoa, dealing with them was as simple as putting everything into a washing machine and calmly pressing start. After a moment, he strolled through the wreckage, casually saying, "The little monsters in the city have almost all been cleaned up. The black and red substance has also spread hundreds of meters underground, and you should reveal yourself now." As it continues to penetrate down to 100 meters beneath the surface, the king of the underground kingdom can no longer remain passive. In a desolate corner of the ruined street, the strange black and red material suddenly trembled violently, roiling and bubbling like a pot of boiling water. Boom! A deafening roar as the giant, deformed rat's foot stomps down with terrifying force, cracking the ground beneath into deep fissures. A giant white rat, as big as a truck, emerged from the ground. What's terrifying is that its massive body is covered with countless rat heads sprouting all over. All those heads simultaneously let out piercing screams at a terrifying frequency, creating a destructive sound wave that causes the surrounding buildings to collapse one after another, and right behind the monster, the masked man with a whirlpool mask cloaked in purple silently appears. King Chut turned around, his deep voice echoing. "Are you the only human left? I thought there would be a whole group of ambushers." "Ha, ha. Your strange black and red human is indeed powerful, but it was completely suppressed before my roar. This is the path to death you chose yourself. Why do you think I only have one trick up my sleeve?" He slowly raised his arm and suddenly thrust it toward the sky as if summoning a supreme power of the raging celestial. Immediately, the clouds above turned a brilliant and mysterious purple. They kept expanding and gradually covered the entire city, plunging the sky into a gloomy and oppressive purple. The little king, under that terrible pressure, couldn't help but be shocked, clearly feeling the terrifying damage weighing heavily on his body, as if overwhelmed with fear. What is this energy, after all? As a response to that question, it can also be seen as granting the king's final wish. Dichhoa threw back her head and shouted, "Heavenly punishment!" The enormous clouds of dark purple iron gathered crazily, forming a colossal storm, even bigger than Lamtin, so much so that comparing it to the moon would be like comparing it to a speck of dust. The raging storm is about to sweep through and purge the filthy rats from Tanthan. At the edge of the atmosphere, the invisible solar radiation begins to be forcibly converged, intertwining into a bizarre and dazzling spectrum. That light no longer bears the familiar hue of the sun, but gradually turns into a mysterious dark purple, as if carrying the will of a supernatural being. When the one wielding spiritual power utters a summoning, the spectral rainbow immediately responds, transforming into a divine punishment descending from above. Layers of thick clouds in the sky were torn apart in an instant, unable to hold back any longer. Amidst the chaos, a colossal purple beam of light pierced through heaven and earth, carrying destructive power, fiercely crashing down on Tanthan, causing the entire space to tremble violently. "What kind of monster is this? I, the king, no longer want to deal with you." Lord Baishu instantly sensed the deadly danger approaching, and driven by survival instinct, dared not hesitate even for a moment. Its 4 agile limbs immediately unleashed all their fury, smashing the ground as it desperately tried to escape its previous position in the blink of an eye. But at that very moment, a cold sneer echoed out. Dichhoa glared at the white fur tyrant, his eyes sharp as a blade, his voice filled with absolute contempt. "You want to run? How can a beast like you possibly be faster than the speed of light?" The dark purple cosmic beam instantly closed the distance, leaving no chance for the Lord of White Fur to react, and slammed fiercely into its back. Immediately, a piercing, agonizing squeal of rats echoed throughout Tan City, causing countless lives to tremble in fear. "Do you want to kill me?" "It's not that easy," Dichhoa said coldly, raising his hand and pointing straight at the fiery purple sky, his gaze unwavering. A short, commanding shout full of authority echoes like a divine decree. "Fall for me." "What?" "Whoosh! Whoosh!" The sound of tearing wind echoed repeatedly as purple beams of light descended from above in continuous succession, moving at the speed of cosmic light, impossible to dodge or block. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, the Whitehorn Lord screams in agony, a desperate cry like the last breath of a doomed soul. Under the rain of destructive light, the giant body of the White Ash Lord was instantly shattered into pieces and completely vanished in the dazzling purple glow. After the dust settled, a bright deep pit was revealed on the ground, with a blazing red fire-like sphere shining intensely inside. Dichhoa immediately realized that it was indeed the Lord. Although the body had been shattered into a pulp, the core of the demon crystal remained intact. Just as Dichhoa was about to extract the demon core to finish it off, I took the demon creature myself. The demon core in front of me was clearly very unusual, completely unlike ordinary demon cores. From deep inside, it kept emitting screeching, piercing sounds that were rapid and uncomfortable, as if something was struggling. At the same time, the surface of the demon core radiated flickering, unstable light, flashing intensely, giving the impression that it was reaching a limit and could explode at any moment. Dichhoa suddenly paused for just a second, a sense of danger making him unable to ignore it. A flicker of suspicion flashed in his eyes as he let out a brief, low sound full of caution. Boom! The remnants of the mouse suddenly exploded without warning, and at that moment, thousands of tiny white mice were forcibly separated from its shattered body, flooding the space like a living wave. They all run in different directions to escape. The chittering sounds echo continuously, overlapping and chaotic. Faced with that sudden change, Dichhoa only showed a slight hint of surprise, not enough to shake him. He looked at the timid mice scattering everywhere, his voice carrying a cold, mocking tone. You're also trying to imitate the villain's cruel tricks. But just a second later, the ground beneath Ditch Hoa suddenly trembled. From the depths of darkness below, strange black and red tentacles emerge like awakened living creatures. The dark tentacles lash out violently, easily smashing the fleeing small mice into chaos. But whenever a mouse is hit, a strange transformation occurs instantly. They are not completely destroyed, but instead their bodies immediately split again, as if pre-programmed for this situation. The newly separated parts quickly turn into even smaller mice, using their tiny size to continue escaping the attack range. The smaller they get, the faster they move, an absurd speed that defies belief. Even the dark red tendrils gradually fall behind. Ditch Hoa let out a slight sneer, her voice full of contempt. Tsk, tsk. You coldly say, clearly a lord, yet you only use petty abilities to steal life. His eyes turn cold. Mice will always be mice. They will never become true rulers. Gawarudo calmly orders the summon, his voice decisive and unwavering, and immediately a figure appears behind him, as if waiting there all along. Jagarudo slowly spreads his arms, a strange aura emanating around him. An invisible, colorless field quickly forms, covering the entire space. In that moment, time was completely frozen. Gawarudo nodded, as his ability to stop time had been upgraded to the point where he could sense the core of a creature. As long as you smash each core one by one, you won't be able to split them anymore. But if that demon is actually disguised by these rats, then where is the true demon of the Lord of the City? That dirty little rat has another trump card with a bloodlock? Even though this rat is the weakest Lord-level creature I've ever encountered, its survival skills are truly impressive, and make it a talent among mice. Unfortunately, those who deserve to die still must die. He gathered his strength into his palm as a fierce light radiated out. Anyway, this mouse has already slaughtered the city, so I won't use the ancestral blood to make it my subordinate. Let it be in the next life as a human. The scene shifts to the underground mouse palace, where millions of mice gather like worms, writhing together to do something, surrounding a giant transparent cocoon. Inside that cocoon, a demon core in the shape of a curled-up mouse is awakening. Its eyes suddenly open as it gathers enough energy, causing the core to tremble violently and the cocoon to swell, swallowing all the surrounding mice to turn into nourishment. It forms a large cocoon, like a deep womb inside the warm earth. And then, when the last mouse is digested, a giant hairless mouse is born from within the cocoon. The cracked cocoon shell revealed its bare, pale purple skin as it slithered out. I'm doomed. I almost got destroyed. The mouse quickly grows a pure white coat of fur and mutters hurriedly, "We can't hold the Tanthan stronghold anymore. Run, I have to get back to the abyss." Saying that, it sprinted with all its might, running fast while muttering in resentment. Damn it, if it weren't for the Emperor's order, these lowly, mindless monsters would never have dared to come and fight humans like this. I thought we could hold out for at least another month. As long as the so-called human Grandmaster doesn't intervene, I can hide well under this test bow and hold the battlefield of Tanthan. I never expected a freak like this to appear. That masked human not only can unleash mysterious substances that devour all monsters but also control the power of the stars. In the end, I had no idea how he managed to instantly slaughter all his clones. Luckily, I was a bit more clever and used the technique of escaping the body with gold meditation. That foolish human surely hasn't realized that the one he killed was just a clone. Even as he approaches the mysterious crack, he stops and doesn't rush into the blazing vortex. Its ugly face grinned widely with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Crossing this crack will let me return to the sinful realm. Then I used all my strength to burst out of the ground. This place with humans is truly too dangerous. Run quickly, but the moment it rushed up, its white fur was dyed a bright purple by the light shining down from the sky. How is that possible? Did that guy realize he was discovered? The first cosmic shot just finished, and the second and third follow in quick succession. The continuous flickering purple light in the city reflected on the ruined buildings, while at the outskirts, the group of leaders was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Look, that group of purple beams is attacking again. What exactly is that? Is that an energy weapon from orbit? Could it be that someone can summon that thing? That would be way too extravagant. Even if it truly is a divine weapon, why didn't anyone inform us, Lord Tanthan? After saying that, the group hurried inside to see what was going on. They went to check it out. When the leaders' teams entered the city, all they saw was an eerily silent scene. There are no more signs of life from the rats. They searched everywhere and finally found only a giant pit filled with cooled lava and crystal shards. Chairman Silver Wolf couldn't help but wonder. He could no longer sense them. The mice are gone. The head of the largest faction here also spoke, with no breath of life left. Could they all have retreated into the secret realm? Could it be that they were all wiped out by this group of purple beams? The guild leader of the Silver Moon looked up at the vast sky, wondering who could possibly command such powerful weapons. At this moment, everyone in Tanthan is celebrating their victory after retaking Lianthan, Lamthan, and Taithan. Tanthan has become the fourth city to be reclaimed. Everyone cheered with endless joy. Long live Great Sha! Long live Great Sha! Within a week, Daha recaptured 4 occupied cities in succession. The reporter also blended into the atmosphere of the Day of Reclaiming Freedom. We will continue to report on the latest developments of the plan to reclaim Dajia. Elsewhere, a group is watching this live event. These influential people are high-ranking officials of the United Army of Daiha. They observe the information with grim and suspicious expressions, because no one knows who helped Tan Cheng. A high-ranking official spoke, his voice tinged with worry and suspicion. Who is it really? Who is behind all this? Immediately, the entire office became as noisy as in the western city, clearly showing that we are facing all kinds of difficulties, and as a result, a mysterious person appeared to help us. This time in Tan City, it's the same. Only the light has turned purple, but at least now we can be sure that this person is helping our divine soldier of Great Sha. What are they doing? Are the Gord brothers transforming? We've contacted Long Tuok and they said they can't reveal anything. Logically, the appearance of a mysterious expert capable of changing the situation on the territory would surely attract Long Tuok's attention and investigation, which means even they have no idea who it is. No matter who this person is, we must be the first to retake the other cities, or else we will look useless. After swallowing all the remaining rats in Tan City with the black and red substance, Dich Hoa quickly left this place, and no one knew his whereabouts. Dich Hoa thought that excluding Quan Sun, the S-rank life forbidden zone, there are still 3 occupied cities left to be liberated, 2 of which are currently under Long Tuok and Hoa Dai's control. I hear the front lines have been winning recent battles, so the recapture is near. I can only go to the last remaining city. The 3 cities. This city is too insignificant. Spirit Commander of the 3 cities sends daily battle reports at fixed times, with no major failures or victories, almost never appearing in the news. He said that and then sped off towards Sancheng, only catching a glimpse of a streak of light sweeping across the sky. He took out his phone, looked at it, and muttered to himself, I mainly used the power of the Demon Earth Spirit before. That purple divine light is too conspicuous. I need to adopt a different identity. A second later, the black and red tentacles burst out from Dich Hoa's throat, stretching and wrapping around his body. His appearance begins to change. Dich Hoa's hair grows down to his waist, transforming into a white veil that flutters in the wind. His head also transformed into a strange face as the black and red matter surged continuously. Finally, Dich Hoa's new appearance was revealed, with his face covered by a fierce red iron Tula mask. He suddenly looked like a white-haired demon lord soaring through the sky. Dich Hoa Loi pulled out a sword from the tear in space and said, It's been a long time since I used the Tin Van Tram Dao. I should disguise it a bit. He raised the Tin Van Tram Dao high into the sky as the black and red matter crawled up again, tightening his grip on the sword. Dich Hoa bent his body and slashed, disassembling and restructuring it into a long, sharp, and sinuous demon blade full of murderous intent. Dich Hoa's voice grew hoarse and dry. His aura became subdued and restrained, but hidden within were deadly blades ready to take lives. Cough, cough. I'll just keep my identity as someone who practices deadly martial arts. Only you, Gong Ka, and Senior Than Long know I'm familiar with deadly martial arts, so this identity should be very safe, he said and dashed off at terrifying speed, casually giving orders to his trusty AI assistant. Nua, play the song again. I will still remember him. Nua reminded him that it was almost evening, and they should quietly disappear. The scene shifts to Ba Cheng, where thick fog blocks out all sunlight. Dich Hoa uses Amnetdin's light refraction ability to hide and quietly infiltrate the 3-city alliance camp. He swiftly moves past the warriors, observing them eating and chatting, and says, Lao Liu, get ready quickly, we're heading to the battlefield. All right, wait for me to finish this meal first. Military rations are really hard to eat. He pretended to eat, but there was no food at all. His cooking is even worse than a corner my wife cooks. The other person replied that you're wasting your words. Is the battlefield as comfortable as at home? The soldier pretending to eat then said, Hurry up and clean up. The head of the union told us to gather. Old Liu replied casually, I'll go to the bathroom first. Damn it, are you a coward or what? We're about to leave, but so many things to deal with. But he's not going to the bathroom. He's lighting a cigarette, cursing. I wonder if he'll make it back alive this time. My son was just born, damn it. But the strange thing is just some actions, and there's no cigarette. Sitting quietly in a squat, not really going to the bathroom. When the cigarette burns out, he stomps it out under his foot, still muttering to himself. Clearly I am a martial artist, so why am I so cowardly when it's time to fight? Damn it. Hoo-hoo, Dich Hoa appears right where old Lu just stood, his eyes cold as ice. He looked at this scene and couldn't help but marvel. Impressive, acting without props. No wonder I felt something was off. The Lord of the Three Cities is indeed quietly doing something big. The entire allied army of the Three Cities is just acting out a scene with the air. Old Lu isn't eating dried rations, he's just blowing air and chewing non-stop. He also isn't smoking. The thing he holds is just a dry branch. Could it be that everyone in the Three Cities was hit by a spell? No, I feel it's even more terrifying than that, Dich Hoa whispered, her head lightly touching the back of a female martial artist whose insides had completely rotted away. She's already decayed inside. He realized that all the spirit soldiers of the Three Cities had been wiped out long ago, probably all dead by now. But the most terrifying thing is that they are dead, yet they don't even know it. The flesh inside has rotted away, but the outside still maintains its appearance from when they were alive. They might have been repeating their last day over and over before dying. The Three-City Alliance keeps deceiving themselves and deceiving the great world like this, behind the mask of Tula Dich Hoa revealing a face of sorrow and anger. Such reckless mockery of life must be punished. He shot out a black and red tentacle. Dich Hoa grabbed a martial artist, and just as he was about to scream, a black and red tentacle covered his mouth. The female martial artist screamed as the long tentacle was driven deep into her throat. Who are you? You realize that what controls these people is blood curse magic, psychological hypnosis. You're already dead. Dich Hoa speaks in a hoarse voice. Dich Hoa pulls out the black and red tentacle, collapsing to the ground, trembling. That martial artist looked at you as if you were crazy, until a stream of blood and bone from Dich Hoa entered her ears and eyes. Then she finally recognized me. I am already dead. Right? Yes, I have already died on the battlefield. The Lord of the Three Cities is terrifying. It has slaughtered all the guild leaders and turned them into zombies. The martial artist screams in agony, her skin rotting and decaying visibly by the second. She screamed, "Grandmaster, only the Grandmaster can face that monster." When she realized she was dead, a deadly intent shot through her temple, ending the suffering of the martial artist. It seems that once you realize the truth that you are dead, the power maintaining the corpse also disappears. Dich Hoa gently wipes her eyes. Rest in peace, comrade. Her enemy will inform her. A fury ignited in Dich Hoa's heart. Such reckless disregard for life is unforgivable. He looked into the distance with raging fury and said, "Let's go and start exterminating the demons everywhere in the Three Cities." It's still gloomy and foggy everywhere. The demon beasts occupy many places, with no sign of humans here, only the stench of rotten corpses. Dich Hoa deploys the life field, which has covered all 3 cities, but he cannot sense any strong life signals from the Lord. This is strange. It makes Dich Hoa suspicious. On the other hand, the strength of the life signals of each demon beast fluctuates almost identically. This only deepens the contradiction. It's just like the allied forces of the 3 cities, as if everything is turned into mass-produced puppets. Dich Hoa suddenly had an idea, his eyes brightening as he looked ahead. Maybe this time it will be quite interesting. Immediately, Dich Hoa's black robe lengthened and widened, clinging to the ground, then surging like a tide, spreading rapidly in all directions. From above, it looked like a drop of black ink falling into clear water. He said, "So what? Then I have no choice but to force you to show yourself." This scene makes Dich Hoa look even more sinister than the Demon King. In an instant, the entire city was turned black, and within a flash, 3 cities were submerged. Dich Hoa, with just one move, could destroy 3 cities. A deep, hoarse growl echoed from his throat. Dich Hoa hesitated for a moment before swallowing a few remaining monsters, but the feeling of anticipation quickly vanished because no trace of energy or nutrients appeared in his body. All of that is already dead, empty and useless, which makes him feel extremely bored. However, after waiting for quite a long time, the person he was expecting still did not appear at all. Dich Hoa silently spread his life force in all directions while coldly contemplating in his mind. Still not willing to show up? Fine, very well. He nodded slightly, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then suddenly his gaze flicked sharply from side to side, as piercing as a blade slicing through the wind. In that moment it seemed that Dich Hoa sensed a strange aura quietly fluctuating within the space. His eyes suddenly blazed with intense energy, as if a long-held fire had suddenly erupted. He spun around quickly, his gaze already moving upward to scan the top of his head, detecting even the smallest changes, revealing that the source of the aura Dich Hoa sensed was actually coming from the area where the coalition forces of the 3 cities were gathering. Realizing this, he suddenly burst out laughing with excitement, his voice filled with absolute certainty. "I know where you are now." The scene shifts to the outer ring of the three cities, where the Allied forces are arrayed in neat formations, with a man standing at the center leading the entire army. He is the strongest expert of the alliance, the Grand Master Kai Hodiep, the sect master of Hongvo Mon, Lai Trong Than. In the martial world, Lai Trong Than is known as the second strongest body of flesh, only behind the Azure Dragon and among the top 10 of the 36 Grand Masters of Dai Ha. All martial artists listen to the order. Lai Trong Than's voice boomed like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. He roared loudly, his face full of veins, with a fierce aura like an ancient beast just awakened. Tens of thousands of fighters shouted in unison, their voices forming a thunderous roar that made the ground tremble violently, as if the entire surrounding area could feel the powerful unity of their will. Lai Trong Than's eyes gradually turned blood red as he roared with a hoarse voice full of murderous intent. The Lord of the Three Cities is right ahead, and he's all alone. Kill him, and we will be able to free the three cities. Immediately, thousands of martial artists went berserk and charged forward together, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The sky was completely covered. The shout for freeing the three cities echoed endlessly, surging like a tide. After witnessing the enthusiastic response of all the soldiers below, Lai Trong Than couldn't hide his satisfaction. A twisted, sinister smile stretched across his face, accompanied by a deep, malevolent laugh, as the sky over the three cities suddenly turned vibrant, dazzling purple clouds that transformed the peaceful sky into a fiery spectacle. They surged violently, twisting into a giant purple tornado so large it covered the sky, looming like a mountain suspended in the air, causing countless people to feel bewildered and confused by the sudden strange phenomenon. Their eyes all lift to the purple sky, filled with countless questions. What is that up there? Could it be reinforcements? Immediately after, amidst the swirling purple tornado, a male figure slowly appeared. Dich Hoa, dressed in flowing white robes, with a face hidden behind a mysterious whirlpool mask, looks down coldly from above, his gaze piercing through the chaotic crowd below, emotionless. Hey, stop. Behind the fierce thorny mask, Dich Hoa's fiery eyes slightly narrowed, flashing with a cold and decisive look as if making a final judgment. He slowly lowered a finger, the gesture gentle, yet carrying immense pressure. Immediately, a brilliant purple light exploded, tearing through the sky and crashing down onto the Allied army below like a furious barrage of bombings, and before many could understand what was happening, disaster had already struck. The screams of agony echoed everywhere. Ah, is that the person in the sky? Why is he attacking us? Could it be that the enemy's strongman is colluding with the monsters? Damn it! Ground troops retreat quickly. We're just live targets in front of him. Air Force, move in and block him. Someone hurried over in panic to report that our fighter jets and all our reserve missiles have mysteriously disappeared. The squadron leader turned around in shock and disbelief. No way. We just deployed for the first time. We haven't even had a chance to use them. Shouldn't the logistics team have checked everything again before departure? A question burst out in utter panic, filled with an indescribable chilling sensation. When did we shoot all those weapons? Under the chaos on the ground, Lai Trong Than hid behind a large rock, his eyes fixed on the purple-clad figure floating above. He stared for a long time, then muttered softly in a low voice, "Quite a surprise." Inside Lai Trong Than's mouth, his teeth clenched with a gnashing sound like a beast provoked in anger. Has this human figured out my plan? It's a pity. I was planning to use this opportunity to infiltrate the human ranks. A huge purple beam like a water barrel shot straight down at Li Rongshen. Recognizing the familiar move, he immediately looked up, his face changing dramatically, then exclaimed, "The Red Martial Sect secret technique, an earth-shattering martial skill." The voice echoes with amazement and caution. Facing such an overwhelming and monstrous power, he still showed not a hint of fear. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, his iron-hard fist ready, and he immediately charged forward to confront head-on. He slightly leans back, the ground beneath him rumbling loudly, then suddenly shoots up into the sky hundreds of meters, charging with overwhelming momentum straight at Dich Hoa. 2 enormous forces collide fiercely, exploding in an instant and causing the sky to shake. Lai Trong Than immediately uses the recoil to dash away in another direction to avoid the danger zone. Below, he clearly sees the figure of Dich Hoa standing firm, facing him, like a thorn stabbing straight into his eyes. Rage surges, and he screams wildly, a shrill sound like a pig being slaughtered. Lai Trong Than's eyes blaze with excitement. Facing such a tough opponent gives him an exhilarating thrill. He laughs loudly and says, "The body of a human warrior truly isn't bad. This superhuman technique called martial arts is truly mysterious. Ha ha ha. Dich Hoa didn't reply a single word, just stood coldly there, directly facing the terrifying killing intent approaching. Behind him, dazzling spheres of light appeared one after another, quickly expanding and growing larger. Rays of light spreading across the sky, streaking through the universe and shooting straight at the target. Then a fierce explosion erupts in the space, with shockwaves radiating outward. But Lai Trong-than relies on his incredible fleshly strength, stomping hard into the air to burst forward at top speed. His figure charged straight out of the explosion without a scratch, confidently shouting, "Your attack can't even cause a slight injury to my mighty flesh body." Then, Li Trong-than continued to rush forward at full speed, like a hunting beast. A mischievous and provocative expression appeared on his face as he attacked and shouted, "On the contrary, can you withstand this punch of mine?" Even Dich Hoa couldn't help but be surprised at that moment. Is it really that strong? The giant fist slammed down directly, pressing against Dich Hoa's demon mask, with terrifying strength and speed. Dich Hoa was forced back, while Lai Trong-than continued to close in. A familiar, wicked smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, I hit the mark, M.